Damn it, I missed again. Fang Yue was strolling along the street when a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, streaked across the clear sky, striking him with unfortunate precision. He felt a blinding flash of silver before plunging into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the scene had transformed, revealing a wooden sign nearly as tall as him. The sign bore the crooked inscription of 5 large characters: Compensation Bureau for crossing over. Behind the sign sat an ancient tortoise, its shell as large as a grinding stone, eyes half closed as if lost in a midday slumber. Where am I? Fang Yue muttered to himself instinctively. The tortoise slowly raised its head and rubbed its sleepy eyes with a claw. Is this traveler illiterate? Can't even recognize proper Chinese characters? The tortoise cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yue. He was at a loss for words, feeling humiliated by a mere tortoise. I can read. It says Compensation Bureau for crossing over. I recognize those characters. But I don't understand how I ended up here just a moment ago. I was walking down the street. Fang Yue voiced his confusion. The tortoise, leisurely grooming its long claws, replied, "Have you forgotten? You were struck dead by lightning. Is this the underworld?" Fang Yue felt a chill run down his spine, nervously surveying his surroundings. All he could see was an endless expanse of white mist, lacking the ominous aura often depicted in tales of the afterlife. This is not the underworld, it is the heavenly realm. To be precise, you are in a branch office of heaven, the Compensation Bureau for crossing over, the tortoise said languidly. It rummaged around and produced a pair of round glasses, placing them atop its head, then retrieved a blue-covered book from beneath its shell. The pages rustled as they turned. The tortoise's bureaucratic demeanor, coupled with its relaxed mannerisms, led Fang Yue to realize the creature's true identity: a lowly civil servant in the heavenly realm. A glimmer of cunning sparked in Fang Yue's eyes as a cunning commoner. He had his own strategies to deal with such officials. "So, what compensation do you intend to offer me?" he inquired of the tortoise. The tortoise, unfazed, pulled out 3 golden leaves from beneath its body, weighing them in its claw as it addressed Fang Yue. "Consider yourself fortunate. You have encountered a rare opportunity for compensation. These 3 golden leaves contain the teachings of the true scripture of life, the true scripture of death, and the true scripture of soul. Each of these texts is an unparalleled scripture. The true scripture of life grants the bearer an unparalleled physique, rendering them immortal and capable of rebirth from their own blood. The true scripture of death enslaves spirits, commands the undead, annihilates worlds with a single thought, and buries antiquity. The true scripture of the soul unveils the laws, points directly to the great path, granting eternal existence alongside the heavens. When combined, these scriptures allow the wielder to perform the unparalleled resurrection technique, unmatched throughout the heavens and earth. Do you understand? Something feels off. This is decidedly suspicious. Just now, it was all nonchalance, and now this sudden fervor? As a street-smart individual, Fang Yue had honed his ability to read expressions to an art. He understood deeply that strange occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. "I demand to verify the goods." With heightened vigilance, Fang Yue declared. The tortoise glared with its beady eyes and slammed its claw against the ground. "Do you not trust my words?" "I do not," Fang Yue asserted confidently. Seizing the opportunity while the tortoise was distracted, he snatched the 3 golden leaves. As they made contact with his palm, they emanated a radiant brilliance, affixing themselves to his forehead and shoulders. Chapter 2. The Ancestral Nail House. What are you complaining about? What I give you is what it is. Hurry, stop messing around, and go reincarnate already. The old turtle discerned that this was indeed a troublesome character. The more one spoke, the more one erred, so it was better to drive him away. Fang Yue shouted at the top of his lungs. "The old turtle is bullying people. The old turtle refuses to offer compensation and is using his power to oppress us." The old turtle glared, and with an astonishingly swift motion, he appeared beside Fang Yue in a blink, a large turtle claw covering Fang Yue's mouth, eyes wide open as he exclaimed, "What are you shouting about?" Which eye of yours saw this turtle bullying you? Woo-woo. Fang Yue was rendered speechless, the old turtle stubbornly refusing to release his grip. The old turtle threatened Fang Yue. If I let go, will you still spout nonsense? Woo-woo. Fang Yue shook his head, and only then did the old turtle finally relinquish his claw. Fang Yue glared at the old turtle and said, "Just now, you clearly did not give me any compensation. Look, where's the compensation you spoke of? Where is it?" Fang Yue swayed his body, and indeed, the 3 golden leaves were nowhere to be found. The old turtle was equally astonished. Those 3 golden leaves had been firmly affixed to him just moments ago. Could they have melded into his very flesh? The old turtle quickly grasped the situation. Enraged, it ground its teeth. Some unparalleled techniques contained within the legacy are not merely words and skills, but also embody spirit and essence. Such techniques can easily fuse with the flesh and blood of the cultivator, becoming one, imperceptible even to the keenest of senses. Oh, what do you want? The old turtle fixed its not-so-large eyes upon Fang Yue. Fang Yue chuckled, shamelessly inching closer to the old turtle. "Brother Ghost, look at me, a wanderer far from home, utterly alone and destitute. It's not easy, is it? How about you grant me an extra portion of that compensation?" The old turtle glared. Fang Yue grinned foolishly. Ultimately, the old turtle found itself somewhat at a loss against this brazen little rascal. "You scoundrel, you are nothing but a shameless wretch." The old turtle, fuming, extended a large claw, pointing at the tip of Fang Yue's nose and cursing profusely. "Thank you for the compliment." Fang Yue, far from feeling ashamed, took pride in it, bowing slightly like a gentleman from the West. My ancestors for 8 generations have been stubbornly persistent. Since the time of my great-great-grandfather, there's been a family teaching. A fool is one who does not seize an opportunity. When others call you a scoundrel, it is the highest praise and admiration for you. The old turtle's eyes widened in disbelief. What an extraordinary lineage this must be, playing tricks even in the celestial realm. However, it valued its time and was too lazy to linger with Tang Yi. The turtle claw fumbled beneath, ultimately retrieving a rather thick blue-covered book with some reluctance. This book was hefty, comparable to a dictionary. Written on the cover was the untold stories of the millennium-old turtle and the 10,000-year divine turtle. "Consider this as your compensation. Now, get out of my sight." This time, it was Fang Yue who was left dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Could it be the romantic escapades of this old turtle? With a resounding thud, the old turtle angrily slammed the blue book onto Fang Yue's head, then turned and, with a flick of its tail, sent him tumbling down from the celestial realm. With a whoosh, Fang Yue's body jerked upright. He was drenched in perspiration. As I surveyed my surroundings, I beheld a woman adorned in imperial attire, her complexion wan and weary, seated beside me. Her gaze was cast downward, and her cheeks bore the traces of tears. "Mother!" Fang Yue involuntarily exclaimed. The woman lifted her head, revealing an expression of incredulous joy. "You have awakened? You truly have awakened. My heavens, this is simply wonderful." The empress-clad lady's delight upon witnessing her son's revival was palpable. Fang Yue's soul swiftly merged with that of the original owner of this body, and he began to retrieve the memories within. In no time, he discerned the identity of the person he had inhabited. Chapter 3. A Tool of Alliance. Good heavens! Is this individual a fool? Fang Yue silently berated the former owner of this body for his foolishness that he was a legitimate descendant of the esteemed Fang family, a prominent noble clan in the Yin Kingdom. His aptitude for cultivation was considered exceptional within the family, yet he was the type who was neither wholly competent nor wholly inept. More critically, this fellow was the direct grandson of the current patriarch of the Fang family. His remarkable lineage rendered him a pawn in the family's machinations to forge alliances through marriage, specifically arranged to wed the princess of another noble house. Chu Minjing, the original owner of the body, regarded this union as an affront, believing that life was precious, yet love was even more valuable, asserting that for the sake of freedom, one could forsake both. In vehement opposition to the arranged marriage, he penned a letter declaring better death than a lack of freedom, and subsequently took his own life. Regarding the former owner, Fang Yue could only label him a simpleton. How could one reject such a fortuitous opportunity? From the fragments of memory, Fang Yue conjured an image of his betrothed. She was not the grotesque figure reminiscent of Fang Yue. On the contrary, her beauty surpassed that of any star from his past life. With hair cascading like a waterfall, pearly teeth, and ruby lips, her exquisite features defied description. Draw a comparison. Her natural visage eclipsed the artificial beauty of celebrities who had undergone extensive cosmetic enhancements, appearing tenfold more enchanting. To spurn such a goddess and opt for death instead, Fang Yue surmised that the original owner must have been quite deranged. The empress-clad lady gently called out once more. Are you well? It was only then that Fang Yue emerged from his endless stream of lamentations and addressed the woman. Mother, do not worry. Wearer is fine. As long as you are well, that is all that matters, she replied, a smile illuminating her face as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a white silk handkerchief. From this day forth, Mother shall no longer compel Yue into marriage. Your future is entirely your own to determine. The empress reassured Fang Yue, emphasizing that the worst consequence of foregoing the marriage would be a slight increase in familial pressure. However, losing a life would mean losing everything. Not marrying, but wait, that stunning beauty is still glaring at me. Fang Yue exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright with a sense of urgency. He thought to himself, one must not let such a prize slip away. The intended bride was undoubtedly a rare beauty, one he had only glimpsed through the confines of a computer screen in his previous life. Fang Yue, feigning decorum, was completely consumed by thoughts of Chu Minjing's graceful figure. Ah, my lovely maiden, I am coming. Do not flee. The empress, however, did not share in his exuberance. Instead, a look of concern crossed her face as she gently stroked Fang Yue's forehead. Could it be that this child has lost his mind? How has he suddenly become so enlightened? A resounding applause echoed from outside the door. Fang Xiaomu, the head of the Fang family, entered, clad in a gray robe, striding purposefully with measured steps that he wore around. Small felt hat atop his head, adorned with a fluffy red pom-pom at its peak. His complexion was sallow, and his expression stern, reminiscent of a pawnbroker from an ancient television drama. I found great solace in Fang Yue's profound realization. This brush with life and death was not in vain, as he has indeed matured significantly. Fang Xiaomu nodded in agreement, his rigid, almost wooden face managing a strained smile of approval. Fang Yue chuckled bashfully, his demeanor humble and modest. He had mastered the art of duality after so many years of being a steadfast holdout. This alliance, undoubtedly, reflected a shortcoming of the family towards you. Thus, we have proposed two compensation plans. One option offers you 3,000 points of family merit. Within the family, all treasures will be made accessible to you. You may take as you wish, and we shall impose no restrictions. The other option grants you the status of an honorary elder of the family, allowing you to enjoy benefits equivalent to those of a family elder. Aside from lacking true administrative power, all other privileges would align with those of the elders, allowing you to choose either as a form of recompense from the family. Chapter 4. A missed opportunity. Family merit is a significant reward and honor bestowed by the Fang family upon its distinguished members. Having stood for over 3,200 years, the Fang family has weathered countless trials without faltering. Their treasury is replete with innumerable treasures and techniques. Such items cannot be purchased, even with wealth. Only family merit can be exchanged for them. Therefore, every point of family merit is extraordinarily precious point. 3,000 points of family merit is undeniably a substantial sum. The prospect of receiving such a generous reward through marriage is indeed remarkable. Before Fang Yue, no one had ever received such compensation for a family alliance. As for the honor of being a family elder is a coveted title sought after by many distinguished individuals within the clan. It represents not only glory, but also a symbol of identity and status. Point 1 would receive 50 points of family merit each month, along with various resources for cultivation. Even without real power, this position is undeniably desirable. Fang Yue found himself at a crossroads, as he yearned for both options. Contributing to the family is a means of repaying the years of nurturing and care I have received. It is my inescapable duty and obligation. Thus, after a series of insincere refusals, he reluctantly accepted the reward. He chuckled to himself, thinking, I am truly a genius. I never expected my grandson to inherit Fang Xiaomu's selfless virtues in serving the family. He is unperturbed by personal gain or loss and willingly dedicates himself to the family. Your spirit is indeed worthy of being celebrated by the clan. Ultimately, only Fang Yue remained, left in disarray by the winds of reality. Television dramas, after all, are deceptive. Those inept screenwriters, I could curse them. The elegant noblewoman, her face etched with despair, pondered whether to fetch a shovel and strike him again on the back of his head. To see if Fang Yue could be restored to normalcy, in the stillness of the night, Fang Yue was left alone in his chamber. Throughout the day, numerous esteemed physicians had examined him, confirming that his body had fully recovered, even exhibiting a vigor tenfold that of his state prior to his unconsciousness. After the visit from Fang Yue's parents and various relatives, who had come to express their concern, they all returned to their own affairs, feeling reassured. However, Fang Yue's mother lingered a while longer, muttering anxiously about her son's troubled mind and pondering how to remedy his condition. Alone in the empty room, with the flickering candlelight casting shadows, Fang Yue cautiously retrieved 2 items, laying them out before him in succession. The tiny inscriptions on the 3 golden leaves were densely packed. Although they had merged into Fang Yue's very being, they could still be extracted. These were 3 extraordinary techniques, their titles suggesting their unparalleled nature. When combined, they could transform into a superlative resurrection spell. For countless years, no one had managed to master them. Yet they seemed destined to be his. Following his rebirth, 3 faint yet pure energies circulated within him, symbolizing life, death, and the soul, respectively. His physical form was tenfold stronger, a result of the life force's transformation. These 3 golden leaves were undoubtedly the delectable fare advertised in instant noodle commercials. As for the tale titled The Stories of the Millennial-Old Tortoise and the Eternal Divine Turtle, one could not help but remark on its rather banal title. Initially, Fang Yue believed it to be a romantic tale of 2 ancient turtles bound by life and death. Yet upon closer inspection, he discovered it chronicled the various experiences of a celestial tortoise, recorded since the time of his great-grandfather. Although the pages were monochrome, numerous illustrations facilitated understanding. More importantly, it was interspersed with the cultivation methods of various secret techniques, resembling a small encyclopedia of celestial practices. The content was captivating and unexpected, serving as a modest consolation for Fang Yue's daytime losses. Did I guess this right? No, that is not quite it. Is this still incorrect? Fang Yue continually adjusted his posture, lying sideways, standing on his head, sitting cross-legged, leaning at an angled, a seasoned individual. He had certainly employed numerous positions, yet the 3 faint yet pure energies within him remained aloof, exhibiting a haughty demeanor, utterly indifferent to Fang Yue's efforts. Fang Yue, you scoundrel, come forth. Chapter 5. The abduction of a bride. A man clad in white, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, smirked disdainfully, a look of contempt etched upon his face. Want to call for help? Not a chance. By the time I arrived, I had already planted 9 formation flags around your courtyard, sealing the area. Even if you scream until your voice breaks, no one will come to your aid. To Fang Yue's dismay, it appeared his adversary was well prepared, having him firmly in their grasp. What the hell? I just crossed over, and now I'm facing an assassination attempt. Am I destined to become the shortest-lived transmigrator in history? Fang Yue's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to calm his racing thoughts. We have no grievances from the past, nor enmity today. I don't even know you. Why are you here? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Fang Yue desperately sought to buy time, his mind racing with various escape plans. The security system of his surroundings was woefully inadequate. How could a noble family be treated like a mere garden? So easily breached? What a dire predicament. According to the memories within his body, the martial artists of this mundane realm were categorized into 3 tiers: apprentices, warriors, and generals, each further subdivided into junior, intermediate, and advanced levels. As for himself, he was probably at the intermediate apprentice level. But what rank did this fellow possess? Alas, I cannot discern the situation. How vexing. Fang Yue has twisted his fingers for an eternity, yet has failed to uncover any semblance of understanding. Humph. No grievances, no enmity. You have usurped my beloved and stolen my wife. This is a profound hatred that cannot coexist. Today, even at the peril of being pursued and hunted down by the united forces of the Fang and Chu families, I shall sever your head to assuage the resentment that festers within my heart. The man in white, full of vigor and righteousness, declared to Fang Yue, the hatred of a stolen wife. Nonsense. I am still a virgin. What could I possibly take from you? I assure you, this is not my doing. Old Wang resides next door. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. Hurry and seek him out. Fang Yue gestured toward the adjacent wall. Spouting utter nonsense. The man in white furrowed his brow. Who is Old Wang? What has he done to Meng Ying? A chilling aura of murder emanated from the man, like a mountain of blades and a sea of flames descending upon him. The palpable intent to kill left Fang Yue gasping for breath. Fang Yue suddenly understood. So, Chu Meng Ying is your wife. That little vixen, it turns out, is on her second marriage. No wonder the original owner of this body would rather die than live on. Who would wish to wear such tattered shoes? Silence. You shall not insult my goddess. I have never met Miss Chu. I have only glimpsed her beauty in a painting, and since then, I have yearned for her day and night. I cannot forget her. And from that moment on, I have deemed her to be my wife, Lu Zhengyi. Anyone who dares to challenge me shall face death. The murderous intent of the man in white intensified. Fang Yue, dumbfounded, thought, what a legendary obsessive fan I have encountered. My luck after this transmigration is truly remarkable. He has never even met her, yet has already declared her as his future wife, who bestowed upon you the audacity to survive until now. Moreover, that name, Lu Zhengyi, is your mother illiterate? Such a straight man's name. No wonder someone as handsome as you struggles to find a partner. Fang Yue weakly remarked, lacking the confidence to engage in a fight. Although this body possesses considerable physical prowess, Fang Yue is merely a transmigrator. Memories are akin to a film. Merely for reference and understanding as a conscientious youth of socialism, Fang Yue has never even killed a chicken, let alone engage in a brawl. Indeed, the original owner's memories contain experiences of combat, and not a few at that. However, Fang Yue would still not strike. This is akin to having watched all 6 installments of Resident Evil, yet being unable to fight a zombie. No. Lu Zhengyi resolutely rejected Fang Yue's suggestion that he declare the dissolution of my engagement with my goddess is equally an affront to her. In my heart, my goddess is flawless. You are merely a blemish in her life that must be eradicated. The atmosphere grew tense, ominous clouds obscuring the moon, the earth shrouded in darkness. In the modest courtyard, the two stood in opposition, a wave of murderous intent lingering in the air. Chapter 6. How formidable I am. Strike first. I grant you a chance to retaliate, lest you complain in the underworld that I denied you the opportunity to resist after I have vanquished you. Lu Zhengyi, with righteous indignation, proclaimed, as if he were the champion of justice. Despite being the one seeking to abduct Fang Yue's bride, Fang Yue gazed at Lu Zhengyi with a sense of melancholy, his mind racing with a multitude of thoughts. This time, there was no evading confrontation. But what technique should he employ? After a prolonged stalemate, as Fang Yue remained motionless, Lu Zhengyi's patience wore thin. Do not waste time. Your courtyard has been besieged by my banners. Even if you were to wait an eternity, no one shall come to your rescue. Lu Zhengyi's impatient voice lingered in the air. Regardless, this battle is inescapable. Rather than enduring a passive beating, it is far better to take the initiative. The mystical novels of our great celestial empire often proclaim that within life and death lies profound transformation. Perhaps, harnessing the pressure from this pretty boy, I might subdue the 3 unruly spirits within me. Damn it, I shall give it my all. With a surge of determination, Fang Yue lunged forward in a swift motion. Elbow raised, fist poised. Wait, why does it seem like I am about to collide with him even before I strike? I failed to gauge the speed of my new corporeal form after reincarnation. Fang Yue's fist remained tucked at his waist when his body collided with Lu Zhengyi's. Lu Zhengyi's large visage expanded in Fang Yue's view, ultimately consuming his entire sight. With a resounding crash, Lu Zhengyi and Fang Yue collided, their bodies entangled like tumbling gourds, rolling a considerable distance. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Zhengyi's nose met the full force of Fang Yue's forehead, his nasal bridge collapsing, blood gushing and staining the ground crimson. Ouch, that hurts. Fang Yue let out an exaggerated wail. The action and reaction equal. His fist suffered a counter-impact, nearly fracturing. Yet a layer of verdant luminescence enveloped Fang Yue's fist, coursing with energy. Let me grow even stronger. With this thought, Fang Yue felt a rush of exhilaration, springing up with a sudden leap that he cheered with delight, bouncing and stomping. Ouch! Crack! Fang Yue's foot inadvertently landed upon Lu Jingyi's chest, shattering several ribs. I wondered why it felt a bit cramped. Turns out you were below, I said, my friend. Even if you're feeling despondent, you ought not to mistreat yourself thus. In such a vast space, you chose to burrow beneath my foot. Fang Yue chattered incessantly. Lu Jingyi, already struggling to catch his breath, found it utterly expelled, blood erupting from his mouth, at least 3 liters. Come, let us engage in a proper fight. Fang Yue discovered that, under the nurturing warmth of that life force, his physical strength surged tenfold. Suddenly invigorated, he felt an unparalleled excitement, akin to a child discovering a wondrous new toy. Lu Jingyi took a moment to regain his composure, calming the tempest of emotions within him. Stretching his limbs, he felt pain coursing through him, not only externally, but internally as well. That kick just now was no trivial matter. Who could withstand the force of a 200-pound man like Fang Yue? And those words, were they meant to provoke? Lu Jingyi's countenance darkened as he glared at Fang Yue, a fierce resentment swirling like a chilling wind, sweeping through every corner of the courtyard. That I want to kill you, Lu Jingyi declared with palpable malice, each word spat from between clenched teeth. Come at me. Come at me. Fang Yue taunted, beckoning with a finger. Anyone he could overpower wouldn't be formidable in the least. Behold my blade. With a swift motion, Lu Jingyi drew his sword from his waist, its silvery sheen glinting as it aimed for Fang Yue's heart. The cold light sparkled like stars, scattering in all directions. Ha! Witness my golden shield. Undaunted, Fang Yue waved his hands before him in a haphazard manner. A faint golden glow emerged from his skin. Clang, clang, the sound of metal echoed, as all sword strikes were thwarted by the golden barrier. How did this even possible? Lu Jingyi retreated in shock, his mouth forming a Na shape. Goodness, is this truly happening? Fang Yue was even more astonished than Lu Jingyi. The Golden Bell Shield was a technique that Fang Yue had just glimpsed in the tome entitled Tales of the Millennium-Old Turtle and the 10,000-Year Divine Tortoise. Moments ago, Fang Yue had merely intended to learn it on the spot. To his surprise, he had indeed conjured a golden bell that successfully blocked Lu Jingyi's long sword thrust. Outside, the descriptions of you were not so formidable. Could it be that you are the true hidden trump card of the Fang family, kept in obscurity for years, biding your time to astound the world? Thoughts raced through Lu Jingyi's mind as he immediately conjured a self-assured yet erroneous hypothesis. Fang Yue looked at Lu Jingyi with pity. Indeed, he was just a deluded youth, and he had managed to see through everything. Chapter 7. Extortion. Without uttering a word, Lu Jingyi fled. With a loud crash, he collided with a chest as solid as a black pot, darkness enveloping him as he fell backward. Fang Yue, what secret technique did you just employ? The person Lu Jingyi had crashed in was Fang Yue's elder brother, Fang Lingxiao, standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, with a dark complexion and a long sword at his waist. He possessed thick brows and large eyes, always emanating a faint aura of menace. Fang Lingxiao was a strict elder brother. Not only did he impose high standards on Fang Yue, but he also subjected himself to nearly abusive training. Although Fang Lingxiao's innate talent was not as great as Fang Yue's, he consistently ranked first among the younger generation of disciples in the Fang family. Fang Lingxiao did not notice the unconscious Lu Jingyi sprawled on the ground. Instead, his piercing gaze was fixed on the golden bell shield that lingered around Fang Yue. This particular technique he had never encountered in the Fang family scripture repository, yet its true caliber was undoubtedly impressive. Fang Yue, in a state of panic, had not anticipated that Fang Lingxiao would witness him employing the golden bell shield. If it were anyone else, he could silence them. But to harm his own brother over a secret technique was something Fang Yue could never bring himself to do. However, how could he explain the origins of the golden bell shield? Fang Lingxiao nodded, seemingly convinced by Fang Yue's explanation. Fang Yue secretly broke out in a cold sweat, astonished that such a far-fetched story could be believed. Indeed, this world lacks the presence of online novels. Elder brother, would you like me to impart the golden bell technique to you? Fang Yue proposed. In his memory, although Fang Lingxiao was rather rigid, he held great importance to the family and to his younger brother. Transferring the golden bell technique to this elder brother would be beneficial for Fang Yue, without any detriment done on second thought. However, this secret technique was taught to you by that mysterious expert. If you were to spread it, it might not align with the expert's intentions. Fang Lingxiao waved his hand, rejecting Fang Yue's offer. He then lowered his head to observe the unconscious Lu Zhengyi on the ground. Commendable? Commendable, my foot. Fang Yue was quite displeased with his brother's attitude. The enemy had already come to their doorstep, and yet he found his brother's bravery commendable. He began to doubt the authenticity of his elder brother. Nonetheless, Lu Zhengyi had indeed overstepped, yet he could not be killed. That, if I am not mistaken, he should be a disciple from the wealthy Lu family of the West City. The Lu family of the West City? Upon hearing those 6 words, Fang Yue's spirits soared. A brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. The West City is a grand city of the Yin Kingdom. The only ones who could be deemed wealthy were the richest in the city. In this world, regardless of the realm one traverses to, the dynamics remain unchanged. The affluent and the powerful are rarely trifled with by the common folk. The Lu family of Shiqing not only possesses staggering wealth, but also wields considerable influence within the court of the Yin Kingdom. Currently, the most favored consort in the Yin Palace, Hua Fei, hails from the Lu family, as does the esteemed General Lu Wanda. There are even whispers that 3 years ago, the Lu family, through an abundance of wealth and resources, managed to elevate a young prodigy, Lu Kong, who was subsequently valued and accepted as a disciple by a certain celestial estate. However, when Lu Zhengyi infiltrated the Fang family and launched a surprise attack on a direct descendant, even the immense power of the Lu family could not shield him from Fang Yue's retribution. Once this breach is made, who will still regard him or his backing, the Fang family, with any semblance of respect? To avoid inciting the Lu family to a complete fury, while this incident may not result in bloodshed or corpses littering the estate, a modest compensation will inevitably fall upon the shoulders of the Lu family. What is this? 300 spirit stones for our release. Has the Fang family lost its mind? Early one morning, a messenger hawk descended upon the Lu estate, clutching a pink note tied to its slender leg. Lu Mongguan, the head of the Lu family, was the first to lay eyes upon the note, and his fury was palpable as he slammed his palm upon the table. The ancient wooden table, aged over a millennium, trembled under the force of his strike, splintering with numerous cracks. Chapter 8. The visitor is not well-meaning patriarch. Please quell your anger. An elderly servant, his hair as white as snow, stood beside Lu Mongguan, his frail figure trembling slightly. This incident was indeed the fault of Lu Zhengyi, who had stealthily invaded the Fang residence, nearly assassinating a direct descendant, Fang Yue. The request for compensation from the Fang family was, after all, within the realm of expectation. The loyal servant endeavored to placate Lu Mongguan, fully aware of his character, which was as avaricious as it was tempestuous. Otherwise, he would not be so incensed over a mere 300 spirit stones. The relationship between the Fang and Lu families was indeed fraught with animosity. Yet, could such a trifling sum truly mend a rift? Regardless of the Fang family, they would still have to contend with the imperial authority of the Yin Kingdom. Within the Fang family's storeroom, in a damp and shadowy corner, a bare man clad only in a colorful pair of underpants bellowed furiously. Fang Yue, I shall kill you. A man may be slain, but never humiliated. On what grounds did you strip me of all my garments? The naked man strained against his bonds, yet the ropes binding him were remarkably sturdy, no matter how he thrashed. Escape from his predicament proved futile. Fang Yue, seated nearby, lazily yawned and remarked, shout all you like. Even if you were to scream until your throat bled, no one would come to your aid. The naked man was none other than Lu Zhengyi, the very one who had previously attempted to ambush Fang Yue. Fang Yue harbored no sympathy for such a fool. Then kill me, Lu Zhengyi retorted. If I kill you, what will I have left to bargain for my ransom? Then return my belongings to me. Not a chance. You are my captive, and theoretically, everything you possess is now my spoils of war. Fang Yue, a miserly figure, would never relinquish what had come into his possession. In the past, he had boldly guarded a dilapidated house, enduring the absence of water and electricity, standing alone against an excavator. If you refuse to pay, I shall not depart, for the sake of greater compensation. He would dare wager even his own life. After waiting for a prolonged period, a flicker of impatience gradually appeared on Fang Yue's face. I remarked, "Lu Jingyi, is your father not a figment of the imagination? He seems utterly indifferent to your life and death." Fang Yue cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jingyi, whose face instantly flushed crimson. "Your father is the one who is fictitious. It is merely that my father likely believes that 300 spiritual stones is excessively burdensome, and thus they must be languishing in the Lu family's storeroom, uncertain whether they will ever be retrieved." Understanding one's child better than anyone else, Lu Jingyi was well aware of his father's temperament. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue felt a twinge of ominous foreboding. The ransom this time, it seemed, would not be straightforward. "Uncle Jiang, are you certain that this Fang Yue is not formidable?" "I assure you." At the entrance of the Fang residence, a slightly portly middle-aged man, donned in splendid brocade, strained to open his small, pea-sized eyes to gaze at the elderly servant beside him. This same exchange had already been repeated no less than 3 times. Within the young generation of the Fang family, only Fang Lingxiao had truly shone, having experienced the battlefield at the tender age of 13, slaying countless formidable foes. By the age of 15, he had already amassed illustrious military achievements. Engaging in a fierce battle against 10 elite apprentices of the barbarian tribes during a dusky sunset, in a moment of dire peril, Fang Lingxiao's innate fortune guided him to break through to the level of a martial artist, fighting valiantly and vanquishing 10 barbarian warriors, earning him a fearsome reputation, rarely encountered among the youth of Yan country. Whenever Fang Lingxiao was mentioned, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Uncle Zhang's dimmed eyes. He then cleared his throat and continued. "As for Fang Yue, while he possesses respectable talent, he pales in comparison to Fang Lingxiao in both aptitude and character. This is evident from the Fang family's decision to arrange a marriage with the Chu family. Those chosen for such unions typically lack the potential to ascend to the position of clan leader and are even denied the privilege of mastering the most intricate familial legacies." According to rumors circulating in the marketplace, Fang Yue's cultivation level was at best that of an intermediate apprentice, significantly lagging behind Fang Lingxiao of the same age. Uncle Zhang's meticulous recounting finally eased the middle-aged man's worries. He cleared his throat and finally chimed in. "In West City, Lu Wangguan pays his respects to the head of the Fang family. My goodness, your father is truly up to something," upon receiving the clan leader's summons. Fang Yue could easily deduce that Lu Wangguan was undoubtedly behind the schemes. Lu Jingyi remained silent, shivering alone in the cold wind, his brightly colored shorts standing out against the monotonous hues of the firewood shed. Chapter 9. The Gamble at the Fang Family Martial Arts Arena. Upon Fang Yue's arrival, clan leader Fang Muqiu was already engaged in conversation with Lu Wangguan. Observing the scene, Fang Yue noted that the number of individuals present was scant. Counting himself, there were only 3 on the Fang side. Clan leader Fang Muqiu and his elder brother Fang Lingxiao. On the Lu family side stood a flamboyantly dressed rotund man, undoubtedly Lu Jingyi's father, whose beard matched his overall demeanor. At that moment, Fang Yue felt relieved that Lu Jingyi was not the offspring of his mother and the neighbor, Old Wang. Beside the rotund man was a hunched old fellow, and upon first glance, Fang Yue was struck by an unsettling chill. This old man was no ordinary character. Fang Yue made his initial assessment. As someone accustomed to discerning subtleties, Fang Yue recognized that this old man resembled a venomous snake lurking in the grass. Exuding a sinister aura beneath his seemingly harmless exterior, on the old man's other side stood a handsome young man, exuding an air of arrogance, with a long sword hanging at his waist. The appearance of flamboyance made one instantly want to give him a good beating. How outrageous! He is even more handsome than I am. Fang Yue, you have arrived. Upon seeing his grandson, Fang Muqiu's lips curled into a faint smile. Grandparents have a special fondness for their grandchildren, indulging them with love. Fang Muqiu held his 2 grandsons in high regard. "Greetings, grandfather, greetings, Uncle Fat." Fang Yue, with his refined demeanor, displayed impeccable manners. However, the jovial expression on Lu Wangguan's face turned to stone. This child certainly knows how to flatter. Lu Wangguan's words were forced through clenched teeth. Being called fat was a sensitive topic, and who in Xiqing would dare utter such a thing? This child truly has a way with words. Lu Wangguan, the patriarch of the Lu family, is also the father of Lu Zhengyi, the one who previously attempted to assassinate you. While Fang Muqiu outwardly reprimanded Fang Yue, his tone emphasized the word assassination. He showed Lu Wangguan no semblance of respect, adopting a tone of cold mockery. Lu Wangguan's expression darkened as he glared at Fang Muqiu, who remained unperturbed, a chilling smile ever present on his lips. Hey, old brother, it seems the relationship between the patriarch and that chubby uncle is rather unusual. With all this eye contact, could it be that they shared some passionate connection in their youth? Fang Yue's imagination ran wild, eliciting a chuckle, though the images in his mind were quite unsavory. Smack! Fang Lingxiao swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Fang Yue's head, indignantly questioning how he could have such a base-minded younger brother. This time, you have indeed captured a disciple of the Lu family. Avenging the Fang family with great vigor. As Fang Lingxiao spoke, Fang Yue's gaze sharpened unexpectedly. Ah, indeed, the previous incident has disturbed young Master Fang, and it is truly my son's fault. 300 spirit stones. I am willing to offer as a token of apology, to atone for my child's misdeeds. However, I have heard much of the Fang family from Yan Kingdom, known for producing heroes. All sons are valiant and serve as the backbone of our nation. My nephew has long held admiration for the Fang family and wishes to challenge young Master Fang in a duel to experience the martial prowess of your esteemed clan. Lu Wangguan's tone shifted abruptly. Seizing a moment of initiative, as the saying goes, small bets are for pleasure, while large bets bring harm. I propose to represent the Lu family in a friendly wager against the Fang family, putting forth 300 spirit stones as stakes to determine the victor. Lu Wangguan's words were laced with cunning. He sought to bind the Lu and Fang families in a contest. This matter now entailed the reputation of both families. Should the Fang family shy away from the challenge, it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss of honor. Since my dear brother insists on a wager, let Lingxiao duel with your nephew. Fang Muqiu, wise in his years, would naturally not send Fang Yue into battle. Although Fang Lingxiao's actions might suggest an unfair advantage, it was clear that Lu Wangguan was attempting to lead him into a trap. Fang Muqiu was not foolish. As long as victory was achieved, fairness was of little concern. Chapter 10. The situation grows dire. General Fang Lingxiao is known for his battle prowess, of that I have heard. However, my nephew is merely 14, while General Lingxiao is over 20. The age gap is significant, and such a duel may tarnish the reputation of the Fang family. Lu Wangguan had long prepared his jibes to mock the Fang family. He explicitly stated, I have heard that young Master Fang Yue appears to be of similar age to my nephew. Why not engage in a duel, allowing my nephew to witness the disparity between himself and the masters of the Fang family? Just as Fang Muqiu was about to speak, Fang Yue interjected, if you seek guidance, then you must demonstrate some sincerity. My appearance fee is rather steep. 300 spirit stones may not suffice. Fang Yue. Fang Muqiu exclaimed with anger, casting a glance of reproach towards Fang Yue. However, Fang Yue seemed oblivious, fixating intently on Lu Wangguan, that a sudden wave of uncertainty washed over Lu Wangguan. He turned to his companion, Uncle Jiang, who subtly nodded, reassuring Lu Wangguan's fluttering heart. Very well, I shall add 500 spirit stones to wager against your 300, Lu Wangguan declared with a booming voice. The youth in white, taking the initiative, lightly touched the ground with his toes and floated like an immortal to the center of the martial arts arena. His lightness of foot was unparalleled, akin to a swan descending to earth. Effortlessly graceful. In contrast, Fang Yue clumsily made his way to the center of the arena, each step heavy and labored, resembling a brutish wild bull snorting steam, panting heavily. The juxtaposition was stark, one a celestial being, the other a mere mortal, utterly incomparable. The path of simplicity is indeed profound. The disciples of the Fang family are remarkably unpretentious. Observing Fang Yue's entrance, Lu Wangguan felt utterly at ease. The fact that Fang Yue could not even perform lightness of foot suggested that his earlier agreement was likely the result of youthful arrogance, spurred by Lu Wangguan's provocations, rather than any true strength or strategy. Fang Muqiu furrowed his brow. Doubting Fang Yue's chances of victory, he had heard from Fang Lingxiao about Fang Yue's earlier triumph over Lu Jingyi, attributing it merely to luck. Alas, Fang Yue is still too young. Having won by chance in the last bout has led to his inflated ego that a setback would do him good, serving as a form of tempering. Those destined for greatness must possess a calm and steady disposition. Begin! Lu Wangguan's deep voice resonated. The grass fell and the gravel trembled, enveloping the martial arts arena in a tense atmosphere that I recognize him now. Lu Tsong from the West City, a genius ranked among the top 100 in the talent list of the young generation of Yin Kingdom. A hint of astonishment flickered in Fang Lingxiao's eyes. He had sensed familiarity with the young man, now realizing he was a powerhouse from the talent list. The talent list? Fang Muqiu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he turned his gaze towards Fang Yue in the center of the arena, his worry deepening. The talent list is one of the 5 major rankings instituted by the Wanxiang sect across the lands of Yin Kingdom, further divided into the youth talent list and the hero talent list. The youth talent list ranks the cultivation potential of all youths under 20 in Yin Kingdom, focusing solely on innate talent rather than combat prowess. Theoretically, those with cultivation talent may not necessarily possess formidable strength. However, Lu Tsong from the West City certainly did not fall into that category. Setting aside other factors, Lu Wangguan would never allow Lu Tsong, with the support of the Lu family, to squander his cultivation potential. It was conceivable that Lu Tsong might surpass Fang Lingxiao at the same age, for although Fang Lingxiao's talent in cultivation was commendable, he had only ranked in the 80s on the youth talent list in his day. Chapter 11. Depth? How is it that I remain oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, which are drifting away, severed from any connection with him? Lu Tsong unsheathed his sword, his toes barely grazing the ground, akin to a graceful swan gliding effortlessly, devoid of any earthly smoke or fire. How exasperatingly pretentious. Fang Yue mused silently, envisioning that if such a scene were to unfold on Earth, it would undoubtedly elicit countless shrieks of awe from oblivious young girls. Alas, he was neither an airhead girl, nor was Lu Tsong a star from the television screen. The sword struck, silver light flashed like lightning. With a resounding clang, it landed less than 3 inches from Fang Yue's body. Unable to penetrate any further, a layer of golden radiance emerged from nothingness, intensifying in an instant. The dazzling brilliance was suddenly striking. The golden bell shield thwarted Lu Tsong's strike, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself. It would not yield even a fraction. The hopeful glimmer in Lu Wangguan's eyes abruptly faltered. What on earth was this golden barrier? Invulnerable to all methods, repelling all evils, unwilling to let Lu Tsong monopolize the spotlight. Fang Yue also concocted a couple of lines, reciting them with a serious demeanor, feigning gravitas. A faint breath of life emanated forth, causing the golden bell to shimmer even more resplendently. Is this the foundation of the Fang family? They have concealed their depths remarkably well over the years. As plans faltered, Lu Wangguan gritted his teeth in frustration. How cunning the Fang family is. Just before, when Fang Yue made his entrance, they all appeared concerned, as if fearing his defeat. With such a protective secret technique, Fang Yue had already secured an invincible position. Was the Fang family truly toying with him? Fang Muqiu was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Fang Yue's golden bell shield. Is this truly the foundation of the Fang family? How was I unaware of it? The resounding clangs of metal striking echoed throughout the vast grounds of the Fang family. Fang Yue stood steadfast beneath the golden bell, as immovable as a mountain. Despite Lu Tsong's relentless assaults, he could not make the golden bell tremble even the slightest. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Tsong's forehead, quickly transforming into torrents that soaked his entire being. After enduring a prolonged struggle, fatigue finally washed over Lu Tsong. Leaning on his sword, he addressed Fang Yue. If you possess the ability, withdraw the golden bell and engage in a true contest of men. Hiding behind a shell-like barrier, what kind of hero does that make you? Fang Yue scoffed dismissively, asserting that standing firm was essential for any output. Defense is a skill in its own right. Lu Tsong paused, contemplating. Standing firm indeed allows for output. This statement seems rather insightful. Haha, it's no wonder he is a disciple of the Fang family. capable of articulating such profound battle philosophy. The Fang family is flourishing. The future is promising. Fang Muchio stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Wangguan appeared as if he had ingested something foul, his complexion turning a ghastly green. Humph, the turtle shell strategy is nothing to boast about. My meridians are thrice that of an ordinary person. I refuse to believe that this feeble barrier cannot be shattered by my sword. Lu Tsang remained undeterred, for he thrived in protracted battles. If I cannot defeat you, I shall outlast you. With a resounding clang, Lu Tsang channeled his energy for another strike. The golden bell trembled slightly, resonating like a thunderous bell. Though outwardly confident, Fang Yue beneath the golden bell was not entirely at ease. Damn it, he searched his mind, yet could not conjure a single offensive technique with unwavering resolve. Fang Yue found himself questioning whether his formidable golden barrier could withstand the might of Lu Tsang's longsword. If he were to face an ordinary adversary, it would be a different matter altogether. A golden barrier, steadfast as a mountain, could exhaust any opponent to tears. Yet his foe was none other than Lu Tsang, renowned for his enduring true energy. Once more, a sword slashed through the air, its brilliance reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. The golden barrier trembled again, this time with even greater intensity. Fang Yue anxiously regarded the radiant shield enveloping him, devoid of any expiry label. Who could say how much longer it would endure? Chapter 12. Relentless struggle, curse it. I shall give it my all. Fang Yue's gaze burned fiercely as he faced Lu Tsang, two beams of fierce light colliding, momentarily causing Lu Tsang's heart to skip a beat. Black tiger prowls the heart. Monkey steals the peach. Avalokiteshvara sits on a lotus. Employing a myriad of street fighting techniques, Fang Yue unleashed them all, regardless of their efficacy, for with the barrier shielding him, he was untouchable. Just then, the scene in the arena shifted dramatically. Another flash of sword light descended, and at long last, the golden barrier above Fang Yue's head could bear the burden no longer, shattering with a resounding crash. Lu Tsang rejoiced, raising his sword to strike down as the dark clouds dispersed. Dawn finally broke. A single tear slipped from the corner of Lu Tsang's eye, illuminated by the sun's rays, refracting into a spectrum of joyous colors. With a clang, another, even more robust golden barrier materialized above Fang Yue's head, radiating like the midday sun that if one fails, then let there be another. Fang Yue muttered to himself. Lu Tsang's heart stopped, his eyes widened. Breath caught. How could this be possible? With a thunderous sound, Fang Yue's left fist struck, executing the black tiger prowls the heart. The punch landed squarely on Lu Tsang's chest, sending him soaring like a kite with its string severed. Crashing to the ground 10 meters away, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Only by standing firm can one unleash their power in the realm of kings. I am a resplendent platinum. My friend, what has befallen you? Your future is long. Do not surrender lightly. Lu Tsang lay defeated, frothing at the mouth, legs thrashing, resembling a figure in a seizure. Seeing this, Fang Yue rushed to Lu Tsang's side, shouting with heartfelt urgency, akin to a protagonist in a melodramatic tale. Lu Wangguan's voice was icy, casting a detached glance at Lu Tsang, who fought valiantly for the Lu family, as though he were not even present. He had completely forgotten that Lu Tsang had engaged in battle solely at his command. Behold, Uncle Zhang's countenance darkened as he strode briskly to Fang Yue's side, seizing Lu Tsang by the collar. Intent on dragging him away, 1 pull. No movement. 2 pulls. He felt heavy. What is this? Uncle Zhang looked down at Lu Tsang, his peripheral vision catching sight of Fang Yue attempting to remove Lu Tsang's boots. Around Fang Yue's wrist was a red thread, from which hung a jade pendant, translucent and azure as ice. This was Lu Tsang's personal accessory. The glazed jade pendant calmed the mind, reducing the occurrences of inner demons during meditation. Moreover, Lu Tsang's boots, the clear wind boots, were a rare treasure that enhanced one's agility, allowing for endless journeys without fatigue. Get away! Uncle Zhang bellowed, pushing Fang Yue aside with a swift motion. Fang Yue, having let go of the boots, rolled on the ground twice. Then, feigning a tantrum, he lay on the ground, exclaiming pitifully, "Oh dear! Oh dear! How shameless to resort to violence after losing a wager. Fang Yue, while clutching his forehead, let out exaggerated groans at first glance. His appearance was undeniably tragic, resembling that of a quintessential victim. Lu Wangguan, what do you intend to do? If your Lu family loses this contest, will you resort to violence against our Fang family's disciples? At this moment, Fang Muchio stepped forward, his tone icy. He cast an enraged glare at Lu Wangguan. Chapter 13. A scheme unfolds. Lu Wangguan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. In his recollection, Uncle Jiang was prudent and composed, not one to act impulsively. Observing Fang Yue rolling about on the ground, Uncle Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He looked at his own hands, bewildered. When had his strength become so formidable? He was certain he had not exerted force earlier, and given Fang Yue's resilience, even Lu Tsang's sword had failed to penetrate his defenses. Uncle Jiang's gaze fell upon Fang Yue, who was sweating profusely from the pain in his forehead. His demeanor did not suggest pretense, and Uncle Jiang could only bury his confusion deep within. Fang Yue, I acknowledge my mistake in this matter. In a moment of impatience, my strength may have been excessive. Uncle Jiang apologized to Fang Yue. Yet, Fang Yue continued to moan, showing no signs of recovery. What do you wish for then? Uncle Jiang inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of irritation. Compensate me for medical expenses, lost wages, and mental anguish. Fang Yue's groans suddenly ceased as he blinked at Uncle Jiang, making his demands known. Uncle Jiang was taken aback. I can comprehend the medical expenses, and I can somewhat understand the lost wages. But what in the world is mental anguish? You have bullied the weak, taking advantage of your strength, and brazenly injured me in front of the public, leaving a shadow on my tender and fragile spirit. To remedy the trauma inflicted upon my psyche, you must indeed compensate me for my mental anguish. Fang Yue patiently elucidated. Both Uncle Jiang and Lu Wangguan were left speechless. Fang Yue's reasoning seemed surprisingly cogent. Lu Wangguan regarded Fang Yue with a gaze that even held a tinge of sympathetic admiration. Such shamelessness, inventing excuses to extort and blackmail. He was truly a paragon among unscrupulous merchants. However, the admiration in his eyes was swiftly eclipsed by a profound jealousy. Fang Yue must not be allowed to flourish. He sensed that this individual would undoubtedly become an obstacle on the path to his family's supremacy. How much do you wish to be compensated? Lu Wangguan's countenance was cold. He had always been the one to seize from others. Never had he been the target of extortion. Oh dear, oh dear. You see, I am young and frail, not particularly resilient to blows. Although my exterior appears unharmed, I am suffering from internal injuries. External wounds are easily treated, but internal ones are far more challenging that I require various medicinal pills for both internal and external use. It will take at least 81 days for a complete recovery. For the medical expenses, a mere 100 spirit stones will suffice as a gesture. Add another 100 spirit stones for lost wages. As for the mental anguish, considering we are acquaintances, I will generously offer you a discount. Originally 100 spirit stones, now a mere 80 spirit stones. How does that sound? Fang Yue audaciously declared, demanding a total of 280 spirit stones. Moreover, his tone suggested camaraderie, as if he were not asking for an excessive amount. How much? The chill in Lu Wangguan's teeth was palpable. A murderous glint had already ignited in his eyes. Cheng Hui. 280 spirit stones. Fang Yue wore a sycophantic smile, akin to a tavern's attendant beseeching patrons for their dues. Though it appeared to be flattery, it was neither servile nor obsequious. He remained resolute in demanding payment. At most, 50 spirit stones. Otherwise, not a single copper coin would you be able to procure. Lu Wangguan, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, coldly snorted, unperturbed by such demands. He was a seasoned player in the realm of commerce, and how could a mere fledgling lead him by the nose? Lu Wangguan, do not test my patience. 50 spirit stones. Do you think I am merely dismissing a beggar? Fang Yue, suddenly invigorated, sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Wangguan. Oh, you know who I am. You dare offer me such a paltry sum. I am the second son of the Fang family, the future son-in-law of the Chu family, a prodigious young talent capable of besting even the 53rd on the genius list. I have been wronged by your lackeys. You offer but 50 spirit stones. Do you look down upon me? Do you disdain the Fang family? Or perhaps the Chu family? Or do you hold in contempt all the extraordinary talents on the genius list? Fang Yue's fervor escalated, his tone growing increasingly sinister. Lu Wangwan's expression darkened. Fang Yue had invoked 3 formidable factions, each one he dared not provoke lightly. The Fang family, while not as affluent or influential as the Lu family, was nevertheless a powerful military force in Yin State, headed by none other than the most prominent warlord. The Chu family, aligned with Fang Yue through marriage, was even more formidable. It was said to be a lineage of cultivators deeply rooted in Yan, yet answering to no decree, instilling fear in the hearts of all past monarchs who dared to offend them. As for the talents on the genius list, they were an assortment of anomalies and eccentrics, still in their youth, none particularly remarkable. But who would dare offend them? In a century or so, the repercussions would be dire. Chapter 14. The summons you? Lu Wangwan pointed a trembling finger at Fang Yue. Yet despite his fervent gestures, he could not articulate a single word. Observing Fang Yue's unwavering confidence and commanding voice, there was no trace of injury to be seen. All previous displays were mere acts. Lu Wangwan sensed the vigor radiating from Fang Yue, robust as an ox. With a mere gesture, he could very well fell a tiger. Attempting to expose Fang Yue's ruse, Lu Wangwan's lips quivered, but he ultimately refrained from speaking. The more one says, the more one errs. Should Fang Yue seize upon any weakness, it was likely he would not exit the Fang residence unscathed. Lu Wangwan's complexion turned a ghastly green, a metallic taste surging in his throat, as he found himself so incensed that he nearly spewed forth blood. Fang Yue, arms crossed defiantly, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wangwan, remarking, "Ah, you are but a novice in this contest of wits." Recalling his university days, he had been a 4-time champion of the collegiate debate competition, the finest order, vanquishing all challengers with his eloquence. In the end, Lu Wangwan and his companions departed in dejection, leaving behind 1,080 spirit stones, a significant toll exacted by Fang Yue. Yet concurrently, the tale of Fang Yue's extortion of the Lu family began to circulate among the discerning, earning him the notorious moniker of Fang the Skinner. However, Fang Yue took no shame in this title. Rather, he wore it as a badge of honor. With a sense of triumph, he mused that good-hearted individuals are often taken advantage of, while the noble-hearted seldom endure. Yet the wicked may thrive for a millennium. Compared to the reputation of a virtuous man, Fang Yue preferred to be remembered for this ill-famed legacy. It is not that my nature is inherently wicked. Rather, it is this era that is at fault. Days later, within the confines of the Fang family study, Fang Yue gazed incredulously at the golden parchment before him, inscribed with crimson characters that it was a conscription order, the summons from the Tianqi Legion. Fang Muchio's expression remained stoic, his face a mask of solemnity, while Fang Lingxiao's thoughts grew heavy. I understand this as the conscription order from the Tianqi Legion, yet I cannot fathom why it has found its way to me. Fang Yue's tone carried an undertone of disbelief. With a soft sigh, Fang Muchio acknowledged his oversight, admitting that the Lu family had exploited his lapse. As he spoke, the silver strands at his temples became increasingly pronounced. Fang Yue observed the signs of aging on his grandfather, a once formidable general who commanded respect in the court, now appearing merely as an elderly man in decline. Lost in thought, Fang Yue found it difficult to chastise Fang Muchio as he had intended. This is the Lu family's attempt at subterfuge. A hint of melancholy colored Fang Muchio's voice. Earlier that morning, Fang Yue had outwitted the Lu family, and yet, by afternoon, this inexplicable conscription order had arrived at the Fang residence. The absence of the Lu family's involvement only deepened the suspicion. The order demanded Fang Yue report to the Tianqi Legion within 5 days, with a stern warning. Those who defy this command shall face execution without mercy. The crimson ink appeared as if stained with blood, glistening and vivid, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Fang Yue could surmise that this was a treacherous trap. Grandfather, elder brother, I do not wish to die. Fang Yue's voice trembled with the hint of tears. The battlefield, the frontiers, how perilous those places are. Even a warrior of divine caliber cannot guarantee a safe return from the quagmire of war. Fang Yue was gripped by a profound fear of death, particularly as he had never before encountered such strife. In terms of experience, the closest he had come was perhaps the video games he played in elementary school. The Tianqi Legion is beyond our influence. After a lengthy pause, Fang Yue finally shook his head and replied, in the Yin Kingdom, 3 great legions are employed: the Royal Tianqi, the Iron Family's Jimmy, and my own Fang family's Phantom. Among these, the Fang family ranks first in military merit, with the Royal Tianqi following closely in second place. Although the Iron family is the least renowned among the 3, they excel in defensive strategies that maintain equilibrium. The 3 legions refrain from interference, even harboring their own grudges and rivalries. While the Fang family's power is considerable, it cannot sway the decisions of the Tianqi Legion. Should you refuse the conscription, it is likely that the royal family would send emissaries to seek retribution, executing you as a public spectacle. What then shall I do? Fang Yue's voice quivered with despair. He considered himself an honest citizen, a true recluse in his past life, having once dabbled in real estate to earn a bit more, yet completely ignorant of the ways of combat. In truth, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. The Tianqi Legion is under royal command, beyond the Fang family's reach, and the Liu family holds sway as well. I suspect the Liu family merely wishes to teach you a lesson. Within the Tianqi Legion, I do not believe they would dare to act against you. Perhaps you should acquiesce. Go to the Tianqi Legion and undergo some training. It would surely benefit your character. Fang Yue affectionately ruffled Fang Yue's hair. Chapter 15. The Mysterious Pendant, Part 1. Fang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his grandfather. Could this elder truly be a charlatan? How could he push him into the depths of peril? The Liu family is forbidden from interfering with the Tianqi Legion. Goodness, has your mind been steeped in tepid water, if such interference were indeed prohibited? From whence did this conscription order originate? They may be ensnaring fathers, but you are ensnaring your grandson. Fang Yue, observing Fang Yue's pitiable expression, could not help but chuckle. Rest assured, my dear Yue, this matter is extraordinary. I would never allow you to embark on this journey alone. This time, I shall select 4 family warriors from the Fang clan to accompany you. Each of these warriors excels in different fields. Yet they are all seasoned martial artists of formidable prowess. Though you may outwardly appear to be merely a senior apprentice, in truth, you are already comparable to an entry-level warrior, with 5 martial artists united. The perils of the battlefield should not be insurmountable. Moreover, prior to your enlistment, I can unlock the Fang family's repository, allowing you to select a martial technique or skill of your choice. I shall also grant you access to our family treasury, where you may claim a treasure valued at no more than 500 family contribution points to safeguard yourself. No, I refuse to go to the front lines. I wish to remain by grandfather's side to fulfill my filial duty. Fang Yue adamantly protested. He could not abide by such a scenario. If the Liu family could issue a conscription order to compel him into the Tianqi Legion, they could just as easily dispatch another order, sentencing him to a certain death on the front lines. Human hearts are treacherous. One must always be wary. Fang Yue had not yet exhausted his time in this vibrant world. He still had poetry and distant horizons to explore, not to mention the enchanting heiress of the Chu family. Grandfather was never lacking in those to fulfill their filial obligations. Were he in his grandfather's position, he would certainly seize the remaining 5 days to select a martial technique to diligently cultivate. Then delve into the treasury to acquire a life-preserving artifact, contemplating how to survive amidst the brutalities of war. The Fang family's treasury was situated in a secluded area, heavily guarded, with 3 squads of soldiers alternating in patrols. Each squad consisted of 9 members, led by a peak martial artist, while the remaining members were mid-level warriors. Upon the treasury's opening, an array of treasures lay before him, with no less than 9 large shelves divided into countless compartments. Fang Yue estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 items. Goodness, the Fang family was undoubtedly a wealthy clan. Should anyone dare to claim that the Fang family was impoverished, Fang Yue would be the first to defend their honor. Patriarch, this longsword is exquisite. The iron-black forging gleamed ominously, its surface suffused with a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly a divine weapon. Fang Yue halted before the longsword, its obsidian blade reflecting his silhouette. Surrounding the sword was an aura of lethal intent, causing a thin layer of frost to form beneath the shelf that housed it. As Fang Yue's fingertips brushed against the blade, a chilling sensation pierced his very bones. Your eyesight is commendable. This longsword is indeed a treasure. It has quenched its thirst with the blood of 1,000 men, having birthed its own spirit of malice. However, it is valued at 100,000 contribution points, which exceeds your allowance. Fang Yue remarked impassively. Fang Yue felt as though he had just swallowed a fly. This heavy shield is also quite impressive. It can withstand arrows and be wielded to strike foes. Just imagine the carnage it could unleash, he mused excitedly. The heavy shield is also a treasure, valued at 50,000 contribution points, which you cannot afford either. And what of this great cleaver? With 5,000 contribution points, the machete lies beyond your selection range. What about the staff? You cannot afford it. What of the armor? You are still unable to purchase it. Fang Yue, repeatedly rebuffed by Fang Yue, felt his dissatisfaction erupt like a thunderclap. Nothing is acceptable, nothing at all. Then pray tell me, what may I choose? Chapter 16. The Mysterious Pendant, Part 2. The items upon the shelves all bore a value exceeding 3,000 contribution points. Behold, here are the items you may select at your leisure. Fang Yue gestured with her finger. Fang Yue's gaze followed the direction of her finger, and he found himself utterly bewildered. A used hairpin, a pair of tattered straw sandals, and gloves missing a finger. These objects, once likely artifacts of power, had been damaged in battle and discarded here. Fang Yue crouched down, sifting through the dust-laden remnants of discarded goods. Suddenly, a faint yet warm resonance stirred within him. Startled, he sought the source of this resonance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a dusty pendant. As his fingers brushed against the pendant, a refreshing energy coursed through his body, circulating endlessly. This cool energy penetrated Fang Yue's being, only to be swiftly consumed by the three forces of life, death, and soul, each burgeoning in strength, surpassing their previous might manifold. Fang Yue felt his physical form grow sturdier, his blood surging with vigor, akin to an ocean in full tide. With a resounding thrum, something within Fang Yue seemed to shatter. His aura surged dramatically, akin to an ancient beast breaking free from the confines of fate. Warrior realm. The brilliance in Fang Yue's eyes flared, a hint of joy gracing her lips. Fang Yue took a moment to calm the three restless energies within him and grasped the dusty pendant in his hand. I shall choose this. He clutched the pendant tightly, as if it were a prized possession. Its ability to resonate with the three energies suggested a remarkable lineage. This was the most ancient method of attunement, explicitly documented in the Blue Book of the Old Turtle. The moment Fang Yue's consciousness delved within, the dusty pendant blazed to life. Its radiance was blinding, illuminating the surroundings like a miniature sun ascending majestically. Through his perception, Fang Yue sensed that within the pendant lay an expanse of limitless space, shrouded in a mist reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. This was a spatial artifact. Fang Yue was astounded. Spatial artifacts were exceedingly rare, and it was said that the entire Fang family possessed only 3 such items. Each spatial artifact was worth its weight in gold. The spatial ring on the finger of the clan leader, Fang Yue, contained less than 10 cubic meters of space. Among the clan, the other 2 spatial artifacts were even more modest, their storage capacities barely half that of the leader's. Nevertheless, these 3 spatial artifacts were still regarded as treasures by the Fang family. What a pity that such a magnificent item had been relegated to a heap of clutter, initially thought to be worthless rubbish. Who would have imagined that even gems could gather dust at times? In the treasure vault, others were still selecting their coveted items. The slender figure, clad in azure, resembling a mere reed, was drawn over by the commotion caused by Fang Yue. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Wipe away your drool. This treasure belongs to me, and you shall not lay a finger upon it. Fang Yue cast a sidelong glance, recognizing the individual before him. This was Fang Qingjun, the son of a revered elder of the Fang family. A figure of considerable stature due to his formidable father and his own impressive cultivation. At the tender age of 18, he had already reached the level of a martial artist, marking him as one of the foremost young talents in the kingdom of Yan. However, Fang Qingjun's reputation was far from admirable. He was known for his treachery, greed, and utter lack of shame. Fang Yue, what are you saying? We are both disciples of the Fang family. How could I possibly covet your possessions? Fang Qingjun feigned a righteous demeanor. Fang Yue scoffed quietly. thinking to himself that if this fellow could genuinely change his ways, then perhaps even a sow could climb a tree. It seemed he was reluctant to act due to the presence of the clan leader. Dismissing such a petty individual, Fang Yue turned his attention back to the pendant in his hand. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated its uniqueness. The pendant contained an expansive space, vast enough that he could not see its limits at a glance. Moreover, he sensed that it held other secrets, though his insufficient cultivation prevented him from activating them. With a tinge of regret, he stored away and said to Fang Yue, "I have finished selecting this treasure. It's time for us to head to the scripture repository." "Very well," Fang Yue replied with alacrity. The group departed from the family treasury. Fang Qingjun watched the retreating figures with a smirk of derision. How can a good-for-nothing like Fang Yue possess such a treasure? Such an ancient artifact will undoubtedly find its way into my possession. The Fang family's scripture repository was expansive, comprising 4 levels. The first level housed the least valuable texts, consisting mostly of miscellaneous writings on astronomy, geography, and various cultures. Occasionally, there were some martial arts techniques or battle skills, but these were commonplace and barely sufficient to reach the level of advanced apprentices, hardly worthy of true genius' attention. The second level contained more precious texts, featuring techniques and skills suitable for martial artists. In smaller families, these could even be considered classic works passed down through generations. They were rarely available in the market and usually appeared only at auction. The third level held the techniques and skills of military generals, representing the core heritage of the Fang family, accessible only to the family's elite members. As for the fourth level, it comprised legendary techniques and skills, entirely replaced by jade slips. These contained the methods of celestial sex, transcending the realm of mortals. This was the true treasure of the Fang family, invaluable and unparalleled. Fang Yue, with your current standing, you may only traverse the levels below the third, selecting a technique or skill that you deem suitable for yourself. Typically, acquiring these would require a significant number of family contribution points, but given your special status, you are permitted a one-time free selection. Remember, it is not about the quantity of techniques or skills. One must focus to achieve depth. Fang Yue's expression was serious, aware that the choice of techniques and skills would significantly influence Fang Yue's future development. Fang Yue nodded solemnly, beginning to sift through the myriad of martial artist-level texts on the second level. What is this? 10 Principles of the Heart, a steady foundation, but slow progress. Practicing this would mean by the time I reach the pinnacle of martial arts, it would be too late. No, that won't do. What about this Flickering Shadows? The name is quite imposing, yet it is regrettably nothing more than a flashy title. It is akin to an embroidered pillow, impressive in appearance but lacking substance. Its techniques are merely bluster, lacking true power. Moreover, there's this. Oh my, the Sunflower Manual, claiming that to master its techniques, one must first undergo self-castration. The founder, Dongfang Bubi, truly embodies this martial art. Fang Yue, upon witnessing the plethora of martial techniques and combat skills that would drive countless individuals outside into a frenzy, carelessly discarded them as if they were mere rags, barely sparing them a glance. The texts he has studied, Soul True Scripture, Death True Scripture, and Life True Scripture, are of such a high caliber that they render anything akin to elementary school textbooks in comparison utterly unworthy of his attention. What precisely do you desire in terms of martial arts and combat techniques? These methods are the culmination of my ancestors' dedication. Fang Yue observed Fang Yue's demeanor and sensed a disconnect between his lofty aspirations and his actual abilities. Thus, he furrowed his brow and retorted with irritation. At the very least, it should be on par with my golden bell shield. Fang Yue stroked his chin contemplatively, feeling that his expectations were not overly ambitious. Fang Yue was suddenly left speechless. The level of combat skills exemplified by the Golden Bell Shield was indeed absent from the Fang family's repertoire. It involved solidifying the ethereal into the tangible, capable of deflecting blades, a technique that belongs to the realm of celestial arts and divine spells. His reluctance to share it with Fang Yue stemmed from his apprehension regarding the origins and background of this martial art. What is this book? Fang Yue began to peruse the volumes on the shelf, casting them aside one by one, until his hand halted upon a yellowed ancient tome. The content within did not pertain to any secret martial techniques or invincible combat skills. but rather chronicled a peculiar lineage of military strategy. Chapter 18. Shameless demands the marshal commands the troops, waging war across the lands. The cacophony of 1,000 galloping steeds echoes like thunderous waves. In the chaos of battle, victory and defeat hinge not solely on individual prowess, but also on varied tactical formations that empower the general to harness the strength of countless soldiers, transforming land into rivers and shattering mountains into seas. This tome records 3 foundational battle formations, the Bronze Battle Array. With as few as 3 participants and as many as 100, it can consolidate the strengths of all into the hands of a single commander. Though energy transfer incurs some losses, once the formation is established, the commander's power can surge dramatically. Intrigued, Fang Yue realized he had never delved into such a legacy before, and thus he began to read with patience. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. This is it. Fang Yue brandished the yellowed, ancient book triumphantly. Fang Muchio's expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise that I too have studied this ancient text. Yet the martial techniques it describes are utterly absurd. I spent 5 years without success. Are you truly certain you wish to exchange a precious spot for this tome? I am certain. Fang Yue replied resolutely, sensing a profound connection to this ancient book. The martial techniques that eluded Fang Muchio may not pose the same challenge in his hands. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the repository of scriptures. 2 elderly gentlemen, their hair as white as cranes, appeared at the staircase between the first and second floors. Despite their advanced age, they radiated vitality. Standing behind them was Fang Qingjun, wielding an air of authority and casting a provocative glance at Fang Yue. Why have the 2 elders come here? My apologies for not extending a proper welcome. As Fang Muchio cast a glance at Fang Qingjun and then at the 2 elderly men with flowing white hair, he felt a sense of understanding wash over him, recognizing the purpose of their visit. Despite his inner discontent, he knew he had to maintain a facade of decorum in the Fang family. Every elder was a formidable warrior, representing the pinnacle of the clan's strength. Even he, as the clan leader, dared not treat them lightly. This only served to enhance the air of arrogance emanating from the 2 old men. Fang Muchio. Fang Yue, are you aware of your transgressions? One elder, clad in regal purple attire, exuded an air of authority as he initiated the inquiry. A slight smirk curved the corners of Fang Muchio's lips. As the previous pleasantries evaporated in an instant, I am unaware of any wrongdoing. I beseech the elders to elucidate. You, Fang Muchio, have abused your power, utilizing the family's resources for personal gain, bestowing the clan's treasured artifacts upon Fang Yue. Surely this is a grave offense? The purple-clad elder pressed, his sharp features betraying an inherently cantankerous disposition. Even in addressing Fang Muchio, he bore a hint of disdain, his gaze dismissively elevated, as though he regarded the clan leader with little respect. When a direct descendant of the clan embarks on a journey, it is customary to select a martial technique suited to their realm and a protective artifact valued below 500 contribution points. As decreed by our ancestors, I, Fang Muchio, have acted in accordance with clan regulations. Is there truly any fault in that? Fang Muchio asserted with righteous fervor, confident that all his actions adhere to the family's traditions. As for Fang Yue's ability to identify an unidentified treasure and bond with it through blood, that was merely his fortune, one that could not be envied by others. What a commendable stance from the esteemed clan leader. Fang Muchio, such an embodiment of righteousness and spiritedness. Another elder, donned in gray, interjected with a mocking tone. However, I have heard whispers that Fang Yue, during his selection in the treasury, acquired an ancient pendant that radiated brilliance and dazzled the eye. That artifact is worth a fortune, far exceeding what could be exchanged for a mere 500 contribution points. Fang Muchio opened his mouth to refute the accusation, but Fang Yue intervened. Grandfather, do not engage with their nonsensical bickering. Allow me to speak. Stepping forward, Fang Yue produced the pendant. Is this the item you refer to? The gray-clad elder turned his head to glance at Fang Qingjun, who was jumping with excitement. Yes, that is indeed the object. The 2 elders might find themselves disappointed. This is not some divine relic or extraordinary treasure, merely an unremarkable pendant. When it emerged, there was no radiance or dazzling spectacle. I have no idea where Fang Qingjun has heard such erroneous tales. Attempting to use them to slander me and the clan leader, Fang Yue retorted coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Qingjun. His tone neither servile nor overbearing. He was prepared to turn the tables and impart an unforgettable lesson to Fang Qingjun. You speak nonsense. This is undeniably a treasure. I would stake my life on the truth of my words. Fang Qingjun exclaimed, anxious for slandering the clan leader constituted a serious crime, should it come to light. Even if he could rely on his father's influence within the clan to save his own skin, receiving a sentence of 10 or 20 years of imprisonment would still be entirely possible. Fang Qingjun's tone was resolute. The two elders exchanged knowing smirks. The authenticity of this treasure cannot be determined by your mere words. We must verify it ourselves. That pendant is already mine. Why should it be permitted for you two old fools to touch it? Fang Yue no longer held back, addressing the two elders of his clan with the term old goods in a direct manner. The two men glared, their faces dark with anger, and exclaimed, bold Fang Yue, do you not understand the rules of the Fang family? Disrespecting clan regulations and insulting the elders is a grave offense. It is you two old goods who are disrespectful due to your age, bullying a mere ordinary disciple like me. Fang Yue retorted. His eyes narrowed as he gazed defiantly at the elders. Betraying no hint of fear, he stood his ground against the two elders, his tone firm. Yet he cast a sidelong glance at Fang Muchio beside him, his eyes conveying unspoken words. Grandfather, the time has come for you to display the authority of the clan leader. Hurry and suppress these two old goods. Fang Yue's bravado and harsh tone stemmed from his belief that Fang Muchio would stand behind him for support. However, after a long pause, Fang Muchio remained utterly silent. Fang Yue's heart sank. This was a dire predicament. Was he truly expected to face off against two domineering elders all alone? Would he end up as nothing more than a meat pie in their hands? Fang Yue, you must understand your position. He chastised himself as a disciple of the Fang family. Though you have the protection of the clan leader, offending the elders brings nothing but trouble. The Fang family operated on a fair system of joint voting among the elders. Every decision required the consensus of both the clan leader and the elders. Although the clan leader held privileges, casting 2 votes, if the numerous elders united against him, even the clan leader could not protect him. An elder with a sinister voice spoke, his eyes gleaming with a slick green light. Noticing Fang Muchio's silence, his apprehension diminished significantly, and he directly threatened Fang Yue. Indeed, without the support of the clan leader and the elders, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the Fang family. Fang Yue, if I were in your position, I would certainly hand over that pendant to the elders to win their favor and protection. Fang Qingjun chimed in, fanning the flames of discord, his face betraying a gleeful malice. And no matter how much support you have from the clan leader, I, Fang Qingjun, can obtain whatever I desire. Fang Yue turned his head to glance at Fang Muchio, astonished to find him still standing there, seemingly unfazed, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile. For heaven's sake, could you at least make a sound? Can't you see I'm about to buckle under the pressure? Fang Muchio remained silent, a smile lingering on his lips. Realizing he could no longer rely on this old man, Fang Yue resolved, fine. If that is the case, I shall handle today's affair on my own. Do not regret it later. You old goods. What are you pondering? The elder in gray asked, his face adorned with a benevolent expression as he spoke earnestly to Fang Yue. Yet beneath that facade, a glimmer of greed shone through his piercing gaze, as if the pendant were already within his grasp. Fang Yue, accept your fate. What is meant to be will come to pass, while what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Some things are not for you to covet. If you hand it over, everyone will benefit. Otherwise, bloodshed will ensue, and that would be most unfortunate. The elder in purple pressed on, his demeanor aggressive, his presence blocking Fang Yue's escape. Fang Muchio continued to stand by. Adopting an air of indifference, he is testing Fang Yue that if he cannot withstand the pressure from the 2 elders of the clan, then that pendant may truly be ill-suited for him. You are compelling me. Fang Yue gritted his teeth and retrieved the pendant, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. This object is imbued with a sinister allure, signifying misfortune that if you can subdue it, you are welcome to take it. I shall not hinder you. Chapter 20. Blood, oath of ownership, ha ha ha. Now this is the choice of the wise. Had you said this sooner, we would have avoided this predicament. The elders in gray and purple laughed triumphantly, employing their authority, never once considering that Fang Yue would not yield. The elder in gray stepped forward first, his expression solemn. He infused a strand of true energy into the pendant, seeking to uncover its mysteries. The pendant, ancient and hollow, remained utterly unresponsive to his infusion of energy, showing not the slightest hint of reaction. Elder, this pendant is ominous. Please do not attempt any further. Fang Yue urged, his expression earnest. The elder in gray coldly chuckled. Do you think such tricks can deceive me? I am a war god, unafraid of so-called malevolence and ill omen. The failure of traditional true energy to establish a bond only proves that this object is no ordinary item. I have perused some fragmented ancient texts that recount the most archaic era. All artifacts recognize their masters through blood. The elder in gray seemed to recall something, and his expression suddenly brightened with excitement. A broad smile spread across his face, akin to a blooming flower. Fang Yue wished to dissuade him further, but the elder in gray raised a hand to halt him. This does not sit right. Watching helplessly as the object in his grasp was seized by another was contrary to his nature. Fang Yue stroked his chin, deep in contemplation, as he glanced at Fang Yue, and on that face filled with worry and reluctance, he suddenly detected a glimmer of mischief. The blood oath of ownership must not be attempted. The blood will awaken the malevolence within the pendant. Elder, please refrain from trying. Fang Yue's anxiety deepened. He nearly lunged at the elder in gray, desperate to stop him. Yet, Fang Yue's earnestness only reinforced the elder's conviction. Get away from me. The elder in gray shoved Fang Yue aside with great force, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Fang Yue felt no pain, still incessantly urging caution. Elder, you must not attempt this. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Regret? Ha ha, I shall have no regrets. The elder in gray strode toward the pendant, his gaze fervent, akin to a long-suffering bachelor beholding a breathtaking beauty in repose. With a chuckle, he drew his fingernail across one of his fingers, and a drop of blood fell with a soft plop. That crimson droplet landed upon the pendant, swiftly absorbed, vanishing in an instant. There is hope. The elder's eyes gleamed brightly. This scene conformed to the ancient text accounts. Divine artifact, you are mine. But wait, why has it absorbed my blood, yet failed to establish any sense of awareness or connection with me? The anticipated scene of the divine artifact obeying my command did not manifest. The pendant lay quietly on the table, showing no signs of change. Elder, please do not attempt any further. This will lead to grave consequences. This pendant has expended its energy over countless ages. If it absorbs sufficient blood, it is highly likely to revive. Fang Yue stood up once more, earnestly advising the gray-robed elder beside him. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, this pendant has endured countless years of trials, and its energy has long been depleted. It requires the consumption of ample blood to awaken, and only upon revival can it truly recognize its master. The gray-robed elder's excitement grew with each word. Fang Yue's objections did not disrupt his plans. Rather, they fueled his anticipation even further. Beside them, the patriarch Fang Yue's lips twitched. He had begun to discern Fang Yue's intentions. This reckless lad is undoubtedly up to no good. How dare he concoct such a devious scheme, digging a pit for the elder to leap into? The gray-robed elder extended his finger once more, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the pendant. The pendant, unafraid, consumed every drop. As the 9th drop fell, Fang Yue's fingers, which had been hidden behind his back, suddenly twitched. A strand of golden light flickered and vanished upon the pendant. The ancients do not deceive me. The pendant has reacted. The gray-robed elder's laughter rang out, as he envisioned the glorious moment when the pendant would acknowledge him as its master, leaping through the dragon gate with resplendence. Elder, please do not attempt any further. Fang Yue continued his incessant pleas for caution. You advise against my attempts, and I shall persist. Whatever happens, as a venerable elder of the Fang clan, I can bear the consequences without needing advice from a mere youth. The gray-robed elder coldly snorted, continuing to let his blood drip into the pendant. Fang Yue stood beside him, his expression a mixture of frustration and turmoil. Fang Muchio was at a loss for words. This fellow truly is dedicated. He understood that all of this was Fang Yue's ploy. The more Fang Yue tried to dissuade him, the more confidence the gray-robed elder gained. Fang Muchio noticed that the speed at which Fang Yue traced patterns with his fingers behind his back was increasing. The golden light emanating from the pendant grew ever more intense. Previously, there had been but a single radiant strand of gold, but now it shimmered with countless intertwining threads. Heaven above, this pendant is truly on the verge of revival. With an ancient artifact in hand, who in this vast world could stand against me? The gray-robed elder's laughter grew louder. He had begun to disregard even the patriarch Fang Muchio. The dripping of blood from the elder's finger slowed, ultimately ceasing entirely. The blood had run dry, and the golden radiance of the pendant began to fade. No, I cannot let my efforts go to waste. Victory is within reach, and hope resides in my heart. The gray-robed elder's eyes widened in desperation. With a roar, he cut into his own wrist. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Humph, you little rascal, do not concern yourself with me." The gray-robed elder snorted again, his demeanor resolute. One must endure hardships to rise above the rest. As practitioners, we must possess unwavering determination. What is a little sacrifice for the sake of treasure? Upon hearing this, Fang Yue found himself reflecting deeply, experiencing a newfound clarity. The elder's tenacity, fearlessness in the face of sacrifice, indeed makes him a paragon for our kind, worthy of our emulation. As Fang Muchio gazed upon Fang Yue, an overwhelming impression struck him that this little rascal ought to sprout 2 horns atop his head. This was truly a scheme to lead one to their doom. Turning his attention to the elder in gray, the pity in Fang Muchio's eyes deepened considerably. After receiving a compliment from Fang Yue, the elder in gray found himself momentarily buoyed by pride. The golden light radiating from the pendant grew increasingly intense, resembling a miniature sun, even bordering on blinding. His mind was awash with various illusions and aspirations, completely oblivious to the steady flow of his own blood. Why does this golden light appear somewhat dark? The elder in gray suddenly felt a disorienting heaviness in his head. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and in the next moment, he had completely succumbed to the realm of darkness, collapsing with a thud. His consciousness faded away. Alas, I warned you, this object possesses a malevolent nature, Fang Yue reiterated once more. The elder in purple replied coldly, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. As a colleague of the elder in gray, it is my duty to devote my utmost efforts to accomplish what he could not." The elder in purple had also taken a keen interest in the pendant, having witnessed everything that transpired moments ago. This pendant was extraordinary, exuding resplendent golden radiance. Should it accept a master, it would undoubtedly present a rare opportunity for great fortune. The elder in gray, though more powerful in cultivation, had previously monopolized the pendant, and the elder in purple had refrained from speaking out. Now that the elder in gray was incapacitated, the elder in purple swiftly recognized a golden opportunity. Observing the intense golden glow, he surmised that the energy within the pendant had likely accumulated sufficiently. "Ha! What you could not achieve, allow me to take over." The elder in purple cackled as he approached the pendant, cutting open his wrist and allowing his blood to nourish the pendant, determined to establish a connection with it. Fang Yue couldn't help but feel a profound respect. The transmission of the flame, the selfless dedication of the elders truly elevated their stature. They were indeed paragons for our generation. Witnessing Fang Yue's earnest demeanor, Fang Muchio was nearly driven to laughter by this fool. From the pendant, he sensed a faint aura of spatial energy. Fang Muchio understood that this object was undoubtedly a treasure of spatial origin. The dripping blood was merely an entry into the pendant's internal space and had no bearing on the so-called recognition of a master. The phenomena were merely conjured by Fang Yue. Even if the elders in purple and gray bled out and became mummies, they could not establish a connection with the pendant. As expected, the elder in purple followed in the footsteps of the elder in gray. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, for despite the increasingly intense glow of the pendant, he could not forge a connection with it. The elder in purple attempted to withdraw, to seal the wound on his wrist. Yet at the very moment he sought to stem the flow of blood, the pendant suddenly sprang to life, resembling a sharp little sword that sliced through the elder in purple's wrist. It launched a preemptive strike, absorbing the blood from within him. The elder in purple was taken aback, but before he could utter a sound, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. By heaven, it has truly become sentient. Fang Yue had previously spoken of ominous and malevolent traits merely in jest. Little did he expect that this pendant could actively engage. What on earth? Fang Xingjun was struck with fear. The scene was utterly bizarre. It was merely an artifact. No matter how powerful, it should be an inanimate object. How could it possibly possess its own consciousness and act of its own volition? Fang Xingjun turned to flee. However, the pendant suddenly soared into the air, slicing through the air at a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible, grazing his wrist. In the blink of an eye, half of Fang Xingjun's blood was drawn away. He followed the unfortunate fate of the two elders before him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed onto the ground. While it was not a fatal blow, it certainly dealt a grievous injury to his vitality. This object truly harbored ill omens. It couldn't possibly turn against its master, could it? Fang Yue felt his legs weaken, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The pendant fell to the ground, ceasing to emit any radiance that a wisp of black smoke unfurled from it, gradually coalescing into the form of a woman clad in classical palace attire, her hair cascading like a waterfall. "Who are you?" Fang Yue asked, his face a mask of vigilance as he gazed at the ethereal figure of the woman emerging from the pendant. Surely, this couldn't be a ghost. The palace-clad woman regarded Fang Yue with eyes as black as an unfathomable abyss, fixated on him without blinking. Fang Yue felt a chill run down his spine under her unyielding gaze and mustered his courage to speak. "I know I am quite handsome, but my tastes are perfectly normal. I have no interest in female ghosts. I've heard that the underworld has ox head and horse face, as well as the judge of the dead. They possess robust physiques, and if one is in need, they can certainly assist you. Guaranteed satisfaction." Fang Yue babbled on, hoping to alleviate the tension gnawing at him. The palace-clad woman, seemingly unfazed, continued to scrutinize his form. After a moment, she sighed softly, a hint of sorrow etched upon her features. "For a millennium, I have lingered in the shadows, and time flows like water. Awakening from slumber, I find a world transformed. Who could have known that the heavens and earth would age to such a state?" Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a golden aureole, naturally imbued with a calming aura. "Since you have managed to claim the stone pendant as your own, I bestow upon you this wandering spirit scripture. This scripture is a treasure of the heavens and the earth. Mastering it to its fullest could lead you to enlightenment. Do not squander its former glory." Upon concluding her words, she let a slender jade finger fall. Fang Yue found himself momentarily stunned as an ancient scripture composed of countless characters materialized in his mind. The palace-clad woman transformed into green smoke, dissipating into the air as silently as she had come. "What a fright!" Fang Yue exclaimed. "You merely came to impart a scripture, yet you made it so terrifying. I truly thought I was haunted." He patted his chest, his heart finally settling. He turned to glance at his grandfather, Fang Muqiu, only to find him standing rigidly, as if frozen in place at the moment the palace-clad woman appeared. "Fang Yue, what just transpired? I feel a bit dizzy and cannot recall what happened." Moments later, Fang Muqiu returned to his senses, rubbing his temples, overwhelmed by a sense of vertigo. Fang Yue chuckled awkwardly, glossing over the incident involving the palace-clad woman from the stone pendant. That it was not that he wished to withhold information, but the matter was far too shocking, undeniably beyond the realm of the Fang family's ability to address. Speaking further would only serve to heighten the elders' unease. That sense of filial piety was not lacking in Fang Yue. "Ahem, Fang Yue, how do you propose we resolve the issues concerning those two elders?" Fang Muqiu cast a glance at the three individuals standing in a row on the ground. After all, Fang Xingjun was merely a disciple. No amount of commotion would elevate his status. The two elders, both formidable martial generals and the very pillars of the Fang family, now lay unconscious on the ground, having lost an excessive amount of blood. This predicament cannot simply be brushed aside. What is this? Do you expect me to clean up your mess? Had you stepped forward earlier and wielded your authority as the clan leader to intimidate? Would I have had to intervene? The current situation is entirely your fault. Fang Yue intended to shift all responsibility onto this negligent grandfather. These are your misdeeds. Why should I bear the burden? One must be accountable for their own actions. How has your father taught you since childhood? Fang Yue cleared his throat, sensing the complexity of the matter. Initially, he aimed to use this incident as a means to temper Fang Yue, providing him with a lesson in humility. However, it backfired, resulting in this unfortunate scenario. Fang Yue appeared unfazed. I believe this issue is not insurmountable. If I were to take charge, I would suggest eliminating the witnesses to ensure silence. The origin of this stone pendant is shrouded in mystery and undoubtedly holds immense value. Should word of it spread, it would attract countless covetous eyes. I am rather timid and disdain complications. A swift resolution through elimination would not only be efficient, but also alleviate your burdens, considering they're your sworn adversaries. Aren't they? Fang Yue spoke nonchalantly, yet Fang Yue sensed a flicker of latent menace in his demeanor. Fang Yue's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the two elders, appraising the array of treasures upon them. Involuntarily swallowing hard, he had become impoverished. Now, upon seeing such plump prey, he yearned to strip them bare. The notion of murder and theft seems quite appealing. Fang Yue felt a chill run down his spine under Fang Yue's gaze. How could he exude such a bandit-like aura? Is the thought of murder truly something a scion of a noble family should entertain? To Fang Yue, it appeared that this fellow had emerged from the depths of the wilds as a bandit chief. Very well, I shall handle this matter. The mysterious demise of the two elders would undoubtedly plunge the Fang family into chaos. Despite their impure intentions, they remain part of the family. I shall grant them a chance for redemption, yet they will face severe punishment to instill in them the family's rules. Fang Yue ultimately relented, sensing that if he entrusted this situation to Fang Yue, it would certainly lead to calamity. While minor transgressions may be forgiven, grave offenses cannot escape consequence. I believe one must pay a price for their misdeeds. Do they not? Fang Yue scrutinized the garments of the two elders, each crafted from exquisite silk, and the bulging pouches at their waists, presumably filled with untold riches. This seems inappropriate. Fang Yue hesitated, perceiving Fang Yue's intentions. Fang Yue smirked. If you had acknowledged the pendant as your own earlier, would it have been returned to me? Fang Yue fell silent, fully aware of the elder's character, should they truly acquire the pendant. Not only would they refuse to return it to Fang Yue, but they would also devise countless schemes to eliminate him, fearing future retribution. An eye for an eye. In this world, debts must eventually be repaid. I merely seek to impart a lesson. Fang Yue expertly stripped the elders of their garments, growing increasingly adept at this endeavor. Silken robes and delicate handkerchiefs. One by one, he collected the treasures, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Through my own efforts, I shall secure abundance. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. As Fang Yue mused, he collected the possessions of the two elders, leaving not even a shred of modesty behind. Their undergarments were inscribed with runes. Undoubtedly a rare treasure, capable of invigorating vitality and fostering life. Among all their belongings, this certainly ranked as a fine specimen. Fang Yue was left dumbfounded, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen his family. The Fang clan had once been renowned for its heroes, each one upright and unyielding. How could such a petty brigand as Fang Yue emerge from their ranks? Satisfied, Fang Yue nonchalantly pilfered the valuables from Fang Junshun as well. Upon comparing the possessions of the two elders with those of Fang Junshun, it was evident that the latter was considerably less affluent. Even in this alternate realm, disparities of wealth existed. With a sigh of contemplation, Fang Yue strolled leisurely away from the scripture repository. Fang Yue, return my treasures. You have humiliated the elders. I vow to have you flayed alive. The next day, chilling roars echoed from the wall sitting room of the Fang family. The two elders had been punished by the clan leader for oppressing the younger disciples and scheming for personal gain. Various rumors circulated within the Fang household regarding the reasons behind their punishment. Some claimed that the elders had been coveting Fang Yue's wealth, leading to their capture and subsequent punishment. Others suggested that the elders harbored mutual affections, and upon being discovered by Fang Yue, sought to eliminate him, only to be thwarted by the clan leader who intervened to protect Fang Yue. Yet another tale claimed that the elders attempted to assault Fang Yue, only to be incapacitated by a drug he had secretly added to their tea, resulting in their embarrassing exposure. In any case, the specifics of the events remained shrouded in mystery. What everyone knew was that the two elders had been unceremoniously carried out of the scripture repository in the nude. Such speculations and imaginings caused the disciples of the Fang family to concoct elaborate narratives in their minds. Some versions grew increasingly exaggerated as they were passed around. However, none of these matters bore any relevance to Fang Yue. To avert potential reprisals from the two elders and their disciples, Fang Yue had stealthily departed the Fang estate under the cover of night. Accompanying him were 4 martial-level servants, meticulously selected by Fang Muchio to safeguard him. The quintet journeyed forth, escaping the city in haste, both to evade the vengeance of the two elders and to be wary of potential ambushes from the Liu family. Outside Yindu City, an inconspicuous dilapidated temple served as their temporary refuge. Fang Yue set down his belongings and promptly sank to the ground, rolling about in a fit of frustration. "Oh dear, my feet are so sore. Look, my toes are almost blistering." In his previous life, Fang Yue had been a quintessential recluse, requiring public transport even for a trip to the supermarket just a few hundred meters from home. How could he possibly adapt to such arduous travel? Enduring the elements? A middle-aged man with a complexion as dark as a soot-laden pot spoke coldly. "The journey is long and necessitates relentless travel. We cannot afford even a moment's respite, lest we invite unforeseen calamities. I beseech you, young master, do not trouble me further." The man's voice was frigid, yet neither servile nor arrogant. In truth, the 4 followers were not entirely pleased with accompanying this second young master on his expedition. In Yin State, who did not know that the true hero of the Fang family was the eldest son, Fang Lingxiao, who charged into battle, vanquishing foes with unmatched valor. Although the second young master Fang Yue possesses commendable talents, he is, without a doubt, a genuine libertine, having never even slain a chicken. Accompanying him on military campaigns, one might euphemistically refer to them as his retainers, while a more candid descriptor would be that of caretakers. How could esteemed warriors lower themselves to the role of mere attendants for a debauched disciple? Fang Yue, however, pays little heed to their sentiments. If they are reluctant to accompany him, he is equally disinclined to tolerate their incessant prattling. "I shall rest for a spell. Shortly, we shall set forth. In the meantime, do introduce yourselves and share your special skills." As Fang Yue rubbed his feet, he endeavored to divert the conversation, wishing to prolong his respite. The 4 warriors, however, willingly divulged their backgrounds one by one. Xiao Gang, a warrior of notable caliber, excels in ranged archery. Li Ran, also a warrior, specializes in close-quarters combat. Zhang Yun, another warrior, is adept in long-range incantations. Wang Han, likewise a warrior, is proficient in stealth and assassination. I'm not particularly fond of hand-to-hand brawling. It is far more advantageous to lurk behind the main forces. Zhang Yun, could you perhaps impart a few techniques of your long-range magic? I possess a certain talent in this regard and am well-versed in elemental manipulation. I was adept at playing with fire in my youth without soiling my bed. Wang Han, what are your secrets regarding assassination and stealth? Share with me some advanced techniques, and when I achieve success, I shall not forget you, ensuring you enjoy a life of plenty. Li Ran, close-quarters combat undoubtedly demands sophisticated positioning, although I have engaged in few fights. I understand that positioning is a technical skill. Only with proper positioning can one deal damage. Teach me all about footwork and body techniques. Do not worry. I am absolutely unafraid of hardship or fatigue. And I am determined to learn, no matter how troublesome it may be. This time, Fang Yue ceased rubbing his feet. He gazed at the 4 warriors, his eyes glinting with fervor as he clung to them, insistent on acquiring their invaluable skills. He paid particular attention to the archer and the mage. This is no realm of games, charging to the front line, even with thick skin and abundant health. One can easily meet their demise. On the battlefield, the most frequent casualties are the tank-like warriors, while ranged attackers enjoy a favorable position, hiding behind apprentices, hunting wild beasts, slaying monsters, and when danger arises, they can decisively abandon their allies. Second young master, this approach is untenable. Martial cultivation demands focus and refinement. Each individual's time and energy are limited, making it impossible to pursue every avenue. Cautioned the stern-faced middle-aged man, Xiao Gang, attempting to dissuade Fang Yue. Who would have thought that this tower-like figure is, in fact, the archer of the group? Among the four, he evidently holds a significant position, embodying the will of the Fang family's patriarch, his expression grave. As though reproaching Fang Yue. A plethora of skills is never a burden. Besides, even if you explain them to me, I may not truly pursue cultivation. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in 100 battles. The four of you represent commonly seen classes on the battlefield. A brief introduction would merely deepen my understanding. Fang Yue's tenacity was unwavering. During his time on Earth, he had grown accustomed to such boldness. The power of magic is formidable, far surpassing that of warriors of the same level. The maximum potential of an archer can be immense, yet the lengthy incantation time renders it susceptible to interruption, often resulting in a backlash from the heavens. On the battlefield, assassins are the nemesis of spellcasters. Typically, every spellcaster is accompanied by 3 to 4 formidable apprentices for protection. I am engaged in the study of the luminous arts, primarily responsible for safeguarding and healing. From Yindu to the frontier, it took the footsteps of Fang Yue and his companions a full 2 days and nights to arrive. Initially, Fang Yue was a burden, needing to rest every few dozen kilometers. However, by the second day, his pace had noticeably accelerated. A thread of vital energy coursing through him allowed the blisters on his feet to heal rapidly, significantly enhancing his stamina in the final hours. Fang Yue astonishingly emerged as the leader of the group, while the 4 loyal retainers of the Fang family began to feel a tinge of exhaustion. Wow, we finally arrived. I'm utterly exhausted. Is there a massage parlor nearby? I want a foot rub, and if there are any, shall we say, less conventional services available, that would be even better. Upon reaching the city of Luoyue, at the border of the Yin Kingdom, Fang Yue collapsed onto the ground as if he had transformed into another person. Second young master, please maintain your decorum. Xiao Gang cleared his throat, noticing the curious glances from those around them. I can't go on. I want a foot rub, I want a massage, and want to chat about life with some lovely young ladies. Fang Yue threw a tantrum, fully embodying the essence of spoiled rich air. All the goodwill that had been building in Xiao Gang's heart due to Fang Yue's eagerness to learn evaporated in an instant, leaving only a haze of disappointment. Really, how could I believe that a pampered scion could truly reform? Xiao Gang lamented with a furrowed brow. Chapter 23. The ordeal. What do you intend to do? We are but a few hundred meters from the Tianqi Legion's camp. Xiao Gang urged, trying to maintain his patience. Just a little longer. We'll be there soon. No. I refuse to walk any further. How about you carry me? Fang Yue's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Xiao Gang was exasperated. Second young master, this is not the time for jesting. We are representing the face of the Fang family. Then carry me. Fang Yue insisted with urgency. If not, I shall throw a fit right here at the city gate, and see which is more embarrassing. He reveled in his mischievous demeanor. He had always preferred to sit when he could stand and to lie when he could sit. He had never endured such hardships before. Reluctantly, Xiao Gang acquiesced and eventually summoned a carriage, placing Fang Yue atop it while the other 4 followed closely behind. Along the way, Fang Yue devoured 3 roasted chicken legs, ravenously stuffing his mouth, his taste buds long dulled by the travel rations. What a pity that the exquisite chicken legs lacked the savory, juicy flavor they could have possessed. If only they had been roasted to perfection with some oil, seasoned generously with salt and pepper. They would have been even more delectable. As he feasted, he offered unsolicited critiques. The carriage driver remarked to Xiao Gang, your young master truly knows how to indulge. Not only does he relish food, but he also possesses a flair for it. Alas, such young masters are few and far between in these times. Xiao Gang's expression darkened. He silently vowed to request a transfer upon reaching the camp. It was utterly humiliating. He could detect the underlying mockery in the driver's tone. The Fang family had never endured such disdain. Even a moment spent in the company of such a young master felt like an unbearable trial. Finally, they arrived at the registration area for the Tianqi Legion. Fang Yue dismounted from the carriage, and Xiao Gang finally broke into a cold sweat. Engaging in conversation with that coachman was, for him, a profound torment in his life. Though the coachman lavished praises on Fang Yue's enjoyment of life throughout the journey, such commendation was, to the iron-blooded Fang family, the utmost insult. Gnawing on a chicken leg, he arrived at the recruitment station of the Tianqi Legion, his mouth smeared with grease, still clutching a half-eaten drumstick. Halt! 2 guards at the recruitment station barred his way, their expressions stern and their demeanor unyielding. "What's the matter? Are we not allowed to enter?" Fang Yue's face darkened. While he could tolerate the Liu family's connections and wealth, even the Fang family had to bow before them. Yet, what were these 2 brats to dare impede his path? "This is a military-restricted area. Entry is prohibited." A middle-aged soldier stepped forward, his stature modest and his frame lean, adorned in a blue uniform. Wielding a folding fan, he presented the archetype of a scheming military strategist. From the corners of his eyes, Fang Yue sensed a flicker of veiled hostility. How infuriating. It appeared these individuals were deliberately obstructing him. "Not allowed in. Very well. I shall heed your words. Let us depart." Fang Yue turned on his heel, departing without a hint of reluctance. The middle-aged man wore a look of astonishment, akin to a fist striking air. He had anticipated Fang Yue would linger, and had prepared numerous lines to vex and humiliate him. The second son of the illustrious Fang family, unable to gain entry to the military camp, such news would severely tarnish the Fang family's reputation in military circles. However, he did not expect Fang Yue to leave so decisively, devoid of any sentimentality. Instead of joy, a sense of ominous foreboding enveloped the middle-aged man's heart. In a moment, Yu Feng's unease intensified as he hurried to the entrance. Yet, Fang Yue, out of nowhere, produced a length of white cloth, brandishing a brush like a sword, using vermilion as ink, and boldly inscribed a line of blood-red characters. "Tianqi Legion, political orders do not pass." Hindering newcomers, resisting conscription, each character resonating with the weight of blood. Although Fang Yue's calligraphy was undeniably crude, resembling the scrawl of a dog, the banner unfurled, and the bold characters struck a chord of awe. "Humph! Think you can vex me? You should consider what I am capable of. When ignored, one must resort to tantrums, let alone when the argument is on my side. Petitioning, causing a scene, unfurling banners. These are essential skills for every stubborn individual." Upon seeing the 16 characters on the banner, Yu Feng's heart abruptly ceased to beat. These words were venomous, each one a piercing blade aimed at his chest. "Fang Yue, what are you doing?" Yu Feng's mind raced, and he struck down with his palm. Ouch! Yu Feng's hand was evaded by Fang Yue's deft sidestep. However, Fang Yue fell as if made of paper, rolling on the ground and refusing to rise. "Murder! The Tianqi Legion is silencing people." Fang Yue cried out, wailing dramatically. "Lower your voice. Do not disturb the general." Yu Feng seethed with frustration. Initially, vexing Fang Yue was a trivial matter. Even if Fang Yue protested, he would have to endure the humiliation silently. As a result of Fang Yue's antics, the entire city was abuzz with gossip that while Yu Feng stepped forward, covering Fang Yue's mouth like a tea that moment, an authoritative voice echoed. "Yu Feng, what is the matter? Are you so afraid of me knowing?" Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's heart sank. It was over. The general had arrived. "And no, nothing at all," Yu Feng stammered, casting a glance at the imposing visage before him. "Ouch! Why are you biting me?" Yu Feng was so focused on the general's reaction that he did not notice Fang Yue had bitten him fiercely on the hand. "Are you trying to silence me?" Fang Yue gasped. Even at this juncture, he was not above casting aspersions on Yu Feng. That moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and whispering about Yu Feng and Fang Yue. Is this how those summoned are treated? I can only imagine how our children will be bullied when they join the Tianqi Legion. The 3 great legions of Yin State had become thoroughly spoiled. They were utterly self-important, deriving amusement from toying with others. The bureaucratic tendencies here were appalling. Even a lowly clerk dared to abuse his authority. It was a mystery how the high-ranking officials of the Tianqi Legion managed their affairs. Comments erupted, and the onlookers grew increasingly indignant, as if they were directly involved. Such is the nature of public opinion. Polarized, either wholly good or entirely bad. A mere spark could ignite a conflagration. The Yu Feng's face turned pale. They were intent on ruining him. The general cast a glance at Yu Feng, his countenance darkening. The Tianqi Legion had always prided itself on its reputation, yet today it found itself in such a predicament. Much of their prior efforts lay in ruins. Yu Feng glared furiously at Fang Yue, wishing he could flay him alive. "Oh, General, you must stand up for me. This Yu Feng has disregarded the summons. I've traveled a great distance, weary and battered, to report, only to have my fervent heart doused by his cold water. He conspired with the two officers at the reporting station to block my entry, not even allowing me through the door. Such contempt for authority, such deceit. If we allow such a person to remain, it will tarnish the entire Tianqi Legion." Fang Yue, limping slightly, managed to rise, having rolled around on the ground moments earlier, rendering himself even more disheveled. His large, sorrowful eyes looked imploringly at the general. The Yu Feng felt a chill within. Fang Yue truly knew how to strike where it hurt. In the military, absolute obedience is paramount. Defying orders is a capital offense. Such a precedent must not be set, lest the higher-ups in the military lose all credibility. That Yu Feng timidly glanced at the general, hoping he might speak a few words in his defense. However, the scowling general, without uttering a word, waved his hand and coldly declared, "Drag this Yu Feng out and behead him. The other two officers shall receive 100 lashes, be demoted a rank, and have their salaries docked for a year, to observe their future conduct." "No," Yu Feng wailed, his heart filled with regret. He had only thought to assist the Liu family with a trivial matter and ended up jeopardizing his own life. If given another chance, he would never provoke Fang Yue again. He was truly a demon, one who would kill without shedding a drop of blood. Hail to the general's wisdom. Hail to the general's wisdom. Fang Yue's eyes gleamed as he realized his objective had been achieved. He tucked away all his equipment, banners, brushes, and vermilion, into his waist pouch. The general with the dark visage twitched his lips, observing the adeptness of the task at hand. He was undoubtedly an old hand at this. The rivalry between the Liu and Fang families was common knowledge throughout the entire Yan kingdom. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, but alas. Fang Yue escalated the situation so dramatically that he found himself ensnared, compelled to be a pawn in Fang Yue's schemes. It must be said that Fang Yue was indeed a cunning individual, deftly diffusing a precarious situation without the shedding of blood. Originally, the Liu family intended to assert dominance over Fang Yue, but instead, Fang Yue's antics turned the tables, teaching the Liu family a lesson akin to a warning shot. However, the dark-faced general was not inclined to be a mere tool. Although he dealt with Yu Feng, he held no fondness for Fang Yue. "Fang Yue, were you not here to enlist in the army? Then allow me to witness the extent of your abilities and what the Fang family has imparted to you." The general resolved to administer 30 strikes as punishment, intending to humiliate Fang Yue before the onlookers, making it clear that he was not so easily manipulated. "General, is this truly appropriate?" Fang Yue stammered, glancing around nervously, attempting to decline gracefully. "Humph, feeling embarrassed now, are we? Just moments ago, you were full of vigor, stirring up trouble." The general clearly had no intention of letting Fang Yue off lightly. His expression darkened as he bellowed, "This is a military order. Military orders are as immovable as a mountain and must be executed. Do you understand? Find out fine," Fang Yue muttered, lowering his head in silence. The onlookers, eager for the spectacle, found renewed interest, their earlier allegiance to Fang Yue swiftly turning to disdain as they witnessed his humiliation. Such entertainment from the scions of noble families was a rare delight. Since the general of the Tianqi Legion had granted them an opportunity, they were determined to observe the true capabilities of these privileged youths, to discern their actual worth. Chapter 24. Bite him. Within the army, each individual had their own roles, various professions with distinct strengths and responsibilities. "Now, speak of your profession, and I shall personally devise the assessment criteria for you," the dark-faced general declared, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Rigorously evaluating the strength of new recruits was vital for ensuring the quality of the Tianqi Legion's manpower. "Type of soldier? I'll choose the spellcaster," Fang Yue thought to himself, realizing that this choice would determine his position. He had no desire to recklessly charge into battle, risking becoming a pincushion for arrows. The spellcaster role was associated with the rear echelon, surrounded by layers of protection from other types of soldiers, making it one of the classes with the highest chances of survival on the battlefield. Spellcaster? I must have misheard. Before anyone else could respond, Zhang Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Fang Yue, robust as an ox, hardly resembled a spellcaster in the slightest. Although he had often elucidated the intricacies of spellcasting to Fang Yue during their travels, even sharing some basic incantations and hand signs, understanding the theory was a far cry from practical application. Based on the information he had previously gathered, Fang Yue should have opted for the apprentice class instead. Spellcaster? The general furrowed his brow at Fang Yue's choice. The descendants of the Fang family had always been apprentices, and even archers were a rarity. Where did this spellcaster come from? Fang Yue, do you understand that military orders are as firm as a mountain? Deceiving superiors is a grave offense. The general with the dark visage hopes that Fang Yue will find his way back to reason. Although he desires to administer a slight reprimand to Fang Yue, he has no intention of severing ties with the Fang family. Should he truly take Fang Yue's life, the Tianqi Legion would be unable to contain the repercussions. Fang Yue nodded with unwavering certainty and conviction, affirming, "Indeed, I'm a practitioner of the arcane arts, and moreover, a practitioner of the light lineage." Upon witnessing the resolute gleam in Fang Yue's eyes, the general remained noncommittal. The bloodline of the Fang family should indeed possess a talent for the arcane arts. Yet this young man's steadfastness raises the question, could it be that he possesses a genuine aptitude? Very well. Since you assert yourself to be a practitioner, then demonstrate a modicum of magic for all to see. If you can casually cast a spell, I shall acknowledge your identity as a practitioner, declared the general. With enthusiasm, Fang Yue responded, "Certainly." After deciding to perform a spell, he adopted a serious demeanor and murmured the incantation for the foundational spell, the light sphere. This is undoubtedly the most authentic light sphere, emanating a gentle radiance that not only illuminates, but also alleviates anxiety and various negative emotions. Illuminating. The performance of Fang Yue was far from over. He gently lifted his palm, and the light sphere immediately ascended above his head. With a resounding boom, the light erupted, resembling a miniature sun rising in the sky, its glaring brightness momentarily dazzling all present. The general, with an expression akin to that of a dog being scolded, had initially intended for Fang Yue to be ridiculed. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. A multitude of adoring gazes were directed at Fang Yue, as even the most elementary of light spells had been elevated to such an extraordinary level. It was truly astonishing. Yet, Fang Yue maintained a bashful expression, which the general perceived as a subtle form of ostentation. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Do you dare to defy them, Fang Yue? The general scoffed coldly. Not waiting for Fang Yue's consent, he commanded a soldier to bring forth a cage. Inside the cage resided a small rabbit. Inflict severe injury upon this rabbit, and then allow it to heal. The general was no longer merely testing Fang Yue's professional skills. He was determined to make a point. He sought to humiliate Fang Yue, ensuring that he would not shine brightly. Otherwise, how could he control him if Fang Yue were to join the military in the future? "Yes," replied the soldier who had brought the rabbit, as he flung open the cage and began to mercilessly kick the hapless creature. The poor little rabbit, who had been blissfully playing inside the cage, was now subjected to brutal kicks from the general's soldiers, leaving it gravely injured and barely clinging to life. "Now, heal it," the general commanded, pointing at the rabbit, which was hanging on by a thread. Stunned, Fang Yue realized that even a master healer like BNK would find this task insurmountable. This is truly an unreasonable demand. A perfectly healthy rabbit has been so ruthlessly injured by them, displaying a complete lack of compassion. Alas, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the noble steed is frequently ridden. Such a good creature, yet it has fallen victim to the harsh realities of society, where one is often powerless to resist. The onlookers gazed at Fang Yue with expressions of sympathy, as they shared a common affinity for the plight of the weak against the overwhelming force of the general. "Silence," the general commanded, his stern gaze sweeping the crowd. "The valiant warriors of my Tianqi Legion face far more horrific injuries on the battlefield, returning covered in blood, far exceeding the plight of this rabbit by tenfold or 100-fold. If Fang Yue cannot even save a single rabbit, how can I trust him to heal the soldiers of my Tianqi Legion? The general, with a dark countenance, spoke in a low tone, laced with a hint of magnetism. The surrounding clamor abruptly fell into silence, and some individuals even had glistening tears welling in the corners of their eyes. So it was, we had misjudged the general. His sincere intentions were beyond our comprehension. This incident was merely a testament to our short-sightedness, failing to perceive the general's true feelings. The spectators swiftly shifted their stance, the tide turning with alarming speed, leaving Fang Yue momentarily taken aback. Goodness, the general's eloquence is so remarkable that it seems a pity he is not hosting. Fang Yue gritted his teeth, his face darkening, and, with a flourish of emotion, questioned, "Are you certain you are not a relative of Zhu Jun? This rabbit, I shall make a valiant attempt. Even if I cannot revive it, I shall have done my utmost." Fang Yue's expression grew serious once more. He murmured to himself, his left hand weaving intricate patterns in the air. Tiny, pearlescent orbs of light began to converge upon his palm. Zhang Yun had imparted some foundational knowledge of healing arts to him, yet he did not adhere strictly to it. Fang Yue had perused the tome provided by Old Turtle, which contained insights and understandings regarding the art of healing. Old Turtle's comprehension was profound, while Zhang Yun's was woefully lacking in comparison. Even the earlier luminous sphere was a modification based on the records and insights found in that book. However, this time, the alterations to the healing technique seemed somewhat excessive that a sense of trepidation gripped Fang Yue's heart, as he feared that something monumental was about to unfold. The twinkling white light coalesced within his palm, and within him, a thread of life force was drawn by the radiance, circulating in a loop, rendering the white light even more sacred, as the healing technique took on a more extraordinary form. Fang Yue's feelings of anxiety intensified. Healing technique, manifest. A surge of fury erupted from his wide eyes. The soldier responsible for kicking the little white rabbit felt a chilling aura envelop him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. As their gazes locked, he beheld the rabbit's blood-red eyes. "Tish, my sleep has been deteriorating lately. I must be hallucinating. How could a mere rabbit possess a murderous intent?" The apprentice reassured himself. Yet before his thoughts could settle, the little rabbit suddenly propelled itself off the ground, transforming into a streak of white light that appeared before the apprentice in an instant. The rabbit's long, sharp teeth struck down like daggers. The apprentice's throat was pierced, and blood gushed forth in torrents. With a crash, he collapsed, his eyes wide open, still reflecting an expression of disbelief. Fang Yue swallowed hard. This rabbit was astonishingly fierce, even if it took him by surprise. A high-level apprentice had been slain by an ostensibly harmless little creature. Wretched beast, perish. The dark-faced general had not anticipated such an outcome, that a simple test had resulted in a fatality. Anger surged within his chest, and with a metallic clang, he drew his sword, its cold light flashing as he aimed it at the rabbit on the ground. The rabbit, legs coiled, suddenly leaped off the ground, soaring 3 feet into the air, bounding away, swiftly disappearing from sight. "General, does this count as a qualification?" The arena was enveloped in profound silence, with not a single sound to be heard. Everyone was grappling with the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. Chapter 25. Deliberate Provocation. Fang Yue repeatedly gestured in denial. The onlookers, once filled with admiration for Fang Yue, now regarded him with an intensity bordering on fanaticism. They glared at the dark-faced general, as if to convey that should he dare to harm even a single hair on Fang Yue, they would flay him alive. The dark-faced general seethed with rage internally, yearning to tear Fang Yue into pieces. However, upon surveying the gazes of those around him, a profound sense of trepidation took root in his heart. To provoke the wrath of the masses was a perilous endeavor. Yet, while he might evade the living punishment, the death penalty was inescapable, that if one sought to evade justice in such a manner. There was no chance of that. Clap, clap, clap. The soothing sound of applause arose, and a cold smile crept upon the general's lips. Indeed, a prodigy emerges among the youth. At such a tender age, he demonstrates remarkable mastery over the arcane arts. Truly a rare talent. Nonetheless, within the military, those who practice sorcery are most vulnerable to assassination. Imagine, If one were to be attacked by an assassin while engrossed in their incantation, what then? The loss of one life may be trivial. Yet the ramifications for the entire army's victory are monumental. The dark-faced general slowly began to speak, that a strange premonition suddenly surged within Fang Yue. Thus, the next challenge, which would also be the final one, would entail surviving an assassination attempt. This is impossible. Sorcerers specialize in spiritual cultivation, neglecting physical training. Their close combat abilities are severely diminished. For a sorcerer to confront an assassin is utterly illogical. This is nothing short of blatant bullying. Even I cannot abide it. The Tianqi Legion is tyrannical and oppressive. Such treatment of new recruits is indeed an eye-opener for us. Before Fang Yue could voice his thoughts, the surrounding spectators had already begun to voice their indignation on his behalf. Such a thing has never been heard of, forcing sorcerers to contend with assassins. The crowd was incensed, and the spittle flying from their mouths nearly engulfed the dark-faced general. This was no ordinary test. It was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was evident to all that the dark-faced general was venting his frustrations. He was enacting personal vengeance. Silence! The dark-faced general roared with fury. His eyes blazed with wrath. When had he, a commander of the esteemed Tianqi Legion, begun to feel threatened by a throng of onlookers? The general's explosive voice quelled the surrounding clamor in the face of absolute authority. The so-called public opinion was as fragile as a mere paper tiger. Fang Yue, will you accept or decline this third test? The general's hawk-like gaze fixed upon Fang Yue. Fang Yue offered a shy, awkward smile. Do you truly wish to proceed with the test? Proceed, the general declared with unwavering resolve. Fang Yue took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, then replied, Very well. Come at me. His expression was resolute, exuding an air of fearless defiance in the face of death. Xiangdong, you take the lead. Do not hold back. This is a life-or-death examination, to kill without mercy. The general's voice emerged as if forced through clenched teeth. He could not believe that Fang Yue, blessed with such extraordinary talent in sorcery, could possess comparable prowess in close combat. Xiangdong. The general had actually dispatched Xiangdong to engage. He was truly incensed, intent on placing Fang Yue in mortal peril. The Dark Lord Xiangdong, one of the 10 most formidable assassins under the general's command, a martial artist-level assassin, it is said that even martial generals find themselves at a loss when confronted with him. Within the crowd, whispers began anew, yet the tone was suffused with gravity, and no one held any hope for Fang Yue. Despite his formidable prowess in sorcery, he was ultimately no match for an assassin. The very nature of military units dictated that sorcerers were most vulnerable to the onslaught of assassins. General, is it truly necessary to involve life and death in this contest of pride? At that moment, Xiao Gang stepped forward. The previous events had nearly shattered his perception of Fang Yue. Although he remained indifferent towards the second young master, regardless of his unparalleled talent in sorcery. As a loyal protector of the Fang family, he felt compelled to do everything in his power to ensure Fang Yue's safety and avert any threat to his life. In this army of the apocalypse, I hold the reins. What are you to dare command me? Get out of my sight. The dark-faced general bellowed, his voice reverberating and leaving Xiao Gang's eardrums ringing. Xiao Gang felt momentarily dazed. To his astonishment, the dark-faced general was a peak martial general. He could scarcely endure the force of that furious roar. It appeared that the general was indeed intent on claiming the second young master's life. With a swift change of thought, Xiao Gang resolved to abandon his futile attempts at persuasion, recognizing that further intervention would be akin to a moth drawn to the flame, potentially costing him his own life. After careful consideration, he concluded that it was wiser to preserve his own existence and remain loyal to the Fang family. Such a senseless death was simply not worth it, should he perish. The second young master would be left without anyone to attend to his remains. Second young master, may you find your own fortune. Xiao Gang cast a sympathetic glance at Fang Yue. Fang Yue, in turn, smiled bashfully at Xiangdong, saying, Come, if you wish to strike, then strike. As his words fell, Xiangdong's figure vanished. Having mastered the art of stealth, he could elude detection at will, becoming invisible until the precise moment he intended to strike, at which point he would reveal his vulnerability. However, for a sorcerer unskilled in close combat, that fleeting moment of weakness should not exist. Xiang Dong had disappeared. Fang Yue stood there, seemingly dazed and lost in thought. He uttered no incantations, cast no spells. Instead, he swayed left and right as if pondering something. Could it be that Fang Yue had lost his wits when faced with an assassin, a sorcerer who recited incantations and cast spells? Though the chances of victory were slim, still had a modicum of hope for survival. Yet, he remained silent, inviting the assassin's lethal approach. The onlookers began to worry for Fang Yue. His prospects seemed bleak. A sorcerer confronted by an assassin in a one-on-one encounter was doomed without a doubt. It was truly a pity for such a promising talent, such squandered potential. Indeed, absolute power breeds absolute corruption. This saying rings true. The spectators shook their heads, their expressions filled with lamentation. Meanwhile, a smirk of derision crept upon the dark-faced general's lips. Offending me spells your doom, though, out of deference to the Fang family's reputation. I shall intervene at the critical moment to prevent Xiang Dong from taking your life. Yet while a death sentence may be averted, the suffering you will endure shall be inescapable that a lost limb here, a broken bone there, are all but inevitable. I shall make you understand that in this world, some individuals are not to be trifled with. Imagining Fang Yue drenched in blood, his limbs scattered, the dark-faced general felt his previous frustrations dissipate, replaced with sheer exhilaration. However, the chasm between imagination and reality is often wide. Xiang Dong's heartstrings were taut, with beads of sweat resembling pearls trickling down his cheeks. Discovered! Yet again he was found out, concealed in the shadows. He continuously shifted his position in search of the most opportune moment to strike. However, every time he settled into a new position, Fang Yue's gaze would soon follow. An assassin's foremost principle is to act at the right moment, catching the target off guard. Each of his movements was laid bare under Fang Yue's scrutiny. What difference was there from an apprentice committing murder in broad daylight? Xiang Dong's heart grew heavier with each passing moment, and he began to realize that Fang Yue was far from the simplistic figure he had imagined. The slight, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of Fang Yue's lips conveyed a mocking playfulness akin to a cat toying with its prey. After the 18th change of position, Fang Yue's gaze sharpened once more. The taut strings of Xiang Dong's heart snapped with a resounding crack. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. Xiang Dong abandoned his futile concealment and, in a flash, launched his assault, his 3-inch dagger resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent, lunging fiercely toward Fang Yue's heart. Yet, Fang Yue remained utterly motionless, as if oblivious to the impending peril. Success! A triumphant grin spread across Xiang Dong's face. The next moment, however, that smile froze in place. As if carved from stone, a resounding chime echoed through the air. A magnificent golden bell emerged, enveloping Fang Yue's form. The dagger struck the bell's surface, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Not only could it not harm Fang Yue, but it couldn't even sever a single hair. Do not despair. You may try again. Fang Yue regarded Xiang Dong kindly, clenching his fist in gentle encouragement. At that moment, Xiang Dong felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. After so many years as an assassin, it was the first time he had encountered encouragement from a target of assassination. Could this truly be a practitioner of the arts? How could someone feel more resilient than an apprentice specializing in defense? His dagger, forged from a millennium of cold iron, boasted a sharp edge, capable of shattering all obstacles. Xiang Dong had previously used it to slay a formidable martial general, vividly recalling the moment the sharp blade pierced through armor and heart. That had been the most glorious and radiant moment of his life. Yet now, as his dagger met the golden bell, failing to penetrate even a fraction, that brilliance began to fade, and his world darkened. Despair flickered in Xiang Dong's eyes. There is nothing more hopeless than having a clear target before you, yet finding your dagger unable to pierce their heart. The once stern general's expression grew increasingly somber. The earlier restlessness and pride transformed into a complex, inscrutable emotion. An extraordinary practitioner of the arts at a steadfast defense that even a martial-level assassin could not breach. In his heart, the general began to sketch the image of a future war god. Perhaps the Fang family had indeed nurtured a remarkable talent, but he could not claim it, for the general instinctively touched the pouch at his waist. A bitter pang seeped into his heart. Fang Yue, you have passed these 3 trials. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of my Tianqi Legion. Your assigned position will be in the kitchen brigade of the Tianqi Legion. In the Legion, every matter, great or small, hinges upon the kitchen brigade's provisions, impacting the health and physique of all officers and soldiers, that I hope you will cherish this opportunity. The kitchen brigade? How could it be the kitchen brigade? Such a formidable practitioner of the arts, such impressive defense. How could one be relegated to the kitchen brigade? There exists a web of intrigue within this matter. It is a manifestation of bureaucratic power plays. You are stifling brilliance, exhibiting a profound irresponsibility. The onlookers have now transformed into fervent devotees of Fang Yue, unwavering in their loyalty. The extraordinary luminous orb and the astonishing healing techniques, coupled with defense capabilities surpassing that of any meat shield, have solidified his godlike persona in their hearts. They are resolutely defending Fang Yue's rights, championing his cause. Chapter 26. The super chef, the black-faced general, accompanied by his guards, turned and departed, indifferent to the cacophony of insults trailing behind him. Gazing at the receding figure of the dark-faced general, Fang Yue feigned a sorrowful expression, yet inwardly he was elated beyond measure. The violence and bloodshed were utterly distasteful. How delightful it was to be in the kitchen brigade. With provisions and refreshments, fresh water for chopping firewood. Could there be a safer haven than that? Report. In the afternoon, Fang Yue arrived at the kitchen brigade with great enthusiasm. The kitchen of the Apocalypse Legion was vast, boasting 300 stoves, 300 chopping boards, and 300 tables. This expansive kitchen, covering an area of 10 acres, served as the supply hub for the entire Apocalypse Legion's meals. Upon entering, a slightly plump, impeccably groomed middle-aged man was engrossed in writing something. He heard the announcement, but did not lift his head, remaining absorbed in his tasks. I have heard that you were exiled here for offending General Yi. The well-groomed middle-aged man still did not raise his gaze. His voice was somewhat muffled. Who is General Yi? That black-faced one. Fang Yue was taken aback. That black-faced. The middle-aged man lifted his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Fang Yue with curiosity. General Yi is known for his fiery temper. Few dare to provoke him lightly. To refer to him as blackface suggests he has wronged you in some manner. Fortunately, there was indeed a minor grievance, but given that he has assigned me to the kitchen, I shall let it pass. Fang Yue chuckled, having just discovered that the black-faced general's surname was Yi. Regardless of the surname, a general who places him in a secure rear position is commendable. The well-groomed, middle-aged man scrutinized Fang Yue, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. I am Tianming Wang, the head of the kitchen brigade. Your tasks within the kitchen will be arranged by me henceforth. The kitchen duties are quite straightforward. Each individual is responsible for 1 stove, 1 chopping board, and 1 large pot, encompassing all the equipment for a member of the kitchen brigade. There are a total of 300 sets of pots and stoves. Yet not every stove has an assigned chef. In reality, within this expansive kitchen, the number of cooks barely exceeds 100. The remaining 100 pots and stoves are merely props for those collecting wages without work. In truth, the work in the kitchen is rather relaxed. One only needs to prepare 3 meals a day. The Apocalypse Legion officially comprises 30,000 personnel, yet in reality, it comprises fewer than 20,000. The remaining 10,000 are merely nominal positions, so the number of mouths to feed is not overwhelming. With 108 chefs, including you, there are a total of 109 individuals. Preparing meals for fewer than 20,000 is quite manageable. The one responsible for instructing Fang Yue in military protocols is a small, chubby fellow dressed in a white coat, wielding a spatula in his left hand and a frying pan in his right, presenting a remarkably professional appearance. His smile was charming, exuding an air of warmth and kindness. He was named Sima Xiao, a disciple from a family beyond the borders of the Yin Kingdom. It was said that he had incurred the ire of a prominent figure within his family, leading to his banishment to this place. In Sima Xiao, Fang Yue detected an exceedingly subtle fluctuation, the intensity of which rivaled that of his elder brother, Fang Lingxiao. Indeed, this kitchen brigade was a hidden realm of extraordinary talent. In the mundane world, there are always individuals of remarkable ability. Even the simplest of workers may possess divine qualities. Fang Yue had never underestimated the significance of a kitchen. Are you perhaps not skilled in cooking? No worries, I can teach you. In truth, cooking is quite simple. The essence of all cuisines essentially follows the same process. Sima Xiao expressed an unusual enthusiasm towards Fang Yue, easily endearing himself to others. Not at all, I do know a thing or two about cooking. Fang Yue smiled bashfully, approaching his cooking station and surveying the mountain of ingredients at hand. May I use these items? Feel free to use whatever you like. All the supplies in this kitchen are generously provided by the Tianqi Legion. There's an abundance of everything, Sima Xiao replied, yet there remained a glimmer of skepticism in his gaze. Fang Yue, undeterred by any reservations, deftly began to prepare the vegetables. Second young master, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. At that moment, Xiao Gang interjected, it seemed rather inappropriate for the second son of the Fang family to be engaged in cooking. Xiao Gang, you are mistaken. Every endeavor embodies profound principles, and the act of cooking itself is no exception. Fang Yue's expression darkened. Although this fellow meant well, the incessant nagging was irksome. He prepared to impart a vivid lesson in practical experience to convince him otherwise. While all things embody principles, the way of our Fang family is forged on the battlefield through blood and valor. It is unfathomable to stoop to such trivialities in the kitchen. Xiao Gang continued to dissuade Fang Yue, his resolve unyielding. The noble son of the Fang family, reduced to companionship with pots and pans in the kitchen. Such a tale would severely tarnish the family's reputation. Xiao Gang would rather see Fang Yue defy the summons and face execution at the hands of the Tianqi Legion than witness him demean himself in the kitchen. Absurd! A practitioner should cast aside all notions of separation. Fang Yue retorted, his knife gliding with grace. The beef before him, with its intricate marbling, demanded a skilled hand. A careless chop would ruin its fibers, whereas an experienced chef would respect the natural grain, slicing with ease and preserving the meat's essence. The knife danced effortlessly in his hand, as if it possessed a spirit of its own, transforming the task of butchering into a sublime art form, rather than a mundane chore. With every rise and fall of the blade, each graceful stroke seems to resonate with a certain rhythm of the Tao, as if orchestrated by the unseen forces of the universe. Xiao Gang was rendered speechless. Sima was left in a state of bewilderment. Even Tian Guangming, upon lifting his gaze to Fang Yue, found himself entranced. The artistry was approaching the essence of the Tao. It was indeed a manifestation of the Tao. Tian Guangming gasped in astonishment, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened, fixed intently on the scene of Fang Yue deftly slicing the beef. Each arc, each curve, appeared as a natural expression of some profound principle of heaven and earth. The tumult of the outside world did not reach Fang Yue. He was entirely absorbed in the euphoric act of butchering. Initially, he aimed merely to impress Xiao Gang, but to his surprise, when he truly began cutting along the grain of the meat, he discovered an exquisite beauty in the process. Was this the power of creation? The seamless connection of tendons, the perfect fit of bones. Everything unfolded so naturally, a pinnacle of marvel. This was the greatest miracle of nature, the most wondrous creation born from the vigor of life. The butcher's art. It took Fang Yue a considerable time to extricate himself from this inexplicable state. He was astonished to realize that the three energies within him had grown at least by a factor of 2. Unbeknownst to him, he had advanced from an initial stage of a martial artist to the mid-level. Could this truly be happening? Even Fang Yue was taken aback. He glanced once more at Xiao Gang, and the previous feelings of dissatisfaction and disdain had transformed into wide-eyed admiration. Could it be that cooking could also be a form of cultivation? Chopping wood, fetching water, cooking, all could be paths to enlightenment. Had his previous understanding of cultivation been overly rigid? Xiao Gang began to waver in his previously unshakable beliefs. A living example lay before him, compelling him to reconsider. Observing the expressions around him, faces as stunned as wooden chickens, Fang Yue couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Indeed, he was a genius. Even cooking could enhance his skills. Oh dear, being so exceptional made everything feel different. Among the crowd, he felt so extraordinary, so brimming with talent, that he was almost falling in love with himself. What to do? It was all rather embarrassing. Clearing his throat, Fang Yue coughed lightly twice, awakening the onlookers from their stupor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted the demeanor of a philosophical master. speaking in a deep, resonant voice. The journey of life is as splendid as this. The once dull, numb, despairing, and humble eyes of the crowd now sparkled with the light of hope for the first time. They realized that cooking was imbued with such profound wisdom. They discovered that even the most mundane tasks, gathering vegetables, fetching water, slaughtering cattle, and lighting fires, contained the essence of life's truths. Fang Yue's demonstration pierced through the heavy clouds like a golden ray of light. The once chaotic and mediocre existence now held new hope and direction. Unbeknownst to Fang Yue, his casual display of prowess had instigated an unprecedented transformation within the Enlightenment Legion, that a new breed of soldiers. The culinary core was beginning to emerge. Igniting the flames and cooking, Fang Yue stepped into the role of a true chef, his iron wok dancing as billowing flames surged forth. Soon, an array of dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, was beautifully arranged upon the table. Fish-flavored shredded pork, potato beef, kung pao chicken, human lamb. In less than half an hour, Fang Yue had prepared a sumptuous feast consisting of 10 meat dishes and 5 vegetable dishes, accompanied by a seaweed egg drop soup. You're cooking? With a gulp, Sima Xiao swallowed hard, his eyes wide with anticipation, while his stomach rumbled audibly. Even before tasting, the delightful fragrances wafted toward him. This simply exquisite. Chapter 27. A culinary catastrophe triggered by a single dish in this world. Nearly all cuisines are either steamed or grilled. The concept of stir-frying had never even been conceived. Fang Yue's oil was extracted through a physical method from sunflower seeds. Compared to the 8 major culinary traditions of his previous life in Great Huaxia, the food in this world was utterly pedestrian. Step aside. I am the master here. Tian Guangming appeared beside Sima Xiao, his eyes gleaming with desire and his nostrils flaring, utterly captivated by the feast before them. It was simply too exquisite, too fragrant. Tian Guangming felt as though he could hear the rumbling of his own stomach, a primal call of hunger. He eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled the fish-flavored shredded pork. As the vegetables entered his mouth, the delicious juices, infused with a natural aroma, instantly enveloped his throat. Their bodies froze, as if they had merged with nature itself. Everyone was petrified, each lost in their own world, unable to extricate themselves. This is utterly absurd. Are these merely home-cooked dishes? How can they be this beautiful? Fang Yue murmured to himself. He took a couple of bites with his chopsticks. The flavor is decent, but it hardly differs from the usual taste. Resting his chin on his hand, he was bewildered. Little did he realize that his first encounter with these dishes had been an experience beyond comparison. With time, his palate had grown accustomed to their flavors. Such familiarity dulled his appreciation. Excessive happiness can lead to monotony. Frequent deliciousness can render the tongue numb. Chef Fang, please accept me as your disciple. Sima Xiao wept profusely, kneeling at Fang Yue's feet with a thud. This is the ultimate aspiration of my existence. The pursuit of transcendent flavors is my lifelong dream. Years ago, I left home for this very reason. And now, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Should you refuse, I shall remain here, kneeling forever. Sima Xiao was utterly enchanted by Fang Yue's culinary prowess, feeling his very soul elevate with the exquisite dishes. Young master, we were mistaken. Everything holds profound significance. Even dining can impart wisdom. Previously obstinate, Xiao Gang lowered his proud head, his face suffused with shame. The pillars of his beliefs crumbled entirely under the influence of such deliciousness. I have made my decision. From now on, you shall be my Tian Guangming's mentor. Whoever dares to lay a finger on you must first step over my lifeless body. Tian Guangming's spirit soared with fervor. As the previous disdain vanished completely, his gaze toward Fang Yue was filled with fiery intensity, the glimmering green light causing Fang Yue to feel a shiver down his spine. Oh my, do not gaze at me in such a manner. I harbor no interest in dining. At this moment, it is the designated mealtime for the Apocalypse Legion. The throngs of people surged like a tumultuous tide, swiftly inundating the entire kitchen. After a day of rigorous training, the soldiers, famished and ravenous, resembled ferocious wolves upon sighting their prey. Sima Xiao, Fang Yue, and their companions were jostled aside by the soldiers, Even Tian Guangming was engulfed by the relentless crowd. Amidst the cacophony, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. "Ah, Sanzi, what has transpired? Who prepared this meal? It is delectable. Allow me to have a taste. Get up. All of this is mine." In an instant, chaos erupted within the kitchen, with some even resorting to violence in their quest to seize the food. Within the crowd, Fang Yue caught a fleeting glimpse of a blade descending, blood splattering forth that a murder has occurred. The atmosphere of madness intensified among the throng. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps approached, and the door creaked open. General Ye's wrath erupted like a volcano. "Fang Yue, what are you doing?" Fang Yue sheepishly stuck out his tongue, his demeanor becoming more subdued. In Tian Guangming's eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone, and undeterred by General Yi, he boldly declared, "Yi Wanyin, you have overstepped your bounds. Since you have assigned Fang Yue to the kitchen, he is now under my command. My subordinates need not your oversight." Upon hearing this, General Ye's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Fang Yue, having been present for less than a day, would become so closely acquainted with Tian Guangming, to the extent that Tian Guangming would risk a confrontation with him to defend Fang Yue. With support at his back, Fang Yue's earlier meekness dissipated, and he straightened his posture, clearing his throat. Defiantly casting a challenging glance at General Yi, General Yi seethed with resentment, his fists clenched tightly. Yet ultimately, he could only release them in futility. This scoundrel, he is never at peace, no matter where he goes. "You, tell me, what on earth transpired just now? Why the brawl?" General Yi snorted coldly, turning away from Fang Yue, and casually pointed to a soldier, inquiring about the situation. "Report, General." The events unfolded as follows. The soldier, selected by Yi, recounted the origin, process, and outcome of the incident without omitting a single detail. Upon learning that the altercation was instigated by the soldiers vying for the feast prepared by Fang Yue, General Ye's teeth ground together in frustration. "Fang Yue, once again, it is always him. Fang Yue, step forward." General Ye's fury was palpable, akin to thunder. "Huh." Fang Yue, bewildered, emerged from the crowd, completely unaware of his alleged transgressions. "Fang Yue, are you aware of your crimes?" General Yi reprimanded sternly. "Crimes? What have I done?" Confusion filled Fang Yue's gaze. The corner of General Ye's mouth twitched. He raised a whip, striking it down with a resounding crack against the ground. The sound erupted like gunfire. Fang Yue jolted, looking at General Yi. "I truly did nothing wrong. You assigned me to the kitchen, and I diligently fulfilled my responsibilities. Was it not merely a splendid meal I prepared? I genuinely did nothing wrong." Fang Yue's voice was laden with grievance, his large, bright eyes, pure and innocent, gazing imploringly at General Yi. General Yi was momentarily taken aback. It seems that Fang Yue possesses a rather compelling rationale. He has truly done nothing at all. Yet his inaction has incited a brutal conflict within the ranks of the Heavenly Enlightenment Legion. Just how perilous is this young man? "No, Fang Yue must perish." General Yi gazed upon the soldiers, battered and bloodied, and his heart convulsed with fury. "Regardless of the Fang family or their prodigious offspring, anyone who jeopardizes my Heavenly Enlightenment Legion shall face my wrath." Raising his gaze, General Yi directed a fierce, surging intent to kill towards Fang Yue, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Fang Yue felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Deep inside, he harbored a sense of injustice. The corners of his mouth, frozen by the murderous intent, quivered slightly as if to protest his innocence. Yet, the more he displayed such innocence, the more a searing rage ignited within General Ye's chest, burning like a fierce conflagration. "Drag him out and behead him." General Yi commanded with a wave of his hand, turning his head away as if he could no longer bear to look at Fang Yue that moment. Tian Guangming stepped forth with a resounding thud, dust swirling at his feet, permeating the air. "Yi Wanyin, do you truly consider my words to be mere whispers in the wind? Your lack of discipline has led to this conflict. What business is it of Fang Yue's, who is unaware that your Heavenly Enlightenment Legion operates under a competitive hierarchy? Although it has cultivated a cadre of formidable warriors, the overly stringent rules have fostered deep-seated animosities between different ranks. Fang Yue's actions were but a minor catalyst. The flaws in your regulations are the root cause of this chaos." Tian Guangming's words struck with piercing clarity, resonating with authority. General Ye's brows furrowed once more, forming a pronounced crease. Yuan Yin, I shall remind you one last time. Do not overstep your bounds, in my domain. Only I, Tian Guangming, hold the final say. Should you dare to transgress again, perhaps the Heavenly Enlightenment Legion will require a new leader. Tian Guangming cast a penetrating glance at General Yi, snorted coldly, and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. General Yi clenched his teeth, leading his soldiers away in a similar fashion. In that moment, only Fang Yue remained, his face a portrait of innocence, murmuring to himself, "This matter truly has nothing to do with me." As night deepened, beneath the vast indigo expanse of the sky, a few stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Behind the kitchen, within a humble thatched hut, Fang Yue sat upon a wooden bed, trembling in rage. Perhaps, though Tian Guangming was present, he merely stood by, indifferent to the unfolding events. With a single command from General Yi, the entire Heavenly Enlightenment Legion would undoubtedly turn against him. Although he currently possessed mid-level martial prowess and had the protection of the Golden Bell Shield, he did not believe he could carve a path through the Legion's myriad soldiers and escape unscathed. Chapter 28. Stealing the Camp. Why should Yuan Yin possess the power of life and death over me? Why is it that he, despite his lax governance leading to this conflict, seeks to execute me as an example? Why must the ire he bears for his subordinates' negligence be redirected towards me? As Fang Yue pondered these thoughts, his indignation surged. Was it not due to my inferior cultivation? Thus, he does not regard me as a threat. If I were a martial general, he would surely have to take me seriously. If I surpass the martial generals, the entire Tianqi Legion shall exalt me as a distinguished guest, cradled in their palms. Fang Yue has unearthed the very roots of it all. In this world that ultimately, it is strength that commands respect. I yearn to enhance my power, and there are indeed two paths I can tread. One is a methodical approach to cultivation, gradually elevating my realm of mastery and strength levels. The other is to cultivate a combat skill in conjunction with the Golden Bell Shield, achieving a harmonious balance of offense and defense. The first path necessitates either an abundance of time for refinement or considerable fortune and resources to accumulate my cultivation. Conversely, the second path offers convenience and simplicity. Within the tome of the old tortoise, there is no shortage of advanced combat techniques. To amplify my strength in the shortest time possible, the most expedient approach is to pursue both paths concurrently. Yuan Yin, you old turtle, once I grow formidable, I shall teach you a lesson. With clarity of thought, Fang Yue then dedicated himself to practical endeavors that asked for martial techniques. He selected a sword technique known as Qianlang Zhan. The name of this sword technique may seem ordinary, yet its later potency is astonishingly formidable. The blade's light cascades like waves, layering upon one another. One layer of blade light embodies 70% of full power. 2 layers yield 140% of full power. When stacked, if one were to achieve 1,000 layers of blade light, my goodness, that would amount to 700 times the power. Even an ordinary martial artist could, with a mere wave of their hand, reduce a transcendent martial general to mere pulp. Of course, Qianlang Zhan imposes exceedingly stringent requirements on the physical body. For each additional layer of blade light, the burden on the body increases proportionately. An ordinary person would find that, far from achieving 1,000 layers, even 3 layers would shatter their own arm. However, Fang Yue possesses a vital life force, continuously enhancing his physique, alleviating such concerns. The only necessity lies in observing the ocean waves. The originator of Qianlang Zhan derived this combat skill from the waves of the S.T. Comprehended. Observing the ocean waves is the simplest method. As for the resources required to elevate one's cultivation, there are only 2 avenues to obtain them. Goodness gracious, does this other world also possess LED lights? Upon seeing the military merit wall, Fang Yue was profoundly astonished by the civilization of this world. Different civilizations, though divergent in their paths, achieve similar outcomes in certain respects. The appearance of this military merit wall is strikingly reminiscent of scrolling subtitles on Earth's LED displays. Yet the faint aura of magical energy enveloping it signals to Fang Yue that this is a product of a fantastical civilization. Slaying barbarian soldiers grants 10 points of military merit. Slaying a barbarian sergeant yields 50 points of military merit. Slaying a barbarian captain awards 200 points of military merit. A bounty for a warrior grade Purple Rat's Heart offers a reward of 100 points of military merit. As Fang Yue perused each line, his previously buoyant spirits were doused with a bucket of cold water. His once hopeful gaze transformed into a constellation of despair. Yi Wan Yin, I curse you. Fang Yue finally grasped why Yi Wan Yin insisted on assigning him to the kitchen. Though the duties in the kitchen were safe and leisurely, they utterly excluded any possibility of engagement on the front lines. The vast majority of military merits are established to incentivize the soldiers on the front lines, urging them to bravely slay enemies and fight valiantly. In contrast, tasks within the kitchen render it nearly impossible to earn military merit. In the military, those who genuinely possess ideals and ambitions enlist with the aspiration of achieving military merit. Within the ranks, the meager salary barely suffices to secure a modest household registration. Yi Wan Yin harbors ill intentions, deliberately seeking to render himself obscured and neglected. Fang Yue's teeth ground together in irritation. Yi Wan Yin, you old turtle, do you truly believe that by preventing me from heading to the front lines, you can thwart my quest for military accolades? A cunning plan gradually took shape in Fang Yue's mind. Second young master, it seems this course of action may not be entirely prudent. In the inky darkness of a secluded grove, Xiao Gang observed Fang Yue's cautious and deliberate advance, his expression clouded with concern. Such remarks could lead one astray, Xiao Gang timidly suggested. Previously, Fang Yue's various reckless antics had completely left him in awe. Now, Xiao Gang resembled a docile kitten, lacking the heart to oppose Fang Yue's decisions. A map? For goodness sake, why didn't you mention something so crucial earlier? The four family generals, upon hearing this, felt a surge of elation, believing that the young master had finally gained insight. Thus, they followed Fang Yue with great enthusiasm to stealthily infiltrate the barbarian encampment. However, after wandering for the better part of the night, they found not a single hair of the barbarian camp. Instead, they had lost their way. You are all seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Does anyone possess the ability to navigate? Fang Yue looked expectantly at the four family generals. Suddenly, a silver flash darted through the vines with a whoosh. With a resounding clang, Fang Yue raised his golden bell shield, positioning it at the forefront. The silver flash transformed into a sharp arrow, forged entirely from cold iron. The arrow was halted by the golden bell shield, its force dissipating as it clattered to the ground. The surface of the shield rippled slightly. What immense strength! Fang Yue displayed a look of astonishment. When he was merely a senior apprentice, his golden bell shield could withstand attacks from martial artists. Now, having ascended to the rank of intermediate martial artist, the shield's defensive capabilities had significantly increased, yet that arrow still managed to elicit ripples upon its surface. The force of that arrow was extraordinary, at least comparable to a full-powered strike from a high-level martial artist. Russell, the archer, witnessing his arrow so easily thwarted, wasted no time and fled. It's a big catch, pursue! Fang Yue howled, brandishing his battle knife as he charged ahead. Second young master, slow down. Xiao Gang and the others hurriedly followed, fearful that Fang Yue's impulsiveness would conjure new troubles. Do not pursue a desperate foe, an age-old principle on the battlefield echoed in their minds, with no understanding of the opponent's background or origins. This reckless chase seemed exceedingly unwise in the eyes of the four family generals. Do not run. I'm coming. Fang Yue, exhilarated by the chase, recalled the childhood game of hide-and-seek. The more he shouted, the faster the opponent fled. In this life-or-death race, the adversary could not help but give their all in running. Damn, they're incredibly fast. Is that a sprint? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Midway through the pursuit, Fang Yue truly lost sight of the person. Second young master, wait for us. Xiao Gang and the others hurriedly caught up. The prowess of the second young master has grown increasingly unfathomable, although they all possess mid-level warrior strength. Xiao Gang and the others discovered that they lagged significantly behind Fang Yue. What should they do now that they have lost track of the person? Fang Yue shrugged his shoulders in resignation and remarked, I initially thought we could capture a living map, but to my dismay, we have failed. Do not panic, young master. I possess a method for tracking. This is a 1,000-mile mouse that I have raised, renowned for its exceptional ability to track and seek treasures. That direction. In no time, the 1,000-mile mouse pinpointed the direction in which the assailant had fled. Excellent. Fang Yue brandished his large blade and hurriedly pursued. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, a patrol team emerged before them. This patrol consisted of 12 individuals, each robust and towering, clad in animal hides, their faces as dark as iron. Is this the barbarian tribe? Fang Yue nestled in the woods. Refraining from recklessly charging out, he meticulously observed this unique group that had long plagued the development of the Yin kingdom. The barbarian tribe, a prominent faction in the western frontier, boasted a population that rivaled that of the human race, with formidable warriors emerging in abundance. Legend has it that they carry the blood of ancient barbarian deities within them, living off the land in a savage manner. They frequently wreak havoc on the borders of the human realm, raiding for food and abducting people. The enmity between the human race and the barbarian tribe has deep historical roots, tracing back to the era of the ancient gods' wars. The barbarians possess an innately robust physique, their vital essence formidable. Humans find it challenging to compete with their innate constitution. However, humans are clever and grasp the principles of strategy more swiftly. Both races have their strengths and weaknesses, perpetually existing in a state of equilibrium. Among the 12 patrolling soldiers, except for the leader, all were the novice apprentice level, yet their vital essence surged, and their physiques were powerful. Even mid-level human apprentices might not stand a chance against them. The leader had already attained the intermediate apprentice realm, comparable to a high-level human apprentice, with a layer of black mist swirling around his body, exuding an eerie aura. Second young master. This is indeed the camp of the barbarian tribe. Xiao Gang was taken aback, never expecting that by a stroke of luck, they had genuinely stumbled into the territory of the barbarians. He had once accompanied a master from the Fang family to the battlefield, defending the borders for 3 years, and was thoroughly familiar with the barbarian tribe. These 12 individuals were nothing to fear. If a confrontation was inevitable, they should aim for something grand. Fang Yue extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips. This was the first hard battle of his life. He could not afford to take it lightly and leave with regrets. At the very least, he wished to secure a story to boast about to his future descendants, recounting the glorious deeds of their father and grandfather. At that moment, an observant barbarian apprentice spotted the spirit stone. He halted, his eyes darting, and immediately clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "Oh no, Captain, my stomach hurts. Stomachache. Humph. Why didn't it hurt while we were feasting on meat last night? You lazy mule, stop dawdling and hurry up. We'll wait for you here," the patrol captain scolded. He surely has no idea that the fellow's coin pouch has been opened, spilling spirit stones everywhere. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Humming a tune, the barbarian apprentice moved deeper into the forest towards the spirit stone's direction. As he bent down to pick up the spirit stone, a loud bang resonated. Fang Yue's blade swept down, striking the barbarian squarely on the back of the head. The barbarian collapsed, unconscious on the ground. How could the human race, unable to even defend their own territory, possibly attempt to raid a camp? Indeed, 2 apprentices of the barbarians ventured into the dense forest. Both appeared remarkably relaxed, laughing and chatting without the slightest hint of vigilance. After walking several dozen meters into the thicket, they had exceeded the patrol's line of sight. A pair of dull thuds echoed. With 2 swift blows, Fang Yue felled his foes. This time, he had come prepared, somehow procuring 2 bricks from an unknown source. The barbarian's tough hide rendered a mere hand strike painfully ineffective. The second young master had truly resorted to using bricks. Xiao Gang and the others wore expressions of deep dismay. What had begun as a jest had unexpectedly unveiled certain truths. Another 2. Fang Yue dusted off his clothes. "Help! Barbarian heir is trapped by a beast." Holding his nose, Fang Yue shouted loudly. "What? Barbarian heir is ensnared by a beast. Damn it, why hasn't he emerged?" The captain immediately displayed an anxious countenance, and the other team members harbored no doubts. They all hastily made their way toward the thicket. One individual paused momentarily. Who was it that called out just now? The voice sounded somewhat unfamiliar. With a soft thud, a glimmer of cold light shot forth. Xiao Gang's arrow had pierced the throat of that person. Wang Han appeared like a specter in the night, materializing behind the patrol team. Two daggers, resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent, simultaneously slashed across the necks of two patrolmen. The brick ambush, Fang Yue, having acquired a plethora of bricks from who knows where, hurled them forth like a machine gun, each strike claiming a life. Zhang Yun continued to chant softly, halfway through his incantation, only to be astonished to find that his efforts were no longer required. Fang Yue's unconventional assault was undeniably effective in both power and results. The remaining barbarians were rendered dazed, collapsing one by one, unconscious. Zhang Yun abandoned his spellcasting. With Fang Yue having dealt with all the foes, what need was there for him to continue his incantation? Brother gang, I believe a life of thuggery holds great promise. With a single strike of a brick achieving such results, I dare say there's no comparison. Zhang Yun swallowed hard, whispering to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang began to question his life choices anew. How on earth did I manage the past 20 years? Fang Yue collected all the bodies strewn across the ground into his pendant. These were all military merits. The bodies of the barbarians held intrinsic value, which could be exchanged for military achievements and subsequently sold in the market. The robust and resilient barbarian corpses were excellent materials for crafting puppets. Though each body might not yield a significant return, even the smallest mosquito leg is still flesh, and the landlord's granary is not overflowing. Indeed, the second young master is a prodigy, far surpassing us. Xiao Gang sighed in resignation, acknowledging that he was indeed inferior to Fang Yue in combat prowess. Had he been in Fang Yue's position, he could have also dispatched these foes. However, his actions would undoubtedly have alerted the other barbarians, necessitating a swift escape post-elimination. Little gang, do not be disheartened. I possess many other qualities worth your admiration. Fang Yue, listening to Xiao Gang's heartfelt lament, once again fell into a state of self-admiration. How truly exceptional I am, that even my efforts to conceal it are so thoroughly penetrated, evoking such astonishment. Wang Han, inquire of your little mouse about the identity of that individual who previously launched a covert attack. His prowess is formidable, at least that of a high-ranking martial artist. He is aware of our existence, and keeping him alive poses a continual threat. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Yue's eyes. The enemy that vanishes from a map is the most terrifying. It seems he has gone missing. Upon arriving here, his presence has completely dissipated. Wang Han communicated with his little white mouse and ultimately reached an unfortunate conclusion. A pallor washed over Wang Han's face. Having finally found an opportunity to showcase himself before the second young master, he never anticipated such an outcome. There remains no choice but to act swiftly. Within 10 minutes, we must accrue as much military merit as possible. Once the time is up, we shall retreat immediately. Greed is a grave sin. How many have lost their lives due to the avarice for trophies? Develop cautiously, do not act recklessly. By some uncanny twist of fate, Fang Yue uttered this phrase, having nearly forgotten the text he once memorized in literature class. Yet, certain phrases from the game linger in his mind, vividly recalled. What is this place? The barbarian camp was exceptionally quiet in the dead of night. With no threat from patrolling guards, Fang Yue strolled leisurely with four martial artists, unwittingly arriving before a grand edifice. The architecture gleamed splendidly, adorned with a layer of glazed tiles upon its walls. Beneath the entrance of the towering structure stood two mid-level martial artists of the barbarians on guard. This must surely be the residence of a significant figure. Otherwise, it would be improbable to station two mid-level martial artists here. It is known that, whether among the barbarians or in the Yin Kingdom, the status of martial artists is exceedingly high. On average, only one emerges from every 100 apprentices, while mid-level martial artists are rare gems, typically serving as mid-ranking officers in the military. Only a prominent figure in the barbarian ranks could warrant such guardianship. Xiao Gang furrowed his brow, providing a thorough introduction of a significant figure. Ha! Then let us embark on a grand venture. Fang Yue laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He fantasized about the possibility of eliminating a martial general among the barbarians. The unsuspecting general, deep in slumber, would be utterly defenseless. They could strike swiftly and claim a head. The military merit obtained would undoubtedly resound throughout the realm, leaving Yi Wanyin utterly astonished. Second young master, do not act rashly. Xiao Gang cautioned Fang Yue. While accumulating military merit is commendable, sacrificing one's life in the process is hardly worthwhile. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one expect to capture a tiger cub? Fang Yue's eyes glimmered with ambition, his mind consumed with visions of his own fame echoing through the ages, leaving no room for concern over danger. Wang Han, can you stealthily assassinate these two without alerting them? Fang Yue turned to Wang Han. Wang Han assessed the situation briefly before shaking his head, a hint of shame crossing his face as he replied, I cannot. Alas, it appears that in the end, one must rely on oneself for sustenance. Fang Yue shook his head, muttering to himself. Wang Han's expression of guilt deepened. Watch me, Fang Yue declared, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from sight. Wang Han's demeanor shifted slightly. He had not perceived how Fang Yue had disappeared without a trace. Shadow transformation. To his astonishment, the second young master had already grasped the art of shadow manipulation within the dark arts. Zhang Yun wore an expression that spoke volumes of his disbelief. Fang Yue's audacity in seizing the opportunity was utterly astonishing. He had yet to master the art of shadow transformation, merely uttering a few phrases to showcase the peculiarities and might of the technique. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to perfect it. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? Even if his father were a celestial being, this would be an outrageous act of bullying. Even more vexed than Fang Yun was Wang Han, who realized that Fang Yue had stealthily advanced behind the two barbarian warriors guarding the entrance, catching them off guard and rendering them unconscious with a deft blow from a brick in each hand. Who, then, is the true assassin? Wasn't it said that the second young master was not a practitioner of the arts, but rather a mere cook? How could he possess such superior skills in assassination, making the task of eliminating a mid-tier warrior seem as effortless as squashing an ant? After collecting the lifeless bodies of the two mid-tier warriors, Fang Yue beckoned to the four companions behind him, indicating that they should hurry forth. His brazen demeanor suggested not a covert operation, but rather a carefree excursion in the wilderness. The four followed closely, crouching low and tiptoeing silently, exuding an air of professional expertise. Chapter 30. The house relocated. Goodness gracious. Why won't this door budge? Fang Yue placed both hands on either side of the iron gate, exerting all his strength, yet the massive doors remained immovable. Second young master, this gate is forged from millennia-old cold iron and can only be opened through secret methods. Otherwise, its weight, exceeding tens of thousands of kilograms, is beyond even the mightiest martial general's capacity to force open. Xiao Gang discerned the gravity of the situation. Swallowing hard, he recognized the gate's exceptional nature. A millennia-old cold iron is immensely valuable. Even a fist-sized piece could be crafted into a weapon of legendary status. To construct a gate of such formidable material raises the question of the identity of the homeowner. Xiao Gang felt a tinge of trepidation. In contrast, a stubborn smile crept across Fang Yue's lips. I will certainly find a way to open this door. Fang Yue seemed to have fallen into a state of obsessive determination. What he set his mind to, he believed he could accomplish. The door was sturdy, but were the surrounding walls equally so? Suddenly, Fang Yue's eyes sparkled with insight. He plunged his battle knife into the doorframe. The blade struck, sending forth a shower of sparks. The edge of his knife curled from the impact, and the paint on the walls flaked away, revealing a layer of glimmering metallic copper beneath. Chilean copper. This, too, is a premium material for crafting, though slightly less valuable than millennia-old cold iron. Yet it remains a rare treasure. Xiao Gang was nearly driven to madness. What manner of structure had these barbarians erected? Even a mere fragment of material from above was worth its weight in gold. Incalculable in value. Blast it all. Fang Yue stomped his foot in frustration, realizing he had reached his limit. This house was beyond his capacity to shake, just as he contemplated an alternate escape route. The stone pendant around his neck suddenly radiated light, as if in sync with Fang Yue's intent. A brilliant spectrum of colors emanated from the pendant, enveloping the entire house in an ethereal glow. In the next instant, the house began to shrink infinitely. Drawn into the pendant itself, a structure of over 40 meters in length simply vanished. Xiao Gang slapped himself in disbelief. Thank goodness, this is not a dream. It seems that we have truly ventured into uncharted territory. Fang Yue stared at Xiao Gang in astonishment, who instinctively nodded in agreement. Run. Fang Yue regained his senses and dashed away with all his might. The patrolling barbarian soldiers, likely oblivious to the sudden disappearance of such a grand structure, would surely raise suspicions that it was beyond belief that the barbarian tribe failed to notice the vanishing of a house of this magnitude. Soon enough, torches flared up among the barbarians, illuminating their entire encampment, that a figure descended from the heavens, standing where the majestic building once stood, greeted by a desolate landscape. Who could have perpetrated this? Not only was there theft involved, but even the treasure trove of our tribe has been absconded with. Convey my orders. A substantial reward awaits anyone who provides a clue. 3,000 spirit stones. The chilling voice pierced the tranquil night like a sharp dagger. In the heart of the barbarian stronghold, chaos ensued. This night was destined to be sleepless for the barbarians. Fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen victim to these ruffians upon returning to the Dawn Legion. The first light of dawn began to break. Fang Yue was still riding the high from the previous night's daring escapade, passionately discussing the events with Xiao Gang and others. Xiao Gang was at a loss, unsure whether to express support or vehement opposition to Fang Yue's actions. Military orders are absolute. Fang Yue's unilateral decision to raid the enemy camp indeed constituted a breach of protocol and was hardly commendable. Yet, the outcome was astonishingly favorable. Not to mention the grand edifice, the contents of which remained a mystery. The value was incalculable. Merely eliminating a patrol squad of 12 barbarians, including 2 intermediate warriors, was a remarkable military achievement. Warfare along the borders is exceedingly arduous. The combat capabilities of the human ranks are, in truth, inferior to those of the barbarians. Typically, in battles of equal standing, it requires 3 human apprentices to match the prowess of a single barbarian apprentice. Thus, dispatching an entire patrol team along with 2 warriors was indeed a commendable feat. Fang Yue laid the corpses at the entrance of the Military Achievements Office, instantly stirring a considerable uproar. Who could be responsible for this? Are they plotting a rebellion? The Military Achievements Office is not a place to display such disarray. The personnel within had yet to emerge when Yi Wanyan happened to pass by and witness the grim scene. It was a sight most macabre. Towering, bloodless barbarian corpses sprawled across the ground. I have come to exchange for military merits, Fang Yue proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride, convinced of his remarkable accomplishment. Not you again? Yi Wanyan seethed upon spotting Fang Yue emerge from the crowd, gritting his teeth in frustration. Fang Yue was his personal calamity. Every encounter promised nothing but trouble. Indeed, these barbarian corpses could yield a considerable amount of military merit. However, as a mere cook, how could he have possibly slain so many barbarians? Yi Wanyan regarded Fang Yue with disdain, pondering the oddity of this lad. Why would a perfectly good cook turn to slaughtering a horde of barbarians? Casting a glance at the fallen foes, his gaze sharpened. Most of the corpses belonged to apprentice-level barbarians, yet 2 were undeniably of intermediate warrior status. Intermediate warriors no longer represented the lower echelons of the barbarian ranks. Typically, they would be surrounded by a throng of soldiers, with casualties being rare in small-scale skirmishes. It was often a challenge for humans to even fell a single barbarian warrior. Could it be that Fang Yue has unearthed the lair of the barbarian horde, and in doing so, has slain 2 of their warriors? This discovery came to me unexpectedly during my nocturnal excursion last night. I stumbled upon the barbarians lurking furtively around the dense thicket, their demeanor unmistakably nefarious. In a moment of inspiration, I devised a cunning trap, systematically vanquishing them one by one. Fang Yue's eyes darted thoughtfully, for he had already concocted a retort. The notion of raiding their camp was something he would never admit. To act independently and disregard orders is a grave offense within the military. These are indeed marauders dispatched by the barbarians. Yi Wanyan's previously serene gaze abruptly froze. This is no trifling matter. Should it prove true, the Tianqi Legion, with its myriad soldiers, would find it exceedingly difficult to sleep soundly. No matter, I have completed a thorough patrol. Aside from the barbarians, no further intruders have been dispatched. Likely just the Vanguard's reconnaissance unit. Fang Yue felt a twinge of guilt. This fib was, in truth, rather flimsy. If Yi Wanyan were to harbor any suspicions, it would be all too easy to expose the deception. Yi Wanyan scrutinized Fang Yue. Can you assure me that every word you utter is the absolute truth? "Do I strike you as one prone to deceit?" Fang Yue retorted, his voice tinged with a hint of indignation. He felt as if his very character had been called into question. Yi Wanyin scoffed. Dismissing Fang Yue's theatrics with disdain, he placed his faith solely in his own judgment. The Tianqi Legion had suppressed the barbarians at the frontier for centuries, and had never before faced a situation of this nature. False reporting is a grave sin. Someone, take Fang Yue into the dungeons and hold him for trial. A wave of panic surged within Fang Yue. This Yi Wanyin was utterly ungrateful. Here he was, valiantly slaying foes, only to be met with treachery. Two of Yi Wanyin's cold-faced guards approached, one on each side, gripping Fang Yue's arms firmly. They were about to escort him to the dungeons to await judgment. At that moment, the cacophony of battle erupted. From the depths of the forest, waves of barbarian warriors surged forth, brandishing their blades with fierce determination. "The barbarians are attacking. The barbarians are upon us," a voice in the distance cried out frantically. The expressions of all present momentarily faltered, while Yi Wanyin's visage darkened ominously. He had just accused Fang Yue of fabricating reports, only to receive swift confirmation moments later. This was indeed a resounding slap in the face. "Ha ha! The barbarians have arrived. They truly have come. Yi Hei, your obstinacy and wrongful accusations against an innocent shall not be forgotten." Fang Yue rejoiced, though he too was perplexed as to why the typically lethargic barbarians would choose this moment to strike. Yet at the very least, their arrival served to vindicate him. Yi Wanyin's expression grew even grimmer. His lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Humph. Once we have suppressed the barbarians, I shall deal with you," Yi Wanyin uttered with a fierce promise, swiftly commencing the organization of a counterattack. "You all, step aside." Fang Yue deftly maneuvered past Yi Wanyin's personal guards, striding with an air of arrogance towards the mess hall. The barbarian onslaught approached with ferocity, throwing the entire rear of the Tianqi Legion into utter disarray. Most of the soldiers were still engaged in morning exercises on the training grounds, while the logistics team, comprised of clumsy personnel, was woefully unprepared. In an instant, bloodshed ensued. The barbarian soldiers descended upon the camp like wolves among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately, with no one to stand in their way. The mess hall was not spared either. A contingent of barbarian warriors swiftly breached its defenses. "Heed my command. Ignite the flames." The group of ferocious and menacing barbarian soldiers had only just stepped into the kitchen when they sensed something amiss. Beneath their feet lay a viscous, dark liquid. Then they beheld a young lad standing atop a stool, commanding from a height with a booming voice. "Light the fire." Tian Guangming, too, issued a hushed order. In each corner of the kitchen stood a chef clad in a white coat, brandishing torches, which they promptly lowered. With a resounding explosion, the entire kitchen was engulfed in flames that soared skyward. "Run!" Fang Yue bellowed, his voice resonating through the chaos, as he dashed towards the rear exit. Others also swiftly found their own escape routes, adeptly fleeing the inferno. Before long, the kitchen was consumed by the roaring blaze, along with a contingent of at least 30 barbarian soldiers. "What did you use?" "Fang Yue." "It ignited with such ferocity in an instant," Tian Guangming remarked, gazing at the billowing flames. An unsettling sense of dread washed over him. Such power was akin to the combined might of several martial generals unleashing their formidable techniques in unison. A magnificent display of force and fiery brilliance. Fang Yue, with a sense of pride, explained, "This is the rapeseed oil we extracted yesterday. It not only enhances the flavor of dishes, but can also serve as an excellent fuel." In truth, Fang Yue refrained from mentioning that the oil extraction methods in this world were rather rudimentary, rendering the quality of the rapeseed oil comparable to that of gutter oil. Nevertheless, as oil, it proved sufficient for igniting flames. Is this truly possible? Sima Xiao observed the raging inferno with a sense of disbelief. 30 barbarian soldiers, by all conventional wisdom, should have turned the kitchen into a slaughterhouse upon arrival, dispatching their foes with ease. Yet the outcome was astonishing. Every single barbarian perished in the sea of flames, while all the chefs remained unharmed. Chapter 31. Dazzling fireworks. I often hear the frontline soldiers boast of their heroics on the battlefield, expending immense effort just to slay a single barbarian. Yet it seems the barbarians are not as formidable as they are made out to be. a contingent of warriors ultimately did not fall to our blades. One chef, feeling a touch of inflated pride, was among those who had ignited the torches. He reveled in the glory of the monumental blaze, imagining himself as a contributor to the inferno. Not let your guard down, Tian Guangming cautioned, his expression stoic. His eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean, emanated a faint aura of menace. We must remain 120% vigilant. The barbarian forces are numerous. I knew Tian Guangming was no ordinary man. Sima Xiao murmured. Such a chilling presence of intent was that of a seasoned warrior, while the head of the kitchen brigade seemed to merely be engaged in a sideline after retirement. Come help. Before anyone realized, Fang Yue had darted into a corner, clutching a bundle of rapeseed oil. Help with what? Sima Xiao eagerly approached, his curiosity piqued. Fang Yue's plans were always unexpected. Though occasionally outrageous, they frequently achieved remarkable results. Bring me some bottles. Then, let us gather some of the clothes that no one wears. Fang Yue did not specify what to do, yet the fervent glimmer in his eyes hinted at something significant. There lay a heap of discarded trousers and tattered garments. Come, let me instruct you. Fill half of the bottle with canola oil, then moisten a rag with the oil and plug the bottleless mouth. Remember, it must be sealed tightly. Otherwise, issues may arise. If there is any oil on the bottle surface, wipe it clean. Fang Yue observed intently, resembling a dedicated teacher. His cautious demeanor reflected a strategic mindset. He would only advance if success was nearly guaranteed. For this raid, Verdun opted for the safest route. The kitchen, the logistics department, and, if time permitted, he would also consider striking at the military treasury of the Celestial Legion. These three locations were all areas with the least presence of frontline soldiers. Especially the kitchen, who would concern themselves with the lives of mere cooks. Yet, the barbarians' military achievements were counted by the heads of the slain, and the accolades gained from dispatching those wielding ladles and kitchen knives, devoid of combat prowess, were as valuable as those from the famished wolves and tigers on the battlefield. Furthermore, if questioned above, Verdun had already prepared his justification. To extinguish their military spirit, one must sever their supplies. A single fire that consumed the Celestial Legion's provisions would render them hesitant to advance, even if this barbarian raid failed, for the absence of resupplies would deter them from seizing the opportunity to assault the front lines. He envisioned the admiring gazes of those barbarian leaders upon the successful execution of his plan. Could it be that some seasoned veteran had already discerned the intricacies of this scheme, acting first to set ablaze the kitchen? Doubts lingered in Verdun's mind. He believed few among the barbarians possessed his level of cleverness. My lord, look! There is someone over there! A barbarian soldier suddenly shouted, pointing to a corner where a figure clad in a white coat was flitting about. The kitchen had burned, yet there were still chefs of the Celestial Legion unscathed. Verdun's spirits soared, and brandishing his sword, he bellowed, "Charge! Kill him!" The green light in Verdun's eyes fixated on those chefs, as if they were legions of military merit. 100 barbarians surged forward, causing the ground to reverberate with a thunderous sound, shaking as if a stampede of beasts was upon them. They are coming. Fang Yue, hearing such a resounding commotion, could not be oblivious to the barbarian assault. He felt not a shred of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the charging barbarians, his gaze glimmering with anticipation. In his view, these brutes were merely cloaked in black skin, representing military accolades. Wow, so many, so many. Fang Yue cheered, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Ignite, throw. Without hesitation, Fang Yue commanded all the chefs to set the rags on their bottles ablaze and hurl them at the advancing barbarians. Bang, bang, bang. Each bottle burst in midair, dousing the foremost barbarians in a deluge of dark canola oil. How could such a roaring flame be so easily extinguished? Is this possible? Sima watched in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. This bottle was of his own crafting, yet its explosive power left him awestruck. Among those barbarian soldiers at the forefront were not only apprentices, but also a few novice warriors. Even seasoned veterans on the front lines would require an arduous struggle to eliminate them. These practitioners of the arcane arts are on the brink of unemployment. Verdun's eyes widened in astonishment, so overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events that he momentarily forgot to issue the retreat command. What sort of infernal place is this? How could a gathering of around 100 individuals, each wielding 2 peculiar bottles, unleash a force rivaling that of skilled sorcerers? Surely, this cannot be a mere congregation of over 100 spellcasters. Molotov cocktails, or whatever they are called, Verdun and his comrades had not only never seen, but had never even heard of. With over 200 incendiary bottles hurled down, a third of the barbarian warriors perished in flames. Fortunately, the swift-reacting barbarians at the back managed to distance themselves from those in the front. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far more devastating. The campaign had not even begun. What was initially perceived as a straightforward task at the kitchens had unexpectedly turned into such a calamity. More than 30 valiant barbarian warriors perished without merit. This outcome left Verdun feeling both despondent and heartbroken. I shall exact vengeance upon you. Let your blood serve as a tribute to the souls of our fallen barbarian warriors. Verdun roared, his rage palpable as his hair stood on end. Does standing with your hair bristled make you formidable? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. At this moment, Fang Yue stepped forward, wielding an iron pot in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right. Donning a pristine white chef's hat atop his head, resembling a chef preparing a meal rather than a combatant. Fang Yue suppressed his aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any overwhelming presence or ferocity. Utterly harmless. This second son is quite the trickster. Despite Fang Yue being merely at the intermediate warrior level, Zhang Yun sensed that he surpassed most of the advanced warriors in strength. Very well. I shall engage you in battle. The barbarian apprentices are the epitome of courage, fearlessly fighting on the battlefield and refusing to retreat, excelling in competition in all aspects. Particularly intolerant of mockery, one barbarian apprentice brandished a battle axe. Towering over half a person in height, forged entirely from a century-old bronze, a team must weigh at least 100 pounds. The impact of this battle axe, should it strike anyone, would result in shattered bones and severed tendons. Not only is its edge razor-sharp for cleaving, but its sweeping and crushing blows possess immense power as well. Merely an intermediate apprentice, and yet your barbarians have no one else to rely on? I could easily defeat 5 of you with a single hand. Fang Yue's demeanor was audacious. He regarded the barbarian warrior with the periphery of his vision, too indifferent to even meet his gaze directly. Such an attitude was intolerable to the barbarians, who had always viewed the frail human race as nothing more than sickly vermin. When had they ever been subjected to such disdain and contempt from humanity? Among the barbarians, whispers circulated. Just an untrained human, unable to even reach the threshold of an apprentice. How audacious! Watch as our barbarian warrior flattens him with a single swing of his axe. The fervor among the barbarian apprentices was palpable. Fang Yue maintained his haughty demeanor, refusing to even glance at the clumsy barbarian warrior. This provoked a deep-seated rage within the barbarian, who roared and swung his battle axe toward Fang Yue. What is the nature of this Fang Yue? I perceive him as clever, with remarkable culinary skills, yet a skilled chef may not necessarily excel in combat. The culinary artisans exhibit a rather rudimentary level of skill. Many are mere mortals, and those with a modicum of prowess are only at the rudimentary or intermediate stages of apprenticeship. They anxiously fret over whether Fang Yue might truly meet his demise at the hands of the barbarian tribes. However, the outcome soon becomes apparent, revealing their concerns to be utterly unfounded. With 2 fingers, Fang Yue pinched the ferocious battle axe, then delivered a powerful kick that struck the barbarian warrior squarely in the abdomen. The warrior was sent hurtling through the air, spewing blood, and with a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, eyes rolling back in his head, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. You scoundrel! In Chapter 32. Who are the barbarians? A senior apprentice of the barbarian tribe pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Yue, trembling with rage. You must possess some form of cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to send my warrior flying with a single kick. Fang Yue shot him a sidelong glance and responded nonchalantly. You foolish creature, which eye of yours beheld me employing any form of cultivation? I relied solely on the strength of my physical form. Alas, I, a prodigious talent endowed with valorous strength, have been wronged by unscrupulous generals, relegated to this dismal place, obscured and suppressed, unable to take to the battlefield and showcase the unparalleled magnificence of my human race. A melancholic expression graced Fang Yue's visage, as if he genuinely mourned this lamentable state of affairs. The barbarians, one and all, displayed expressions of astonishment. Could pure physical strength be this formidable? Should these barbarians truly awaken to the reality of their situation and swarm him? It would be akin to ants overwhelming an elephant. He would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, concerning his own escape, he had no such qualms. The predicament arose from the fact that behind him stood a cadre of chefs, each a quintessential liability, possessing only the ability to butcher chickens and chop vegetables, their combat prowess scarcely exceeding a paltry 5, and their skills in evasion were equally lacking. He exaggerated his own plight. Even he himself scarcely believed it. Yet, inexplicably, these barbarian fools listened with rapt attention, some even nodding in tacit approval. The strength of the barbarian tribe lay predominantly in their formidable physicality. Their reverence for brute strength had reached an astonishing level of fanaticism. Fang Yue's earlier words resonated profoundly with them. "This is a disgrace," Varden seethed through clenched teeth. "When did our tribe descend to the level of being inferior in physical prowess?" His countenance darkened, and all his subordinates bowed their heads in shame. "Akun, come forth, slay this contemptible human and demonstrate the might of our tribe." No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall, emerged from behind Varden. "Good heavens, are you certain this isn't a descendant of the giant race?" Fang Yue gazed upward, his eyes widening as a shadow descended upon him. Before he could react, an oppressive aura enveloped him. An ethereal chill of murderous intent encircled Akun, as if a demon had descended. This fellow was doomed. Varden was truly enraged to have summoned Akun, who was known to be an awakened one, possessing a trace of the ancient giant's bloodline within him. Among the barbarians, all the apprentices brimmed with confidence, as if invigorated by some elixir of fervor. Conversely, the human side was steeped in despondency. The mountainous figure of Akun loomed impressively, rendering Fang Yue's stature before him akin to that of an infant standing beside an adult. An unmistakably stark contrast. Silently, Zhang Yun began to chant the incantation, his hand gestures shifting as he prepared for the eventuality that Fang Yue might falter. He needed to leave a path of retreat for him. Xiao Gang drew back his bowstring, disregarding the notion of a fair duel. Life was of paramount importance. His sole mission was to safeguard the safety of the second young master. A sense of unease crept over him. The corners of Sima Zhao's mouth curled into a faint, bitter smile. The barbarian tribesmen, possessing the blood of giants, were the most formidable adversaries. Not only were they incredibly strong, but they also had a high tolerance for pain. Most critically, their tough skin and dense flesh rendered them nearly invulnerable to weaknesses. Confronting a giant barbarian, comparable to an intermediate martial artist, required far more effort than vanquishing an ordinary high-level warrior of their kind, as the latter at least possessed vulnerabilities that could be exploited through clever tactics. However, the giant barbarians could only be confronted head-on. Fang Yue focused intently. He inhaled deeply, a faint golden radiance emanating from his body, as he readied the golden bell shield for immediate deployment. "Allow me to rend you asunder." Akun grinned broadly, his smile carrying a hint of foolishness. His large hands, akin to frying pans, reached down, attempting to hoist Fang Yue directly. He countered with a punch. Fang Yue, slightly crouching, gathered his energy, elbow poised, and struck. This was his most formal blow, encapsulating nearly all the power he possessed. With a thunderous crash, Fang Yue's fist propelled forth, a fierce gust of wind howling in its wake. Akun remained unfazed, meeting the blow with his own palm. The collision of their disproportionately sized hands produced a series of crackling sounds. Ha! What folly to strike a rock with an egg! Fang Yue actually dared to clash directly with Akun. What a delightful turn of events! A broken fist, truly deserved. Laughter erupted among the barbarian tribesmen. Zhang Yun, poised to unleash his prepared spell, hesitated momentarily, sensing something amiss. Sima Zhao halted Zhang Yun, having discerned that a trace of relaxed mirth at the corner of Fang Yue's mouth. He smiled. What was the meaning of this? Did this fellow possess a penchant for self-harm? Akun's triumphant grin gradually faded, replaced by an expression more grotesque than tears. Akun's hand went limp, his fingers bending like twisted caterpillars. The sound of bones fracturing belonged to Akun. How could this be? One barbarian, gripped by a foreboding suspicion, found disbelief etched upon his face. Withdrawing his fist, he exhaled a breath of frustration. Damn it, you startled me. So it was merely a fade. I genuinely thought you were a reincarnated giant. Fang Yue remained unscathed. Though the giant barbarian tribe was immensely powerful and resilient, the outcome of a strength contest depended on the opponent faced. Unbeknownst to Fang Yue, under the relentless transformation of a thread of vital energy, his physical form had solidified to an astonishing degree. His physical strength vastly exceeded the imagination of others of the same realm. In other words, in terms of physical prowess, he was nothing short of a monster. Akuen, clutching his fractured hand, was on the verge of tears from the pain. Who dares challenge me next? Fang Yue proclaimed. Newfound confidence surging within him as he gained fresh insights into his own physique. The barbarian warriors exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward for a duel with Fang Yue. Even Akuen had been defeated. Who among them truly embodied the essence of barbarism? Fang Yue's invincible physique rendered him unmatched. At least within the realm of martial artists, he was virtually unparalleled. Charge forth and slay him. The honor of the barbarian tribe must not be sullied. Verdun raised the battle knife in his hand, brandishing it in the air. What of duels? What of fairness? On the battlefield, there exists only life and death, devoid of rules. With a sudden sound, blood splattered. Wang Han's figure appeared behind Akuen like a specter. A fleeting glint of cold light slicing through the air, severing Verdun's throat. Though Akuen was injured, his physical prowess would undoubtedly render him a formidable force if he joined the fray, an assassin of martial prowess. Verdun discerned Akuen's true nature at a glance. Who could possibly explain why there exists an assassin within the kitchen? Whoosh, 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 a trio of arrows flew forth, their black shafts glinting with a hint of cold light, striking the chests of 3 barbarian warriors with a series of dull thuds. Multiple arrows. This was Shao Gang's specialty. Verdun's expression darkened further. An archer of martial prowess in the kitchen. Surely, this is a jest. Zhang Yun made his entrance, finally unleashing the spell he had been harboring in his hands. Radiance slash. The flickering shadows of Zhang Yun's fingers conjured a myriad of tiny white lights that coalesced into a 3-inch long blade. The edge of the blade was razor sharp, slicing cleanly through the heads of 2 novice barbarian warriors. In their final moments, they had no inkling of what had transpired at a practitioner of the arcane. Verdun's voice quivered with trepidation. He was prepared to make a hasty retreat. A conspiracy. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy. How could there be so many combat professions within the kitchen, and all of them at the level of martial prowess? By the heavens, how formidable! Fang Yue's eyes widened. Had he known that the members of this faction possessed such strength, he would have foregone the futile delay. He could have simply engaged and dispatched all these barbarians in one fell swoop. Seeing their commander obstructed, the morale of the barbarian troops plummeted. Fang Yue swung the iron pot in his hands, creating a cacophony as he charged into the ranks of the barbarians, as if entering a realm devoid of resistance. Li Ran clashed with Verdun. Though he was of a lower tier, he surprisingly held his ground. How could I, the illustrious Verdun, find myself outmatched by a mere cook? This is a profound disgrace, a most egregious affront. Verdun, consumed by fury, felt his dignity challenged. With a flourish, he raised his cleaver, an aura of bloodlust surging forth, filling the air. Suddenly, a dark iron pot appeared behind him, as Fang Yue gritted his teeth and struck down with all his might. Verdun's skull was cleaved open, and in an instant, darkness engulfed him, rendering him oblivious. Yet Fang Yue was not yet satisfied. He used his other hand to deliver a swift strike with the kitchen knife to Verdun's neck. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining Fang Yue's vision crimson. How audacious! Given a ray of sunshine, you blossom. Faced with a flood, you overflow. Did you truly believe yourself a peerless master capable of confronting me? Fang Yue decisively felled Verdun, the leader of the barbarians. The chefs in the kitchen were nearly beside themselves. It turned out that their iron pots could strike down foes, and their kitchen knives could deliver finishing blows. They once again realized the boundless potential of being a great chef, with a bright future ahead. The barbarians stood in stunned silence. The demise of their leader was indeed gruesome. Wrapped in horsehide, He met his end on the battlefield, a true honor for the barbarian tribes. However, to be struck unconscious by an iron pot and have one's throat cut by a kitchen knife is hardly a heroic way to perish. Who among you would dare to approach? Fang Yue, brimming with pride, wielded an iron pot in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, while a large white apron adorned his waist. The sight was undeniably comical, yet not a soul dared to emit a laugh. The cooks in the kitchen gazed at Fang Yue with faces full of admiration, their reverence 1,000-fold greater than that shown to Yi Wanyin. As for the barbarian soldiers, they were thoroughly intimidated by Fang Yue. Chapter 33. We surrender. Xiao Gang drew his bowstring taut, aiming at the barbarian soldiers that a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped everyone, instilling a fear that rendered them motionless. Wang Han drifted like a specter behind the barbarians, ready to reprimand any who dared act insincerely. The barbarians were engulfed in a chill, having never encountered such a terrifying display. We surrender. A voice broke the silence, the first to utter those 4 words. Subsequently, all the barbarian soldiers echoed the sentiment, surrendering en masse. Among Valden's 100 barbarian warriors, 43 perished in battle, 57 were captured, and Valden himself met his end at the hands of Fang Yue's kitchen knife. His life extinguished. The barbarian warriors were stripped of their leather armor and weapons. Even their personal belongings were thoroughly looted by Fang Yue. These men represented military achievements, and handing them over to the Apocalypse Legion would undoubtedly be a significant feat. However, the spoils of war belonged solely to Fang Yue. They were his private property and could never be surrendered. Why did you suddenly decide to launch a surprise attack on our camp? Fang Yue inquired nonchalantly, while sorting through the loot from the barbarians. A junior officer among the barbarians gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Our attack was a spur-of-the-moment decision. It's all the fault of a shameless thief who brazenly infiltrated our camp at night to pilfer our treasury. Not only did he steal our treasures, but he also made off with the entire vault. This was a blatant affront to our barbarian dignity. We followed in the footsteps of that audacious thief. A treasury taken away. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue momentarily froze, then lowered his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. It seemed he was the instigator of this debacle. How absurd. These barbarians were truly stingy. It was merely a relocation of their dwelling. Was it necessary to make such a grand fuss over it? Xiao Gang and the others exchanged glances with Fang Yue, their expressions betraying a mixture of amusement and disbelief. This unreliable second son had seemingly instigated a grand affair, leading to a conflict sparked by their minor raid. Such an occurrence, if not unprecedented, was certainly rare throughout history. What are you for staring at me for? Go about your business. Is there something floral adorning my visage? Remember to interrogate these barbarians thoroughly for any vital secrets. Fang Yue, feeling guilty as a thief, bellowed at his 4 retainers. They lowered their heads, and as for their thoughts, Fang Yue could no longer concern himself with them. The barbarians arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Upon reaching the human territory, the scent of the thief faded without a trace, and soon the horde of barbarian soldiers hastily plundered the supplies and provisions of the Apocalypse Legion before making their swift exit. In this raid on the encampment, the barbarian forces deployed a total of 8,000 troops, resulting in the demise of 1,800 frontline soldiers and logistical personnel of the Apocalypse Legion. In contrast, the barbarians suffered losses of fewer than 500, which included over 50 barbarian soldiers captured by Fang Yue, as well as more than 40 unfortunate souls eliminated by the culinary team he led. As a commander, Yi Wanyin cannot escape culpability. If one were to consider the sole achievement of the Apocalypse Legion in this skirmish, it would be the 53 barbarian captives held by Fang Yue. The barbarians, known for their pride and arrogance, would rather face death than surrender. Typically, in smaller skirmishes resulting in 300 to 500 casualties, even if the Apocalypse Legion emerges victorious, they rarely manage to capture more than a few barbarian soldiers. Yet this time, Fang Yue succeeded in capturing 53, a number that nearly equals the total captured by the Apocalypse Legion over an entire year. Another noteworthy accomplishment was the culinary team's remarkable feat of overcoming the odds to eliminate over 80 barbarian soldiers without sustaining any casualties. Among those slain were not only the subordinates of Verdun, but also some barbarians who perished alongside the culinary team. Each chef in the kitchen received a commendation of 50 military merit points, while Fang Yue, as the organizer, was awarded an impressive total of 1,300 points. Such an accumulation of military merit is scarcely seen even among the officers on the front lines. Regarding the exchange of military merit, 1 point can be redeemed for a single spirit stone, while 1 point can be exchanged for a tael of first-grade spirit grain, and 10 points can procure a standard-issue battle knife, warrior grade. Perusing the military merit exchange manual, Fang Yue found himself bewildered. Spirit grain? What on earth is that? Is it not merely rice? How could a tael possibly be worth a point of military merit? Furthermore, why is there only a standard battle knife and not a frying pan? My frying pan was stained with blood during the previous skirmish and is unfit for cooking. Is there no standard frying pan available? Well, I would like one of warrior grade too. The official at the military merit exchange, witnessing Fang Yue's loud outburst, could not help but display a look of exasperation. As for frying pans, the logistics department has an abundance. As long as one files a report, they can be obtained at any time. Yet he had never even heard of a standard frying pan, a warrior-grade frying pan. Was he planning to cook or use it as a weapon? However, regardless of his internal frustrations, the official dared not show any sign of discontent on his face. This esteemed gentleman is a prominent figure within the entire Apocalypse Legion, having displayed remarkable bravery as a cook while capturing a multitude of barbarian soldiers. It is said that those barbarian soldiers, once imprisoned, have been so traumatized that they now experience nightmares. Ahem, second young master. The spirit grain is a classification of grain quality. First-grade spirit grain contains a certain amount of spiritual energy, which not only serves as sustenance akin to ordinary food, but also aids in cultivation and promotes physical recovery. The gentle effects of the spiritual energy nourish the organs and soothe the spirit. Long-term consumption can yield unexpected benefits for practitioners. Xiaogong's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat ashamed of his second son's ignorance. The benefits of spirit grain should be common knowledge. Fang Yue's eyes gleamed with curiosity. So, would you say this substance significantly aids in cultivation? A modicum of this substance yields negligible effects. However, if consumed consistently with each meal, it can remarkably enhance the efficacy of one's daily meditative practices. Xiao Gang shows little interest in Lingu, regarding it as a luxury item, typically reserved for times of significant depletion. To him, such ostentatious items are merely tools for the frivolous elite to flaunt their wealth. In terms of value for money, he believes Lingshi is far more advantageous. This can accelerate one's cultivation speed. Fang Yue inquired once more. Xiao Gang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it can. However, it is exceedingly costly, and I advise the second young master to deliberate with caution. No worries, my brother is affluent. 1 grade Lingu, correct? I'll take 10 Jin. 10 Jin. The officer responsible for exchanges at the military merit office widened his eyes, fearing he had misheard. Lingu was already a rarity in this office, and even those who exchanged it typically did so in smaller quantities. Never had he encountered someone like Fang Yue, who boldly requested 10 Jin outright. Xiao Gang covered his face, wishing he could feign ignorance of his second young master. Second young master, should we perhaps consider a smaller amount? Xiao Gang endeavored to maintain a tone of reasoned suggestion. No problem. We have the funds. It's merely 100 military merits. We can earn more after spending. Fang Yue patted his somewhat unimpressive chest, exuding an air of untouchable wealth. Xiao Gang was left utterly speechless. It dawned on him that aside from the recent displays of brilliance and unreliability, this second young master was notorious for his extravagant lifestyle back in the capital of Yen. Perhaps his true nature was now laid bare. Ah, and these qi-nourishing pills, which can substantially enhance the pace of cultivation? 30 military merits each. No problem. I'll take 10. And this Xiantai shield, impervious even to advanced warriors. Splendid. I'll have one. What? 400 military merits seems a tad excessive. Not to worry, I'm affluent. And this ice-cold dagger, a treasured item passed down from the sect. Indestructible. It slices through iron as if it were mud, and if it strikes, it carries the power of ice, paralyzing the opponent's blood and slowing their movements. A remarkable item. I'll take 2. Moreover, this breaking sun bow, crafted from the tendons of the fierce MNNI, capable of withstanding a tensile strength of 5,000 kilograms. Another excellent find. Only 50 military merits. I'll take two, one for myself and one for Xiao Gang. Fang Yue was the epitome of a nouveau riche. While others approached military merit exchanges with meticulousness and caution, he exemplified the demeanor of an extravagant spender. The military merit exchange was swiftly transforming into a miniature wholesale market. In no time, Fang Yue had squandered his 1,300 military merits. Yet each piece of equipment he acquired was a significant upgrade, transforming his arsenal. Although these items may not individually qualify as treasures, collectively, their value was staggering. The four family guards also benefited from Fang Yue's indulgence, each receiving a weapon. Xiao Gang received the Breaking Sun Bow, which boasted explosive power, far surpassing the Snake Woman Bow he currently wielded. Wang Han was bestowed the Ice-Cold Dagger, which according to Fang Yue was ideal for an assassin, capable of both combat and retreat. Li Ran received the Xiantai Shield, a stalwart protector with substantial health, emphasizing the importance of physical defense. Zhang Yun is a water attribute stone, and any martial arts spells of the warrior level that possess a water attribute can receive an enhancement ranging from 30 to 50%. The four individuals were deeply moved by this revelation. Initially, they had accompanied the second young master with great reluctance. However, their sentiments have now transformed, and they perceive following the second young master as a privilege. To speak of nothing else, each of these four weapons holds significant value if they were to receive their monthly salary from the Fang family. It would likely take 3 to 5 years to acquire such treasures. Infusing spiritual energy involves merging the spiritual forces of heaven and earth into all things within this world. Pills, weapons, and even all materials can be infused, leading to unimaginable transformations in the attributes and essence of the infused objects. However, the direction of these changes cannot be chosen. Generally speaking, the more successful the infusions, the greater the value of the infused items. Yet, the path of infusion is fraught with challenges. Each attempt carries a certain probability of failure. Moreover, each infusion requires specific items to serve as offerings for the ritual. Fang Yue delved into the essence of the 10,000 spirit scripture, which the elegantly dressed woman had imprinted upon him. The deeper his understanding, the more he felt the profound and inscrutable nature of this scripture. It expounds on the principle of the spirituality of all things, with infusion merely being a minor branch of its teachings. To cultivate the 10,000 spirit scripture, one must become an infusion master capable of performing infusions 3 times or more. As Fang Yue meticulously grasped the essence and subtleties within, his eyes grew increasingly radiant. Chapter 34. The long-legged one has fled. The 10,000 spirit scripture is not a conventional cultivation technique. It is a remarkable tome. While understanding its inner meanings may not grant one the ability to capture stars or achieve immortality, it allows for the comprehension of the grand principles of mountains and rivers and the utilization of celestial powers, geomancy, and the 8 trigrams, all of which are elucidated within this book. If one were to attain mastery, they could, with a mere stamp of their foot, alter the very heavens and earth, claiming all things as their own. Even with Fang Yue's formidable soul and unparalleled comprehension, studying this 10,000 spirit scripture proved to be quite arduous. It took him an entire night just to scratch the surface. According to the text, the probability of success for the first infusion is the highest. Even for novices, it is generally possible to achieve at least 1 successful infusion out of 3 attempts. Why not experiment with infusing a cast iron pot? The kitchen may lack many things, but it certainly has no shortage of pots. As for the sacrificial materials, a rooster would suffice. The area around the kitchen was teeming with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, seemingly inexhaustible. Fang Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He found the art of infusion to be quite captivating. He retrieved his cast iron pot, a weapon he had wielded during his battles against the barbarian tribes, still stained with the remnants of their blood, now dried and presenting a dark purple hue. Speaking to himself, he placed the pot before him, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy as described in the 10,000 spirit scripture. The meridians flowed in harmonious circles. Suddenly, Fang Yue's eyes shone brightly, akin to 2 radiant lanterns. A point of golden light coalesced at his fingertips, and with a gentle sound, it descended upon the surface of the cast iron pot. The entire pot illuminated, enveloped in a hazy layer of dark radiance. In the next moment, Fang Yue seized a lively rooster and placed it atop the iron pot. As the rooster's feet made contact with the dark radiance emanating from the pot, they instantly melted away, vanishing into thin air. Fang Yue remained unfazed, for according to the records of the universal scriptures, this was merely a step in the sacrificial ritual. Soon, the entire rooster was engulfed by the dark glow above the pot. The luminous sheen upon the iron continued to coalesce, refusing to dissipate. What on earth was happening? The offering had vanished, yet the light above the pot should have faded. Fang Yue was momentarily taken aback. The universal scriptures had never documented such an occurrence. In the next instant, the dark radiance morphed into a gaping maw, incessantly smacking, as if it were pleading with Fang Yue. I want. What was this? Wasn't the ritual supposed to endow it with spirit? Instead, it merely manifested as a mouth. Fang Yue felt a wave of nausea. What was meant to be a sacred bestowal of spirit had transformed into this absurdity. An iron pot sprouting a mouth. Had this ritual granted it the spirit of a glutton? Fang Yue's head spun. Indeed, the outcomes of such endowments were fraught with uncertainty. To his astonishment, the iron pot, sensing Fang Yue's indifference, sprouted two tiny legs beneath it, scuttling over to his side and nudging his leg with its rim. Was it being coy? Fang Yue's jaw nearly dropped. He was the one typically astounded by the bizarre antics he conjured. Yet this iron pot had managed to astonish him profoundly. Just a mere cooking vessel, and it had sprouted a mouth, now two little legs. Was it defying the heavens? Witnessing the pot's pitiful demeanor, Fang Yue's heart softened, and he casually tossed a cabbage into its mouth. To his surprise, the pot promptly snapped its mouth shut, absolutely refusing to eat. The diminutive legs stretched and wobbled, tossing the cabbage out of the pot. Goodness, was it deliberately provoking him? Did it not understand that children should not cause trouble? Such behavior could easily lead to malnutrition. Fang Yue scolded the pot with earnestness, yet the pot merely pouted, displaying disdain for his words. Fang Yue was at a loss for words. It was just an iron pot. What did it have to be so proud about? Unsure of what it would consume, he began tossing various items into it. Fruits, cured meats, and spiritual grains, but it spat them all back out. What on earth do you eat? Fang Yue fumed, roaring at the pot. The pot ignored him, turning its head away with a flick. So, you're sulking because I called you fat? Are you? Watch me not knock you flat. In a fit of frustration, Fang Yue grabbed a kitchen knife and hurled it at the pot. With a clang, it struck the iron vessel. Rather than growing angry, the pot's mouth suddenly gaped wide open. Creak, creak, creak. After a series of crisp sounds, the iron pot vanished before Fang Yue's eyes. So, you prefer to dine on iron objects? Fang Yue was taken aback, quickly realizing the pot's peculiar dietary preference. A poor, iron-deficient child, it seemed, and no longer irate. He began tossing all the useless ironware from the room to the pot. The pot welcomed each offering without hesitation, crunching and chewing them with glee. The surface of the iron pot shimmered with a faint, dark luster, as if, during the process of consuming the iron itself, it could give rise to some unique transformations. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Tai. Come, show me what special abilities you possess. Fang Yue watched the iron pot devour its meal with great enthusiasm, unable to help but feel that this little creature possessed a certain charm. After all, it was the very first creation he had bestowed with spirit. Although there were some discrepancies in its behavior compared to the descriptions in the Wandering Spirit Sutra, the pot exhibited a stronger essence. He had never heard of any other iron pot capable of feeding itself and sprouting legs. The iron pot, showing no humility, scampered over on its little short legs, swiftly reaching the cabbage it had just expelled. It squatted down, tilting its rim, and deftly scooped the cabbage into itself. With a resounding thud, dark energy swirled within, enveloping the cabbage. Moments later, as the dark aura dissipated, a humble cabbage was surprisingly adorned with a faint layer of spiritual energy. Is this a spiritual vegetable? Fang Yue gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. If this truly is a spiritual vegetable, then he would have struck gold. Spiritual vegetables are, in essence, the counterpart to spiritual grains, while the latter refers to grains imbued with spiritual energy. The former pertains to vegetables possessing similar qualities. Xiao Tai proudly puffed out its little legs, clearly brimming with self-importance. Fang Yue retrieved the cabbage, which radiated a rich aura, confirming it to be a genuine spiritual vegetable. This was a grade 1 spiritual vegetable, and he estimated its worth to be at least 20 spirit stones. Spiritual vegetables are indeed rarer than spiritual grains, thus commanding a higher price. However, after producing the spiritual vegetable, the iron pot's surface visibly dimmed, for in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Transforming an ordinary cabbage into a spiritual vegetable had evidently consumed a considerable amount of its energy. Go on, eat. Your old man won't let you go hungry. Fang Yue, a typical believer in the adage that nurturing leads to favor, experienced a complete turnaround in attitude upon witnessing Xiao Tai's remarkable ability. He extracted a tribal battle knife from a stone pendant, a blade entirely black and weighing between 40 to 50 pounds. Though its edge was dull, a strike from it could easily shatter bones. Tribal weapons are generally of similar quality, relying mainly on brute strength for effectiveness. Fang Yue tossed the battle knife to Xiao Tai. Excitedly, Xiao Tai devoured the knife, relishing the superior materials compared to an ordinary kitchen knife. With fine iron mixed in, providing a lavish feast for the little pot. After consuming the tribal battle knife, Xiao Tai's surface regained its dark luster, even appearing more vibrant than before, with the prospect of transforming offerings into spiritual vegetables. Fang Yue's eyes sparkled with the allure of a lucrative opportunity. Second, young master, the newly arrived envoy requests your presence. Just as Fang Yue was reveling in his good fortune, Xiao Gang knocked at the door. What envoy? I have not heard of such a thing. Fang Yue glanced at Xiao Tai, who, understanding the situation, promptly tucked away its little legs and mouth. The dark aura receded, resembling an ordinary iron pot. Quietly resting on Fang Yue's stove, Fang Yue opened the door and inquired of Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang explained, this time, due to General Ye's negligence, a significant number of soldiers from the Tianqi Legion suffered casualties during the ambush by the barbarian tribes. Consequently, the royal family of the Yin Kingdom has dispatched envoys to demand accountability and investigate this matter thoroughly. Therefore, the second young master must exercise utmost caution and avoid giving them any leverage. Xiao Gang advised earnestly. Fang Yue responded with a simple acknowledgement and then departed swiftly. As he left, he felt a tinge of unease regarding his little brother, Xiao Tai, so he decided to carry him on his back for safekeeping. Are you Fang Yue? Within the military tent stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in purple, with slightly raised brows and an expression of unspoken authority on his pallid face. Fang Yue was taken aback. The purple-clad youth appeared exceedingly young, seemingly only a few years older than himself. Yet he had been sent by the royal family to temporarily oversee the affairs of the Tianqi Legion, replacing Yuan Yin. Fang Yue, do not be disrespectful. Yuan Yin, standing to the side, interjected sternly, a faint aura of menace flickering in his gaze, despite being ordered by the royal family to step down and undergo investigation. He remained responsible for assisting the purple-clad youth in managing military matters. Why Yuan Yin harbored a profound animosity towards Fang Yue, as if the two were fated to be adversaries. Ever since Fang Yue joined the Tianqi Legion, he had not enjoyed a single moment of peace. The ambush by the barbarian tribes was an unprecedented event that occurred once in 800 years, and it had inconveniently fallen upon him. This is Lord Zhuijun, an envoy sent by the royal family. But he is a distinguished disciple from the Yue cave, possessing extraordinary powers that transcend mortal comprehension. He now oversees all military affairs, and you must obey his every command without question. Chapter 35. Deliberate difficulties. Yuan Yin narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort directed at Fang Yue. Fang Yue's thoughts whirled as he discerned the underlying intricacies. The Yue cave was one of the two prominent cultivation sects within the Yin Kingdom, with an unfathomable heritage that reportedly spanned over 300 years, even prior to the establishment of the Yin Kingdom. Every generation of national masters had originated from the Yue cave. Some of the exceptional disciples from the Yue cave would descend the mountain to gain experience after reaching a certain level of cultivation, serving in various military capacities to engage in battle and experience the nuances of life and death. It seemed that Zhuijun was one such disciple sent for training, and he likely held a significant status within the Yue cave. Otherwise, he would not have assumed the position of commander of the Tianqi Legion upon his arrival. May I inquire what insights the esteemed envoy has to impart? Fang Yue's tone softened slightly. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, given the strength of his adversary, he recognized his current limitations. That it is not that I delayed the military matters or concealed the truth, but rather that General Ye's inherent suspicion caused a lapse in timing. Fang Yue feigned a look of grievance. Ye Wanyan's expression stiffened. How was it that he was caught in the crossfire of this situation? Wasn't the inquiry supposed to be directed at Fang Yue? Now I understand, Jun remarked, listening intently to Fang Yue's report, which was precise and without any discrepancies. How can one slay the barbarian tribes? Jun admonished with righteous indignation. Fang Yue stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this excuse is also viable. As the adversaries approach my very doorstep, should I truly be reduced to shouting for help, calling upon the soldiers at the front lines to engage the enemy? If that were the case, we would all have been cleaved into pieces long ago. By the time the frontline soldiers arrived, it would be too late. Yet, before Fang Yue could articulate his explanation, Jun let out another cold snort. Your gross negligence, your overreach of authority, and your slothfulness towards military duties are nothing short of deplorable actions. Should others choose to follow your example, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the ranks. Therefore, I have resolved to imprison you in the dungeon, awaiting your fate. With a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth, Jun gestured dismissively, commanding, "Bring this Fang Yue to the celestial prison." "Yes," replied the two middle-aged men standing behind Jun, stepping forward on either side of Fang Yue, their presence as formidable as mountains, suddenly heavy with gravity. These two were indeed martial generals of exceptional prowess, and their combined might rendered Fang Yue incapable of defending himself. "Come along, Fang Yue." They each laid a hand upon Fang Yue's shoulder, seemingly casual, yet striking directly at his vulnerabilities. The chilling current surged through his collarbone and into his dantian, the frigid energy threatening to freeze it solid. How insidious! They aimed to cripple my martial abilities. Fang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. He held no grudge against Jun, yet found himself inexplicably subjected to such vicious treatment. Resigned, he ceased his resistance, allowing the two to escort him to the dungeon. Simultaneously, he summoned his internal energies to counteract the cold, striving to protect his dantian from harm. In you go. With that, Fang Yue was thrust into the cell, his perception of the outside world completely severed and sealed. The quality of the chilling energy within his dantian was so potent that an ordinary warrior would have already succumbed, their abilities shattered. However, Fang Yue's own energies were extraordinary, enabling him to withstand and contend with it. Time passed, endlessly grinding on. After an indeterminate duration, Fang Yue finally reopened his eyes, exhaling a long, heavy breath. The icy currents had been tempered and dissipated, and through this ordeal, his internal energies had ascended to a new level. His body felt expansive, as if infused with boundless strength. That it was precisely due to the elevated level of his energies that he had surged forth like a tidal wave before martial generals. I am famished. Following his breakthrough, Fang Yue's physical tier had advanced, yet the energy expended during the process was immense. Without timely replenishment, he risked exhausting his bodily potential. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfastened the iron pot from his back, retrieved firewood, spiritual grains, and water from the stone encasement, and began to kindle a fire to cook. The fragrant aroma of the spiritual grains wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the guards outside. Upon witnessing Fang Yue cooking within his cell, they were utterly taken aback. What is he doing? Indulging in life. The dungeons of the Tianqi Legion had always been a somber place, shrouded in an atmosphere of death. They had never encountered anyone daring enough to cook within these walls. Moreover, the grains he prepared emitted an even more intense fragrance than ordinary rice. Once the meal was ready, he served himself a small bowl. As he took a bite, the rich aroma of the rice enveloped his palate, lingering sweetly between his lips and teeth. It was sticky and soft. The iron pot, having been imbued with spiritual energy, produced grains that were far more aromatic than those cooked in a conventional pot. A small bowl of spiritual grains was swiftly devoured by him, and a wave of warm, soothing energy instantly coursed through his limbs and body. The previous sensation of hunger was somewhat alleviated. However, a mere small bowl of spiritual grains was insufficient to compensate for the deficiencies within him. "What are you doing?" A guard outside detected the fragrant aroma of rice emanating from the cell and barked sharply. A glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. This was, after all, spiritual grains. Although he was unaware of how this fellow managed to bring in the pot and the grains, it did not deter them from harboring covetous thoughts. He was currently lingering at the threshold of becoming a high-level apprentice, merely a sliver of external influence away from a breakthrough. Yet the guard's earnings were meager, amounting to only 30 silver coins a month. After accounting for bribes and daily expenses, the meager remainder was hardly sufficient to procure various resources for cultivation. These spiritual grains represented an opportunity for his advancement. He glimpsed the hope of becoming a warrior. Fang Yue, ravenous and with eyes glinting with hunger, could think of nothing but the spiritual grains, entirely disregarding the guard's reprimands. He filled another small bowl for himself and consumed it with the ferocity of tempest. The guard outside scowled, taken aback by such blatant disregard. "I said you, hand over the spiritual grains, and I will pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, beware that I will break your legs," the guard shouted menacingly. Once one entered the prison of the Celestial Army, it was their domain. Few managed to leave unscathed. The guard's penchant for capital punishment was a common occurrence. Yet, Fang Yue continued to ignore him, placing the small bowl aside and directly scooping the grains from the iron pot into his mouth. The efficiency of eating directly from the pot surpassed that of bowls, offering a more gratifying and convenient experience. The aroma of the spiritual grains intensified. The guard was now seething with rage. He had never encountered such audacity. Not only had the man brought a pot into the cell, but he also blatantly disregarded their authority. With a furious impulse, the guard flung open the cell door. Upon his entrance, Fang Yue had already polished off the last morsel of spiritual grains from the pot. In the end, Fang Yue even extended his tongue to savor the last crispy remnants. Deliciously crunchy and sweet, the taste was exquisite. "You have gone too far." The guard, overwhelmed by fury, lost all semblance of reason, roaring at Fang Yue like an enraged tiger. Fang Yue, bewildered, looked up, having been so focused on eating that he had no idea what was unfolding. "What is wrong with me?" His vacant expression and innocent demeanor ignited the guard's rage further. "You are utterly insufferable." The guard swung his blade, the silver glint of the weapon blinding. He aimed to slay Fang Yue, seeking to quell his own furious heart with the man's blood. With a resounding clash, the blade met Fang Yue's neck, merely sparking a shower of golden sparks. With a crunch, the guard's sword shattered. Yet not a single hair on Fang Yue's neck was harmed. The guard, horrified, stared blankly at the broken hilt still clutched in his hand. What manner of demon was this, that even a battle blade could not sever his neck? Clang, clang, fragments of the iron sword fell into Fang Yue's small iron pot. With a gaping mouth, he swallowed the iron shards whole. Monster! The guard was utterly dumbfounded. He had never witnessed a pot that could devour iron. With a disdainful sneer, the iron pot opened its mouth once more, spewing forth the shattered remnants of the battle blade, overflowing with contempt and disdain. What on earth is happening? The jailer, utterly bewildered, found himself scorned by a mere cooking pot. Fang Yue covered his face, lamenting that the little iron had become so finicky after being fed by him, rejecting even this inferior imitation mixed with raw iron. The jailer was in complete disarray. The events unfolding before him had surpassed the realm of his comprehension. His mind felt as though it might explode. This was simply absurd. Chapter 36. Gathering Spirit Array, Fang Yue flipped his hand, revealing a spirit stone nestled in his palm. He tossed the spirit stone to the jailer, who felt as if he had received a reprieve from certain doom, as long as he still held value. He would not be summarily executed by this esteemed individual. Very well, very well. I shall deliver all of these items within the hour. The jailer stammered obediently, not pausing to ponder why Fang Yue required such things. After all, every prominent figure harbors their peculiar hobbies, do they not? Having received the spirit stone, the jailer began to make his exit. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Fang Yue called out, "Halt! My lord, I truly am blind to your greatness." The jailer's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, prostrating himself before Fang Yue, begging for mercy with fervent desperation. The previous spirit grains he had consumed amounted to at least 7 or 8 taels. Although they had somewhat alleviated his hunger, they had not fully restored him from his weakened state. Thus, Fang Yue delved into the study of the spirit stone formations documented in the Wandering Spirit scripture. By arranging the spirit stones in various configurations, one could elicit a multitude of effects. Among these were the gathering spirit array, as well as illusionary and lethal formations. Spirit stones inherently possess a unique magnetic field, capable of drawing forth the celestial spirit energy, thereby creating diverse realms. Each of these realms serves distinct purposes. Some are designed for combat, attracting the essence of metal, summoning celestial swords to slice through all directions, while others draw upon the spirit energy of heaven and earth, assisting in cultivation and aiding individuals in regaining their vitality. The first array Fang Yue set up was the Gathering Spirit Array. This array did not pertain to a singular spirit stone formation, but rather to a category of patterns that could concentrate the spirit energy of the universe, facilitating cultivation. There were thousands of placement methods chronicled in the Wandering Spirit scripture. He chose to arrange the 8 trigrams Gathering Spirit Array, dividing the spirit stones into 8 piles, each containing 8 stones. The total of 64 spirit stones symbolize the interaction between heaven and earth, embodying the essence of the 8 trigrams. This array could summon all the spirit energy within a radius of 100 meters, condensing it into a single drop of spirit liquid. Clumsy and inexperienced, Fang Yue struggled with the arrangement of the spirit stones. With a clatter, one pile on the left was secured, only for the one on the right to topple over. Ultimately, after expending nearly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he finally completed the 8 trigrams Gathering Spirit Array. The moment the final spirit stone was placed, a howling wind erupted. Spirit energy surged from all directions into the center of the 8 trigrams Gathering Spirit Array, swiftly forming a swirling vortex. The base of this vortex, a hazy mist gradually took shape, coalescing into a vibrant azure fog, densely packed with an astounding amount of spirit energy. As the azure aura around the 64 spirit stones began to dissipate, moments later, all the spirit stones crumbled into sand, and the 8 trigrams Gathering Spirit Array vanished without a trace. A single drop of azure spirit liquid hovered in midair, resembling a timeless treasure, suspended in an eternal descent. Fang Yue's eyes were gently closed as he guided the drop of azure spiritual liquid into the center of his brow with his mental focus, swiftly merging it with his essence. As the spiritual liquid entered his body, it was as though the parched earth, yearning for rain, was finally graced by the life-giving dew. Every cell within him rejoiced, fervently and exuberantly absorbing the essence flowing through his veins. In a mere moment, the single drop vanished, entirely consumed by Fang Yue's body. Yet he found that the gnawing hunger within him had not dissipated completely. How immense must the consumption be to elevate from a mid-tier martial artist to a high-tier one? The power contained within a single drop of that spiritual liquid equated to the total of 100 spirit stones for a novice martial general, even when their internal true energy was depleted. A single drop of that liquid could revitalize them. However, having already consumed a considerable amount of spiritual grains, and now having absorbed this drop of spiritual liquid, his body still conveyed a sense of thirst, failing to replenish the energy expended during his ascension. Fang Yue was astonished. He had not anticipated the magnitude of consumption required for his advancement. Indeed, these 3 martial techniques were extraordinary, each layer surpassing others of the same rank in power. Furthermore, while others practiced a singular technique, he was cultivating 3, which naturally demanded greater resources. This realization dawned upon him. Understanding the intricacies, Fang Yue arranged the Bagua Gathering Spirit Array once more, setting up formation after formation, harvesting drop after drop of spiritual liquid until the 8th Bagua Gathering Spirit Array was extinguished. Upon swallowing the 8th drop, he felt the nurturing essence of the liquid fully restore his previously depleted potential. His muscles and bones expanded, cracking and popping as if thunder coursed through them. His hand clenched suddenly, the air exploding with force. His strength approximately doubled compared to before. Gulping, Fang Yue was taken aback by the magnitude of this ascension. Exceeding his expectations as a mid-tier martial artist, he could challenge high-tier opponents using the unique power of the 3 forces. Now, with his strength surging to the high-tier realm. Did this not imply he possessed the capability to contend with novice martial generals? Casting a glance at the spirit stone, he declared generously, "No matter, since I have given it to you. This item is now yours. Your expenditure is of no concern to me, and I suspect I may reside in this prison for an extended period. Consider this spirit stone a prepayment of sorts." Fang Yue was remarkably nonchalant, unperturbed by the prospect of exiting. The outside world was in chaos, with both Jun and Yi Wanyan harboring no ill intentions towards him. Why rush out so soon? It was far more tranquil to remain in this prison. Fang Yue busied himself with cooking, while Little Iron, having consumed the barbarian's battle knife, exhibited a profound darkness. Fang Yue tossed a heap of vegetables into the mix, which quickly transformed into high-grade spiritual vegetables. He then fed Little Iron a few more barbarian weapons, urging it to recover its dark essence and enhance its own material quality. Humming a cheerful tune, he prepared a meal that was a feast for the senses, color, aroma, and flavor all in harmony. Before long, a table laden with dishes was prepared, each brimming with spiritual energy. The spiritual grains and vegetables on this table represented an extraordinary bounty, worth at least 20 to 30 spirit stones if measured by materials alone. He indulged in lavish excess, a luxury that even the heads of prominent families in the Yin Kingdom could scarcely enjoy daily. Fang Yue savored each bite, relishing the essence of life. Were it not for the pervasive darkness and squalor of this prison cell, one might easily mistake it for an upscale dining establishment. The flavors of the spiritual grains and vegetables are indeed exquisite, especially after being meticulously prepared by Fang Yue, whose culinary prowess nearly led him to bite his own tongue in delight. "I am truly a genius, effortlessly exceptional. Oh dear, I can hardly contain my own admiration. How can there exist such extraordinary individuals in this world?" Fang Yue is consumed by narcissism that a portion of the spiritual grains and vegetables he consumed has transformed into his cultivation, growing steadily and resolutely. The effects of this single meal surpass those of 3 days of arduous retreat. However, the majority of the spiritual energy is being stored within his cells, reserved for potential future needs. Meanwhile, Fang Yue indulges himself in the prison cell, while Xiao Gang and the others outside are in a state of frantic disarray. They never anticipated that Jun would be so indiscriminate, casually placing a hat atop Fang Yue's head and imprisoning him to await trial. Jun is a suitor of Chu Minjing, yet she has consistently maintained a certain distance from him. It is likely that Jun harbors resentment, prompting him to resort to such despicable tactics. Those Jun's methods are indeed shameless, and even as dubious justifications can be dismissed, the military operates under strict discipline. The utmost importance is placed on execution. Even the most unreliable orders, once given, must be followed without question. It is said that the dungeons of the military are shrouded in darkness, where a mere disagreement can lead to severe punishment. The second young master, with his temperament, must have endured considerable hardship. The 4 family guards are all anxious and helpless. "Yi Wanyan, are you courting death? You dare to lay hands on my people, and it seems you no longer value your life." In the kitchen, Tian Guangming's voice is cold as he casts a glance at Yi Wanyan, whose body feels as though it has been encased in ice, immobilized by the palpable aura of killing intent. Yi Wanyan is on the verge of regret. Upon arriving, he had sensed that Tian Guangming was a reclusive master, living in seclusion, which is why he had refrained from overstepping any bounds with him. Yet he believed that even if Tian Guangming were formidable, he would not dare to confront him directly. However, he has gravely miscalculated. Upon hearing of Fang Yue's arrest, Tian Guangming sought him out. It was only when he truly faced Tian Guangming that Yi Wanyan realized the extent of his error. Yi Wanyan reached the rank of military general at the age of 40, and now, having surpassed 50, he has become an intermediate general, possessing a modest reputation within the ranks of Yin Kingdom's military. He believed that even if he could not defeat Tian Guangming, he should at least possess the strength to contend. Yet, at this moment, Yi Wanyan discovers his grave misjudgment. The aura emanating from Tian Guangming far exceeds that of a mere general. He must be a genuine practitioner, a great recluse living among the common folk. This time, it is truly not my fault. It is Jun. He seeks to compete with Fang Yue for a woman. and thus has falsely accused him of imprisonment. Jun is backed by the Ziwe Cave Heaven, a force I cannot afford to provoke. Yuan Yin is on the brink of tears. He has traversed the stormy seas of battle, a figure of iron will and valor. His life ought to be that of a noble and great hero. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would die heroically on the battlefield, wrapped in the skins of his horse. Initially, everything unfolded along a predetermined trajectory. However, ever since the arrival of Fang Yue, that accursed star of misfortune, his life's path has been irrevocably altered and transformed. He has become irritable, unlucky, humiliated, and abased. When did he, a formidable warrior, find himself so diminished? Before Tian Guangming, Yi Wanyin felt akin to an inconsequential ant. Chapter 37. Taking matters into one's own hands for abundance, Yi Wanyin seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Relentlessly casting aspersions upon Wang Zhujun, the enmity and entanglements between Fang Yue and Zhujun were recounted by Yi Wanyin with embellishments. Tian Guangming roared with laughter and subsequently departed. Meanwhile, within the confines of his prison, Fang Yue enjoyed sufficient food and drink, leading a rather pleasant existence. The absence of external turmoil and schemes only served to make him feel quite at ease. Occasionally practicing his skills and studying formations became the spices of his life. He harbored a keen interest in formations, having been enamored with the study of feng shui during his time on Earth. However, back then, the information regarding feng shui was predominantly superstitious and feudal, with little credible knowledge available. Yet, the records in the Waning Spirit Classic are not only practical, but also exceedingly detailed. 3 small flags represent the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity. When positioned correctly, they can invoke the earth's fire for the purpose of refining tools. By forging 72 copper pillars to form a set of magical artifacts, they can resonate with one another, creating a world of their own, which could manifest as a labyrinth, known in Huaxia as the Ghostly Wall. In the West, it resembles a simplified version of the 72 pillars of the Demon Lord. Fang Yue immersed himself in his research with fervor. If not for the insufficiency of materials at hand, he would have eagerly commenced setting up formations immediately. Of course, there are simpler formations that only require a few spirit stones for deployment. For instance, the Bagua Gathering Spirit formation he previously studied necessitated only spirit stones, without the need for additional materials. No. Merely speaking without action is a mere facade. I must procure some formation flags. Fang Yue felt an insatiable itch, as feng shui formations were his greatest passion. Previously on Earth, he found it impossible to locate genuine manuals for study. Now that he possessed a concrete inheritance, the restriction against setting up formations gnawed at him like a cat scratching inside his heart. Spirit stone formations are too rudimentary. They merely utilize spirit stones as an energy source to create a field. While such formations can be deployed anywhere and are considered versatile, they lose the essence of true formations. The art of formation and feng shui inherently relies on harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, requiring a measure of finesse. Spirit stone formations cannot be deemed true mastery. Fang Yue mused. Unable to quell the impulse within him, he resolved to personally forge the materials necessary for setting up formations. In truth, he possessed ample raw materials. Gold, silver, copper, and iron were abundant within his stone cache. What he lacked were the crafted copper pillars and flags, inscribed with runes, to become genuine magical artifacts. Fang Yue was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of artifact forging. He had never even sharpened a rusty kitchen knife. As for the principles of artifact refinement, he was equally uninformed. Yet the tome provided by the ancient turtle of the celestial realm encompassed a wealth of knowledge, even touching upon the topic of artifact crafting. To forge an artifact, 3 essential elements are required. The materials for forging, where quality is merely one facet. The more critical aspect is the compatibility among the materials. Amidst the flames, a thought struck him. Here, I could employ spirit stones to construct a formation, summoning the earth fire. As long as the quality of the artifact was not excessively high, the earth fire would suffice. Moreover, there were the inscriptions for crafting artifacts. Imprints of varying inscriptions could lead to vastly different effects in the final product. Such inscriptions were recorded in the Book of All Spirits, as well as in the tome by the Old Tortoise. With numerous variations and combinations, everything was in place. It seemed I truly could forge an artifact. Fang Yue mused, realizing he met all the necessary conditions for forging. Soon, he retrieved a massive copper shield from the stone pendant, intending to use it as material for his crafting endeavor. The barbarian tribe was indeed extravagant. Crafting a single copper shield required the use of century-old copper. However, the copper would serve as excellent material for forging a copper column. It should first be melted down in the earth fire before reshaping it. As Fang Yue worked, he pondered and researched. Were there any other blacksmiths present, they would surely be tempted to smite this audacious fellow. Forging was a meticulous craft. Typically, one would require at least a decade of study to even grasp its fundamentals. Fang Yue had merely glanced at the books and had yet to fully comprehend the underlying principles before he began to operate. This was truly a path forged by sheer recklessness. Regrettably, there were no blacksmiths nearby, and Fang Yue himself was unaware of the intricate processes involved in forging. He simply followed the general guidelines laid out in the texts, even altering certain aspects based on his intuition where he felt it necessary. He perceived no folly in his audacious approach. The earth-fire formation necessitated the support of 36 spirit stones. A single summon of earth-fire could only be sustained for 1 hour. The expense was indeed staggering. No wonder blacksmiths were such a rarity. It was undeniably a costly endeavor. Only with the presence of an earth-fire vein could one sustain a multitude of blacksmiths. Fang Yue muttered to himself as he handled the spirit stones. Were his words to reach other blacksmiths, they would undoubtedly take a hammer to his head. 36 spirit stones to invoke an hour of earth fire was a bargain indeed. Unbeknownst to him, all the formations recorded in his Book of All Spirits were the culmination of countless ancient scholars' insights. The commonly circulated spirit stone fire summoning formation required a full 108 spirit stones, only sustaining the earth fire for half an hour. With the formation set, Fang Yue clapped his hands in satisfaction, but a trace of his true energy infused the formation, triggering the domain within. With a thunderous roar, a fire column, a meter in diameter, shot skyward. The entire cell was instantly engulfed in flames, the raging fire nearly consuming the walls. Taken by surprise, Fang Yue emerged with a face blackened and smoke curling from his lips. "How could this happen?" he exclaimed. Fortunately, the ferocious flames subsided after a brief moment, returning the earth fire to a normal state, now only the size of a baby's fist, with an outer flame of vivid red and an inner flame of deep blue, flickering and pulsating at the center of the spirit stone formation. Is this the earth fire? Fang Yue, with his face covered in soot, curiously leaned closer to the earth fire at the center of the spirit stone formation. The temperature of the flame was contained, radiating no heat outward. Nevertheless, Fang Yue could still sense the extreme heat within, potent enough to melt anything. "Let me give a try." Fang Yue placed the copper shield above the earth fire. The bronze shield, capable of effortlessly withstanding even the fiercest of martial attacks, was instantaneously melted upon encountering the earth fire, transforming into a vivid, crimson liquid. Fang Yue enveloped the molten bronze with his divine consciousness, dividing it into 9 segments, each meticulously sculpted into the form of a small flag. He then delicately flicked his fingertip, releasing a faint golden radiance that inscribed 3 runes upon each flag, symbolizing resilience, darkness, and flame. As the 9 flags took shape, Fang Yue allowed the process to unfold seamlessly, completing the crafting in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Such wastefulness was intolerable. Observing that 3/4 of the earth fire remained, he proceeded to replicate his earlier efforts, conjuring additional array materials, including the fateful copper pillars and the soul-snatching 9 swords. Each artifact emerged with ease, and Fang Yue reveled in the simplicity of the crafting process. Aside from a momentary peril during the manipulation of the earth fire, the remainder was remarkably straightforward. He mused that had other craftsmen overheard him, they would surely be infuriated. While others toil for 10 or 8 months to forge a single artifact, often facing a considerable chance of failure, Fang Yue effortlessly produced them in bulk. Small flags, daggers, swords, and copper pillars, all haphazardly strewn about. Those aware of his intent to set up arrays would understand, but outsiders might mistakenly perceive him as a mere peddler of artifacts. With the materials prepared, it was time to arrange the formations. Anticipation surged within him as he recalled the legendary effects of the geomantic arrays, igniting an exhilarating fervor akin to being electrified as he commenced the layout of grand formations. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted within the Tianqi Legion. The Fang family had arrived, with Fang Lingxiao himself making an appearance that, in just a few days, he had remarkably ascended to the rank of a general, accompanied by 4 esteemed elders from the Fang family, all seasoned martial generals. These 4 veterans had once served under Fang Muqiu, seasoned on the battlefield, each having clawed their way out from the depths of peril. Their wealth of combat experience rendered it exceedingly challenging for adversaries of the same tier to gain the upper hand against them. What does this mean? Are you staging a coup? Zhuijun, seated behind a small tea table, calmly raised a cup of strong tea. Exuding an unshakable composure, the hint of disdain lingered at the corners of his mouth to tear his eyes. Fang Lingxiao and his cohort were mere mortals, devoid of celestial methods. What significance did their martial prowess hold? Ultimately, mortals remain mortals, and even with the strength of a general, they could not harness the intricacies of true power. This is not a coup. It is a demand for accountability. Fang Yue is unjustly imprisoned on baseless charges, and such indignities against a meritorious individual necessitate an explanation to the Fang family, to the Tianqi Legion, and to the entire Yan kingdom. Fang Lingxiao, having led troops for many years, commanded an imposing presence. His battlefield exploits and authority had cultivated a formidable aura. Though his voice was not loud, each word resonated with undeniable pressure. Zhuijun. Oh, no report to you. Fang Lingxiao. Zhuijun's tone was as unyielding as his voice, and even as 2 middle-aged generals stepped forward, the entire military camp was enveloped in an atmosphere charged with tension. Fang Lingxiao was taken aback by Zhuijun's unexpectedly cold demeanor. In a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly and exclaimed, very well. My Fang family has served the Yan kingdom loyally for generations, risking life and limb to establish a significant portion of its territories. My younger brother, Fang Yue, merely sought to join the Tianqi Legion for some training, yet he has fallen into such dire straits. A man of merit has been unjustly treated as a criminal. This grievance shall not be forgotten by my Fang family. While you may refuse to release him, I possess the right to demand a visit with Fang Yue. Fang Lingxiao produced a golden iron order inscribed with the 4 powerful characters meaning exemption from death. Each stroke was robust and vigorous, reminiscent of majestic mountains stretching across the horizon. This iron decree was a reward bestowed by the royal family of Yan for the Fang family's contributions. As long as the Fang family had not committed the heinous crime of rebellion or treason that would implicate their entire lineage, they could be spared from execution. The significance of this exemption was immensely high, nearly equivalent to a personal decree from the monarch of Yan. Zhuijun's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Fang Lingxiao would wield such a trump card merely to see Fang Yue. Chapter 38. What sort of place is this? Humph. And what if you're insistent on this meeting? However, when in the military, the commands of the sovereign may be disregarded. If you think to use this exemption to rescue Fang Yue from his confinement, that is utterly impossible. Ultimately, Zhuijun relented. Although he was a disciple of the Zixia sect and looked down upon the mundane authority of the crown, even he understood that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Sometimes one must concede a modicum of respect to the royal family of Yan. Indeed, this was the prison of the Tianqi Legion, housing only the most unforgivable of criminals. Zhuijun deliberately belittled Fang Yue, a more pronounced smirk creeping onto his lips. The more dismal Fang Lingxiao's expression became, the more Zhuijun reveled in his satisfaction. How dare a mere creature of the mundane world raise his voice against him? Standing at the threshold of the prison, Fang Lingxiao felt increasingly apprehensive. After years of military service and countless battles, he had honed a primal instinct for danger. As he stood at the prison door, his heart raced as if he were about to enter a den of dragons and tigers. Even when Zhuijun had previously expressed his ire, Fang Lingxiao had never felt such a level of wariness. You lead the way. Fang Lingxiao hesitated for a moment before stepping back. He dared not walk at the forefront, fearing he might share Fang Yue's fate. Should he fall into peril, the Fang family would likely face severe repercussions. Ha! Were you not eager to visit? Why do you now shrink back? Zhuijun mocked Fang Lingxiao. He strode confidently ahead, exuding an air of arrogance. however, as he took his first step into the prison. A pale hand suddenly burst forth from the ground, gripping his ankle with a vice-like hold. "What is this?" Zuijun gasped, cold sweat breaking out. The sight was utterly horrifying. A hand had emerged unexpectedly, reminiscent of a cursed place from legend. In a swift motion, Zuijun drew the long knife from his waist and severed the hand beneath him. As the palm was released, it revealed that the blood upon it had long since congealed. The skin now pallid and wrinkled, devoid of vitality for 8 centuries. This hand appeared as though it had been severed from a desiccated corpse. The chill of dread coursed through me, though the immediate danger had dissipated. The heart within Zuijun's chest continued to thump with an unsettling rhythm. How terrifying! Why must the Apocalypse Legion's prison be so harrowing? It exuded an aura of darkness. This hand had been summoned forth by some malevolent force. Fang Lingxiao, in a moment of calm reflection, discerned a hint of the underlying truth. The hand itself was not inherently fearsome. Rather, it was the implications it represented that were truly alarming. This prison had likely undergone a baptism of dark energy. Remnants of which lingered still to exist within these walls could very well invite a plethora of foreboding and misfortune. Fang Lingxiao grew increasingly cautious, his resentment towards Zuijun intensifying. Why, what right did this wretch confine his own brother in such a place? Should anything untoward befall Fang Yue, he would not hesitate to confront Ziyu Dongtian, demanding a suitable explanation from the Fang family. Fang Lingxiao's countenance was stern, his gaze fixed coldly upon Zuijun. Zuijun felt an overwhelming need to conceal any semblance of cowardice, lest he humiliate himself before Fang Lingxiao, whom he regarded as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Mother, a ghost, in that moment. Zuijun was truly frightened, leaping into the embrace of a middle-aged man beside him. Regardless of the strength of the female corpse, the appearance she had presented was indeed horrifying. What female corpse? Fang Lingxiao furrowed his brow, observing Zuijun's panicked demeanor, and felt increasingly convinced of the prison's unusual nature. "Zuijun, do mind your image." The middle-aged man, caught off guard, awkwardly cleared his throat. There were others present, and Zuijun's behavior was utterly unbecoming. The reputation of Ziyu Dongtian had been sullied by his antics. Zuijun cautiously emerged from the shelter of the man's embrace, peering about to confirm that there was indeed no so-called white-clad female corpse. Before finally springing back to his feet, clearing his throat, he complained to a guide from the Apocalypse Legion's dungeon. "Is this the only cell you possess? Why must it be so steeped in ghastly energy?" The guide, the warden of the dungeon, replied with a tone of grievance. "None of this was our doing. It was only after your arrival that it assumed such a terrifying aspect." Tears welled in his eyes. "I came seeking comfort, not to hunt ghosts." Zuijun's heart roared in protest. With a thunderous clap, a bolt of lightning inexplicably descended from the void, exploding in a silvery brilliance that struck Zuijun. Paralyzed by fear, he was unable to evade the onslaught. Scorched and singed, his eyes widened in horror. "What kind of wretched place is this? I wish to leave at once." Those Zuijun suffered greatly from a strike. He remained a bona fide martial general, and thus he was not gravely harmed. He felt a surge of madness. This place was excessively dark and eerie. Even the majority of realms within the cultivation world paled in comparison to its terrors. Do not panic. I believe there is a pattern to all of this. In this critical moment, Fang Lingxiao proved to be the more reliable of the two. He analyzed the situation calmly, swiftly formulating his own logic. What you witnessed moments ago, that female corpse, was likely a mere illusion. You are able to perceive it while we remain untouched by its effects, indicating that the phantasm has been projected into your psyche. If you can rid yourself of fear, the apparition should vanish. As for the thunder and lightning, they appear to be of a different origin, the source of which I have yet to discern. I'm not afraid at all." Zuijun, bold and audacious, brazenly initiated a provocation. Fang Lingxiao frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, a long-legged black pot with a pair of short legs appeared before them. Zuijun, emboldened, exclaimed, "Ha! If even an iron pot can sprout legs, then this illusion is hardly terrifying." Half of Zuijun's face was swollen to an alarming degree, tears streaming down his cheeks, rendering him speechless from the pain. "Grab it! It is real." Everyone present was taken aback by this spectacle. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the iron pot darted away in a flash, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a trail of dust behind. What on earth is this place? I cannot remain here. I must leave. I want to find my mother. In the dark prison, a valiant man wept with profound sorrow. What is that sound? Within the cell, Fang Yue was savoring lamb hot pot with great delight when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Where is Xiao Tai? That glutton has wandered off again. Fang Yue searched anxiously, only to discover that Xiao Tai had inexplicably vanished. That unfortunate child has inadvertently disrupted my 9-ghost soul array. Fang Yue finally identified the source of the problem. It was all Xiao Tai's doing. He had crafted several formations, but typically kept them sealed. Who would have thought that Xiao Tai, upon leaving, would have opened them himself? Moreover, the thunder array had also been activated. The earth array had been unleashed as well. Fang Yue's face turned pale. He had only set up 9 arrays. Yet Xiao Tai had managed to activate 3 in one go. This truly has nothing to do with me. Feeling guilty, Fang Yue hurriedly shut down the 3 formations. The once ominous prison suddenly became bright and clear. As all illusions dissipated, Fang Yue looked up in astonishment. Nanny, brother, what are you doing here? Fang Yue. Fang Lingxiao recognized the familiar voice, having just stood at the entrance of Fang Yue's cell. However, due to the barrier of the illusion, they had been mere steps apart, yet unable to recognize one another. Who is that blackened figure beside you? Fang Yue asked expressionlessly. Fang Lingxiao laughed. Fang Yue, don't speak carelessly. This is Lord Zhuejun, a special envoy from the military. Fang Yue rolled his eyes, realizing that the one who had been wailing earlier was indeed him. Had he known, he would have kept the formations active rather than shutting them down. Eager to torment this proud envoy further. Chapter 39. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood, you should be imprisoned in here for a lifetime. Fang Lingxiao found himself at a loss with his unreliable younger brother. While others were incarcerated with missing limbs, Fang Yue was here enjoying a life of ease. Not bad. Not bad. Third in the world. However, the conditions here truly need improvement. There is not even a private restroom, nor a place to bathe. I have to run a great distance just to wash up. It is utterly inconvenient. Fang Yue complained he was beginning to treat this place like a hotel. Run a great distance? You think you can just stroll out while imprisoned? Zhuejun's complexion darkened as he contemplated that Fang Yue was nothing short of an anomaly. I have opened a small door in the wall. It is stifling here. During idle moments, I can step outside for some fresh air. In the morning, I can buy fresh vegetables and fruits. Oh dear, I am at a crucial stage of growth, and I cannot afford to lack any form of nutrition. It is no wonder that every time Yu Wanyan mentions Fang Yue, he grits his teeth in rage. Zhuejun felt as if his own pristine teeth were on the verge of shattering. Do you realize you are attempting a prison break? Zhuejun trembled with fury, pointing at the center of Fang Yue's brow and demanding loudly that a prison break? Nonsense! Can't you see I'm still here? Perfectly fine. The housing prices outside are exorbitant. Our Fang family has been loyal for generations, yet we remain impoverished. I cannot even afford a house to get married in. No house, no car. Can't you see I'm still single? However, your facility is quite commendable. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, with numerous security patrols. Its geographical advantages ensure excellent safety. Absolutely a prime choice for both home and travel. Fang Yue enthusiastically advertised the confines of the Tianqikou prison. Each word flowed seamlessly. Zhuejun felt as if he might vomit blood. What manner of person is this? Zhuejun opened his mouth, seemingly eager to voice more like tea that moment. A sudden commotion and alarm erupted from outside. Oh no! Someone is escaping. The doors and windows of the prison cells have vanished. The inmates are attempting to break free. A cacophony of sounds filled the air. Outside, chaos and confusion reigned supreme. The Tianqikou prison housed only the most notorious criminals of the military, each one a veritable butcher. Should they escape, it would spell catastrophic disaster. What is unfolding now? Fang Yue stood frozen, wondering if he had unwittingly summoned a whirlwind of chaos. He stepped aside to shield Xiao Tai, resolutely thinking that this affair must not reach anyone's ears. Otherwise, the sheer allowance of numerous prisoners to escape would ensure he would be imprisoned for eternity. A prison break? Fang Yue, you shall pay for this. Zhuejun spat out a fierce declaration. shooting a glance at Fang Yue before dashing outside. He intended to quell the escape, if it were indeed under his watch that dangerous criminals fled. No matter his esteemed background, he would bear the blame. Fang Yue, ever the enthusiast, gathered an array of dishes and utensils. Not only Fang Lingxiao, but the other 4 elders of the Fang family looked on in speechless astonishment at this spectacle. What is Fang Yue doing? Does he believe himself to be the host? They had collectively lived for over 200 years and had never dined together in a prison cell. Come now. The taste of this hot pot is indeed delightful, especially the sauce. Where did you procure such a concoction? I have lived for over 50 years and have never tasted such exquisite hot pot. One elder from the Fang family, usually stern, spoke up, his joy reminiscent of a child as he savored the meal with relish. This is my exclusive blend of dipping sauce, known as sesame sauce. The hot pot lacks saltiness, but with the sesame sauce, it perfectly compensates for that flaw. There are also chive flowers on the side, and should you desire more flavor, feel free to add more. Chili oil can enhance the spiciness of the hot pot, making it both hot and fiery, a truly exhilarating experience. Fang Yue exuberantly promoted his culinary delights, his words flowing like a street vendor hawking his wares. The 4 esteemed elders of the Fang family were utterly delighted by his hot pot, reveling in its exquisite flavors. Even a normally austere Fang Lingxiao exclaimed in sheer pleasure, "How could such deliciousness be denied to me?" Meanwhile, Tian Guangming arrived and, without seeking Fang Yue's consent, served himself a generous bowl of sesame sauce, eagerly diving into the meat. In truth, Tian Guangming had been confined in the prison just moments prior. Keenly observing the proceedings, should Zhuojun truly intend to harm Fang Yue, he would undoubtedly intervene. Inspired by Fang Yue's culinary prowess, he experienced an epiphany. This was a matter of karmic retribution. Tian Guangming felt compelled to repay his debt of gratitude to Fang Yue. For only then could his heart find clarity, allowing him to cast aside all burdens and ascend to new heights that I, too, wish to partake. Sima Xiao suddenly emerged from an obscure corner, seizing chopsticks without even retrieving a bowl, plunging them into the pot to fish out meat. The scene was heartwarming, as everyone gathered joyously, sharing laughter and conversation. Outside, however, chaos reigned supreme. It was uncertain how much iron gates and bars Xiao Tai had consumed. But all the notorious criminals from the prison had escaped, each one a formidable adversary. Some had once held high positions, commanding legions within the Tianqi Legion, while others were notorious bandits, having taken countless lives and plundered innumerable treasures. Capturing them had been a Herculean task in the past. Yet now, 300 to 500 such individuals had fled, plunging the Tianqi Legion into utter disarray. Xiao Tai seemed acutely aware of the calamity he had unleashed, retreating quietly into a corner, remaining utterly silent, folding his short legs and closing his mouth, resembling a tranquil little pot without any sign of disturbance. 3 days later, the situation finally settled. A total of 327 felons had escaped from the prison, with only 7 killed and 15 recaptured. The rest had vanished. Such occurrences of barbarian raids and mass prison breaks were a rarity, happening once in 8 centuries. Yet, with Fang Yue's arrival, all of this transpired within a matter of days. Although there was no evidence to directly link Fang Yue to these events, everything had been peaceful before his arrival. The Tianqi Legion, as if expelling a harbinger of misfortune, had reluctantly conferred upon him the title of a third-class baron after much deliberation, unable to refuse his unwavering loyalty. The Phantom Legion? How splendid! Fang Yue's eyes widened in exhilaration. The Phantom Legion belonged to the Fang family. That moment, he would no longer need to fear the machinations of others. Who dares to challenge Fang Yue? Step forth. A defiant roar echoed across the land, resonating like a lion's roar. The speaker was a youth clad in purple, tall and slender, with a stern countenance. Ethereal purple mist swirled around him, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance. Behind him stood 2 burly men and 3 servants. The one who had issued the challenge was a robust man with a dark complexion, towering over 2 meters, wielding a heavy iron hammer in each hand. One swing could result in a devastating end. All 6 individuals were formidable martial generals, with the purple-clad youth having attained the pinnacle of high-ranking martial prowess. The two burly men behind him were both intermediate martial generals, while the three elder servants were all of the junior martial general tier. "Who are you?" Fang Yue inquired warily, casting his gaze upon this formidable entourage. The bloodlust emanating from these individuals was palpable, resembling a vast crimson ocean, each one exuding an ethereal aura, as if they were celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. Ziyu Dong Tian. Zhang Huayue, your junior disciple has encountered misfortune. What concern is that of mine? He defended himself, asserting that his unfortunate circumstance was merely a result of a coincidental prison break during his tenure. Fang Yue truly had no desire to engage in combat with the youth clad in purple, for the outcome was all but predictable given his limited forces. Regardless of his circumstances, I merely wish for you to provide an explanation to Ziyu Dong Tian. Considering your somewhat acceptable demeanor, if you were to forfeit your martial prowess and sever your own limbs, I might contemplate granting you a chance at survival. The voice of the purple-clad youth was soft, as if discussing a trivial matter. Fang Yue's expression shifted slightly, as he noted the youth's tender years belied a heart of such malice. Do you honestly believe I would acquiesce? The purple-clad youth revealed the truth without fear of Fang Yue's awareness. Even with 5 martial generals backing Fang Yue, Zhang Huiyue regarded them with disdain. They were true practitioners, having gradually transcended the mundane world, imbued with an otherworldly essence. What was Fang Yue but a bothersome ant? In truth, he had no commission from Zhuijun. He merely happened to pass by and, upon hearing of the situation, sought to make Fang Yue pay a price, warning the world that the denizens of Ziyu Dong Tian were not to be trifled with by mere rabble. There is no need for the young master to be enraged. An elder servant can handle him with ease. From behind Zhang Hui, a gray-clad servant emerged, his footsteps leaving a trail of swirling gray smoke that corroded the ground beneath. Should that smoke touch a person, the consequences would be dire. "I shall fight you." An elder from the Fang family bellowed in anger from behind Fang Yue. The arrogance of Ziyu Dong Tian was intolerable, daring to utilize their second young master as a sacrifice to establish dominance. There is no need for the elder to intervene. He is merely a servant, unworthy of soiling your hands. Allow me, this junior, to deal with him. Fang Yue stepped forward, his tone imbued with pride. Since enmity was now a certainty, there was no need for excessive humility. Bone-crushing hand. The servant of Ziyu Dong Tian struck first, his pale hand reaching for Fang Yue's collarbone. His hand was withered, skin wrinkled, resembling a chicken's claw. What a pity there are no pickled peppers. Fang Yue's fleeting thought of regret vanished. His recent training had progressed rapidly, yet he had lacked opportunities for practical combat. This time, he resolved to seize the moment and ascertain his true strength. With a resounding clang, Fang Yue removed the small iron pot from his back, swinging it towards the servant's grasp. Having consumed an unknown quantity of steel and metal, the pot had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was now incredibly resilient, impervious to blades and fire. The servant's claw collided with Fang Yue's iron pot, shattering the servant's fingers and fracturing 3 bones. "Ah, you audacious rodent, you dare to injure me." The elder servant of Ziyu Dong Tian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing at Fang Yue as he roared in fury. An advanced martial artist, in his eyes, should have been easily subdued. He never anticipated that their first encounter would result in injury to him. This was an unparalleled humiliation, even as a servant of the Purple Moon Cave. He could not be compared to a mundane being like Fang Yue. The mountain embrace seal. The old servant of the Purple Moon Cave struck once more, his aged visage darkening as he formed a seal with his hands. A towering phantom of a mountain materialized, imposing and suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. This was the old servant's ultimate technique, a skill that few within the martial general realm could master. The might of the mountain was insurmountable. Should one be struck by it, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Fang Yue, meet your demise. The old servant's eyes bulged as the mountain's shadow descended with thunderous force. Fang Yue gripped the handle of the small, iron weapon tightly, exerting all his strength to shatter the illusion of the mountain. With a resounding boom, Fang Yue unleashed his power, causing the mountain's phantom to explode into fragments. "This is impossible," the old servant roared, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. The mountain embrace seal was the greatest pride and support of his heart. not to mention advanced warriors. Even those of the intermediate martial general level would struggle to withstand the mountain embrace seal. Yet, it had been shattered by Fang Yue. It was as absurd as an ant shaking a great mountain. The true mountain embrace seal, when cultivated to perfection, could create millions of peaks, endlessly sprawling. It was a realm belonging to the mountains, defensible only by celestial beings. Otherwise, it was insurmountable. Your mountain embrace seal is a counterfeit, merely a superficial imitation. The indistinctness of the mountain's phantom signifies it is unworthy of the name. Fang Yue had perused the texts of the old turtle, which chronicled the journeys in the celestial realm. Every secret technique and every form of cultivation was complete and supreme, while these flawed remnants that had fallen to the mortal realm appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes. Utterly crude, the old servant coughed up blood, his complexion ashen. He had been scorned by a mere mortal. This shattered his insides, nearly driving him to the brink of death from fury. The old servant resolved to fight to the end. The frail figure erupted with one last glimmer of light, determined to perish alongside Fang Yue, to cleanse the shame within his heart. Fang Yue cast a disdainful glance at him, but a man whose heart had crumbled was unworthy to be his opponent. Fang Yue's palm descended, striking the old servant's crown. Blood splattered. The old servant's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter strewn across the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Fang Yue, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Zhang Huayue gazed at Fang Yue, her expression as cold as frost. Though martial generals were not scarce in the Purple Moon Cave, they were certainly not commonplace. Any single scripture could empower him to transcend levels in combat. The three forces refined from the three scriptures had augmented his strength significantly. I am well aware of what I am doing. Your people of the Purple Moon Cave disregard the law, committing murder in broad daylight. I merely defended myself by slaying your old dog. Fang Yue had thrown caution to the wind. With a beckoning gesture, he exuded an aura of provocation. Zhang Huayue snorted coldly. You are not worthy of my intervention. Jiang Yu, eliminate him. Zhang Huayue dispatched a hulking man, wielding twin bronze hammers, a mid-level martial general whose realm was 2 tiers above Fang Yue. The distance felt as insurmountable as a mountain range. The disparity between realms has become strikingly apparent. With a difference of 2 tiers, no one can bridge the gap that a cold glint ignited in Zhang Huayue's eyes, for Fang Yue was doomed. Confronted with a mid-level martial general, he lacked even the privilege to flee. Fang Yue, too, felt the oppressive force emanating from the burly man, a tremor that resonated from the depths of the soul. Cultivation is akin to a series of life transformations, a metamorphosis from mortal to celestial, a process that is ineffable and beyond comprehension. Come forth to meet your demise. The man's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a palpable sense of pressure. His roar rolled forth like thunder, each word striking Fang Yue's chest like a blow. You have forced my hand. Fang Yue glared at the robust figure, his countenance betraying his fury. Zhang Huayue was indeed resolute in his intent to kill him, dispatching a foe 2 ranks above him. Should word of this spread, even if victorious, the Purple Moon Cave would suffer a grievous loss of face. Fang Yue, allow me to intervene. This level of combat is beyond your capacity to engage. An elder of the Fang family stepped forward once more. Though a mid-level martial general himself, he might not prevail against the burly man, yet his own survival was still assured. No, I shall turn this ground into their graveyard. Fang Yue's voice was devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. He was genuinely enraged. The people of the Purple Moon sect disregard the rules, and I believe that only a deluge of blood can serve as a fitting lesson for them. Fang Yue's voice was frigid, resembling the chilling echoes of a death knell from the depths of hell. In his hands, he relinquished the iron pot and grasped a long, slender battle knife. The blade shimmered with a cerulean hue, reminiscent of the ocean's essence. This weapon, a martial-grade armament, was procured from the military accolades of the Celestial Awakening Legion, imbued with a trace of the ocean's breath. Chapter 41. Bloodstained earth, you should take your own life. Allow me to strike, and you shall not leave this encounter with a whole corpse. The burly man's tone was cold and low, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of pity. It was as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Even with the blood of his fallen comrades still fresh upon the ground, he held no belief that Fang Yue harbored any hope of turning the tide. Fang Yue sighed, his voice a haunting whisper in the burly man's ear. Zhang Huayue's heart quivered slightly. How could Zhang Yu, a mid-level martial general, fall so easily to a high-level warrior? Zhang Huayue was beside himself with frustration. This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Beside him, another burly man explained, it is not a mere lapse of concentration. Rather, in that moment of sighing, Fang Yue employed a mental technique that immobilized Jiang Yu's mind. Mental techniques? Zhang Huayue gasped. Among various forms of sorcery, mental techniques are notoriously difficult to cultivate, yet once mastered, their potency is unparalleled. Such techniques are elusive and notoriously hard to counter. The Purple Moon Cave has an elder who specializes in mental sorcery, wielding a move called Soul Piercer, condensing mental energy into a single point to pierce the very soul, rendering defenses futile. Fang Yue's level is insufficient to wield mental techniques that could genuinely threaten a mid-level martial general. It was merely Jiang Yu's overconfidence and lax vigilance that allowed Fang Yue to strike successfully. Had he maintained his mental defenses, Fang Yue's feeble mental fluctuations would pose no real threat to a martial general of such caliber. Another imposing figure let out a chilling laugh, casting a derisive glance at Fang Yue. His gaze laced with mockery, he believed he had discerned Fang Yue's final cards. And from that moment forth, he perceived no lingering threat. I am willing to take the head of Fang Yue as an offering to honor the spirits of my two fallen comrades. The burly man, with Zhang Huayue's youth, and already having ascended to the rank of a high-level martial general, was confident that within 5 years, he would undoubtedly break through to become a true practitioner. He hoped to leverage this incident to curry favor with Zhang Huayue, expecting that when Zhang made his breakthrough, he would extend a helping hand, thus bestowing upon him immeasurable benefits. Suu, you may proceed. Upon hearing that Fang Yue's spiritual techniques had no effect on martial generals, Zhang Huayue immediately regained his haughty demeanor. It is mere opportunism, not true prowess. The essence of martial arts lies in the tangible skills of combat, which ultimately dictate success or failure. Su Yu emerged with an air of arrogance, his chin slightly raised, embodying that unapproachable demeanor. Among the disciples of their sect, their disdain for mortals ran deep within their bones. Whether it be the resources for cultivation or the profundity of their techniques, no worldly family could ever rival a sect. Can one really survive without pride? Fang Yue found himself at a loss for words regarding these sect disciples. 2 lifeless bodies already lay on the ground, victims of their own arrogance. Yet this elder brother remained oblivious, continuing in his pride. How can mere mortals comprehend the ways of our celestial sect? Su Yu mused, should you perish at my hands, it may well be the greatest honor of your life. Slowly, Su Yu clenched his fist, and behind him, the spectral image of a fierce tiger suddenly materialized. This was the awakening of a martial spirit. Be careful, little brother. Those endowed with the power of a martial spirit possess the strength to battle beyond their ranks, surpassing their peers. Fang Lingxiao's expression shifted. Anxiety creeping in. A martial spirit is a special power birth from the awakening of individuals with a bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. Few cultivators can awaken a martial spirit, but all who do are extraordinary beings. With a sweeping motion, Su Yu unleashed his fist, the wind howling fiercely. In an instant, his fist struck out, unleashing an unrelenting gale towards Fang Yue. Tiger fury. Su Yu let out a low grunt, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This, too, was an ancient legacy. Though fragmented, it resonated perfectly with the bloodline martial spirit within him. 1,000 waves slash. Fang Yue understood that this time, his cleverness would be of no avail. Su was correct. Once his opponent was on guard, his spiritual techniques would indeed struggle to manifest effect. However, this time, he prepared for a direct confrontation. Raising his battle blade, it glimmered brilliantly under the sun, reflecting a cerulean light. The sound of delicate water waves echoed through the void, clear and melodious, bringing a sense of tranquility. Yet, amidst the blinding light of the blade, Su Yu felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. Silver blades cascaded down in layers. A myriad of blade lights interwove, creating a world of shimmering silver. 3 wave slash. Fang Yue whispered softly. The force of 27% coalesced, an unstoppable torrent. The fierce winds tore through the air as Fang Yue's blade light extinguished the heavy gusts. Simultaneously vanishing was the figure of Su Yu, which dissolved into a silent mist of blood amidst the pure white silver light, dispersing without a single lament or groan. With a sharp crack, the blade in Fang Yue's hand shattered under such force. His left hand, gripping the hilt, suffered a rupture at the tiger's mouth, with trickles of blood flowing continuously and dripping down. Everyone was immersed in the shock of that pristine blade's radiance. Momentarily rendered speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence. Oh, you truly believe I am a sickly cat just because the tiger does not roar? Fang Yue's admonition broke the astonishment and contemplation of all present. The injury on his tiger's mouth healed and restored at an astonishing pace, and a breath of vitality coursed through him, and he felt the newly formed skin possess greater resilience. Martial generals stand at the pinnacle of the food chain within the mundane world. Those who transcend the martial general level are strategic entities, few in number within any clan. Each martial general commands respect, for there are only a mere few hundred throughout the entire Yin kingdom. Yet his subordinate had just slain 3. Such achievements, if known, would undoubtedly astonish everyone. However, Fang Lingxiao also realized that a significant grievance had been incurred this time. The death of 3 martial generals would surely cause even the affluent Ziyue Dongtian to feel the sting. Moreover, this was a direct slap in the face. If Fang Yue was not eliminated, the reputation of Ziyue Dongtian would likely plummet. You comprehend the magnitude of your actions. You have slain the martial generals of Ziyue Dongtian. Zhang Huiwa bellowed, his voice laced with a frantic, hoarse edge. He could scarcely believe his eyes. How could such a scene unfold? Martial generals lying in pools of blood, corpses strewn about. This was not the fate that should befall Ziyue Dongtian during their campaigns. They will not be aware, Fang Yue replied softly. Zhang Huiyue's expression shifted abruptly. He scanned the surroundings, only to witness a layer of hazy mist ascending. During their skirmishes, Fang Yue had set up 9 formations. Each formation, while not particularly powerful on its own, possessed unique utilities that, when combined, amplified one another. Are you attempting to silence me? Zhang Huiyue recognized Fang Yue's scheme. A cold smile curled at the corners of Fang Yue's lips. It is not about silencing you. It is merely about sending you to where you belong. Make your move, Fang Lingxiao roared. Should Ziyue Dongtian become aware of this incident, the Fang family would undoubtedly be implicated. However, Fang Lingxiao's actions were thwarted by Fang Yue. With a slight shake of his head, Fang Yue declared, "This matter is solely mine to bear. It has no connection to the Fang family. Since my hands are already stained with blood, let them absorb all the blame." Fang Lingxiao's body trembled slightly. Little brother, take tea this moment. Fang Yue had already commenced his actions. The black mist blurred, transforming into a realm of illusion. Fang Yue, if you possess the ability, come forth and fight openly. What skill is there in such underhanded tactics? Both Zhang Huiyue and the 2 remaining old servants behind him were utterly lost within the illusionary array, unable to find their bearings. Now you seek a fair battle. Why did you not speak of fairness when you outnumbered and bullied the weak? With the prowess of a martial general, how could one dare to bully a high-ranking warrior? Wouldn't such a revelation cause you to blush with shame? The ethereal voice of Fang Yue floated into the ears of Zhang Huiyue and others. Their expressions shifted slightly as silver-white lightning streaked across the sky. 9 formations had transformed the surrounding area into Fang Yue's battlefield, commanding thunder and controlling water and fire. Fang Yue's strength had been significantly enhanced. A cry of agony erupted as an elderly servant was struck by a bolt of lightning, his body charred black, emanating a faint scent of singed flesh. In the next moment, Fang Yue moved, stealthily approaching the old servant. His battle blade shattered. He tore the old servant apart with his bare hands. In that instant, Fang Yue seemed to have transformed into a different being, radiating an aura of ferocity. He resembled a merciless harbinger of death, reaping the lives of mortals. As his footfall landed once more, the last elderly servant met his demise, obliterated by a single punch from Fang Yue, disintegrating into a mist of blood. With the wings of the minions eradicated, it was time for the true master. Fang Yue murmured to himself, as he approached Zhang Huayue. The monotonous sound of his footsteps resembled grim notes of a death knell. With each step, Zhang Huayue's heart tightened further. At last, the sound faded, and the tension within Zhang Huayue reached its peak. It was here. Fang Yue whispered to himself that he suddenly swung his fist, but it struck empty. Oh, you wish to kill me. It won't be that simple. The figure of Zhang Huayue materialized before Fang Yue. He was a high-ranking martial artist, meticulously cultivated by the elders of the Purple Moon Cave. Were it not for his sheer physicality, any other high-ranking warrior would have long since perished. Surrender, dismantle the formations, and become my battle slave. I may consider sparing your life. The ability to set up formations is a rare skill, proving your worth. Even at this juncture, Zhang Huayue maintained a tone of superiority, as if granting Fang Yue the privilege of servitude was a form of benevolence. Chapter 42. Shadows of the Cauldron. Can you not die without putting on airs? Fang Yue stood with hands on his hips outside the illusionary formation, vociferously berating Zhang Huayue. Zhang Huayue's face darkened as he realized that the illusion only revealed a flaw when Fang Yue drew near. Once he distanced himself, all weaknesses vanished, leaving him ensnared once more. If you possess the skill, challenge me one-on-one. Zhang Huayue could only hear Fang Yue's voice from outside, yet he could not discern a way to escape. He struggled to even identify Fang Yue's position, the voice ethereal as if descending from the heavens. Who would dare to engage you in single combat? I am the predator, and you are but prey, at my mercy for slaughter or dismemberment. Fang Yue chuckled wickedly, feeling exhilarated, fully aware that he was not yet Zhang Huayue's match. But what of it? If you are a dragon, then coil. If you are a tiger, then cower. Zhang Huayue bellowed, his voice nearing hoarseness. Yet Fang Yue ignored him entirely. Outside, he hummed a tune and sang joyfully, appearing quite merry. Even Fang Lingxiao, outside the formation, exhibited a flicker of sympathy. This second young master is truly formidable. However, trapped within the illusion, no matter his capabilities, he could not find a way out. Fang Yue, you shall pay for this. If you do not kill me, there will undoubtedly be those who will come to my rescue. Zhang Huayue continued to howl, pleading, threatening, and roaring, cycling through every tone of desperation. The problem was that Fang Yue simply paid him no heed. Let the tension and unease within Zhang Huayue intensify. Oh, right? I must eliminate you. It is not right to keep you trapped like this. Fang Yue finally reacted, as if he had come to a realization, slowly making his way towards the illusion array. In an instant, Fang Lingxiao within the array became tense. An opportunity. He had but one chance. At the moment Fang Yue approached, a slight flaw would appear in the illusion array. Only by seizing this flaw could he escape to freedom. However, after waiting for a while, Zhang Huayue's legs were nearly numb. The scene he had envisioned, where the illusion array activated and Fang Yue appeared, did not materialize. Damn it, why haven't you come in yet? Zhang Huayue could not restrain himself and cursed vehemently. Did I ever say I would enter? Fang Yue replied, bewildered. If you don't come in, how can you kill me? Be careful, or the elders of Maizu, a cave heaven will arrive, and then none of you will escape. Zhang Huayue gritted his teeth in frustration. How could Fang Yue be so unyielding and unpredictable? I can still kill you without entering. A smirk of triumph gradually appeared at the corner of Fang Yue's mouth. Without entering, how can you kill me? Before Zhang Huayue could finish his sentence, a dark and ominous cloud gathered above him. Thunder rumbled ominously, as if the heavenly emperor was making his rounds, exuding an imposing aura. With a crash, a silver-white lightning bolt descended from the heavens, and Zhang Huayue's eyes widened in shock. This is divine retribution. Outside, the elders of the Fang family gaped, their faces etched with profound astonishment. It was quite remarkable for someone as young as Fang Yue to master a formation. Even facing the thunderous strike, he remained unshaken. What is this? Fang Yue gazed at the silver circle, his eyes narrowing with a burgeoning desire. He was well aware of the strength of his thunder. A single strike was nearly equivalent to a full-force blow from a mid-level martial general, requiring a complete spiritual stone to unleash. The fact that this silver circle could withstand his lightning strike indicated that it was at least a defensive artifact of mid-level martial general caliber. Ha! Fang Yue, Do you think yourself powerful? To be frank, your talent in formations is merely average. The long-prepared thunder could not even breach my defenses. Zhang Huayue, within the illusion array, began to gloat once more, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching the heavens. So what if you can use formations? So what if you could trap me? You still cannot kill me. Once my sex elders arrive, you all shall perish. Zhang Huayue felt secretly pleased, even beginning to imagine Fang Yue's desperate expression outside the array. Unfortunately, he did not guess correctly. Fang Yue indeed gritted his teeth, but that was due to the painful consumption of spiritual stones. 3 spiritual stones had been wasted just like that. Not even a hair of the opponent had been harmed. If one strike would not suffice, then another would do. Fang Yue's expression darkened as he looked at the spiritual stones that had turned to white powder. He placed another 3 spiritual stones at the energy source of the formation. The formation flag swayed and clattered. Once more, a silver lightning bolt descended from the sky, akin to a descending dragon. With a thunderous boom, the lightning clashed with the silver circle, producing a sound like the grandest of bells. Yet this time, Zhang Huayue remained unscathed. The silver circle withstood the lightning. A silent guardian, Zhang Huayue, Fang Yue. This must be a defensive artifact of a high-ranking martial general. Fang Yue gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. I refuse to believe it. Today, I will not let this creature escape unscathed. Fang Yue crouched down, his eyes bloodshot. Since 3 spirit stones were insufficient, how about 6? Fang Yue produced 6 spirit stones, feeling an acute pang of distress. Eliminate such a fool required the expenditure of 6 spirit stones. The frugality of his past life resurfaced. The 6 spirit stones fell. The formation flag swayed, emitting a cacophony as if it could scarcely contain the dense spiritual energy, hence its tumultuous response. With a thunderous roar, a heavy bolt of lightning struck down. Beneath Zhang Huayue's feet, the silver circle swayed slightly. His face turned pale as he gazed at the trembling circle, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest. Fang Yue's lips had turned somewhat ashen, his eyes increasingly filled with crimson. Despite his lavish expenditure of spirit stones for crafting and replenishing energy, he was willing to do so solely for the sake of survival. Yet beneath the specter of death, money seemed far more significant. 9 spirit stones fell. With a resounding crash, spiritual energy surged skyward. The thunder and lightning cascaded like torrential rain. The formation flag quivered violently, its clamor reverberating through the air. Ultimately, the formation flag could not withstand such a potent assault of spiritual energy, shattering from within into countless fragments, dust swirling in the atmosphere. The flag lay in ruins, yet the silver circle continued to struggle valiantly. Its surface marred with cracks akin to a shattered smartphone screen. Blood erupted from his palms, unable to bear the backlash of the 4-wave strike, embodying the principle of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy at the cost of 800 to oneself. Yet he remained unfazed, determined to vindicate his spirit stones and formation flag. Shadows of the cauldron fell from the heavens. This 4-wave strike became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. All the fissures had reached their breaking point. The silver circle dimmed, utterly losing its protective efficacy. However, at that moment, Zhang Huayue had regained his composure from the earlier shock, though he could not fathom why Fang Yue wielded a large iron pot as his weapon. He understood that if he could defeat and capture Fang Yue within the illusionary formation, he would escape and turn the tide. Fang Yue, this is your own doing. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Huayue's eyes as he raised his fist, gathering power for a strike. Yet, just as his hand lifted, he beheld the black silhouette of the pot descending like an overwhelming tide. Thud bang! He was dazed, as Fang Yue's attack speed had suddenly doubled, leaving him no strength to defend. 5-wave strike. Fang Yue's lips twitched, filled with an inexplicable fury. At 35% of his strength, the blow descended with ferocity. Zhang Huayue was utterly flattened. This was beyond inhuman. Even the mightiest high-ranking martial general could not withstand over 3 times the force. Moreover, Fang Yue's physique was astonishing. His physical strength had already reached the level of a junior martial general. Zhang Huayue's inner organs shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Fang Yue pinned him to the ground, lifting the large pot to strike down with a frenzy. 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. To the left, clang, 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 to the right, bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the once handsome face was now swollen like that of a pig. Fang Yue was left dazed. His mind was a blur, muddled like paste. How dare you strike the delicate winter of Wujiyu? Fang Yue's mouth was swollen, rendering his speech slurred. Fang Yue did not grant him the opportunity to finish his words. Bang! He struck once more, effectively putting an end to the young man's torturous ordeal. Chapter 43. Striking it rich, wild, violent, forceful, domineering. The 4 elders of the Fang family each provided a 2-character evaluation of Fang Yue, clearly shaken by his recent display of combat prowess. Huffing and puffing, Fang Yue gasped for breath, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. Why did you not stop me? As the madness in Fang Yue's heart subsided, only the remnants of fear remained. Could we have restrained you? The 4 elders exchanged glances, astonished that after such a brutal skirmish, Fang Yue would utter such words. This was a high-ranking martial general. Did I really engage a high-ranking martial general in combat? Am I truly reckless? What if I've been unable to overcome him? Was I prioritizing wealth over my life? No, this cannot happen again. Money can be lost, but one's life must be preserved. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. As long as there is life, everything else can be negotiated. Fang Yue reflected intensely on the lessons learned from this battle. Unbeknownst to him, the wounds on his palm had completely healed. The vitality of life had reinforced the injuries, the newly formed skin and sinews stronger than before. Though he may not withstand the backlash of the 5-wave slash again, he could now execute the 4-wave slash without a scratch. This is what it means to rise after a fall. However, he must never act so impulsively again. While a torn tiger's mouth may heal, if one loses their head, that would be truly fatal. Fang Yue shuddered at the thought. He silently vowed to remain composed in the future. To avoid recklessness, in the face of danger, let others charge first. This path of cultivation is that of a mage, of output, of the backline. Having clarified his role, Fang Yue no longer hesitated. He began to scavenge various treasures and artifacts from the corpses around him. These individuals, hailing from esteemed sects, were prideful and condescending, looking down upon mortals with an air of superiority. Fang Yue was eager to uncover what treasures adorned their bodies that allowed them to maintain such lofty attitudes. Soon, he found himself grinning uncontrollably, almost to the point of distorting his face. Spirit stones, countless spirit stones, amounting to thousands. Additionally, this jade pendant, this silken garment, all were treasures of the martial general level. Truly, as disciples of sect, anything they possessed would be sufficient to fill the Fang family's treasury. Fang Yue's eyes gleamed with greed. He felt as if he were on the verge of soaring into the heavens. The bounty from this hefty catch was overwhelming. Upon counting, he found a staggering total of 8,700 spirit stones, 82 artifacts of the primary martial general level, 7 artifacts of the intermediate martial general level, and 1 artifact of the advanced martial general level. Furthermore, there exists another item, suspected to surpass the level of a martial general, namely that silvery orb. This object, in its essence, is a silver gem, while the silver-white circle is merely a projection of the gem. Previously, what Fang Yue shattered was merely the projection of the gem. The original gem remained unscathed, by infusing it once more with spiritual liquid. The gem can be restored, its power exceeding that of before. These individuals are akin to mobile treasure chests. It is no wonder they exude such pride, as they possess the qualifications to look down upon others. However, among all the treasures, what captivated Fang Yue the most was a vial of spiritual elixir by Chao Jiang. This is the most rudimentary elixir among the sects of practitioners, concocted from 100 types of spiritual herbs, and it has not even condensed into a spiritual pill. Yet despite its simplicity, this by Chao Jiang is a rare and treasured remedy for all mundane practitioners. The Bai Chao Jiang was extracted from Fang Yue, totaling 3 vials, each containing 100 drops. On the market, a single drop of Bai Chao Jiang is priced at 5 spiritual stones. The issue lies in the fact that, despite its value, it is often unattainable. Even the wealthy cannot procure it. Unlike spiritual stones, which are tempestuous and domineering in their spiritual essence, Bai Chao Jiang can aid practitioners below the martial general realm in accelerating their cultivation without any side effects. The effect of spiritual stones is volatile. While they can occasionally assist in cultivation and quickly restore one's true energy, prolonged use inevitably damages the meridians and affects one's foundation, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Bai Chao Jiang, on the other hand, can rapidly produce formidable practitioners, provided there are sufficient quantities and no bottlenecks in cultivation. The Fang family possesses Bai Chao Jiang, but it is merely a reserve, only to be utilized in times of dire straits when the family faces peril. 3 whole vials of Bai Chao Jiang. Indeed, it appears that my younger brother has made quite the harvest this time. Fang Lingxiao's eyes shimmered with delight, devoid of any jealousy. The success of his younger brother brought him immense relief. Fang Yue chuckled and, selecting 1 vial from the 3, presented it to Fang Lingxiao. To share is to care. This vial is my humble tribute to you, dear elder brother, and the 4 elders. I hope we can keep this matter confidential. As Fang Yue spoke, he indeed produced a vial of Bai Chao Jiang and offered it to Fang Lingxiao. Fang Lingxiao frowned and reprimanded. Little brother, you underestimate me far too much. The fact that I did not intervene this time has already caused me some guilt. As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. By giving me this Bai Chao Jiang, do you intend to belittle me? Fang Yue scratched his nose, his intentions pure. He simply hoped that Fang Lingxiao could leverage the effects of the Bai Chao Jiang to elevate his strength to new heights. He did not anticipate such a vehement response. Elder brother has misunderstood my intentions. This is merely a token of my appreciation, especially seeing how the Liu family dares to act against our Fang family. They constantly create obstacles for me, and I sense a storm brewing. Moreover, disciples from Ziwa Dantian have been directly appointed as envoys of the Tianqi Legion, overseeing one of the 3 major legions of Yan Nation. If there are no ulterior motives involved, who would believe it? The Yan Nation has enjoyed a century of tranquility, yet I feel that a true tempest may soon be upon us. The elder brother must devise ways to swiftly enhance his own strength, preparing early for the impending turmoil. Fang Yue's voice bore a somber tone. He was not merely a mindless brute. Had he never seen a pig run after eating one during his time on Earth? He had immersed himself in numerous novels of ancient court intrigue, fantastical martial arts, and historical military strategies, consuming several gigabytes of such tales. These experiences had honed within him a keen political acumen. Given this, the elder brother graciously accepted. Upon realizing Fang Yue's thoughtful intentions, Fang Lingxiao refrained from refusal. This 100 drops of herbal essence shall be evenly divided among the 4 elders, 20 drops each. Together, we shall strive to bolster the Fang family's strength and withstand future calamities. Indeed, it is enough that the elder brother understands the younger brother's intentions. Every consideration is for the family's welfare. I have troubled the younger brother. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to confide in the elder brother. As long as I am able to assist, I shall certainly not decline. Fang Lingxiao chose not to further persuade Fang Yue, instead offering a weighty promise before departing with the 4 elders to join the Phantom Legion. After Fang Lingxiao's departure, Fang Yue's 4 subordinates were moved to tears. Alas, we have truly misjudged the second young master, who claimed he was merely a troublemaking dandy. He is clearly a man of great principle. Xiao Gang gazed at Fang Yue, admiration shining in his eyes. He was a role model, a paragon, an exemplar. The other 3 subordinates nodded in agreement, endorsing Xiao Gang's sentiments. However, Fang Yue chuckled, the earlier heaviness and desolation vanished without a trace. His gaze fell upon the corpses on the ground, and a mischievous glimmer sparked in his eyes, a string of glistening saliva escaping his lips. Plump prey, the disciples of the sect are indeed ripe for the taking. Xiao Gang, do you think we should abandon the military and turn to banditry instead? We could exclusively target these affluent sect disciples. One successful raid would sustain us for half a year. Fang Yue's true nature was laid bare. Xiao Gang felt as though 1,000 curses swept through his mind. His earlier sentimentality had been utterly wasted. This dog would not change its ways. The second young master's earlier proclamations of righteousness were not born from fear of implicating the family. He was likely more concerned about the constraints and loss of freedom that might accompany joining the Phantom Legion. The These corpses are all martial generals. Every drop of their blood is invaluable. To bury them would be wasteful. We ought to preserve them for profit. Plucking the feathers from a passing goose, Fang Yue would not even spare the featherless corpses. His greedy nature was fully exposed. Xiao Gang found himself engulfed in darkness. In the state of Yin, within the Qitian mountain range, in a sacred place, the soul lamp of Huayue extinguished. All those who accompanied him had perished as well. An elderly man with snow-white hair spoke wistfully. Clad in purple, he radiated an aura akin to that of a mythological immortal. The youth following the purple-clad elder stood in trepidation, breath held, eyes focused, not daring to utter a word. The Purple Mist Ancestor was one of the 10 supreme elders within the Purple Moon Cave, transcending the realm of martial generals. Zhang Huayue was his beloved disciple, and there were rumors that he was the offspring of a union with a mortal woman in the secular world. In the ordinary course of events, Zhang Huayue traversed the halls with unbridled authority, leaving all disciples and elders in a state of silent indignation. This audacity was entirely contingent upon the protection of the venerable Zixia Old Ancestor. Now, with Zhang Huayue having been inexplicably slain, one can only imagine the fury that must be boiling within Zixia Old Ancestor. The young attendant, having accompanied the Old Ancestor for several years, was acutely aware of her temperament. The calmer her voice, the more fervent her wrath. The stillness before the tempest was always a disquieting omen. Relay my commands. Pursue the true culprit. A reward of 1,000 spirit stones shall be granted to those who provide leads. A martial artist level secret technique shall be bestowed to whomever delivers the head of the true criminal. A reward of 10,000 spirit stones awaits. A martial general level secret technique shall be granted. Admission to the Ziyue Cave Heaven, along with the title of Inner Sect Disciple. Chapter 44. No turning back. Second young master, is this truly advisable? Xiao Gang inquired timidly, casting a wary glance at the proclamation in Fang Yue's hand. His demeanor somewhat dazed. Why wouldn't it be? Those who provide lead shall receive 1,000 spirit stones and a martial artist level secret technique. Such a bountiful reward, such an enticing offer. The mere thought exhilarated Fang Yue, his hands tightly gripping the paper adorned with black ink, his face alight with rapture. Yet Xiao Gang felt a twinge of unease, increasingly convinced that this second young master was utterly reckless. A quintessential figure who valued wealth over life. Could this farcical charade truly be executed without consequence? Xiao Gang feared that Fang Yue was courting disaster. Should they be discovered, it would surely lead to their own downfall. Before he could ponder further, a squad of soldiers clad in iron armor approached point one of the leading figures barked, who just posted the notice regarding the Ziyue Cave Heaven. Fang Yue, still lacking confidence, cast doubt upon the authenticity of his words. However, he produced a tattered piece of clothing, torn from an elderly servant who had been in Zhang Huayue's company. The blood had dried to a deep purple hue, yet faint traces of murderous intent lingered. After all, it was the blood of a martial general, a far cry from that of an ordinary mortal. The soldier's pupils dilated in recognition. He was a senior apprentice, his keen senses able to discern the extraordinary nature of the blood-stained fabric. Wait here, I shall notify the disciples of Ziyue Cave Heaven. Following the demise of one of our own, the higher-ups are incensed and have issued a strict decree to hunt down the perpetrator and uncover leads. Our disciples are stationed in various cities specifically for this purpose, the ironclad soldier explained, mentally acknowledging the serendipity that had befallen Fang Yue. Fang Yue nodded and remained in place, signaling to Xiao Gang and the others to depart. He harbored his own plans, believing that too many people would only complicate matters. Soon, the soldier returned accompanied by a disciple of Ziyue Cave Heaven, a senior martial artist named Li Song, an inner sect disciple whose status paled in comparison to Zhang Huayue's. Is it you who discovered the corpse of Zhang Huayue's servant? Li Song regarded Fang Yue with an air of disdain, akin to observing a lowly ant, his expression dripping with arrogance, which irked Fang Yue to his core. Was this the demeanor of all within the sect? Each one so haughty and self-important. It was a wonder they had survived this long. Had they encountered him earlier, they likely would have met their end long ago. In the depths of Fang Yue's heart, he harbored unspoken resentment, although outwardly he maintained a demeanor of humility, concealing his true feelings. Indeed, my lord, this piece of clothing is what I discovered in a desolate forest. I believe it bears a striking resemblance to the attire of one of the individuals mentioned in your notice. Hence, I have brought it to you. Fang Yue spoke with reverence and deference. For the sake of 1,000 spirit stones, I have endured. Li Song accepted the garment, his gaze inadvertently lingering upon it. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire this blood-stained fabric? In that small grove, over yonder. Fang Yue gestured toward the east. 15 kilometers beyond the city lies a thicket, teeming with wolves, tigers, and leopards, and it is highly probable that your sex members fell victim to those ferocious beasts. My neighbor, Wang Ergu, met his demise 2 years ago while hunting. He was savaged to death by a starving wolf. As he spoke, Fang Yue displayed signs of lingering fear, his hand unconsciously patting his chest. Slain by a wolf? Li Song frowned, unable to accept such an outcome. Wolves, tigers, and leopards posed a threat only to ordinary mortals. For a martial general of his caliber, those so-called beasts held no menace whatsoever, akin to mere ants or mice scuttling by the roadside. Lead me to the grove where you discovered the bloodied fabric, Li Song commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Fang Yue hesitated, his feet rooted to the ground. What? Do you refuse? A note of impatience crept into Li Song's voice. Fang Yue squirmed, finally mustering the courage to speak. Was it not stated that one would receive a reward for providing valuable leads? Mortals are, but mortals that you comprehend the origins of the Ziyue cave heaven. Serving it is already a fortune beyond your wildest dreams, and yet you still seek further rewards. Your greed knows no bounds. Li Song remained resolute, refraining from mentioning the promised reward of 1,000 spirit stones, a martial-level secret technique. This was not merely enticing to an ordinary person. Even in his eyes, it was an immense temptation. He had long since resolved that once the lead was confirmed, he would eliminate this avaricious mortal without hesitation. 1,000 spirit stones, squandered in the hands of such a person, would be a travesty. Fang Yue was taken aback, unable to fathom that one from Ziyue cave heaven would go back on their word. The crowd around them stirred, witnessing the arrogance and deceit of Ziyue cave heaven firsthand. They found the behavior of these individuals exceedingly tyrannical, surpassing even that of bandits. Yet they dared not voice their grievances, for offending such a colossal entity was beyond anyone's capacity. Li Song surveyed these insignificant mortals, a swell of pride and superiority rising within him. Mortals are merely mortals. What does it matter if I take advantage of you? Cowardice and timidity ensure you remain forever at the nadir of the food chain. Fang Yue, feeling aggrieved, retorted, without benefits, I shall not lead the way. Li Song replied with a sinister smile. The decision to guide me is no longer yours to make. A chilling aura of murderous intent descended. Severing a strand of hair from Fang Yue's forehead, not provoke my wrath. For the next thing to fall may not be your hair. Li Song's threats were brazen, utterly disregarding the onlookers. Fang Yue fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before finally conceding. I shall guide you, but you must ensure my safety. There exists a perilous location where wild beasts frequently roam. Should you meet your demise within, do not dare lay the blame upon me. Li Song chuckled coldly. That is a matter of course. If I were to perish, you would likely share the same fate. You shall lead the way, and should any misfortune befall us, the responsibility shall rest solely upon my shoulders. Fang Yue sighed, taking the lead. Li Song followed closely behind, their figures swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. A pitiable child, foolishly heeding the words of the Ziyue cave, ended up with nothing to show for it, and now it seemed he might even lose his very life. The Ziyue cave has always been thus. They sit high above self-styled immortals, never deigning to regard us, the people of Yin, with any respect. Those who serve them rarely meet with favorable outcomes. The crowd buzzed with conversation, lamenting for Fang Yue. Xiao Gang lingered hidden among the throng, watching the retreating silhouette of Fang Yue. Within him, a flicker of pity for Li Song emerged. One could surmise that even if that fellow were to descend into the underworld, he would surely regret the actions of this day. The dense forest was eerily silent. This unsettling quietude sent shivers down Li Song's spine. Hurry along. At this snail's pace, how long will it take to locate Zhang Huayue's corpse? Li Song urged from behind. while Fang Yue maintained his timid demeanor. The danger here is immense. One must tread with utmost caution, lest they fall prey to ferocious beasts. As Fang Yue walked, he scanned the surroundings. This time, he intended to use Li Song as a shield, to ascertain what perils lurk near the snake heart orchid. Damn it! Where is that snake heart orchid? Fang Yue mused, feeling somewhat disoriented. Behind him, Li Song's anxiety grew. Zhang Huayue and his companions had perished in this vicinity. Anyone of that group could easily overpower him. What if the murderer had not yet departed? That would put him in grave danger. Suddenly, Li Song felt a twinge of regret, questioning the wisdom of wading into these murky waters. He glanced at Fang Yue ahead, silently wishing for a swift resolution. One way or another, do not rush me. Once found, it shall be here. Fang Yue halted beside the snake heart orchid, pointing toward the massive tree that could be encircled by several individuals. This bloodstained cloth was discovered right here. Li Song, upon hearing this, came to a stop, surveying the surroundings, finding no signs of struggle or violence. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? This place bears no resemblance to a murder scene. Be forthright and tell me where you truly found this bloodied cloth. Li Song interrogated Fang Yue with a fierce demeanor, increasingly convinced that this young man was cunning and untrustworthy. Fang Yue meekly responded, "It was right here. Perhaps the murder scene is nearby." Li Song furrowed his brow and scrutinized the area once more. Indeed, his eyes brightened as he spotted the snake heart orchid. With a gulp, Li Song swallowed hard. This the snake heart orchid? 300 years old. Huh. With this, I may have a chance to break through to the martial general level. But by this time, Fang Yue had ceased to listen. Hiss! A serpent-like head, the size of a grinding stone, emerged from behind the tree. Its skin an inky green, with a crimson core, topped with a tuft of red crest. It appeared rather spirited. What in the world is that? Li Song stood frozen in shock. Fang Yue suddenly bellowed, "Not good. Run." Li Song's figure momentarily stiffened, but he soon took Fang Yue's advice to heart and fled with all his might. He realized that near the spirit herbs of this realm, there must be some formidable beast guarding them. Alas, it seemed that Fang Yue intended to use him as a pawn in his deadly game. Yet despite this understanding, he dared not hesitate. The python before him appeared to possess at least several hundred years of cultivation, and devouring him would be but a trivial matter. The serpent's sinuous body pursued relentlessly, tailing Li Song closely. In the blink of an eye, Li Song had covered several hundred meters. The python, drawn away by Li Song, allowed Fang Yue to saunter forth and pluck the coveted snake heart orchid. He had no intention of using Li Song as a sacrificial lamb. To eliminate Li Song would be an effortless task. If not for the need to find a sturdy distraction who could draw the python away, he would not have played the role of the obsequious subordinate for so long. Chapter 45. The fool having successfully acquired the snake heart orchid, Fang Yue gleefully placed it into his stone pendant. Just then, the python abruptly turned, its pair of amber eyes fixing upon Fang Yue. Pupils vertically slitted, and it began to chase after him. Li Song, sprinting desperately ahead, suddenly sensed the chilling aura of death behind him. Inexplicably, it had vanished without a trace. How had he managed to outrun it? And at such speed, confusion clouded Li Song's mind as he watched Fang Yue approach rapidly. Just as he was about to inquire, the ominous presence surged back, more ferocious than before, akin to a raging tidal wave. Frantic, enraged, the python's appearance this time was infused with tenfold the deadly intent of the last encounter. "Run!" Fang Yue shouted hoarsely, racing towards Li Song. The python behind him moved with astonishing speed, like a rushing stream of dark green, surging wildly through the forest. "What have you done? Why is it pursuing you?" Li Song remained perplexed, gazing at Fang Yue with a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. "Hurry up and run, or it will be too late." Fang Yue continued to roar, his feet scraping against the ground, nearly igniting with friction. Throughout his life, Fang Yue had never experienced such a desperate flight for survival. Damn it, that colossal creature behind him was at least of the intermediate martial general realm. The savage beasts of this level were not to be compared with human martial generals of the same rank. The immense body harbored unfathomable magical energy, far exceeding that of any human of the same tier. Moreover, its tough skin and flesh rendered it nearly impervious to blades and swords. Confronting this gigantic python required the combined strength of several high-level martial generals, or else there would be no hope whatsoever. Regret washed over Fang Yue. Had he known this creature was so formidable, he would never have provoked it. Now, having enraged the mighty python, he was surely marked for death. As Li Song saw Fang Yue drawing nearer, the pressure in his heart surged alarmingly. "You idiot! Why are you running faster than me? Are you trying to get me killed?" Li Song cursed vehemently. Fang Yue, his head down and resolute, could scarcely muster a reply as he sprinted for his life. The python drew closer, its tail sweeping through the air, shaking the earth and sending dust flying, uprooting trees and sending boulders tumbling. Li Song dared not linger in place and followed suit, but as he truly began to run, he noticed that Fang Yue's speed far surpassed his own. "My flesh is not delectable. You consume his flesh, while I am but a mere mortal with coarse and unnutritious meat." He is a warrior, possessing tender and delectable flesh. As Fang Yue sprinted away, he unabashedly marketed Li Song's blood and meat to the great python. Li Song, in a fit of rage, finally comprehended that he had been duped by this scoundrel. "You insufferable mortal! A mortal who can outrun him faster than I. A mortal who can escape the relentless pursuit of the great python. You are nothing but a fool." Li Song cursed vehemently as he fled. However, in his despair, he realized that he seemingly could not match Fang Yue's speed. The great python was drawing ever closer to his position. Li Song felt his body reaching its limits, his legs growing heavier as if laden with lead. "Slow down. Wait for me," Li Song called out. Yet Fang Yue appeared oblivious, his legs moving with even greater swiftness. After running for miles, he showed no signs of fatigue. The great python, too, was relentless in its pursuit, chasing them for miles through the dense forest and all the way to the outskirts of the town. Suddenly, Li Song's eyes brightened. A wailing, ghostly cry echoed in his ears. "Oh no! Oh no! Lord Li Song of the Purple Moon Cave has been devoured by the beasts of the forest." Fang Yue's voice boomed. Li Song's heart sank in shock. "For heaven's sake, must you curse me? I am quite alive and well, and no serpent has devoured me." Li Song looked up to see Fang Yue, seemingly struck by a pang of conscience, suddenly halt his steps. "Now you choose to stop? It is too late. Those who offend the people of the Purple Moon Cave meet a grim fate." Li Song sneered coldly at Fang Yue. Fang Yue scratched his nose, revealing an apologetic smile that, "No, I did not intend to save you. I merely felt pity for the great python, having run so far, and did not wish to see it return empty-handed." There was a strong scent of guilt in Fang Yue's voice. Li Song furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Fang Yue's intentions with his already depleted intellect. "Then what do you intend to do? Treat it to a sumptuous dinner." Suddenly, Fang Yue bent down and picked up a small stone, launching it with a swift motion towards Li Song's knee. With a sharp crack, Li Song's knee was struck that a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, and he lost his balance, collapsing onto the ground. Upon looking up, Li Song was met with a shadowy figure. The gaping maw of the python descended upon him. In his ears, the familiar wail echoed. "Oh no! Lord Li Song has been consumed by the great python." The voice became muffled, receding further away. Li Song's body was entirely engulfed by the python, not even a fragment of bone left behind. At that moment, the people of the Purple Moon Cave finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Their eyes widened in horror as they beheld the final scene of Li Song being devoured by the great python. "Stop this abomination!" A chorus of roars erupted. Naturally, the great python, despite its formidable strength, lacked education and had never studied foreign languages, thus completely unaware of what these individuals were saying. In its eyes, Li Song was no virtuous being. He had previously conspired with that wretched boy against its interests. Clearly, they were in cahoots. It was only fitting to consume one as a form of petty revenge. Upon noticing the approach of 3 martial generals, the great python unhesitatingly turned to flee. In an instant, it transformed into a green torrent, vanishing from view. Only 3 formidable warriors of the Zhuo Dantian remained, stamping their feet in frustration, helpless against the situation. The 3 martial-level experts surveyed their surroundings with disdain, dismissing the colossal python as inconsequential. Yet pursuing a martial-level beast for the sake of a mere Li Song seemed rather imprudent. The status of Li Song and Zhang Huayue within the Ziyue Dantian was vastly disparate. The former was merely an ordinary individual with decent potential, but nothing more did in contrast. Zhang Huayue boasted a significant background, and the mere possibility of his ascending beyond the martial realm warranted the sect's utmost attention. To seek vengeance for him demanded their utmost efforts. "Who are you? What brings you here?" inquired one of the martial-level warriors of the Ziyue Dantian, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Although Li Song was lacking in cultivation, he possessed remarkable skills in evasion, moving with such agility that ordinary martial-level experts struggled to keep pace. Yet, in the end, Li Song perished while this mere mortal remained unscathed. The peculiarity of the situation was evident to any discerning observer. "I am but a humble hunter from this vicinity. I sought a reward from Master Li Song upon discovering a lead concerning Zhang Huayue. Unexpectedly, Master Li Song not only refused to compensate me, but also threatened my life, compelling me to guide him. Ultimately, I led him to the location of the clue, whereupon he insisted on plucking a flower resembling a purple tongue that I could not dissuade him. And in the end, Master Li Song took the flower. Then the great python appeared, intent on slaying Master Li Song. It is my fault for fleeing too slowly, failing to seek help in time, which led to Master Li Song's unfortunate demise." At first, Fang Yue was aflame with righteous indignation, but soon he devolved into a blubbering mess, consumed by guilt and self-reproach. The three martial-level warriors of the Ziyue Dantian, witnessing this display, understood the words that needed to be spoken. Li Song's character had always been such. They could vividly imagine the arrogance and disdain he displayed in such moments. Meanwhile, some residents of the city had gathered, their gazes fixed on Fang Yue and the others, all silently awaiting the outcome. Just moments ago, the emergence of the giant python had been a spectacle of overwhelming might, evoking terror in the hearts of many. Thus, numerous citizens, including several martial-level experts, had been drawn out. The three martial-level warriors of the Ziyue Dantian, all prominent figures, could not publicly owe Fang Yue a reward. "Here are 1,000 spirit stones and a martial-level secret technique," declared one elder with a cold snort. His face etched with 1,000 unwillingnesses. He presented the spirit stones and the secret technique to Fang Yue. He bore the demeanor of a master bestowing gifts upon a servant. However, Fang Yue remained unfazed. As long as he received compensation, the attitude of the giver mattered little. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord," Fang Yue exclaimed jovially, accepting the items with glee, producing a cloth from seemingly nowhere to wrap the spirit stones and secret technique before tucking them away in his garments. "This is a fragment of servant's attire that belonged to Master Zhang Huayue, stained with blood. I suspect it was torn during the fierce struggle when Master Zhang Huayue was attacked." The location where the corner of the garment was discovered happened to be the very dense forest I had just entered. I wonder if the three esteemed gentlemen require my guidance to venture forth and uncover the truth. Fang Yue displayed an exceptional demeanor this time. Before the three martial generals could utter a word, he had already spoken up. "The dense forest." One of the martial generals cast his gaze upon the seemingly ordinary woods, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he turned to his companion, another martial general, and inquired, "Do you find this forest somewhat familiar?" As soon as the martial general opened his mouth, the other nearby martial general revealed a look of trepidation. "Could it be that this is the ancient land documented in the scriptures of my Ziyue Dantian? Towering ancient trees, extraordinary flowers and fruits, and the rampant presence of fierce beasts. Surely, it cannot be mistaken." The martial general from Ziyue Dantian, who had spoken first, exhibited an even more pronounced sense of apprehension. "I believe this place requires caution. It may be a land of fortune, yet it could also become the very demise that leads to our downfall. If this truly is the legendary region, the demise of Zhang Huayue and his companions would be of no surprise. They may not have been slain by others, but rather have trespassed upon some forbidden boundary." The martial general from Ziyue Dantian grew increasingly unnerved as he spoke. Chapter 46. The gathering storm. Upon returning to the city, Fang Yue immediately chose to enter seclusion that he intended to refine the serpent heart orchid. There were far too many powerful individuals within Ziyue Dantian, and should they harbor murderous intent, he might not have the time to deploy his formations. Particularly, The three outside were all at the intermediate martial general level, in a one-on-one confrontation. Fang Yue was unafraid, but against three opponents working in unison, unless he resorted to using formations, his demise was all but certain. Fortunately, the denizens of Ziwedongtian were quite proud and had not dispatched anyone to surveil him. They merely instructed Fang Yue to refrain from leaving the city in the near future, for otherwise, no one could guarantee his safety. The serpent heart orchid is a wondrous flower, nourished by the essence of the earth. It is but a single bloom, yet its appearance resembles that of a serpent's head, complete with eyes and a crimson tongue, evoking a sense of dread at first glance. According to the records in the Wanling Jing, should the serpent heart orchid grow for a millennium and be refined, it could bestow divine abilities, predominantly related to the earth. Alas, this particular serpent heart orchid, having not reached the requisite age, was plucked by Fang Yue. He could only harness its vital energy to enhance his cultivation. Unable to unlock any other marvelous effects, Fang Yue cradled the serpent heart orchid in his palms for refinement, as streams of earthy yellow energy emanated from it. Every one of Fang Yue's 360,000 pores expanded, each thread of earthy yellow energy selecting a pore to penetrate. Fang Yue felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if his very soul was on the verge of departing from the crown of his head. This was the true method of refining the serpent heart orchid, not merely consuming the 300 years' worth of accumulated vital energy, but using the orchid as a catalyst to draw forth the essence of the earth to purify his body. Fang Yue felt as though he were merging with the earth itself, his spirit drifting freely, enveloping the surrounding area of several hundred meters. Every blade of grass and tree within his vicinity lay within the realm of his perception. Of course, this was merely an illusion. He could only sense the surroundings within that radius, not command them. Yet even this was sufficient to demonstrate the potency of the serpent heart orchid, a layer of old skin shed from Fang Yue's body, revealing fresh, new skin beneath, as if at the dawn of creation, the world was renewed. From a high-ranking martial artist to a general, this transformation signifies a profound metamorphosis. This latest evolution was not as tumultuous as one might have imagined. Rather, it unfolded with a gentle grace. The earth nurtures all vitality, and the essence of the land fosters life as transformation, all occurring so naturally, devoid of any abruptness or forcefulness. I feel at least 3 to 5 times more powerful than before. A casual punch can shatter rock. Fang Yue's hand suddenly clenched tightly, and a gust of wind arose, tearing through everything. With a swing of his fist, the force within Fang Yue surged violently, akin to waves crashing relentlessly, obliterating all in their path. Is this what it means to be a general? Indeed, one possesses the qualifications to look down upon all martial artists. This tier of existence approaches the innate limits of the human form. Any further advancement would necessitate a transformation of life, reaching a more profound level. Confidence surged within Fang Yue's heart. He believed that even if 3 intermediate generals from the Purple Moon Cave joined forces, they would not necessarily be his match. The 3 celestial scriptures are exceedingly arcane. Merely one surpasses the teachings of the Purple Moon Cave by hundreds or thousands of times. Not to mention, he possesses all 3. It is time to send these 3 old fellows on their way. Perhaps the wealth of spirit stones they carry rivals that of Zhang Huayue. Fang Yue mused, preparing to take action. However, at that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the small city, suffocating all who breathed. Is this the presence that transcends a general? Fang Yue was momentarily taken aback. He had previously sensed the aura of Zhang Huai, a high-ranking general. The current presence was terrifyingly more potent than that of Zhang Huayue by at least 100-fold. What else could be the source of this aura, if not a being that surpasses a general? We welcome the arrival of the Elder. The 3 generals from the Purple Moon Cave rose to greet him, each bowing respectfully with clasped fists. He was indeed a significant figure within the Purple Moon Cave, transcending the mundane. Any one of them in the Yin Kingdom was akin to a living god. The being transcending the general from the Purple Moon Cave nodded slightly, saying little more. He lifted his gaze to the horizon. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson glow appeared in the eastern sky. A colossal bird soared through the heavens, ablaze with an unquenchable flame, the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat that on the back of the great bird sat a middle-aged man clad in azure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His skin was slightly darkened, yet his eyes shone even brighter. The celestial star sect, the voice of the transcendent general from the Purple Moon Cave, grew solemn. Both the flaming bird and the azure-clad man were beings that surpassed the rank of general. This is my territory in the Yen Kingdom. The celestial star sect's presence here, to seize our celestial fortunes, seems rather improper. Does it not? I'm asking you a question. Are you perhaps mute? The intermediate general from the Purple Moon Cave spoke again, his tone laced with palpable hostility. Get lost. The azure-clad man finally spoke, his furious roar causing the intermediate general to tremble. Blood spurting from his mouth in a crimson spray. Just 3 words, and a serious injury was inflicted upon an intermediate general. The might of a being that transcends the general rank is indeed a strategic force in every nation. Their power is unfathomably profound, reaching an indescribable level. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yue's heart trembled, the joy of his recent breakthrough to the rank of general quickly fading. Damn it, he is even more handsome than me. Fang Yue noticed that by the roadside, a group of infatuated young ladies began to wave and exclaim at the sight of the young man in green attire, their eyes transforming into alluring peach blossom shapes. Sparkling with golden stars that a tinge of jealousy welled up within Fang Yue. He too yearned for the attention of such lovely maidens and married women, if only a few beautiful souls would embrace him. Warming his bed at night, that would be even more delightful. Fang Yue's thoughts wandered into daydreams. An aged figure, moving slowly with deliberate steps, approached from afar. His movements were labored, supported by a cane, occasionally interrupted by a cough, and the layers of wrinkles on his face trembled with each motion. The sickly old man. How did he arrive as well? The transcendent martial artist from Zhou Dantian furrowed his brow, his gaze towards the elder filled with apprehension. Young people are indeed full of vitality. As soon as news of a blessed land emerged, they all flocked here. My frail limbs may no longer serve me well. Let us hope I am not too late. The elderly figure spoke slowly, yet everyone listened attentively until he finished. This sick old man's name carried considerable weight, at least among the transcendent martial circles of nearby nations. Surely, there must be something remarkable in that dense forest. How could so many transcendent martial artists have arrived all at once? Typically, these individuals should be in seclusion, exploring, or indulging in worldly pleasures. Yet here they were, idly wandering about. Fang Yue felt his legs weaken. Had he perhaps overstepped this time? Initially, he merely intended to swindle a few individuals from Zhou Dantian for some quick gains, but he had inadvertently stirred the attention of even the ancient transcendent martialists. Is he the one? The individual who uncovered the clues to Zhang Huayue's demise? The transcendent martial artist from Zhou Dantian turned his head, scrutinizing Fang Yue with piercing eyes, as if intent on uncovering all his secrets. Indeed, it is this lad. A mid-tier martial artist from Zhou Dantian spoke up, addressing the transcendent martial artist with utmost reverence. Within Zhou Dantian, the hierarchy was strictly maintained. Any elder possessed the power of life and death over all disciples and elders of Zhou Dantian. Well, if that is the case, let him lead the way. I suspect that Zhang Huayue and the others met their fate within that dense forest. The culprits may not be human. They could be century-old ferocious beasts or some unknown entities. The transcendent martial artist from Zhou Dantian regarded Fang Yue with disdain, refusing to converse directly, even at such a short distance, instead instructing the martial artist from Zhou Dantian to relay his words. The people of Zhou Dantian exuded such arrogance, believing that conversing with mortals would tarnish their dignity and sully their eyes. This is your folly. Since a lead has emerged, why not share it among us? The old man spoke, having unknowingly positioned himself beside Fang Yue, a chilling aura enveloping him. Should the people of Zhou Dantian refuse to cooperate, he intended to eliminate Fang Yue. What I cannot possess, others shall not obtain either. Though the sickly old man appeared gentle, he regarded human life as trifling, his heart as hard as iron, no less cruel than those of Zhou Dantian. Damn it, what does he take me for? A mere commodity, Fang Yue silently vowed that should he seize an opportunity, he would undoubtedly reduce these individuals to a state of utter humiliation. The elderly man, afflicted by illness, spoke up, and we naturally could not disregard his presence. However, the members of the Xingqian sect have always been at odds with my Ziyue Dantian, and I am reluctant to share this lead with them. Li Xiang, a formidable figure surpassing the martial general level within Ziyue Dantian, spoke with pointed intent, showing no deference to the man clad in green. The green-clad man snorted coldly, aware that he was not welcomed here. Consequently, he leapt onto the fiery bird and soared towards the depths of the forest. Lead the way, young man. As long as you can provide some valuable clues, I, the ailing elder, shall not treat you unfairly. The elderly man smiled warmly, with a kind demeanor reminiscent of a neighborly grandfather. Yet, Fang Yue was not so easily deceived by this audacious. He would not forget the murderous aura that had radiated from the elderly man moments ago. Such individuals are all the same. As long as you possess value, everything is negotiable. However, should that value dissipate, you would become nothing more than a cold corpse upon the ground. Fang Yue remained patient, recognizing that now was not the moment to reveal his true feelings. There are many ferocious beasts in that forest. You must ensure my safety. Fang Yue trembled, feigning fear convincingly. The elderly man chuckled reassuringly. No problem. With me around, you need not worry. The elderly man took it upon himself. Exuding confidence, Fang Yue internally scoffed, thinking that it was precisely because of him that he felt even less at ease. Youngster, be straightforward and refrain from any trickery. If you handle this matter well, there will be benefits for you. Who knows, the esteemed elder might be pleased enough to grant you a position as a servant disciple in Ziyue Dantian. But if you mishandle this opportunity, you may not see the light of tomorrow, remarked a mid-level martial general from Ziyue Dantian nonchalantly, clapping Fang Yue on the shoulder with considerable force, causing him to wince in pain. Chapter 47. A fortunate land of forest was tranquil, devoid of even a single bird. Occasionally, a thread of spider silk would descend, dropping a spider the size of an infant's fist. This is the place. I discovered a fragment of clothing here. Fang Yue had bypassed a massive python and chosen a different location. There are no signs of struggle here. Are you certain that the piece of clothing was found in this spot? A mid-level martial general from Ziyue Dantian furrowed his brow, searching the surroundings but finding no clues. No, wait. I sense a chilling aura here. Another mid-level martial general suddenly turned around, and a pale face loomed before him. Die, he shouted, throwing a punch. Yet his fist struck nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, there was no face. No chill. I am hallucinating. The mid-level martial general from Ziyue Dantian frowned, maintaining his composure. There exists a special domain nearby that can induce illusions. In terms of combat experience, the mid-level martial general for Ziyue Dantian far surpassed Wujun. The latter, though not weak, primarily relied on talent and resources to achieve his strength. In contrast, this mid-level martial general had earned everything through relentless effort and perseverance. Illusions. Li Xiang exhaled softly, even as a formidable being of transcendent martial general status. He dared not claim he could unravel the mysteries of this domain. The concepts of realms and formations are utterly foreign to them, akin to the likes of Ziyue Dantian, a mere lower-tier sect within the cultivation world, which possesses scant accumulation in this regard. Behold, over there hangs a blood-stained garment. Fang Yue, with keen eyes, pointed out from afar, indicating a tall tree where a torn piece of fabric dangled from a branch. The fabric bore scattered bloodstains, likely remnants of a hasty escape. Indeed, it belonged to Zhang Huaya. They had undoubtedly traversed this very place. Li Xiang's earlier doubts dissipated. He became increasingly convinced that a battle had transpired here, though the principal battlefield was likely elsewhere, with these individuals merely passing through in flight. Who could possibly have the audacity to pursue those of Ziyue Dantian? Li Xiang's imposing aura intensified, and within the depths of his gaze, flashes of thunder could be discerned. He was truly enraged. The people of Ziyue Dantian had never encountered such despair in the Yin Kingdom. Fang Yue stood silently beside him, reflecting on the pitiable intellect of these Dantian members, who were easily deceived by a mere formation and a few scraps of cloth. They were far inferior to his own extraordinary intelligence, honed from watching over 700 episodes of detective stories. You, lead the way. A mid-level martial general coldly commanded Fang Yue. They increasingly sensed the strangeness and terror of this place. On that fateful day, the squad led by Zhang Huayue, excluding the two surpassing martial generals, should have been no less formidable than their current assembly. Yet, they had been utterly annihilated, and apprehension of repeating that fate loomed over them. Fang Yue found himself reduced to a pawn in their quest for exploration. Anger flickered across his face, yet he was met with a chilling threat. I do not wish to hear any complaints or nonsense. If you wish to survive, heed our commands. The mid-level martial general's tone was laden with menace. The others silently acquiesced to this notion. Having brought them to this location, Fang Yue's value had diminished significantly. Forcing him to act as a scout was merely a way to extract the last vestiges of his usefulness. And in their eyes, there was nothing amiss. Reluctantly, Fang Yue stepped to the forefront, stifling his eye. As they ventured deeper into the dense forest, he sensed an unsettling shift. The concentration of spiritual energy began to rise markedly. Within a mere 10 miles, the density of spiritual energy here exceeded that of the outside world by more than double. This was indeed a land of fortune. If explored thoroughly, it could serve as a training ground for disciples. I sense great danger ahead. We cannot proceed further. Fang Yue abruptly halted, casting a wary glance into the depths of the forest. A foreboding, dark aura emanated from within, instilling a sense of dread within him. This was a primordial instinct, growing sharper with the profundity of his cultivation. The mid-level martial general smirked mockingly. You, a mere mortal, know nothing. Hurry along and do not provoke our ire. He urged Fang Yue forward as one would a mere beast. Fang Yue stammered, I have elders above and young ones below. Please spare me. I shall forego the reward for those spiritual stones. What nonsense! Get moving! The mid-level martial general bellowed, his patience at an end. Had he not sensed that Fang Yue might still possess some utility as a scouting stone, this fellow would have been long dispatched. Fang Yue's expression turned one of despair, on the verge of tears. Like one mourning the loss of a beloved, he treaded cautiously, step by step. After traversing 100 meters, a sudden chill swept through the air, thick with the palpable scent of death. With a resounding crash, Fang Yue collapsed to the ground, resembling a lifeless statue. Not feign death, bellowed the intermediate martial general, convinced that Fang Yue's lethargy was merely a ruse. Yet, something felt amiss. This time, it seemed genuine. Li Xiang intervened, blocking the path of the martial general. Indeed, this was a forbidden land, steeped in deathly energy capable of eroding vitality. As an ordinary mortal, succumbing to the suffocating aura was entirely plausible. Li Xiang wore a smile, seemingly indifferent to Fang Yue's predicament. The oppressive death energy here was 100-fold more potent than outside, that a common person would undoubtedly find their vitality corroded within this realm. However, he practiced the true scripture of death, making this the perfect training ground for him. A group of fools, pretending to understand what they did not. Crisis and opportunity often walk hand in hand. How could they not grasp such a simple truth? Fang Yue sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, as the endless gray mist enveloped him from all directions, permeating every pore and breathing with him. The thread of death energy within him continuously inhaled and exhaled, absorbing the surrounding death aura, becoming more refined and substantial. The three forces within him remained in a delicate balance. Once the death energy reached a certain threshold, it would begin to transform into soul and life energy. To illustrate, the three forces resembled three adjacent pools of water. When one overflowed, it would spill into the others. How delightful! Fang Yue felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to Zhu Beiji enjoying a ginseng fruit. This dense forest was his sanctuary, having recently consumed a serpent heart orchid to break through to the martial general realm. His strength surged once more as he absorbed the death energy, elevating him to an intermediate martial general. The true scripture of death was indeed formidable. Soon, the surrounding death aura was completely devoured. Fang Yue rose to his feet, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his robust frame surged with vitality. With his enhanced power, he felt capable of confronting an advanced martial general head-on. Alas, this place was too confined, the death energy finite. while it could serve as a barrier against those unable to decipher its essence. It was inadequate as a training ground for further breakthroughs. Fang Yue mused to himself as he ventured onward. According to the scripture of all spirits, this should be a place of yin and yang, where life and death coexist. As the death energy dissipated, what remained was a haven of vitality. Indeed, Fang Yue did not wander far before he stumbled upon a treasure trove, barely an acre in size, brimming with flourishing life and a plethora of spiritual herbs. Among them stood a ginkgo tree, thousands of years old, alongside several centuries-old medicinal plants. Fang Yue wasted no time, harvesting all the spiritual herbs without hesitation. From the ancient ginkgo tree, he collected a staggering 3,000 fruits. While these ginkgo fruits offered little in the way of advancement, being common fruits with modest medicinal properties, they nonetheless contained rich life essence. Cultivated over millennia, capable of strengthening the body and dispelling ailments, as for the age of medicinal plants, he discovered a total of 8 specimens. Among them, 2 specimens are of millennial caliber. The potency of their medicinal properties is overwhelming. Fang Yue even hesitates to consume them, fearing that doing so might lead to his demise. He intends to preserve them for future alchemical endeavors. There are also 6 other specimens, each aged around 800 years. Although their medicinal vigor does not match the ferocity of the 800-year-old variant, it is still at least 10 times more potent than the previously encountered snake-heart orchid, with each passing century. The efficacy of aged herbs escalates geometrically. If that particular snake-heart orchid were to absorb the Earth's essence and mature to an age of 800 years, its potency would likely intensify even further, proving lethal to any who surpass the martial general level. Alas, it may never reach such an age. Even if I were to cease harvesting it, the great python would inevitably consume it within a century. The abundance of precious trees and aged herbs in this place is a consequence of the pervasive dead energy no living creature can approach, allowing this locale to remain pristine. Fang Yue collected the aged herbs and ginkgo fruits, but refrained from uprooting the ginkgo tree, ensuring the preservation of its root system that he has no desire to commit acts of extinction. Such deeds would invite divine retribution. The more he delves into the classic of all spirits, the more he feels the cyclical nature of heavenly justice and the inevitability of karmic retribution. It is wise to engage in virtuous deeds and accumulate merit. What is this? As Fang Yue wandered through this bountiful patch of life, he discovered a piece of spiritual jade embedded in the central land. This jade, no larger than an infant's palm, is a mere inch thick, resembling a brick. Upon picking it up, he noticed a drop of golden blood adhering to its underside. This droplet of blood, seemingly accompanying the jade for an eternity, has yet to dry and emanates an intense aura of pressure. Even for Fang Yue's current strength, a single drop induces a sensation of constriction in his chest. When he gazes upon the golden droplet, his consciousness begins to waver. No, I must not look any longer. With great effort, he diverts his gaze and uses a stone pendant to ensnare the golden droplet. Strangely enough, the blood droplet and the jade, which seemed inseparable, have indeed been divided by the stone pendant. The jade remains outside while the blood droplet is contained within. Chapter 48. Knight Monarch Fang Yue toyed with the spiritual jade in his hand. Increasingly convinced of its extraordinary nature, its clarity and lustrous hue evoke a sense of tranquility upon gazing at it. This is a precious gem, he is certain, though its origin remains elusive. Nonetheless, its aura brings a soothing balm to the spirit. A thread of divine thought penetrates the jade, revealing an astonishing multitude of characters inscribed within. Each character is profound and esoteric, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries and enigmas. These characters resemble a constellation of miniature celestial bodies, orbiting around 3 monumental characters. Knight Monarch. The brilliance of these 3 large characters is resplendent, dazzling, and captivating, ensnaring the beholder's senses. Is this a secret technique? Fang Yue is astonished. This secret method possesses a significant lineage. It spans from the mundane to the celestial, from the very beginning of the apprentice stage to the ultimate attainment of immortality, with each tier corresponding to its own secret techniques and profound truths. Moreover, within each minor realm, There exists more than one corresponding secret technique and profound truth. Some of these techniques stir his heart to tumultuous excitement with just a glance, such as the night garb of the apprentice realm. Able to condense the dark elements of the void into an imperceptible layer of battle armor, it is incomparably durable, surpassing steel and stone, yet as light as a feather, placing no burden upon the practitioner. The greatest efficacy of the night garb lies not in defense, but in its ability to enhance the cultivator, augmenting their strength by 30%. This is nothing short of extraordinary. Who among peers can rival such power? Furthermore, the general-level cross of night, silently merging with the darkness, strikes with lethal precision. It can unleash threefold the practitioner's strength limit, excelling in assassination and becoming an unparalleled weapon of terror. Moreover, the cultivation requirements for the Night Sovereign are not stringent. Almost all forms of power can be transmuted into dark energy. Fang Yue's acquisition of the Night Sovereign left him in a state of euphoric delight, for it is indeed an invincible secret art, allowing one to transform into the monarch of shadows. However, Fang Yue harbored no concerns, as his cultivation of the true sutra of life perfectly compensates for the latter's deficiencies. That thread of life force is ever present, signifying his perpetual need to worry about the scarcity of vitality. This technique is indeed malevolent, yet its potency is beyond doubt. It is certainly not a mere secret art. It must be part of some grand legacy. Fang Yue concluded. Such a level of inheritance must either stem from an ancient noble family or arise from an immortal sect. With a calm mind, he swiftly grasped its intricacies. His soul power is immensely potent, nearly dozens of times stronger than that of his peers. Any technique, upon mere glance, reveals its essence. The Night Sovereign took him considerable time to master fully the esoteric arts beneath the general level. A rare achievement indeed. With a resounding boom, from another direction within the dense forest, a chilling aura surged forth. Fang Yue was interrupted from his meditation and turned his gaze toward the source. There, the demonic energy surged like rolling black smoke, obscuring the azure sky. The vast expanse of blue was shrouded, black clouds looming overhead, suffocating in their weight. Do not kill me, Fang Yue suddenly beheld, high in the sky. A mid-level general from the Purple Moon Cavern soaring upward, with a pair of swan-like wings gently fluttering behind him. This was a magical artifact. It allowed those beneath the general level to briefly soar through the air. Yet, he did not ascend far before a colossal black hand, 10 zhang in length, coalesced in the sky, howling downwards to strike him down. Is this not akin to having wings yet being unable to fly? Fang Yue mused, finding the scene somewhat amusing. Typically, mid-level generals from the Purple Moon Cavern held themselves in high regard, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet before that black hand, they appeared no more significant than a mere fly. Effortlessly swatted down, devoid of even the right to resist, that be by sheer coincidence. The mid-level general from the Purple Moon Cavern tumbled down, landing not far from Fang Yue. You mortal, take me away. The mid-level general, grievously injured with his armor shattered, still maintained an air of superiority, barking orders at Fang Yue with imperious disdain. What benefits do you offer? Fang Yue's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he scrutinized the mid-level general from head to toe. The mid-level general from the Purple Moon Cavern erupted with fury. Are you attempting to take advantage of my misfortune? His wrath soared, his hair bristling in indignation. Never before had a mortal dared to treat him with such insolence. Never. Certainly not that in comparison to taking advantage of a crisis, I find the act of committing murder and plundering far more appealing. With a temperament as foul as yours, who knows how you might treat me, should you manage to survive? Fang Yue stroked his chin, feeling utterly clever. The intermediate marshal general of Zhou Dantian extended a finger, pointing at Fang Yue, and then, with a splutter, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his face paling to an alarming degree. Fang Yue looked down on him, saying, your psychological fortitude is truly lacking. You can't even withstand such minor provocation, and I truly wonder how you've managed to survive this long. You seek death, the intermediate marshal general roared in fury, summoning a surge of true energy as he swung his palm towards Fang Yue's head. Even if he were to perish, he was determined to take Fang Yue down with him. The dignity of Zhou Dantian would not allow a mere ant to infringe upon it. Save your strength. Fang Yue raised his hand, seizing the wrist of the Zhuo Dongtian's intermediate martial general, his grip as strong as iron. You are no ordinary person. The martial general seemed to grasp some understanding, his eyes widening in shock as he glared at Fang Yue, the fury within him threatening to erupt. I have never claimed to be an ordinary person. All of this is merely your own delusion, Fang Yue declared, adeptly producing several lengths of rope from seemingly nowhere, binding the intermediate martial general securely. The general found himself wrapped like a dumpling, powerless to resist as Fang Yue proceeded to search him. Damn it, you're truly impoverished. Not even a bottle of herbal essence to your name. How have you managed to survive? Fang Yue remarked disdainfully as he tossed aside a heap of spirit stones and magical artifacts. Treating them like worthless debris, he thoroughly plundered, even examining the general's undergarments. What he had initially thought to be a lucrative target had turned out to be nothing but a pile of bones. Fang Yue grumbled in frustration. The intermediate martial general emitted a choking sound, spewing blood, his legs kicking out as his eyes rolled back. He was, astonishingly, driven to death by Fang Yue's taunts. Your psychological resilience is lamentably poor. It took merely 2 sentences to unhinge you. How could someone like you ever attain the rank of martial general? Truly a peculiar flower. Fang Yue muttered to himself, I have no desire to take lives. You brought this upon yourself, and do not seek me out in the underworld. He continued his soliloquy, yet his hands were far from idle. He discarded the body into a stone pit, and then began to meticulously arrange the area like a diligent little ant. Copper pillars emerged, concealed among the dense foliage and leaves, their positions shrouded in secrecy, nearly impossible to discern. Following that, Fang Yue used every ounce of strength he could muster to set up 18 formations. This time, he was truly investing himself, as it was necessary. The level of participation in this conflict was exceedingly high, with even those surpassing martial generals joining the fray. These Black Hawks, each one comparable to a newly initiated martial general, could collectively overturn a city or an ancient legacy. They were not a mere handful. Rather, they numbered in the hundreds, overwhelming in their presence that no, please, another intermediate martial general from Zhuo Dongtian soared into the air, pursued by 3 Black Hawks. The intermediate warrior from Zhuo Dongtian appeared to be in a somewhat better predicament than his predecessor, for at the very least he had not been swatted from the sky like a mere fly by a colossal black hand. Nevertheless, his situation was far from enviable. 3 dark eagles relentlessly pursued him, compromising his dignity as a warrior. This day was destined to be one of calamity for Zhuo Dongtian, with numerous martial experts facing their demise. Even a formidable force like Zhuo Dongtian would suffer significant repercussions. Fang Yue smirked mischievously as he retrieved a crystal orb, capturing the scene of the intermediate warrior being hounded by the Black Eagles. It was a sight of utter disarray, reminiscent of a lost dog, with not a single moment to find refuge. There were many such recordings, some of which had already been used by Lu Jingyi himself. Despite his serious name and lofty rhetoric, this fellow was, without a doubt, a flamboyant character, as evidenced by the footage showcasing his gaunt, skeletal physique and the barely perceptible bulge of his biceps. This was far superior to any Hollywood special effects. Indeed, the authenticity of the scene was the most poignant aspect. Kid, save me. In midair, the intermediate warrior from Zhuo Dongtian finally spotted Fang Yue amidst the foliage that it seemed as if he had grasped a lifeline. Darting towards Fang Yue like a finely aimed arrow, don't come towards me. Fang Yue's eyes widened in alarm as he took off in a frantic sprint, moving faster than anyone, like a gust of wind. Disappearing in an instant, Fang Yue's figure vanished, leaving the intermediate warrior from Zhuo Dongtian on the verge of madness. Originally intending to divert the danger towards Fang Yue, hoping he could at least distract the relentless eagles. He never anticipated that the boy would flee faster than he could. Chapter 49. A grim fate awaits this lad, must be hiding something. The intermediate warrior from Zhuo Dongtian ground his teeth in frustration. This speed and agility surpassed his own. If he were merely a mortal, he would have been the first to express disbelief. Yet now, even as realization dawned upon him, it was too late. Fang Yue had already vanished into some obscure corner. The eagles descended like bolts of black lightning. With a piercing cry that resonated through the air, the intermediate warrior felt a chilling intent to kill closing in from behind, he barely managed to evade one of the black eagles as it swooped past him. After all, he was still an intermediate warrior and possessed some means of self-dash preservation. In an inconspicuous corner, Fang Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. Just how long would it take for these eagles to chase the Zhue Dantian warrior? He was waiting to collect the remains of the fallen. At this moment, Fang Yue was utterly captivated. The warriors from Zhue Dantian were like treasure-laden stilted figures, each possessing an abundance of potential gain. He was counting on profiting from this grim task. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. No, I must take the initiative, he resolved, sitting idly by, waiting for an opportunity would likely yield no result for ages. With a sudden determination, Fang Yue stood up and waved at the eagles in the sky. "Hey, over here," he called, his arms flailing. Indeed, the attention of the eagles was drawn to him, and the intermediate warrior from Zhue Dantian momentarily paused in surprise. With a swift motion, Fang Yue flung his arm, sending a small stone hurtling through the air, akin to a streak of light, vanishing into the heart of the mid-level martial artist from the Zhue Cave. "You scoundrel, you wretched man!" The mid-level martial artist of Zhue Cave was caught off guard, falling prey to Fang Yue's cunning ambush, although he managed to slightly shift his body at the last moment. The small stone still struck his lung. His breathing became labored and rapid, his complexion turning ashen. As the flow of true energy within him became obstructed, a hawk swooped down once more, piercing through his chest with precision and efficiency. The light in the mid-level martial artist's eyes gradually dimmed. He could hardly fathom that a distinguished martial artist of his caliber would be outsmarted by a mere insignificant brat he had utterly dismissed. His lifeless body plummeted to the ground, while the hawks in the sky turned away, their mission solely to eliminate these ignorant intruders, leaving the task of collecting the corpses to Fang Yue. Once the hawks had distanced themselves, Fang Yue confirmed that they bore him no ill will. That moment, he stepped out from the formation he had set, cleared his throat, and began the grim task of retrieving the body of the mid-level powerhouse from Zhue Cave. "This incident truly has nothing to do with me. It was the hawk that killed you, so blame it for your demise." Fang Yue was merely deceiving himself. He feared that the other might return as a vengeful spirit. Otherwise, that stone would have struck true, directly hitting the heart. With the fall of two mid-level martial artists from Zhue Cave, Fang Yue felt an exhilarating thrill, realizing he might be the greatest benefactor of this expedition into the dense forest. He pondered whether it was time to prepare for his departure. One should know when to retreat. He was nearly bursting with excitement. There was undoubtedly great treasure hidden within this forest, despite the vastness of the treasures. He estimated that he could not consume it all. Nevertheless, he intended to utilize those treasures to his advantage. Don't miss out on this opportunity. A genuine treasure map, an authentic route to riches. Miss a step, and you'll regret it for a lifetime. Fang Yue found a roadside stall to begin selling his treasure maps. To substantiate their authenticity, he produced the crystal that captured the scene of the mid-level martial artist from Zhue Cave being pursued by the hawk. The spectacle was grand and vivid, making it hard for onlookers to divert their gaze. "Little brother, how much for this treasure map?" Indeed, someone paused. It was a youth clad in purple, that he appeared unremarkable, yet an intangible aura radiated from him, exuding a sense of grandeur. Dressed in purple, he was priceless. Just a glance was enough for Fang Yue to recognize that he was undoubtedly a rare individual of significance. 10 spirit stones per map. Fixed price. Fang Yue raised his eyelids, indifferent to the youth's background. He was determined to exploit the opportunity. All right. Without hesitation, the purple-clad youth produced 10 spirit stones and handed them to Fang Yue. His smile was sweet, with two faint dimples gracing his cheeks, resembling a charming neighborly boy, radiant and full of vigor. As Fang Yue accepted the 10 spirit stones, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He felt the youth was genuinely kind, and he should not take advantage of him. Fang Yue opened his mouth, intending to say something. However, before he could utter a word, a boisterous voice interrupted. "Who are you? How dare you set up a stall here? Do you not know this is the territory of my giant stone gang?" A robustly built man approached, his torso bare, and in his left hand he wielded a large cleaver, its blade glinting with a frigid, menacing light that instilled a sense of dread and trepidation. A senior apprentice. Fang Yue furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated encountering such ruffians while merely setting up a stall. Hey, it's good that you know who I am. Get lost, all of you. These worthless maps are now mine. The scoundrel bore an unmistakable countenance of insolence, as he cast his greedy gaze upon the treasure maps. Fang Yue felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had only intended to run a modest stall to earn some pocket money, yet found himself embroiled in such a predicament. Previously, it was the city management, and now it was thugs. Damn it, was he destined to be at odds with street vending? Who was responsible for this? Yet another chilling voice echoed, drawing Fang Yue's attention to a silver-armored apprentice. He was enveloped in a forbidding steel exterior, not a single strand of hair visible. At his waist hung a broadsword, heavy and unsharpened, emanating an aura of lethal menace. A member of the Purple Moon Cave, Fang Yue's heart quivered. The true authority had arrived. With a sharp crack, the silver-clad enforcer struck with an open palm. The thug's face instantly swelled, bloodied spittle flying from his lips. Terror gripped him. He had merely intended to intimidate, never expecting this individual to genuinely resort to violence. Not me. Not me. It was him. The ruffian, panic-stricken and at a loss, realized he had struck a brick wall. Should he attempt to shoulder the blame, he might very well endanger his own life, though the state of Yin was governed by law. Some individuals were fated to remain unshackled by such trivial frameworks. The thug was engulfed in overwhelming anxiety, his entire being suffused with unease. "Is it you?" the silver-armored figure inquired, his tone laced with haughtiness and judgment. "Speak, where did you acquire this crystal of reflection? If I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall allow you to keep your corpse whole." This silver-clad individual dismissed the notions of societal rules and moral codes as inconsequential beneath his iron fists. "The images within that crystal were recorded by me. In that grove over there, I advise you to make haste, lest your companions be reduced to mere ashes. Impossible. Even my fellow mid-tier martial artist from the Purple Moon Cave could not escape. How could you possibly come out alive?" The silver-armored man's voice brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. He struggled to reconcile what his eyes beheld. In his mind, the Purple Moon Cave was the most formidable sect in this land, one that regarded even the royal family of Yin with disdain. Had it not been for the need to restrain the base mortals with worldly power, the royal family would likely have been obliterated long ago. If even members of the Purple Moon Cave had fallen, what right did this individual have to survive? Do you not find your existence to be superfluous? The silver-armored man's tone grew increasingly frigid, a palpable aura of lethal intent seeping through. "Mortals are meant to serve as sacrifices for the martial warriors of my Silver Moon Cave." The armored figure once again assumed a haughty demeanor as he gazed down upon Fang Yue. Akin to a deity looking upon a diminutive ant, one cannot help but wonder who granted you such lofty authority to act so arrogantly. Do you truly believe that this land, that your Zue Dantian, is the sole dominion? Fang Yue retorted with a tone of derision, perceiving the arrogance of those from Zue Dantian to be utterly excessive. Their martial generals were courting death, audaciously expecting him to accompany them in their demise. Such tyranny and insolence are truly unparalleled. The armored man coldly scoffed, declaring, of course, "Zue Dantian reigns as the singular sovereign of this land. In my view, not only you, but all mortals within this city should serve as offerings for my junior disciple. None shall be exempt." Fang Yue stood astounded, and the surrounding throng froze in shock. The armored man's voice boomed, devoid of any restraint or decorum. Each word resounded in the ears of the onlookers, as he and his Zue Dantian comrades completely disregarded the royal lineage and laws of the Yin kingdom. "Brother, temper your fury. Be wary of the calamity that may arise from your words." The youth in purple could no longer remain silent, his demeanor one of warmth and grace as he lightly patted the armored man's shoulder. "Remove your filthy hands. Who permitted you to touch me?" The Zue Dantian warrior's face contorted in disdain. Yet in Fang Yue's eyes, he had become akin to a rabid dog, snapping at anyone, even daring to provoke this purple-clad youth. Fang Yue sensed that this young man was no ordinary mortal. He was at least a being transcending the martial general tier, as profound and unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. You are too consumed by anger to ever become a master. There exists a chasm between the advanced martial general and those who transcend it. You must first sever the restlessness within your heart to truly take that step. The smile on the purple youth's face gradually faded. For anyone subjected to such treatment would feel discontent. He pointed coldly, leaving it to the armored man's fate whether he would heed his words. Humph. Whether I break through or not is of no concern to you. Do not presume to lecture me. Your age might very well be less than mine. The armored man of Zue Dantian seethed with rage, taken aback that an ordinary person, whom he deemed insignificant, dared to challenge him with such insolence. What worth did he hold? Even the esteemed elders who surpassed martial generals within Zue Dantian did not impose their will upon him. Chapter 50. River of Blades, both of you shall take your own lives before me in atonement. Or perhaps I shall spare the lives of the entire city as populace. Otherwise, you shall both meet your demise as offerings for my junior disciple. The armored man spoke once more, his intent to kill palpable. He fixed his gaze upon Fang Yue and the purple youth, eager to incite their regret. The authority of Zue Dantian was formidable, and such ant-like beings could not be permitted to offend it. A vein throbbed on the purple youth's forehead. His patience thoroughly worn thin, that he patted Fang Yue on the shoulder and said, "He is a member of Zue Dantian and has ties to my ancestors. I cannot directly engage him, but if you assist me in eliminating him, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity." "Very well," Fang Yue responded without hesitation, stepping forward as the aura of an intermediate martial general surged forth. Crashing like waves in a tempest, the armored man, astonished and enraged, exclaimed, "No wonder I sense something amiss. You are an intermediate martial general masquerading as a mere mortal." "There is no masquerade. It is simply that your cultivation is too shallow to perceive the truth. I have restrained my aura, striving to remain inconspicuous, unlike your excessive ostentation." Fang Yue's voice was ethereal, as if devoid of any force. Yet the silver-armored man discerned a tone of disdain and contempt within it. It had always been the custom of those from the Purple Moon Cavern to treat others in such a manner. Never had they been subjected to such scorn themselves. "You seek your own demise." "Boy!" The silver-armored man, infuriated, struck out with one hand. His unremarkable palm suddenly expanded 100-fold, resembling a silver grinding disc descending to crush Fang Yue into a pulp. "The people of the Purple Moon Cavern have rebelled. The people of the Purple Moon Cavern are killing in broad daylight." Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to anticipate this turn of events. Just moments ago, Fang Yue had exuded an aura of confidence, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. In the blink of an eye, he was howling in terror, desperately fleeing for his life. "Yes," he screamed. Fang Yue appeared to be recording something with the crystal in his hand. Bystanders halted in their tracks, alarmed. This Fang Yue was indeed insidious, clearly intending to cause a ruckus. He was not calling out the name of the silver-armored man, but rather that of the Purple Moon Cavern. The intent was unmistakably directed, glaringly evident. For the silver-armored man to strike at him meant a complete severance with the royal family of Yen. Conversely, should he refrain from attacking, it would signify that the Purple Moon Cavern had cowered, bound to adhere to the laws established by the royal family of Yen. The silver-armored man found himself in a predicament, unable to respond appropriately to either scenario. The youth in purple was also taken aback, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes as he grasped Fang Yue's intention. "Serves him right." The youth in purple seethed inwardly, recalling the previous disdainful attitude of the silver-armored man towards him. He found Fang Yue increasingly agreeable. Villains deserve to be confronted by their own kind. It was essential for someone like Fang Yue to emerge and punish the silver-armored man. Fang Yue danced and leaped away, quickly putting distance between himself and the conflict. The silver-armored man, furious and humiliated, ceased his deliberation and struck out with reckless abandon. He resolved to eliminate Fang Yue first and deal with the consequences later. This boy was insufferable, deliberately setting a trap for him to fall into. "You, boy, stand your ground and face me in a fight to the death." No sooner had the silver-armored man taken 2 steps than a blade of light sliced through the air. Blade.light.river. The silver-armored man gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. This was precisely a martial artist's secret technique originating from the Purple Moon Cavern. And who was this boy to wield their secret art against him? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yue had accepted the bounty from 4 mid-level martial generals of the Purple Moon Cavern, one of which was the very martial art he was now employing, Blade Light River. The brilliance of the blade surged like a tempest. Each shimmering wave contained a strand of razor-sharp blade energy. The sheer ferocity of it ensured that anyone ensnared within would be subject to a gruesome fate. Those of lesser strength would become mere fodder, bloodied and mangled, meeting a death of dismemberment. To employ the Purple Moon Cavern's secret technique against one of their own was quite the audacious feat. Spectators clapped in approval. The silver-armored man had been exceedingly arrogant, threatening to drag the entire town into peril for the sake of a junior, inciting the ire of many onlookers who longed to see him meet a brutal end. Now, Fang Yue had aligned with their sentiments. As the saying goes, the will of the people prevails. Radiant and resplendent, he cast a shadow over the heavens. Fang Yue merely sought to vex this man from the Purple Moon Cavern. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the opponent erupted in fury. "If I do not slay you today, I shall never be deemed a man." To which he retorted, "Then cease to be human today. I shall send you forth as a specter." Fang Yue's patience had reached its zenith. This time, he was resolute in tearing apart the faade with the denizens of Ziyue Dantian, ready to engage in a full-scale confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Fang Yue raised his blade once more, slashing downwards. Waves of ripples surged forth, swelling and towering into tumultuous tides. The crashing waves pounded the shore, 1,000 surges swirling in frenzy. What initially possessed merely the might of a martial artist now bore an unmistakable hint of martial general's power in Fang Yue's hands. Such an arcane technique, in your Ziyue Dantian, is merely a waste of celestial gifts. I contend that this river of blade light is not the work of a mere martial artist, but rather a martial general's secret art. Fang Yue's voice rang out, resonant and powerful. Utilizing the secret arts of Ziyue Dantian against Ziyue Dantian itself would undoubtedly diminish their pride and morale. The blade light surged like waves, rising and falling in layers. Thousands of waves, thousands of lights cascaded downward, nearly engulfing the silver-armored figure in a sea of brilliance. The river of blade light, devoid of any heart method, relies solely on techniques. Does it even deserve to be called the river of blade light? Amidst the resplendent silver, the voice of the silver-armored man drifted lightly. It bore disdain, pride, and a profound but murderous intent. He too raised a battle blade, lifting it high before gently lowering it. Countless streams converged, narrow yet capable of coalescing into a river. Without a heart method corresponding to the river of blade light, it indeed only retains the level of a martial artist. However, with the heart method, the blade light transforms into a river, leaping upwards to become a martial general's secret art. As for the river of blade light in Fang Yue's grasp, it was infused with his own comprehension of water and a glimpse of the essence of the 1,000 waves slash. The surging tides, the undying blade light. This unending spray, if further intensified, might possess the power to obliterate worlds, so exquisite that even the authentic river of blade light would struggle to contend. Indeed, with a resounding roar, a towering wave ascended to the heavens, scattering the clouds, crashing down with a thunderous impact, shattering the waters beneath the silver-armored man. He stood transfixed, caught off guard by such an unforeseen turn of events. Clearly, his river of blade light possessed a heart method. His was the original, the authentic. Your view of Dantian's river of blade light is merely this. Even with a heart method, you fail to cultivate its true essence. A band of wastrels squandering such exquisite techniques. You would fare better to let another attempt to cultivate it. Such treasures, in your hands, can only gather dust. Fang Yue's words dripped with venom, seizing every opportunity to undermine his opponent's confidence. Had he truly unleashed Dantian's fatal strike, was he genuinely prepared to wreak havoc? A voice emerged, evidently not from the ordinary onlookers. It was deep and sonorous, observing the unfolding drama. Were Fang Yue to catch sight of him, he would be astonished, for this was none other than Tian Guangming from the cooking division of the Tianqi Legion, a familiar face. Yet at this moment, Fang Yue could afford little consideration, for the radiant purple moon hovered above his head, cascading strands of violet light that weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. It was unbearably oppressive. Fang Yue felt as though he were trudging forward beneath the burden of a great mountain. Were it not for his formidable physique, far surpassing that of his peers, A mere floating moon would have been sufficient to crush him into a pulp. Fang Yue exhaled softly, proving to be far more resilient than the silver-armored man had surmised. The resplendent purple moon loomed heavily in the sky, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. If a being of transcendent martial prowess were to invoke its power, it might very well crush him utterly. Yet, this purple moon had not reached such formidable heights. Though the silver-armored individual could wield its might, it was evidently a strenuous endeavor. Fang Yue could even faintly sense that the purple moon had not unleashed its full array of divine capabilities. Were it to do so, it would surely rain down the essence of the dark moon itself, rather than merely exuding this dense and oppressive ambience. Chapter 51. A Great Rift, Thousand Waves Slash. Just as the silver-armored man exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the situation was secured, Fang Yue's voice suddenly rang out, his battle blade descending with a sweeping motion. The blade's shadows cascaded like endless waves. Each strike bore a force equivalent to 70% of Fang Yue's full might. This time, he did not exert his utmost, merely executing the 3 waves /.3 beams of blade light descended in rapid succession. The purple moon in the sky rumbled, trembling slightly. How could this be possible? The silver-armored man widened his eyes, nearly having his eyeballs pop out. The purple moon was invincible, at least beneath the realm of transcendent martial artists. There should be no one capable of contending with it. Yet in truth, Fang Yue's 3 slashes shattered the elegance of the purple moon, cracks intertwining across its surface, rendering it a mere shadow of its former grandeur. Is this truly the depth of the purple moon's celestial realm? It seems hardly impressive. Fang Yue suddenly leaped, soaring into the air, one foot descending forcefully to shatter the purple moon beneath him. Debris flew as earth and stone scattered. The purple moon collapsed, transforming into a heap of rubble and shards. The silver-armored man coughed up a mouthful of old blood. His secret technique was undone, resulting in a severe backlash. Not to mention, the obliteration of the spell led to a final retribution. "You shall not die a good death," the silver-armored man roared in fury, only to spew forth another spurt of blood. He succumbed to his injuries, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those around him were taken aback, their expressions betraying shock. This was a high-ranking martial artist, a figure at the pinnacle of Yinghua, an entity beyond the realm of martial artists. They were the apex of the food chain. To witness such a demise before their very eyes instilled a sense of surrealism in them, a reality too hard to grasp. This is truly not my fault. He was the one who forced this upon himself. Fang Yue lamented, for he had not intended to deliver a fatal blow to the silver-armored man. But it's over. This time, I have made powerful enemies. A high-ranking martial artist from the Purple Moon celestial realm has fallen by my hand. They will surely seek retribution. Fang Yue muttered, his expression turning grim. The others, meanwhile, harbored their own thoughts, recalling how he had not expressed such sentiments moments prior. The scene of him shattering the purple moon with a single step was still vivid in their memories. He had been so formidable then, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. The youth in purple smiled, patting Fang Yue on the shoulder. "Oh, not worry. I shall take responsibility for this matter. If those from the Purple Moon celestial realm dare to act against you, I will naturally intervene." Though young, the boy possessed considerable experience in a martial world. He understood that Fang Yue's previous words were meant for himself, a ploy to gain further advantages. "I mentioned granting you an opportunity, and I shall not go back on my word. I see your vitality surging, your physique refined and robust. Based on my experience, the level of your practice should be exceptional. Among your peers, your combat prowess is formidable, and you could even contend against those of higher ranks, potentially defeating high-ranking martial artists. However, I must add a word. The higher the level of the martial arts techniques, the more arduous it becomes to transcend the realm of martial generals. For there exists an invisible line that signifies the barriers set by the celestial beings, representing a true leap in the hierarchy of life. The more advanced the techniques, the higher the realm of existence one attains upon taking that step. Such a feat defies the heavens and thus faces obstruction from the heavenly principles. Therefore, I advise you, if you aspire to take that step, you must prepare an abundance of resources beyond that of an ordinary person. The richer the resources, the greater your likelihood of success. This is a Fang Yue Dan. During your breakthrough, you may consume IT. IT has the potential to incinerate the impurities within your body, perhaps lending you a helping hand when the time comes. The voice of the youth clad in purple faded away. His figure astonishingly vanished before Fang Yue's eyes. Fang Yue gazed at the pill in his palm, realizing he had undoubtedly encountered a person of great wisdom, likewise surpassing the level of martial generals. The purple-clad youth had undoubtedly transcended far more than the arrogant Li Xiang from the Ziyue cave. The Fang Yue Dan, truly, a remarkable treasure. Not far away, a bewitching young woman approached, her attire revealing, exposing her jade arms. Fair and dazzling. The pink, gauzy garment barely reached her knees, and her delicate feet were bare, unshod. Yet she appeared as an ethereal fairy, standing apart from the world, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. Another being surpassing the martial general level. Fang Yue's heart sank. He felt a sense of despair, wishing only to quietly exist as a humble vendor. Was that too much to ask? Why was it that he was beset by ruffians and high-ranking martial generals, only to be further troubled by beings surpassing martial generals? In this day and age, were such formidable individuals being produced en masse? How is it that there seemed to be a plethora of them everywhere? Hey kid, how much for that treasure map? I saw Wang Zheng just bought one. Could you sell me a copy as well? The girl's voice was enchanting, akin to a melodious oriole, crisp and delightful. Yet Fang Yue dared not let his guard down, for there was an innate allure in her tone that could easily sway one's heart, leading to a loss of self-10 spirit stones. Fang Yue quoted the same price as that of the earlier youth in purple. So, his name was Wang Zheng. Fang Yue etched this name deeply in his heart, sensing that one day in the future they might cross paths. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, tossing down 10 spirit stones, casually producing a treasure map, and complained, I absolutely detest such things. Big brother, would you guide me? Fang Yue shook his head, resembling a bobbing rattle. That dense forest was perilous. Those who surpassed martial generals would likely become mere cannon fodder. There was no need for such forays, and he was unwilling to venture further in the short term. Moreover, although this young woman appeared harmless, her alluring figure marked her as a natural temptress. In Fang Yue's eyes, she was akin to a little demon that devoured men without leaving a bone. Anyone who truly believed in her innocence was indeed foolish. I will not go. Fang Yue's stance was crystal clear. Having just escaped the tiger's den, how could he possibly return? Whether to go or not is not for you to decide. I am currently negotiating with you. If you act thoughtlessly, be wary of me, smacking your bottom. The young woman's smile was radiant and innocent. Yet Fang Yue sensed an immense danger lurking beneath it. Should he resist, it is highly likely that the maiden would truly punish him, or even take his life. Little brother, perhaps you are still unaware of who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. I am extorted, the saintess of the heavenly demon sect for this generation, yet many prefer to refer to me as the demoness. Extorted's smile grew ever more radiant. However, upon hearing this, Fang Yue felt as if a venomous serpent had bitten him, leaving him icy and uncomfortable. He knew little of the heavenly demon sect, but it was evident that it was no reputable faction. Individuals emerging from such a sect were undoubtedly as poisonous as snakes and scorpions. Fang Yue wished to distance himself completely, hoping never to cross paths again. Alas, fate had other designs. This self-proclaimed demoness, extorted, clearly had no intention of letting Fang Yue go. As he retreated, a towering wall suddenly erupted behind him. This wall, composed of solid rock and several meters high, effectively barred his escape. I am truly an ordinary person. I know nothing of the treasures hidden within the dense forest. All of this is merely a fabrication of mine, not the truth. Fang Yue's voice quivered with the onset of tears. Initially, he merely intended to deceive the people of Ziyue Dantian, but unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared as well. No matter, I simply seek companionship. Whether you know the whereabouts of the treasure is of no consequence to me. I traverse the mortal realm solely to encounter more souls and witness more wonders. I embrace all that comes my way, without attachment. His tone was somewhat melancholic, her words imbued with a sense of zen. Fang Yue ground his teeth. This was nothing short of blatant deception, that if you truly do not care for gains or losses, you should simply allow me to leave. Little brother, do not be afraid. Sister will take care of you. As long as you accompany me for a day, I shall gift you 10 mid-grade spirit stones and a chi gathering pill. Even should you later transcend to the level of a martial general, you can continue to cultivate with them. Exeter, in her coercive manner, began to entice him. To speak the truth, Fang Yue was indeed tempted. Generally, the spirit stones they spoke of were merely the lowest grade. Low-grade spirit stones, which, while containing spiritual energy, were riddled with impurities. They were not pure, and prolonged use could damage the body's meridians. In contrast, mid-grade spirit stones contain a concentration of spiritual energy 100 times that of low-grade stones, with far fewer impurities, and were typically traded only in the black market. Approximately, the value of a single mid-grade spirit stone equated to 130 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, and in certain circumstances, exchanges of 1 to 150 were not uncommon. As for the Chi Gathering Pill, it was a legendary elixir within the Kingdom of Yin. Its effects were akin to the 100-herb essence, capable of rapidly enhancing strength without any side effects. Moreover, the Chi Gathering Pill had solidified into a true elixir, representing the pinnacle of spiritual medicine. Its efficacy surpassed that of the 100-herb essence by 100-fold, making even those who had transcended the martial general level green with envy upon sight. This was nothing short of blatant coercion and temptation. Do you think I am one to easily yield? Xi, true to her word, produced 10 mid-grade spirit stones and a Chi Gathering Pill. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air, and the spirit stones gleamed enticingly. Fang Yue, lacking any principles, capitulated. As for the earlier inquiry, Fang Yue provided an affirmative response. Indeed, beautiful sister, let us depart at once, without hesitation. Fang Yue snatched the spirit stones and Chi Gathering Pill into his possession, preparing himself for the journey ahead. The saying goes, humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. If one could truly afford to linger for 10 days or half a month, Fang Yue believes that he would nearly have amassed the resources necessary to transcend the martial general realm. He chuckles, unhurried. The unlocking of genuine treasures necessitates the harmonious convergence of timing, location, and the right individuals. This dense forest is quite enigmatic. I found no comprehensive accounts in ancient texts. I suspect there are hidden intricacies within. Let us patiently wait for a day, allowing someone else to act as a pathfinder. Exeter giggles innocently, appearing utterly naive. Yet in truth, she is remarkably cautious and prudent, her thoughts meticulously woven, never impulsive nor reckless. Fang Yue, too, diligently engages in secluded cultivation, refraining from peddling treasure maps or the like, that he has discerned that this forest undoubtedly conceals immense opportunities, so profound that even beings surpassing the martial general tier would be irresistibly tempted. This treasure map would yield him but meager profits, yet the troubles lurking behind it are virtually immense. Whether it be the previous Wang Zhang or the current Exeter, either of them, when present in Yin Kingdom, could shake the very foundations of the realm with but a stomp. However, at this moment, they both find themselves in this remote border town. The implications of their concealment are profound, compelling him to ponder deeply. Chapter 52. The onslaught approaches. Having plundered several martial general-level powerhouses from a Ziyue cave, I find myself in possession of a considerable array of resources. Merely the herbal essence amounts to over 6 vials. Even though the consumption for the 3 strengths profound depth is substantial, transitioning from mid-level martial general to high-level martial general should pose no insurmountable challenge. Yet, the subsequent breakthrough presents a formidable hurdle. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the more solidified each major realm's bottleneck becomes. Transitioning from the acquired to the innate signifies a metamorphosis of one's life tier, an embodiment of ultimate transcendence. In a mundane world, 99% of martial generals are ensnared at this stage, their years wasted, making no progress. However, once one breaks through from acquired to innate, it heralds a qualitative leap. And no matter how formidable a martial general, their lifespan is but a mere century. Once time elapses, they will inevitably turn to dust. Yet, transcending the martial general realm implies an extension of lifespan. Even the weakest innate beings possess a lifespan of 200 years. Those with profound cultivation methods can live 300 to 500 years, a rather commonplace occurrence. Fang Yue converses with himself in his modest chamber, contemplating his breakthrough into the martial general realm. In Yin Kingdom, martial generals are not lacking. Although they are ostensibly the apex of the food chain, among the millions of inhabitants, there exist hundreds of martial generals in plain sight. However, those who surpass the martial general level, regardless of their innate tier or higher realms, are each a formidable sovereign, experts of profound depth. He has stirred the ire of the Liu family in the Ziyue cave. Among these two factions, martial generals abound, and they are not short of those who transcend the martial general level. If they truly feel humiliated and seek to eliminate him, he must attain the level surpassing that of martial generals to be deemed worthy of matching them. Recently, through plunder, he has acquired numerous treasures. Yet, truly beneficial items for surpassing the martial general level are scant. The Windfire Pill is one such item. The spiritual liquid he has condensed through formations can barely assist in breaking through. Moreover, the ancient medicines he possessed, potent in nature, might indeed enhance his chances of successfully overcoming the impending challenges. As for the other items, they were merely artifacts of martial generals, offering scant assistance in transcending to a realm beyond that of martial generals. A flicker of determination danced within Fang Yue's eyes as he meticulously assessed the resources at his disposal. Suddenly, he frowned, recalling an object that had long been ensconced within the stone pendant. Untouched and dormant, that it was a grand edifice, seized from the barbaric tribes, for which they had even launched a surprise raid, inflicting significant losses upon the entire Tianqi Legion. This structure, forged entirely from ancient copper and refined iron, was remarkably sturdy and nearly impossible to breach. During his tenure as a high-level martial artist, Fang Yue had employed numerous methods in vain, attempting to pry open the doors of this house, ultimately culminating in failure. Now, as a mid-level martial general, his true prowess rivaled that of high-level and even peak martial masters. He felt a burgeoning confidence that he might now possess the means to unlock that house and unveil its mysteries. Just as inspiration struck Fang Yue, a wave of inexplicable dread suddenly washed over him. His body stiffened momentarily. With a resounding crash, a massive hand descended, causing the very structure he occupied to collapse in a cloud of dust. Who could it be? In that fleeting instant, sensing the impending doom, Fang Yue summoned the Golden Bell Shield, narrowly escaping calamity. The radiant golden light shimmered brilliantly, standing out amidst the swirling dust. Is it you who has slain the high-level martial general of my Ziyue, the cave heaven? I see you are nothing more than a trifling adversary. A voice, cold and laced with malice, echoed through the air. Fang Yue focused his gaze and beheld an elder approaching. His hair and beard were entirely white, his eyelashes nearly gone, clad in a Taoist robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, wielding a whisk that imparted an ethereal aura. Yet the malice etched across his brow made him resemble a deity of death, risen from the depths of hell. Behind the elder stood a formidable cadre of 8 silver-armored warriors, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Each of these individuals was of martial general caliber. As for the elder himself, his presence was unfathomably deep. Fang Yue's heart raced in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ziyue Cave Heaven would dispatch a formidable presence so swiftly. Approach and forfeit your martial prowess, to labor for 50 years in the mines of Ziyue Cave Heaven, and I shall spare your insignificant life. You are a subject of the Yin Kingdom, and I would prefer not to sever ties with the royal family over a mere triviality, the elder proclaimed. His tone airy, as if addressing a mundane matter. He regarded Fang Yue with utter disdain, his true intent focused on the object concealed within the dense forest. You possess a heart of stone. It is your Ziyue Cave Heaven that instigated this conflict. I acted in self-defense against your intent to slaughter an entire city, using its populace of tens of thousands to accompany your disciple to the grave. Is it reasonable to blame me for merely retaliating? You demand that I renounce my martial abilities and serve in your mines. Do you truly find this acceptable? Fang Yue retorted, his indignation palpable. Were the denizens of Ziyue Cave Heaven truly so unreasonable? They spoke of rendering him powerless, dictating his fate. If he were to relinquish his martial prowess, would he not become a mere pawn in their hands? Have you chosen to turn a deaf ear to reason? The path has been laid before you, yet you seek your own demise. Even if I were to slay you, the ancient monstrosities of the Yan royal family would likely remain silent. The elder fixed his gaze, revealing a fearsome set of teeth, stark white and reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Eye in his eyes, directed towards Fang Yue. There was nothing but boundless intent to kill. Hold your hand. The mundane world has its own rules, and cultivators inhabit a realm of their own. In the secular realm, those above the rank of martial generals are forbidden from striking. Violators shall face judgment from enforcers and may even be pursued. Surely you are aware of this. Sheener appeared by Fang Yue's side without him noticing, her delicate brows furrowed as she glared at the elder. This regulation had been established for countless years, ensuring that the mortal and cultivation worlds did not interfere with each other. Yet this elder dares to shatter it for personal grievances. Who is this impudent girl, daring to speak out here? Observing her lithe figure and exquisite curves, after I slay this little thief, I, the ancient ancestor of the Hoa, shall indulge myself first, and once I tire of her, I will bestow her upon my disciples, turning her into a courtesan and plaything within my Ziyue cave. When you grow old and withered, I shall sell you into a brothel, condemned to be the lowest of the low for eternity. The elder's smile was chilling, his eyes scrutinizing Sheener from head to toe. In his murky yellow gaze, a vile green glimmer erupted, treating Sheener as nothing more than his prey. This old fool is in for a rude awakening. Fang Yue, who had previously felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, now found himself at ease. Although he could not discern the exact realms of Sheener and the elder, he was certain that Sheener's power far surpassed that of the elder. In Fang Yue's perception, Sheener was like an unfathomable ocean, while the elder resembled nothing more than a shallow puddle. Despite having transcended the realm of martial generals, he had scarcely traveled far along the path of innate strength. Sheener was indeed cunning. Having concealed her true audacious outsiders, she appeared as an ordinary girl from a common family. Though her exquisite demeanor and striking beauty were evident, they did not suggest she possessed the qualifications to converse with those beyond martial generals. Dare to be disrespectful to my beautiful sister, and you shall pay dearly. At this moment, Fang Yue stepped forth, embodying a protector of flowers. He rebuked those present, his voice imbued with a sense of righteous indignation. In that instant, Fang Yue began to comprehend why Lu Zhengyi had so fervently chastised him that night. Being a guardian of beauty and standing on a moral high ground to reproach others felt undeniably gratifying. Sheener's expression darkened, nearly driven to madness. As the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she was of such noble status that she had never endured such humiliation. This infuriates me. Fang Yue, you handle the martial general, and leave this old wretch to me. Among cultivators, there exists an unwritten rule against indiscriminately attacking mortals. Those at the rank of martial general or below are considered mortals. But transcending martial generals does not apply. I shall shatter every bone in his body and feed them to the dogs. Sheener was enraged as a high and mighty saintess, even in the world of cultivators. She was revered beyond measure. Most who encountered her dared not even breathe audibly to dare sell her as a courtesan. This old wretch must truly have the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Excellent. Fang Yue's gaze burned with intensity. As he noticed the old rogue being watched, he felt emboldened to act decisively against the martial generals of the Ziyue cave heaven. Taste my blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yue swung his knife with ferocious intent. The silver gleam erupted as it cleaved towards a novice martial general, seeking the softest target first. Those wishing to challenge him formed an orderly queue. Approaching one by one, Fang Yue's blade was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had severed a man's neck, the head flying off, eyes wide in shock, before he could comprehend his fate. His body was already separated from his head. Thief, how dare you? The ancestor of the bright moon seethed with rage. Each martial general was an elite of the Ziyue cave heaven, embodying the future hopes of their realm. If they were to mature, each held the potential to surpass the level of martial general. How could anyone dare to slay a disciple of this caliber before his very eyes? His fury surged like a tempestuous sea. You old fool, your opponent is me. I shall see how much courage you possess to treat me with such disrespect. Exenor's voice was frigid as she wielded her delicate hand, summoning a crimson ribbon that danced through the air, stirring the heavens with its blinding brilliance. As the ribbon descended, the ancestor of the bright moon was sent flying. Even a being surpassing the martial general tier could not withstand such a blow. Fang Yue was even more ruthless. He reversed his grip and struck again, slicing open the chest of another novice martial general from Yue, Cave Heaven. This novice had sensed the impending danger and raised his shield in defense. Yet, Fang Yue's battle blade sliced through the shield as effortlessly as cutting tofu, splitting it in two. No. The novice martial general cried out in anger. Though his chest was laid open, he was not yet dead. As a martial general, his life force had begun to transcend, vibrant and flourishing, beyond mere mortals. I will have you accompany me to the grave. Gathering all his strength, the novice martial general drew a spear from his back. Forged from cold iron, dark as night and weighing 100 pounds, inscribed with unique runes, the spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, capable of shattering mountains and rending steel. Within this strike lay the novice's lethal intent. Even in death, he sought to drag Fang Yue down to hell with him. Chapter 53. The Six Harmonies Formation. Fang Yue did not flinch or evade. The golden light emanating from him surged once more. The golden bell shield slowly ascended, absorbing the impact of the spear, producing only a crisp sound. The spear's assault was halted, failing to create even the slightest ripple upon the golden bell shield. The novice martial general was engulfed in despair. How could this be? Consumed by rage, his injuries worsened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. This was an ancient formation, rooted in human foundations. The six harmonies represented the 12 earthly branches, embodying endless intricacies. 6 individuals, united in strength, each the pinnacle of their power, created an impregnable defense. You are doomed. This is one of the foundational techniques of Yue, Cave Heaven. Reserved only for the most core disciples, that a disciple of Yue, Cave Heaven raised his chin, speaking haughtily. The six harmonies formation had been established, the outcome seemingly sealed, leaving Fang Yue with no chance of reversal. A peculiar expression flickered in Fang Yue's eyes. Do you also practice formations? Fang Yue inquired with a hint of surprise. The intricacies of formations are profound and unfathomable. How could a mere mortal like you possibly comprehend them? Remarked the haughty disciple from the Purple Moon Cave. Fang Yue's expression grew increasingly peculiar. That is not what I meant. Rather, I am indicating that you are currently standing within a formation I have set. Before his words could fully resonate, a sudden eruption occurred, summoning the earth's fire. The eerie blue flames surged in all directions. No, came the anguished cries. The earth fire consumes all without exception, and it is not something an ordinary martial general can withstand. This earth fire formation had long been laid by Fang Yue, a precaution against potential pursuers from the Purple Moon Cave. He harbored a deep fear of death. Hence, every strike he executed was meticulously prepared. The fierce flames enveloped an area of 100 meters, leaving only his own standing spot untouched. The earth fire radiated no warmth. Even at a mere centimeter's distance, one would perceive no alteration in temperature. However, this was merely a manifestation of the energy condensed within the earth fire. The true temperature contained within was terrifying. Even the slightest contact would reduce one to ashes. Among the 6 martial generals, 3 were incinerated to dust in the blink of an eye, their bodies charred beyond recognition, unrecognizable even to their mothers. The remaining 3, protected by special artifacts radiating holy light, narrowly escaped disaster. Your skills are woefully inadequate. You rely solely on one type of battle formation, yet fail to discern the essence of my earth fire formation. Fang Yue lamented sincerely. He had initially feared that they might be adept in this area and had discerned some clues. But to his surprise, they were merely foolish students, rigidly applying their knowledge without understanding the profundities of formations, causing him unnecessary alarm. I will kill you. One individual, having evaded the earth fire, lunged toward Fang Yue, brandishing his blade. Their losses were substantial, with 5 martial generals perishing, a shortfall that would demand countless resources to rectify. Are you certain you wish to take my life? Fang Yue regarded his opponent with solemnity. Enough with the prattle. If I do not slay you, I vow to relinquish my humanity." This was a senior martial general, undaunted by a one-on-one confrontation with Fang Yue. A silver sheen emanated from his blade, evidently a result of some secret technique he was employing, aiming for a decisive strike to eliminate Fang Yue. A cacophony of lightning descended. Silver light raged, as serpentine bolts of electricity surged through the air. They appeared as if divine retribution had descended upon the earth, wreaking havoc with ferocity. In Fang Yue's palm, a droplet of spiritual essence silently evaporated, supplying energy to the formation. The senior martial general was reduced to charred remains, his tendons severed, nearly unable to maintain his grip on the blade. Though the electric current was not fatal, it induced paralysis, causing convulsions and spasms. He found himself utterly unable to control his own body. "Alas, you seek to kill me, yet even the heavens cannot stand idly by," Fang Yue sighed, gazing mournfully at the senior martial general. "When will this cycle of vengeance cease? As civilized individuals, we should ideally sit down and discuss matters amicably." Fang Yue's words incited rage within the senior martial general, who attempted to retort, but instead exhaled a series of smoke rings. He had been struck severely, his skin charred black. His insides felt as if they were ablaze, indicative of a grave internal injury. "Alas, seeing you in such a pitiable state, I shall extend my kindness and grant you liberation. As you ascend to the Western Paradise, do not forget me." In a sudden outburst, Fang Yue delivered a powerful kick. The esteemed martial general plummeted once more into the inferno of the ground fire. This time, the energy of the treasures upon him was entirely depleted, and under the baptism of flames, his body was instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of existence behind. Formation Master. The remaining two martial generals of the Purple Moon Cave were utterly terrified, despite their collective assault of 8. They not only failed, but were instead met with continuous counterattacks from Fang Yue. What a painful realization. Had they known, they would never have ventured into this murky water. Regret painted their faces a deep shade of green. In any sect, the status of a formation master is exceedingly high, at least equivalent to that of a supreme elder, surpassing even martial generals. This not only signifies respect, but also symbolizes immense power. Even a formation master, who may seem incapable of harming a fly, should never be underestimated. With sufficient materials to arrange formations, even those who exceed martial generals could find themselves in dire straits. Only 2 remain. You might as well go down and accompany your fallen comrades. Tang, he stepped forward. The 2 martial generals exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. "I shall fight you to the death." The 2 mid-level martial generals, with their backs against the wall, prepared to confront Fang Yue in a battle of life and death. "Come on, strike me," Fang Yue taunted, swiveling his hips towards them. His demeanor was brazenly arrogant, in stark contrast to the respect he displayed towards Wang Zhang and Xiner. This was a quintessential display of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. One could hardly fathom how such a person could attain the rank of martial general. The audience, taken aback, murmured in disbelief. A soldier may be slain, but never humiliated. Was Fang Yue truly insulting them? This boy has lost his mind. This was the unanimous sentiment among the crowd. Purple Moon, in the kingdom of Yin, carries an immense weight. They challenged the royal family and looked down upon the masses, unmatched by any. Together, the 2 unleashed a round of purple clouds. Ethereal purple light, shrouded in mist, cascaded down, illuminating the earth with its brilliance. Without uttering a word, Fang Yue stepped forward, resembling a ferocious beast from the primordial era, his vitality surging like an unfathomable abyss. With just a single step, he crushed the Purple Moon into oblivion. The Purple Moon Cave is but this. The secret of the Purple Moon is a technique that only the most pinnacle of martial generals can barely wield. The combined effort of the 2, invoking the Purple Moon, placed an immense strain on their bodies. The shattering of the Purple Moon severely depleted their internal energy. This strike cost them at least a decade of their lifespan, an immense toll on their potential. To reach the advanced martial general realm, they would require at least another decade of cultivation. "You young brat, I will kill you." The ancestor of the bright moon witnessed this scene, his eyes turning crimson, as if stained with blood. Within the realm of the Purple Moon Cave, how many martial generals could be gathered? Now, 8 had been annihilated in one fell swoop by Fang Yue. This will undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the vitality of the Purple Moon Cave, potentially leaving it bereft of key pillars in the decades to come. Your opponent is me. Exine raised her hand, pinning the Bright Moon ancestor to the ground. Her delicate features remained expressionless as she effortlessly struck, shattering the collarbone of the Bright Moon ancestor. A formidable being surpassing martial generals appeared as a mere puppet in Exine's grasp, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? The venerable Hayu Laozu felt an excruciating pain, as if his entire body were on the verge of disintegration. From the young maiden before him, he sensed an unfathomable aura. Even the most formidable elder of the Ziyue sect would likely pale in comparison to her might. Kill you. Shiner's voice resonated with cold indifference. She was genuinely enraged by this humiliation. Raised in the Tianma sect, she had been cherished and held in high esteem since childhood. Even the seasoned masters of the sect dared not raise their voices against her. What right did this mere ant, who had just entered the innate realm, have to insult her so brazenly? With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she shattered the collarbone of Hayu Laozu's other shoulder. His screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed across the land. However, the innate realm, a pinnacle of life, was not so easily extinguished. For a full hour, he endured torment at Shiner's hands, until every bone in his body lay shattered, his flesh reduced to a mere puddle of gore, succumbing to death amidst endless agony. The onlookers recoiled in horror, retreating 3 paces. Shiner was terrifying, akin to a demonic goddess descended upon the mortal realm. It was over. This time, they had gone too far. 8 martial generals lay dead, alongside one transcendent general. Such enmity would be everlasting. Fang Yue remained silent, uncertain of how to appraise the situation. Shiner was exceptionally cruel, undoubtedly deserving of the title of demoness in his mind. Yet, she was also his ally, slaying those who bore hostility towards him, which rendered it difficult for Fang Yue to harbor significant animosity towards her. Prepare yourselves. It's time to enter the dense forest. Shiner spoke again, her tone devoid of the previous playfulness and vivacity of a neighborly girl. The pleasant mood she had held was utterly shattered by the actions of those from the Ziyue cave. Chapter 54. Fanning the flames. Fang Yue's battle had resonated throughout the Yin kingdom. His identity and deeds were thoroughly investigated, revealing him to be the second son of the Fang family. His reputation, though not prominent, had led many in Yindu to regard him as nothing more than a wastrel. He had lived a life of luxury and ease, destined for obscurity, yet his actions left everyone astounded. He enlisted in the military, confronting the barbarian tribes as a mere cook, innovating explosive weaponry, slaying barbarians, and capturing prisoners. Each of these accomplishments surpassed what many previously esteemed young talents could achieve. Furthermore, he had slain numerous martial generals of the Ziyue cave. Upon meticulous calculation, it became evident that he had dispatched no fewer than 9 martial generals. Rumors circulated that the number of martial generals Fang Yue had slain was far greater, with earlier figures like Zhang Huayue also having perished at his hands. In a short span, the Yin kingdom was in an uproar, and the Fang family found themselves at the center of attention. The Fang family, wielding significant military power, commanded one of the 3 major legions of Yin, the Phantom Legion. Additionally, other accomplishments were enumerated one by one. For instance, the 3 renowned generals of the family, Fang Muqiu, Fang Lingxiao, and the current Fang Yue, were all martial powerhouses of unparalleled valor. Whispers suggested that the Fang family was intentionally maintaining a low profile. Fang Muqiu was suspected to have broken through the threshold into the transcendent realm 3 years prior, while Fang Lingxiao, with his exceptional talent, had suppressed his own level, should he fully unleash his potential. Ascending to the ranks of advanced martial generals would be no challenge. As for Fang Yue, the corpses and blood of the martial generals from Ziyue cave bore testament to his formidable strength. At the very least, beneath the realm of advanced martial generals, he stands invincible. Yet it is difficult to ascertain, without the aid of formations, who among them truly reigns superior. Moreover, some curious souls have taken to comparing his prowess with the esteemed figures listed on the heroic rankings of the surrounding 7 nations. concluding that, should Fang Yue's abilities be calculated alongside the spiritual formations, he could very well rival the top 100 champions on that illustrious list. Who could be targeting the Fang family in such a manner? Is this not a quintessential attempt to incite animosity? Regarding the rumors circulating in the outside world, Fang Yue soon received word he had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. The ascendance of the Fang family requires no external validation. The most prudent and secure approach would be to rise quietly and unobtrusively. A resounding reputation is not necessarily a boon. Rather, it serves to attract enmity and provoke apprehension towards the Fang family. Fang Yue's rise is built upon the fallen bodies of the martial generals of the Yue cave. As for the trio of formidable generals within one family, it is indeed a source of trepidation. Historically, exceptional accomplishments have not boded well for their bearers. The Fang family is exceedingly powerful, which may easily arouse the royal family's suspicions. As for the heroic rankings, Fang Yue does not aspire to be included. His desire lies in quietly amassing wealth. For fame is but a burden should I uncover whether it is the Liu family, the Yue cave, or any other rival family that orchestrates such deeds. I would certainly not hesitate to crush them. News travels like the wind, swiftly spreading throughout the entire Yan nation. Fang Yue could surmise, even with but a fleeting thought, that there are unseen hands covertly manipulating events behind the scenes. This places the Fang family squarely in the flames of scrutiny. Fang Yue realized that the immediate priority was to devise a strategy to swiftly enhance his own strength. In truth, there is no need for alarm. Simply by virtue of your identity as a formation master, you possess ample means of self-preservation. Formation masters, even in the grand sects of various cultivation realms, are a rarity. Every sect, upon encountering a gifted formation master, would certainly nurture them with great care and reverence. Exeter traversed the dense forest at a leisurely pace, resembling more of a casual outing than a tense endeavor. In fact, had your talent in formations been a shade more pronounced, I might have even considered recruiting you into the Heavenly Demon sect. However, the chaos within that sect renders it unsuitable for someone of your disposition at this time. While admiration is one thing, should a surpassing martial general from the Yue cave choose to strike, I would undoubtedly find myself disregarded. Life itself holds value, and you cannot be expected to shield me indefinitely. Surpassing martial generals? Fear not. They are bound by certain conventions that deter them from overstepping their bounds. Cultivators adhere to their own codes, refraining from meddling in the affairs of the mundane. They ought to remain aloof. Otherwise, a mere innate ninth-layer practitioner could easily lay waste to the entirety of the Yan nation. A smirk graced Exeter's lips. Yet, I cannot help but observe those old codgers clamoring daily, each more ferocious than the last. Now that a surpassing martial general has truly arrived, they have yet to emerge to intervene. Fang Yue had long been aware of the restrictions placed upon the powerful. They are forbidden from meddling in worldly matters. This is an ironclad law, intended to prevent their excessive interference in the mundane realm, thus preserving its natural course. However, he had witnessed surpassing martial generals engage in fierce battles on more than one occasion. The so-called enforcers have yet to appear, allowing them to roam freely among the common folk. Their day of reckoning will eventually come. At fixed intervals, there are designated individuals who emerge to conduct a reckoning. Typically, this occurs every 5 years, and never exceeding 10. Those who transgress during this period are destined to meet a most woeful fate. A glint of apprehension flickered in Exena's eyes. Even when insulted by the venerable Yue, she refrained from taking action against the martial generals of the Yue cave heaven. Engaging with those beyond the rank of general posed no issue. However, confronting those of equal or lesser status was considered taboo. Nevertheless, it remains true that individuals transcending the martial general rank can serve as a strategic deterrent within the secular realm. As long as they evade reckoning, they may fiercely resist, dragging down all the younger generations of rival factions to their doom. Within the dense forest, an ever-present stillness enveloped the air, rendering it akin to a desolate wasteland, where even the calls of birds and the chirps of cicadas were exceedingly rare. As Fang Yue traversed this land, he sensed an eerie aura permeating every corner. Certain terrains, as documented in the waning spirit scripture, bore a surging malevolence capable of harboring sinister weapons. Even a mundane piece of iron, buried for a century, could awaken with spiritual essence, unleashing torrents of bloodshed. However, the moment humanity sets foot here, they would be corroded by the malevolence, swiftly devolving into mere machines of slaughter. In other locales, stepping foot would unleash a tempest of thunder, akin to a divine calamity descending upon the mortal realm. Some areas appeared tranquil, yet were, in truth, subterranean demonic pits. Any act of aggression would summon a tide of demonic energy, rendering even immortals powerless without shedding their outer skin to escape. The more Fang Yue observed, the more his heart quaked with trepidation. Initially, while perusing the waning spirit scripture, he regarded these terrains as distant and unattainable, surely the forbidden grounds of the cultivation world. To his astonishment, he encountered one such place in the Yin kingdom, a patch of dense forest no larger than a palm, rife with peril. Fair maiden, could you enlighten me on this locale? Why does it exude such malevolence? Fang Yue swallowed hard, his foot hovering precariously in the air, cautious not to fully descend by the heavens. Who has laid down the yin-yang killing array here? Should my foot truly touch the ground, I would likely be left grievously harmed. If my conjecture holds true, this place ought to be a demonic subjugation ground where a sage spent his twilight years. He had sealed away dozens of demonic overlords within this formation, intending to refine their flesh and souls into a potent elixir. Alas, the sage, worn by the passage of time, perished before the concoction was completed to prevent the escape of those demonic entities. He had arranged the surroundings into a deadly array, ensuring the sanctity of the subjugation ground. Listener's expression grew increasingly tense and grave. Her chest hung a silver crescent-shaped pendant. Should danger arise ahead, it would emit a faint silver glow, ensuring her avoidance of perilous territories. This pendant, capable of discerning life from death and determining fortune from misfortune, was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. This subjugation ground harbored great riches. The demonic overlords subdued long ago were of no insignificant pedigree. Upon their demise, the legacies and weapons they possessed became invaluable relics, each one sufficient to incite envy among countless individuals, not to mention the elixir refined from their essence, which, if brought to fruition, could potentially provoke monumental upheaval. Exiner revealed the secrets of the dense forest without reservation. In truth, this place was first discovered by the barbarian tribes at that time. They prepared for over a month and even summoned a vast array of treasures in their quest to conquer the dense forest. However, they were unexpectedly outmaneuvered, as someone preemptively seized their treasure vault. Nevertheless, observing the adoring gaze of Exiner, Fang Yue felt a profound satisfaction of his vanity. Truly, he was impressive. Even the saintess of the heavenly demon sect was an admirer of his. Simultaneously, Fang Yue understood why he could not unlock the gates to that treasure. It was a defensive measure employed by the barbarians in their attempt to seize the forest, and undoubtedly, there lay great riches within. Such stringent defenses were entirely reasonable. In truth, my primary objective was not to acquire that cauldron of elixirs. That item was far too enigmatic. Even if I were to succeed in obtaining it, it would inevitably change hands. Only the Supreme Lord is worthy of such a treasure. Exiner was well aware of her own standing. Despite her exalted position as a saintess, there were numerous formidable figures within the heavenly demon sect who surpassed her. At such a time, flattery and deceit would abound, and the possession of such riches might well lead to her own demise. My goal lies in acquiring the legacies of those demonic overlords, such as the Night King and the 100 Ghost Classic, which are ancient secret arts with their own unique systems that do not necessitate specialized cultivation techniques. Should I acquire them, I would undoubtedly secure my position as saintess, trampling those little wretches who covet my status beneath my feet. Exiner gritted her teeth. Fang Yue felt a pang of pain in his chest. The Night King, wasn't that already within his grasp? He faced no peril, having already achieved the ultimate goal of the heavenly demon sect saintess. Before he even began, he felt he was the greatest victor, even if he were to gain nothing further. None could surpass the spoils he would reap from the dense forest. By the way, Prior to your arrival, several individuals surpassing the martial general level had already entered this forest. Surely, they would not gain the upper hand. Having already claimed its treasures, Fang Yue began to worry it mattered not to others. If they acquired the treasures, what if they fell into the hands of the Ziyue, cave heaven? Would he ever enjoy peaceful days thereafter? Fear not. Their early arrival does not guarantee their success. Even if they obtain the treasures, they may not retain them. Chapter 55. The world of the dense forest instantly discerned Fang Yue's apprehensions. They were merely stepping stones for us. We received intelligence earlier than they did. However, treasures only reveal themselves at the correct time and place. Otherwise, this forest would have been trampled long ago as they ventured deeper. With Exenor's pendant providing warnings, their path remained unobstructed, and they encountered no dangers. Fang Yue felt a flicker of unease in his heart. Something seemed amiss. Exenor smiled gently. The places arranged by the saints are never so simple. This is a small world of Qiankuan, a realm crafted by an extraordinary being who severed a corner of the world, then transformed into this expanse of heaven and earth. From the outside, one cannot discern anything, but at the heart of the dense forest lies the essence of Qiankuan, an immeasurable expanse of space. Fang Yue, though somewhat bewildered, found it challenging to grasp the concept of severing a corner of the world and refining it into the Qiankuan realm with his current understanding. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. At that moment, a ragged figure burst forth from the depths of the dense forest. His face was enshrouded in a thick layer of dust, and his mouth was filled with terrified cries. What has happened? Fang Yue intercepted him, eager to ascertain the situation. This man's strength was formidable. Judging by his aura, he had reached at least the intermediate rank of a martial general in the kingdom of Yan. Such a person would already be considered a significant power. Yet here he was, reduced to such a pitiful and wretched state. They are all dead. Everyone is dead. What transcendent martial generals, what innate powerhouses. All have become sacrifices upon the altar. No one has survived. The man raved wildly, gesticulating as if he were utterly deranged from the shock, his mind completely unhinged, unable to articulate coherent thoughts. Fang Yue's expression darkened. He was aware of the dangers of his forest, but did not anticipate it to be so perilous. Transcendent martial generals and innate powerhouses have perished. Is this a treasure trove or a demonic pit? With his meager strength, would he not merely become inconspicuous cannon fodder? Kill him. He has already been tainted by demonic energy. He is a denizen of the mundane world, and I cannot lay a hand on him. Exenor's countenance was equally grim. Although she held the esteemed title of the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she had thoroughly familiarized herself with the inherent dangers prior to their arrival. The final conclusion was one of perilous odds, a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Even the elders of the heavenly demon sect would face the same fate. She could not bring herself to harm an unfamiliar passerby. Yet at that moment, the madman's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, his entire being consumed by frenzy, and he suddenly lunged at Fang Yue that a layer of fine scales erupted from his hands, shimmering with a green radiance. His nails transformed into razor-sharp talons, aimed directly at Fang Yue's throat, moving with unbelievable speed. With a clang, Fang Yue summoned the Golden Bell Shield, yet this once invincible barrier exhibited a minuscule crack beneath the assault of those lethal claws. Die! In the face of life and death, Fang Yue cast aside his compassion. What nonsense about sparing the innocent. His own life took precedence. Fang Yue swung his battle blade once more, striking like lightning at the madman. With a slicing sound, the madman's tattered garments were rent asunder. Yet no blood flowed forth. At some point, his chest had also been enveloped in scales, solid and thick. Even Fang Yue's blade merely sparked, leaving not even the slightest mark. Humph! Such is the folly of mercy. The mess you created, you shall tidy up yourself. I shall offer no assistance. Exenor was evidently angered. It was Fang Yue's failure to heed her words that had allowed the madman's demonic transformation to amplify his strength dramatically. Fang Yue remained composed, unfazed by Exenor's demeanor. 3 wave slash. Fang Yue unleashed a lethal technique. The blade's radiance swept through, layers intertwining. Such a move could threaten advanced martial generals, even if the opponent defended with intent. Survival beneath the three-wave slash was not assured. 3 slashes of light struck. The madman's chest scales were dense, and the sounds of cracking echoed. Fang Yue's 3-wave slash merely shattered a few of the scales. The madman, upon receiving the attack, became even more frenzied. His hands lunged at Fang Yue's neck, revealing the most primitive and violent side of life. "I curse you." Fang Yue swiftly withdrew. "Is this truly an intermediate martial general? Go to hell. Even some advanced generals may not surpass them." Fang Yue no longer held back, raising his battle knife, once more. 0.5 wave slash. With 35% of his strength, his tiger mouth cracked. Blood gushing forth. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his palm, yet Fang Yue resolutely delivered the blow. This is the essence of being possessed. In a fleeting moment, it unleashes the potential of a lifetime. Akin to an ancient forbidden technique in terms of combat prowess, ascending to the next level is quite natural. With his previous strength, he could nearly rival what you deem to be peak generals. I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. As a mid-level general, you effortlessly dispatched a peak general with a clean and decisive strike, not a hint of hesitation. Exeter regarded Fang Yue with newfound admiration. Having previously underestimated his combat capabilities, believing that contending with advanced generals was his limit. Originally, her plan was to slay that possessed madman herself when Fang Yue was in a dire state, teaching him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Fang Yue made a miraculous comeback, executing a counterattack that showcased extraordinary strength. I am increasingly optimistic about you. As a formation master, possessing the ability to easily surpass levels, who knows what other secrets you conceal. Come, let your sister see what other extraordinary skills you have yet to reveal. If you truly possess great potential, I shall personally recommend you to the heavenly demon sect. Exeter giggled, her delicate hands playfully exploring Fang Yue's form. Her skin was exquisite, exuding a faint fragrance, reminiscent of an orchid hidden in a secluded valley, intoxicating him. But it's gone, truly gone. Lost in daze for a moment, Exeter's small hand descended. Fang Yue was left speechless, pondering what sort of saintess this was. She was nothing more than a rogue. In a sudden leap, he sprang back several feet. Hee, little brother, you're blushing. After teasing Fang Yue, Exeter felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She even sniffed her small hand, somewhat entranced, remarking, "Your scent is delightful. Unlike those older men who reek of sweat, you carry a subtle jasmine fragrance. It must be the product of your life, essence blooming." Fang Yue was nearly a loss for words. He wished he could just run away. "I am a serious man. When I am not serious, I am not human. If you were a true weak woman, I would have transformed into a werewolf to take care of you long ago. But you are so strong, leaving me only to yearn in vain. What can I do?" Fang Yue's heart was filled with sorrow and indignation. He found himself utterly helpless against this rogue woman. Witnessing Fang Yue's helpless and aggrieved expression, Exeter felt even prouder. "Don't look so pitiful like a little wife. Come, sister will take responsibility for you. From now on, you are my little brother. If anything happens, just call upon sister's name and see who dares to lay a hand on you." Exeter feigned an air of a big sister, taking Fang Yue under her wing. Her delicate finger playfully lifted his chin as she teased, "Come on, give me a smile." Fang Yue managed a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry, wondering how he ended up with such a domineering sister. Others traverse realms, commanding the winds and rains, deepening their fortunes, stumbling upon treasures, and gathering little brothers in droves. As for him, after all this time, he had not a single little brother. Yet here he was, being made into someone else's little brother. Perhaps I shall be compelled to sell my charm, attending to others at their beck and call. Why must my fate be so wretched? At this moment, a roar resembling that of a tiger reverberated through the mountains. The earth trembled, and leaves cascaded from the trees. Fang Yue stood transfixed. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld a spotted tiger leaping from midair, in pursuit of a formidable being surpassing the martial general level. Beneath the tiger's paws, clouds billowed, reminiscent of the monsters from the journey to the west. The being, drenched in blood, fled in a state of utter disarray, his expression betraying an indescribable panic. Good heavens, which zoo has left its gates ajar. allowing a tiger to roam free. Fang Yue felt his legs weaken. This tiger was overwhelmingly powerful, daring to chase even a being beyond the martial general level. A being at the innate third tier. Exeter gazed intently, instantly discerning the true realm of the martial general level being. In a mundane world, an innate third-tier individual is already considered a peerless powerhouse, capable of commanding a domain without issue. Yet this martial general was being hunted down, seemingly in an overwhelmingly disadvantaged position. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue grew anxious. Without Exeter's protection, was he not courting death and inviting disaster in this perilous forest? Yet, Exeter vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hair behind. Alas, dear senior brother, you ought to have left me a sign before departing. What am I to do now that monsters have appeared? Fang Yue's eyes widened in dismay as he muttered complaints. Just as his words escaped his lips, an ant larger than a calf materialized before him. Chapter 56. The enormous ant curse it! A ravenous tongue. Fang Yue now wished to slap himself twice. Why did he have to mention monsters? And now, it had truly come to pass. Before him stood a golden ant, radiating a brilliant golden light and hue. As if forged from bronze and iron, its body terrifyingly sturdy. Its eyes bulged, hardly smaller than copper bells. Goodness, have you been overindulging in hormones? How can you be so massive? Fang Yue felt tears welling up. Even a mere ant seemed more formidable than himself. This creature exuded an intense aura, at least at the level of a high-ranking martial general. Among creatures of the same tier, martial beasts were far superior to humans. They were nurtured in a blood-soaked environment, their combat instincts honed to an alarming degree. Once they strike, one could easily overpower several humans. With its coppery, iron-like physique, Fang Yue was uncertain if he could contend with it. Without uttering a word, the golden ant lifted a leg and began to stomp towards Fang Yue. This was to be its dinner today. Though it appeared somewhat gluttonous, its flesh must surely possess a delectable flavor. Fang Yue ceased his musings and bolted. As for combat, good grief, have you never studied biology? Ants are quintessential social creatures. Much like humans, wherever one is found, several more are sure to follow. Point 1 is manageable. But a swarm would spell disaster. Point 2 fists cannot withstand a multitude. Even a hero cannot endure a collective assault. Fang Yue's humble physique would surely meet its end here. The legs of the giant ant moved swiftly. Fang Yue believed he had attained sufficient speed in his flight. Yet behind him, a cloud of dust billowed forth, as if a golden lightning bolt were nipping at his heels, rushing towards him with fervor. Cursing under his breath, Fang Yue halted abruptly after a short distance. Panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. The colossal ant approached slowly, emitting a hissing sound from its mandibles. Its compound eyes sparkled with myriad points of crystalline green light. As if celebrating the arrival of yet another delectable meal, it had been utterly enchanted, and its rapid evolution in such a short span was attributed not only to the depletion of its own potential, but also to the consumption of numerous lives to sustain its voracious energy demands. The great ant instinctively sensed that this prey was brimming with energy. A single meal would likely suffice for 3 to 5 days of its evolutionary needs. With a fierce determination, the massive ant lunged towards Fang Yue. Its speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no trace of its movement for the eye to capture. Tang, he stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear as the formidable ant charged at him with ferocity. Yet he remained utterly unmoved. With a thunderous roar, a ball of flame erupted from the void, engulfing the great ant, which was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Utterly annihilated. Fool, did you truly believe I feared you? This place is replete with countless formations, which typically lie dormant and tranquil. However, a surge of intense energy will awaken the arrays and render them targets. Fang Yue regarded the great ant with a tinge of pity, quietly awaiting the dissipating flames, leaving only a wisp of ash to scatter with the wind. With a clang, a crystal, no larger than a baby's thumb, fell to the ground. Fang Yue sensed a pure essence of life pulsating within it. Bending down, he picked up the crystal, and the life force within was swiftly assimilated by the vitality coursing through his body, transforming almost instantaneously into ash. Fang Yue felt a shift within his triad of energies. Stimulated by this life essence, The realm he had recently broken through began to stir restlessly, igniting a desire for yet another breakthrough. He felt an urge to strengthen himself. Only in this manner could he truly seize control of his fate. In truth, whether or not he emerged from the dense forest mattered little to him. For having lost the protection of those who surpassed martial generals, stepping out of the thicket would likely subject him to the tempestuous onslaught of the formidable beings from the Purple Moon Cavern. Upon discovering the crystal, Fang Yue hesitated momentarily. This forest was perilous, a place he had sought to avoid at all costs. Yet, even if he were to escape unscathed, what would it matter? Faced with the formidable adversaries from the Purple Moon Cavern, his life would remain in jeopardy to hunt down the enchanted creatures and evolve once more. Gritting his teeth, Fang Yue turned back, plunging deeper into the forest. This time, he would not be passive. Instead, he began to study various formations and inscriptions. With the aid of the Wandering Spirit scripture, he deciphered most of the array's topography. He grasped the effects of many formations with a fair degree of comprehension. Although not fully mastered, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding. The majority of these formations lay dormant, only to be truly activated under specific conditions. Throughout this process of study, Fang Yue's proficiency in array techniques significantly advanced. Experience is the mother of knowledge. With the presence of living samples, many previously tedious theories have transformed into tangible abilities. Fang Yue felt that with the aid of these array patterns, he was unafraid even of those surpassing the martial general level. As long as they dared to come, he would be able to annihilate as many as they brought. Deep within the dense forest, the mountains towered high, piercing the clouds, with sheer cliffs plummeting into the abyss. Here, ancient apes cried out, majestic eagles returned to their nests, and primordial beasts roamed, defying the world. This must be the small world carved out by the sage, harboring the most ancient methods of concocting celestial elixirs. Even a whiff of their fragrance would be an immense fortune. From now on, this will be the territory of my Ziyue Dantian. What great sects of the cultivation world, what supreme families of ancient lineage. Once my Ziyue Dantian flourishes in this small world for a century, they will all tremble under the renown of my Ziyue Dantian Elysium. Drenched in blood, propped himself up with a spear, battling fiercely at the outskirts of the dense forest, finally holding the line against this legendary small world. What is a martial general? Here, one could easily cultivate one by merely plucking a blade of grass. Li Xiang was nearly driven to madness as he envisioned the brilliantly luminous future of Ziyue Dantian. Thank you for guiding me. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you eternal peace. A youthful voice resonated behind Li Xiang. The voice was ethereal, as if emanating from the boundless void. No. Li Xiang roared in despair, his heart wrenching. The joy of recently entering paradise now turned into the hopelessness of plummeting into hell. His eyes brimmed with blood, unable to accept such a fate. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He had always played the role of the oriole, never expecting that he too would be used. Do not struggle. Rest in peace. The hand of the man in black descended, striking Li Xiang's crown, causing his brain to rupture. Thus, a being surpassing the martial general level met his demise. The man in black stepped over Li Xiang's lifeless body, his expression unchanging. To him, killing was as trivial as crushing an ant, with no fluctuation in his spirit. The man in black walked away. Behind a rock, Fang Yue emerged, releasing a sigh of relief that it was wise to remain low-key, as he had not been detected by the man in black. This marked the 9th day of his venture into the dense forest. In truth, Fang Yue had arrived earlier than others. By the 3rd day, he had already found a lead. However, this world was terrifying, far from the idyllic paradise that Li Xiang had envisioned, with bizarre flowers and strange fruits sprawling everywhere. Yet beside every wondrous blossom and exotic fruit, there were invariably beasts guarding them. Just a few days prior, he had been relentlessly pursued by a horde of monkeys while attempting to harvest a peculiar fruit. Fortunately, those monkeys were not particularly strong, the mightiest among them merely at the peak of the martial general realm. Nevertheless, even so, 2 fists could not rival 4 hands. Fang Yue ended up battered and bruised, with a swollen head. Ultimately, he managed to escape through a fleeting opportunity, saving his own life. Over the course of several days, Fang Yue found little in the way of celestial elixirs, yet he had gathered numerous exotic flowers and fruits. Their specific effects remained uncertain, and Fang Yue dared not consume them recklessly. Should he poison himself, it would be a dire predicament. Moreover, this world was astonishingly vast. A solitary peak stretches across 1,000 acres, surrounded by vast oceans and deserts. Resembling an authentic world, boundless and immense, where traversing to its farthest reaches proves a formidable challenge. Bending down, Fang Yue retrieved the storage pouch from Li Xiang's waist, a specialized tool for those who have transcended the martial general realm. Within it lay a space of its own, transforming the vast into the minuscule. Though no larger than the palm of a hand, its interior could easily accommodate an entire house. Fang Yue refrained from opening the pouch, instead stuffing it into the stone pendant before making a hasty retreat. Indeed, mere moments later, a vulture descended from the heavens, eyeing Li Xiang's lifeless body as its evening repast. This vulture, too, epitomized the pinnacle of the martial general realm. Exuding an aura of primal ferocity, Fang Yue surmised that he would not stand a chance against it. Even those who had just attained the transcendent martial general realm might struggle to escape its clutches. This miniature world was imbued with arcane mysteries, its rules imposing formidable constraints. Regardless of how powerful a creature might be, here it could only exhibit the prowess of a martial general. Whether it be a dragon or a tiger, one must submit. Fang Yue, what brings you to this place? A sudden voice erupted from behind him, sending a chill of sweat coursing down Fang Yue's spine. Chapter 57, Rebellion. I have come at the behest of the royal decree. 5 days prior, the royal family issued 9 edicts, commanding the 3 major legions to select their elite for an expedition into the dense forest world. In preparation for this mission, my family dispatched 100 of our finest, each a formidable martial artist, including no fewer than 15 martial generals. Fang Lingxiao spoke with composure and gravitas, in stark contrast to Fang Yue's vivacious and erratic demeanor. The royal edict is not to be defied. It appears they are indeed investing heavily this time. This world is perilous. Numerous beasts roam, all at the martial general level, with countless at the pinnacle. The so-called elite forces are merely fodder. No matter how many we send, they will never suffice to satisfy the hunger of the native creatures. Fang Yue shook his head, harboring little faith in Fang Lingxiao's contingent. Soldiers are bound by iron resolve. Wrapped in horsehide, they must face death. If one fears for their life, why would they choose the path of a soldier, a burly middle-aged man, adorned in heavy armor with a rugged visage and sharp features, emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light that he rebuffed Fang Yue's assertions, deeming them detrimental to morale. Fang Yue frowned. Was this man a tiger? If one can fight, then fight. If not, they become mere sacrificial pawns. Bravery is commendable, yet failing to grasp the gravity of the situation is sheer folly. Understanding that this man was likely from the Phantom Legion and concerned for Fang Lingxiao's predicament, Fang Yue chose to remain silent. However, the middle-aged man, oblivious to restraint, interpreted Fang Yue's silence as fear, thus growing increasingly emboldened that I expect the second young master to apologize to our soldiers, that a prince is subject to the same laws as the common folk. The second young master ought to comprehend this principle. Zhang Deong, you have overstepped. Fang Lingxiao frowned, recognizing this man as a subordinate. Yet, due to his decades of service in the Phantom Legion and his status as a senior martial general, he often disregarded his superior. Zhang Deong, undeterred, clapped Fang Lingxiao on the shoulder. Lingxiao, you do not understand. The military places utmost importance on morale. Without it, I will find it exceedingly difficult to lead a cadre of heroic warriors. His demeanor resembled that of a man instructing a child, seemingly oblivious to Fang Lingxiao's dignity. All of this was keenly observed by Fang Yue. The imbalance of power between a master and the servant is certainly not a favorable situation. Zhang Deong, is this how you treat the commander of our army? Do you believe it is he who lacks understanding, or is it you? There is a distinction between the noble and the lowly, and the universe has its order. You, as a mere deputy general, ought to dutifully execute your orders without overstepping your bounds with your incessant chatter. Fang Yue transformed, embodying the essence of a true debauchee. Are you attempting to reason with me? I fear not the folly of a fool whose arguments merely serve to diminish my intellect. Very well, let us compare our statuses, our powers, and our legitimacy. Fang Yue's audacious demeanor elicited faint frowns from many of the elites of the Phantom Legion. Zhang Daong, now even more disdainful, had initially thought Fang Yue to be a formidable character, to his surprise. He revealed himself to be nothing more than a boorish ruffian, devoid of reason. Kneel before me. Apologize to the soldiers of the Phantom Legion. How could the Fang family have raised such a wretch? I feel embarrassed for the Fang family. As Zhang Daong spoke, he extended a hand as large as a palm fan, pressing down upon Fang Yue, intent on forcing him to the ground. Zhang Daong, you have gone too far, Fang Lingxiao exclaimed in anger, taken aback by Zhang Daong's impulsive actions. Even if his younger brother were in the wrong, the Phantom Legion was still part of the Fang family. Has this matter already become so absurd? Fang Yue's forehead was lined with dark clouds. In recent days, he had provided little Tai with numerous items, and this fellow had somehow acquired the ability to speak. Moreover, he was a chatterbox. Once he started, he would not cease. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Zhang Daong, infuriated by shame, had merely intended to assert his authority in front of the soldiers of the Phantom Legion. To his astonishment, Fang Yue thwarted him. You are merely a servant of the Fang family. I am enforcing the family laws. What is there to fear? It is you who, as a vile slave, dares to bully your master. You shall be torn apart by 5 horses and skinned alive. Will you choose to end it yourself, or shall I take matters into my own hands? A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Yue's lips. Zhang Daong, upon hearing this, was even more enraged. You little wretch, do not think that just because you are a disciple of the Fang family you can act recklessly. Let me tell you in my eyes. The Fang family amounts to nothing. A general must sometimes disregard the commands of his lord. You would do well to heed my words like your cowardly brother. Should you refuse, I shall have your head. What nonsense about the Fang family. I shall ensure that the Phantom Legion bears the name Zhang from this day forth, not Fang. In a fit of rage, Zhang Daong audaciously uttered words of rebellion. Fang Lingxiao was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that his self-proclaimed wisdom and humility would be twisted into cowardice in Zhang Daong's mouth. I have awaited this very declaration. Fang Yue was not surprised. The weak master and the strong servant would inevitably breed dissent. However, in the beginning, such sentiments bore little fruit, serving only to display a facade of sanctity and authority. Fang Yue believed that this secret technique was intended for mere posturing. The air of a charlatan was palpable at this moment. Fang Yue's demeanor reflected in the eyes of the members of the Phantom Legion, each revealing expressions of fear and reverence. Is this the true face of the young master of the Fang family? A far cry from the legendary debauchee. Such an aura is the domain of the exceptional. The average person can scarcely touch or aspire to it. Humph. A mere act of divine pretense. Today, I demand that you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Having completely torn aside any pretense, Zhang Daong no longer harbors the slightest restraint. He is as audacious as a lion unleashed from its cage. Every strand of his hair stands on end. His blood surging like a tumultuous tide. With a fierce roar, he launches into the tiger's roar fist, seeking to conclude the battle swiftly and crush Fang Yue. Although his previous attempt had faltered, Zhang Daong dismisses it as mere happenstance, a momentary lapse before he unleashes his full potential. Having roamed the battlefield for decades, his prowess has been honed through countless brutal encounters. It is exceedingly difficult for opponents of the same rank to gain the upper hand against him. He is no delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, but rather a ravenous wolf of the plains. Fang Yue, exuding an ethereal grace, transcends all living beings. With a mere flick of his fingers, his vital energy condenses into a singular point. As their fists collide, he muses softly, a servant will always remain a servant, never daring to offend the dignity of his master. His voice resonates like a gentle breeze, soothing the restless hearts of all present. Zhang Daong is struck with terror, realizing that Fang Yue is far removed from the image of the ineffectual dandy depicted in rumors. You have betrayed me. Zhang Daong bellows in indignation. Descend into hell. That is your true abode. Fang Yue, like an immortal descending to pass final judgment upon Zhang Daong, remains unperturbed. Zhang Daong, panic-stricken, stammers, "No, I'm not the mastermind. I was coerced and manipulated." His complexion pales, the blood draining from his face. In a desperate bid for survival, he reveals the puppet master behind the scenes. With a resounding thud, a merciless hand descends, shattering Zhang Daong's skull as if striking a watermelon. In his final moments, he still seeks to sow discord. "Traitor, you truly deserve death," an ancient voice intones. The figure appears like a specter, its gnarled hand resembling a desiccated claw, evoking the image of a chicken's foot. "Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my Fang family?" Fang Yue frowns, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this aged figure. He can only watch helplessly as his opponent strikes, with no time to intervene. What do you mean by your family's affairs? Is there any land beneath heaven that does not belong to the king? Your Fang family is but a clan under the jurisdiction of my royal house. In name, the Fang and Li families are all part of my royal lineage. The elder scoffs, surrounded by swirling tendrils of mysterious purple energy. He emanates an air of superiority, exuding an authority that commands trembling respect with every movement. Fang Yue dissipates the sacred aura surrounding him, for the supreme majesty he had cultivated was shattered by this old wretch. Initially, Fang Yue intended to establish an unparalleled authority in the hearts of the Phantom Legion soldiers by slaying Zhang Daong, quelling any rebellious thoughts before they could take root. Yet ultimately, he failed. Zhang Daong was not slain by his own hand. The old man's forceful intervention had disrupted the atmosphere he had meticulously crafted. "Are you a member of the royal family?" Fang Yue retorts coldly, his voice laced with disdain. "What is your attitude? Fang Yue, do you understand that with just your recent words, I could condemn you to death for treason?" The elderly man furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected disrespect despite his royal lineage. Fang Yue scoffed, "Who can tell whether your identity is genuine or fabricated?" The royal family of Yan. The venerable elder, Zhao Xiaoyao. With a clang, the old man tossed forth a plaque, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Indeed, the royal family of Yan possessed a revered order of elders, each one a figure of formidable prowess surpassing that of a martial general. From a certain perspective, they could be seen as the elite force representing the royal family. Each individual boasted a significant background, their status rivaling that of the heads of prominent clans. In this day and age, counterfeits abound. Who can ascertain the authenticity of such things? Fang Yue remained unimpressed. However, he was halted by Fang Lingxiao, who bowed an apology to the elder, saying, "My younger brother lacks understanding. I hope you can forgive any offense." Chapter 58. The height of arrogance. Zhao Xiaoyao coldly retorted, retracting the plaque. He then ominously addressed Fang Yue. "Youngster, while youthful exuberance is understandable, overstepping bounds may lead to an untimely demise. I have lived for over a century and encountered countless prodigies, if not 10,000. Certainly 800, but few have truly survived to this day." Zhao Xiaoyao's tone was frosty, laden with an unmistakable threat. With a haughty glance at Fang Yue, he regained his composure and turned to Fang Lingxiao, proclaiming, "Fang Lingxiao, heed my command. You shall lead the elite of the Phantom Legion to assist Zhao Xiaoyao in exploring the depths of the forest. You are to follow all orders issued by Zhao Xiaoyao. Should you disobey, you shall be punished for treason against the sovereign." With a chilling voice reminiscent of a duck's croak, Zhao Xiaoyao presented an imperial edict before Fang Lingxiao. Kneeling on one knee, Fang Lingxiao accepted the edict with both hands, his expression darkening that it seemed clear that under Zhao Xiaoyao's command, he would not have an easy time ahead. Now that you have received the edict, you should comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us." Fang Yue inhaled deeply, closing his mouth, exerting tremendous effort to restrain himself from speaking. He recognized that Zhao Xiaoyao held an authority akin to that of an imperial envoy. Publicly slaying him would be utterly indefensible. He waited, biding his time for a more opportune moment, determined to demonstrate that the command over the Phantom Legion was not so easily attained. Seeing Fang Yue's silence, Zhao Xiaoyao mistakenly believed the rebellious youth had conceded defeat, relishing the sight of his aggrieved and speechless expression that a sense of smug satisfaction blossomed within him. "Now, I shall announce the first command. You are to explore the jungle ahead, and any unusual occurrences must be reported to me without fail. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaoyao declared. Since his arrival in this forest realm, he too had felt the oppressive weight of inexplicable rules, rendering his extraordinary powers limited to that of a peak martial general. Though he surpassed the martial class, he was, to be frank, quite fearful of death. He envisioned a boundless future filled with promise. Why would he risk it all for the royal family of Yen? His allegiance to the royal family and his role as a revered elder stemmed from his desire for the astounding wealth and elevated status that came with such a position. As for pledging allegiance to the royal family of Yen, only a fool would entertain such an idea. Zhao Xiaoyao is clearly intent on using the members of the Phantom Legion as cannon fodder. They are welcome to face the perils. I shall reap the rewards for myself. In fact, should the situation take a turn for the worse, Zhao Xiaoyao is prepared to flee without hesitation. And as for the so-called reproaches from the Yen royal family, humph, what is that even worth? An existence that transcends the realm of martial generals is bound to be above it all, commanding respect wherever they go and holding a position of extraordinary esteem. Even if he were to switch to another nation, he could still live with grace and indulge in luxury. Are you suggesting that we serve as mere cannon fodder? Fang Lingxiao gazed intently at Zhao Xiaoyao. Although he had not personally ventured into the depths of the forest, the treacherous journey through the thickets had revealed the immense dangers that lay ahead. When they set out, their numbers had been more than 3 times what remained now, leaving only a scant few visible to him. Though he had yet to fully explore this perilous world, Fang Yue's demeanor had already indicated that it was no place for those of the martial general realm. Fang Lingxiao, how dare you speak in such a manner? Zhao Xiaoyao thundered. The esteemed Zhao Xiaoyao represents the royal family of Yen. Every command, whether reasonable or not, must be adhered to with strict compliance, and dissent is unacceptable. Do you realize the calamity your rudeness may bring upon the Fang family? A mid-level martial general stepped forward, his voice resonating with righteous indignation as he chastised Fang Lingxiao. Fang Lingxiao was taken aback. He recognized this man. This was Li Mingyi, a commander within the Phantom Legion, known for his seemingly honest demeanor. Aside from a tendency to shy away during battles, he had few notable flaws, often retreating at the slightest hint of danger. Yet, unexpectedly, in this moment of crisis, he had made such a choice that, Li Mingyi, what do you intend to do? Fang Lingxiao rebuked, but Li Mingyi remained unfazed, buoyed by the encouraging gaze of Zhao Xiaoyao behind him, unconsciously puffing out his not-so-mighty chest. What do I intend to do? I shall, of course, point out your errors and ensure you rectify them, Li Mingyi declared with great moral conviction, his face set in an expression of solemnity. However, such a countenance only served to provoke feelings of nausea and disdain in Fang Lingxiao. Fang Yue, surprisingly quiet, regarded Li Mingyi as though observing a mere jester. In retrospect, this incident might not turn out to be entirely detrimental. Fang Lingxiao, that Li Mingyi possesses a keen sense of righteousness, upholding the dignity of the royal family and highlighting your faults. Consider yourself fortunate. You should harbor a heart of gratitude and embrace this correction. How can you treat your subordinates with scorn? Seeing that some had begun to rally to his side, Zhao Xiaoyao did not reject their allegiance. In fact, he relished the opportunity to capitalize on their misfortune. Before long, many within the Phantom Legion, aside from Li Mingyi, recognized that Fang Lingxiao's power was waning. In Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes, Fang Lingxiao seemed of little consequence in the face of life and death and the weight of righteousness. Many lined up to stand with Li Mingyi. One by one, 2/3 of those whom Fang Lingxiao had brought along made the astute choice akin to that of Li Mingyi. Fang Lingxiao, your obstinacy and favoritism have exhausted me. I wish to report to Lord Zhao Xiaoyao the various misdeeds you have committed within the Phantom Legion. Zhang Daong is a pillar of our army. What harm is there in criticizing your brother? This Fang Yue is arrogant and dismissive of our Phantom Legion. Why then should we serve the Fang family? The clamor of denunciation is incessant. Fang Lingxiao gazed around at the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar faces, feeling a faint pain in his chest as if countless tiny needles were piercing his heart. Even those who had not fully decided to side with Zhao Xiaoyao did not dare to speak up for Fang Lingxiao. Faced with this overwhelming tide of pressure, although they wished to stand for him, their hearts were ensnared by fear and trepidation, halting their steps. Fang Yue stood silently beside them, his expression impassive, This scene was not one he was witnessing for the first time. In his past life, though devoid of any martial prowess, he had observed the complexities of human emotions and relationships. Emotions, after all, are for children. We are all adults, and if we choose to believe, the only outcome is heartache. Fang Yue, venture forth and scout ahead, and you all, explore different directions. Zhao Xiaoyao commanded Fang Yue and those yet to declare their stance. Fang Lingxiao, for the moment, could not move, for he was the commander of the Phantom Legion. While he could be humiliated, should he perish in battle, it would be difficult to account for to the Zhao kingdom. The undecided individuals wore expressions as pale as ash. Fang Yue, however, remained remarkably composed, quietly vanishing from the crowd's sight. This expanse of several dozen miles had been thoroughly surveyed by him during the days he arrived earlier, granting him a distinct advantage in terrain. Moments later, a chilling scream pierced the air. An elite of the Phantom Legion met a gruesome end at the jaws of a ferocious beast. Blood soaked the ground, and stark white bones lay scattered. The horrifying scene sent shivers down one's spine. Someone has died. Fang Lingxiao suddenly snapped to attention from his shock, eyes wide as he turned toward the source of the scream. There a fierce tiger prowled, nearly transcending its ordinary lineage, emanating an aura of a high-ranking warrior. It clutched a bloodied arm in its jaws, its fierce eyes surveying the crowd with a regal disdain that a cold, withered hand pressed down on his shoulder. Zhao Xiaoyao spoke icily. You are the commander. You cannot leave at will. That is an order. Nonsense. That is my contingent. Fang Lingxiao, usually one who considered the greater good, erupted like an enraged lion, roaring at Zhao Xiaoyao. But they have already betrayed you. When you needed them most, not a single one stood up for you. Zhao Xiaoyao's voice was somber, like a bucket of icy water poured over him. Fang Lingxiao felt drenched in coldness, particularly within his heart. Whether they protected me or not is their choice. My commitment to them is my own. Roar, the tiger bellowed, its powerful legs propelling it into the air. It perceived an audacious human charging at it. And rather than feeling fear, excitement flickered in its eyes that it was time for another feast. The ferocious tiger lunged with lethal precision, its claws sharp as the blades of 10 daggers, intent on rending Fang Lingxiao's chest asunder. Fang Lingxiao unveiled his formidable aura, revealing that he had indeed ascended to the ranks of a high-ranking martial general. The rumors circulating outside were not unfounded. The Fang family had deliberately concealed his presence to maintain a low profile. In truth, Fang Lingxiao had been on the cusp of breaking through to the advanced martial general level. But after receiving the miraculous herbal paste from Fang Yue, he completely remedied the last vestiges of his prior inadequacies. Chapter 59. A situation arises, though devoid of any ostentatious techniques. Each rise and fall, every strike, emanated an involuntary, soul-stirring aura of intimidation. Ultimately, Fang Lingxiao paid a price, sustaining injuries as a corner of his armor was shredded by the tiger's razor-sharp claws. Yet he struck back with a desperate blow, severing the beast's head with his blade. His shoulder armor lay in ruins, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. This millennium-old herb held immense benefits for someone of his extraordinary caliber. Undoubtedly, it was a precious elixir, capable of augmenting his cultivation by 30 years. Perhaps it would even loosen the bottleneck that had plagued him for many years, providing him the hope of further advancement. What is happening? In the glaring eyes of the public, Zhao Xiaoyao had not yet grown so brazen as to audaciously seize his subordinate's treasures. It had always taken 100 acres of land, expending all resources to nurture a single herb. He had never heard a spirit herb being described as covering the mountains and plains. You, lead the way ahead. Hasten our pace, Zhao Xiaoyao exclaimed, his excitement causing his white beard to nearly stand on end. However, the path ahead was fraught with peril. We cannot rashly advance. Fang Yue expressed a moment of hesitation, discreetly stowing away the millennium ginseng he held. Zhao Xiaoyao, in a fit of frustration, retorted, I've already shed my pants. And you expect me to listen to this? Moreover, if a mere intermediate martial general could procure a millennium ginseng, did he truly believe that this transcendent martial general was inferior to him? Though Zhao Xiaoyao's thoughts roared in protest, he understood that experience was paramount, and Fang Yue knew the way. he had to coax Fang Yue into leading the journey. Once they reached the fabled site teeming with spirit herbs, it would be the opportune moment to turn the tables. Very well. However, should any danger befall you, do not lay the blame upon the Fang family. Fang Yue replied, his expression laced with concern. Rest assured, your discovery of the spirit herb is a monumental contribution. I shall reward you handsomely, not hold the Fang family accountable. Zhao Xiaoyao made a concerted effort to maintain his good temper, offering reassurance to Fang Yue. Are you certain? Fang Yue inquired, his eyes widening in innocent curiosity as he gazed at Zhao Xiaoyao. Upon hearing about the abundance of spirit herbs, Zhao Xiaoyao felt akin to a cat scratching at the door, his eagerness to witness these so-called treasures overwhelming any patience he might have had for Fang Yue's musings. Are you leading us or not? Zhao Xiaoyao shot a glare at Fang Yue. Fang Yue recoiled slightly, having previously followed obediently at the front. After navigating a series of twists and turns, the large contingent finally arrived at the foot of a small hillside. From a distance, it was evident that the slope was indeed adorned with a plethora of precious herbs. 600-year-old spirit herbs, 800-year-old earth's essence, and 1,000-year-old Huangjing, all present in abundance. The medicinal herbs in that place grow as abundantly as weeds. Their numbers astonishing. Should a passerby happen upon this scene, they might well feel as though they have glimpsed a corner of the celestial realm. Medicinal herbs. I am coming. Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, a verdant glow illuminating his expression. With arms outstretched, he yearned to dash towards the vast expanse of herbs carpeting the mountainside. They are mine, all mine. As he sprinted, Zhao Xiaoyao murmured to himself. However, barely 2 steps into his fervent pursuit, a thunderous crash echoed. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens, striking Zhao Xiaoyao and turning him to char, wisps of white smoke rising from his blackened form. I warned you. This place is fraught with danger. If you get struck, do not blame me. Fang Yue muttered, his voice loud enough for all to hear, eliciting peculiar expressions from everyone present. One cannot deny that beings beyond the martial general realm possess an extraordinary vitality, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Zhao Xiaoyao, charred yet intact, his skin peeling away in dry layers, somehow persevered, seemingly untouched beyond a mere superficial injury. He cast a menacing glance at Fang Yue. You lead the way. We had an agreement. It's perilous ahead. Should anything occur, you cannot hold me accountable. Fang Yue retorted defiantly. This fellow is undoubtedly scheming. No wonder he is so eager to provide clues and lead me to this little hillside. It turns out there is a protective formation surrounding it. He seeks to use me as a pawn. Zhao Xiaoyao unraveled all these thoughts. His countenance darkened further, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Don't dawdle. Utter another word, and believe me, I shall end you. What of appearances? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyao cared little for such trivialities. He had firmly resolved within himself that once the medicinal herbs were in his grasp, he would annihilate everyone here, leaving no one alive. When the time came, he would utilize the herbs to break through several minor realms. What place in this vast world could he not reach? Zhao Xiaoyao's mind raced. He could not comprehend all of this. You, go up there and see if you will be struck by lightning. Zhao Xiaoyao pointed casually, selecting a soldier from the Phantom Legion who had defected and followed him. The soldier's expression turned cold, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. No, my lord. The man shrieked in terror, akin to a pig being slaughtered. He had believed that by aligning himself with Zhao Xiaoyao, he would ascend to great heights and enjoy a life of luxury. Little did he expect to be sent to his doom before reaping any rewards. The earlier bolt of lightning was still vivid in his memory. If even Zhao Xiaoyao, who had surpassed the martial general realm, suffered such a dire fate, what would happen to any ordinary person? But did you not just declare your willingness to sacrifice everything for the royal family, ready to face 1,000 deaths? Zhao Xiaoyao's voice was icy, leaving the man feeling as though he were a mute tasting bitter gall. Could one truly believe such words? They were merely a statement of intent. The reason he had betrayed Fang Lingxiao was not out of loyalty, but rather fear of future retribution from this esteemed elder. To his astonishment, the elder took his words to heart, and with such resolve, standing halfway up the mountain, Fang Yue nonchalantly plucked a 300-year-old dragon beard herb and began to chew on it. Quite tasty. It's delightfully crunchy. Indeed, 300-year-old medicinal herbs differ significantly from ordinary ones. Fang Yue, lost in his thoughts, radiated an aura of bliss upon his countenance. His skin was adorned with an impressive array of 360,000 fine hairs, from which streams of milky essence erupted. This was an ancient herb, 3 centuries old, enough to make any ordinary warrior covetous. Yet to Fang Yue, it appeared as commonplace as a radish, consumed without any preparation. Crunching with abandon, "You scoundrel, that was my treasured herb, do not devour it. You are wasting a priceless resource." Xiaoyao lamented, his heart aching. He had come to regard the vast expanse of these ancient herbs as his own treasures. Fang Yue cast a fleeting glance at him, then seemingly from nowhere, procured another rare herb. He tore off a green leaf and placed it in his mouth, savoring its delightful fragrance. It was the 7-leaf grass, with each leaf representing a decade of arduous cultivation for a congenital master. Xiaoyao was left dumbfounded. The 7-leaf grass grew only a single leaf every century. A mature plant bore 7 verdant leaves, each of incalculable worth. The taste is exquisite, refreshing, and delectable. It could serve as a delightful accompaniment to alcohol. Observing Xiaoyao's frantic demeanor, Fang Yue found it amusing and, to further provoke him, consumed another leaf of the 7-leaf grass. Waves of potent medicinal energy surged through his meridians, yet Fang Yue remained unfazed. These 3 currents felt like relentless whirlpools, devouring everything in their path, an absolute abyss. Fang Yue sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. He was but a step away from becoming a high-level warrior. Xiaoyao, irate, exclaimed, "You better lead the way. I swear, if you dawdle any longer, I'll slice you in two." Frustrated, he longed to rush forward and strike down Fang Yue. He was convinced this was all a deliberate ploy to provoke him. Fang Yue, reveling in his success, retorted, "Come on then. I'm so full, I could burst. I truly hope someone will share this with me." As he spoke, Fang Yue plucked a fist-sized green fruit from an unnamed ancient tree. Biting into it, juice splattered everywhere, leaving his mouth a sticky mess. Yet the flavor was delightful. Fang Yue felt as if his very soul were soaring towards the heavens. He could hardly contain himself. A breakthrough was imminent. "Curse you, old fool, insisting I come up here to eat. I had intended to stabilize my foundation before making my advance." Despite his complaints, Fang Yue was enjoying his fortune. A shimmering white light enveloping him. It was not mere theatrics, but a natural reaction occurring at the moment of breakthrough. Each minor breakthrough represented a metamorphosis of life itself, though the intensity paled in comparison to the explosive shifts that accompanied major advancements. For Fang Yue, it signified a qualitative transformation. Within him, the blood surged as a vast ocean, overwhelming and obscuring everything. It resembled a crimson expanse that, in an instant, engulfed the entire world. Chapter 60. Paving the Way. This overwhelming aura inspired an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. The triumphant smile graced Fang Yue's lips. He waved his arms toward Xiaoyao, who had yet to ascend the mountain, exclaiming, "Ah, I feel so powerful after this breakthrough. A mere swing of my arm could shatter the very heavens." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyao was driven to the brink of fury, feeling an excruciating pain in his stomach, liver, and kidneys. He ached all over. This scoundrel was doing it on purpose, using his own spiritual medicine to achieve a breakthrough. Once he reached the summit, he would undoubtedly dismember this detestable fellow. "Hurry up!" fury surged within Xiaoyao, and he could only vent his wrath on the sycophant before him. With a swift kick aimed at the man's rear, the fellow was caught off guard, tumbling like a rolling gourd. Upon reaching the peak of the spiritual medicine mountain, before he could rise, a torrent of purple flames descended from the void, incinerating him into ashes. This was the purple sky fire, renowned for devouring all that is mundane. Even innate-level powerhouses would swiftly be reduced to cinders upon entering. Utterly incapable of withstanding its might, Xiaoyao's eyes widened in horror, and he inhaled sharply. At that moment, he was thoroughly unnerved. Without a guide, he could not ascend that mountain peak. "Oh, it hurts so much." "Xiaoyao, you truly possess a heart of stone. This person had labored diligently to pledge allegiance to him, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the abyss of death. Oh, you still possess any humanity? Or are you not human at all? Fang Yue, shaking his hips, extended a single finger to scorn this individual. Zhao Xiaoyao, rendered speechless with rage, pointed at someone and commanded, "Change your direction and try again." He cared not for the lives of these individuals. As long as they could uncover a path for him to ascend, he would not hesitate to sacrifice as many lives as necessary. Zhao Xiaoyao's heart was as cold as ice, as unyielding as iron. The previously devoted Li Mingyi, who had served Zhao Xiaoyao with utmost diligence, was dispatched to scout the way. "My lord." "No," Li Mingyi lamented, shocked by this swift retribution. He had previously believed that following Zhao Xiaoyao would grant him wealth and prestige, clinging tightly to the powerful. Little did he know that the very leg he sought to cling to would be the first to crush him. "My lord, I have a brilliant idea. You could capture Fang Lingxiao. He is Fang Yue's elder brother. If you threaten Fang Yue with Fang Lingxiao's safety, he would surely comply without hesitation, in a moment of desperation." Li Mingyi concocted a plan so treacherous it was beyond reckoning. Fang Yue seethed with resentment, gnashing his teeth as he devoured another green fruit. The process of transcending levels of life demanded a vast amount of energy. Were he in a different location, he might need to consume herbal juices to sustain himself and avoid total depletion. Yet now, guarding this treasure mountain, the extraordinary fruits and herbs to replenish his essence were inexhaustible. Available in abundance. A splendid idea. Zhao Xiaoyao's expression softened slightly as he prepared to personally capture Fang Lingxiao. Fang Yue felt a chill within, casually tossing a green fruit into Li Mingyi's hands. "I hadn't noticed before, but you are indeed quite talented. It seems you have been concealed by the Phantom Legion, hiding your true wisdom. Consider this green fruit my compensation." The green fruit from Fang Yue fell into Li Mingyi's grasp. Li Mingyi, still bewildered, pondered what had just transpired. Why was Fang Yue giving him a green fruit? Could it be that he was genuinely moved by his quick-thinking ingenuity? Li Mingyi remained lost in self-admiration. With a resounding crack, Zhao Xiaoyao struck, his palm shattering Li Mingyi's skull as if it were a watermelon. "This green fruit belongs to me," Zhao Xiaoyao asserted, exuding an air of tyranny and arbitrariness. "An innocent man bears no guilt, yet the one with precious treasures is condemned. What counsel can be offered to him? What does it matter if one shamelessly flatters him? Anyone who dares to seize Zhao Xiaoyao's possessions deserves death." Li Mingyi's headless corpse collapsed with a thunderous thud, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. All present felt a chill in their hearts. Nevertheless, overall, Fang Lingxiao still regarded him favorably. Would it not have been better had this occurred sooner? To spare me the trouble of resorting to such drastic measures, and you need not harbor resentment towards me. All of this is compelled by Fang Yue, were it not for his persistent refusal to open the formation and welcome me to the mountain. I would not have sent you to scout the way. Zhao Xiaoyao, brazen and shameless, audaciously shifted all blame onto Fang Yue. Fang Yue scoffed. This was the first time he had encountered someone so utterly devoid of shame. The very person who had driven them to their doom, the one who had taken their lives, now dared to cast blame upon himself. "You lead the way. I shall follow behind." This time, Li Mingyi had learned his lesson. He dared not trust Fang Yue, instead dispatching others as cannon fodder to forge ahead. The members of the Phantom Legion behind Li Mingyi exchanged glances, lamenting their past choices. Now, their hearts brimmed with regret. Yet it was all in vain. The choices they made must ultimately be paid for by themselves. Fang Yue honored his promise and opened the formation of this mountainous terrain. Yet Zhao Xiaoyao remained vigilant, insisting that the soldiers of the Phantom Legion encircle him for protection. He was truly terrified by the thunder. The earlier strike had already inflicted serious internal injuries. Should another blow befall him, even a powerful innate warrior would be reduced to ashes. Throughout history, formations have been a realm of profound mystery. Countless strong warriors have found their demise beneath the shadow of bizarre and formidable arrays. Do you truly believe this caution is of any use? Even if you double the number of your cannon fodder, it would still be insufficient to withstand the might of the formation. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Fang Yue's lips as he gazed at Zhao Xiaoyao, his voice cold. Do you intend to go back on your word? Zhao Xiaoyao felt a surge of anxiety. Fang Yue shook his head, snorting disdainfully. Do you think everyone in this world is like you? Fang Yue voluntarily descended the mountain, approaching Zhao Xiaoyao at a distance of less than 100 meters. A chill of murderous intent emanated from him, akin to an unsheathed sword, unstoppable in its advance. Fang Yue, what do you intend? Zhao Xiaoyao queried. If you welcome me up the mountain to harvest spiritual fruits, I shall forgive the past. Let us forget all previous matters. Fang Yue's imposing aura entrapped Zhao Xiaoyao, who felt a twinge of guilt. Within the formation, he lacked the confidence to confront Fang Yue. Yet he was not entirely unprepared, as Fang Yue descended to within mere meters of him. Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly burst into raucous laughter, brazen and unrestrained. Fang Yue, you have been deceived. Do you truly believe I arrived in this realm without any preparation? Zhao Xiaoyao flipped his hand, revealing a small iron box the size of a palm, marked with numerous deep cracks that crisscrossed the surface. However, as Zhao Xiaoyao infused it with a surge of true energy, the iron box glowed, emanating a radiant spectrum of colors. All formations were abruptly hindered in their operation. The vibrant radiance surged into the heavens, enveloping an expanse of 300 meters around Zhao Xiaoyao. This was a forbidden artifact, having been employed a total of 7 times. With each invocation, a deep fissure would mar its surface. Now, this marked the 6th utilization, and should there be one more, it would inevitably be rendered utterly useless, reduced to mere mundane iron. This relic was unearthed by my great-grandfather from an ancient battlefield, its legacy spanning over 8 centuries. For your sake, I shall wield it once more, casting a shroud over this battlefield. The intricate formations etched upon the ground. Even in death, you shall find peace. Fang Yue, prepare to face your demise. Suddenly, an air of audacity enveloped Zhao Xiaoyao, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of caution and circumspection. All his prior displays were but a ruse, devised to ensnare Fang Yue in a web of deception. Even if Fang Yue were to retract his intentions, Zhao Xiaoyao could safely descend the mountain. Relying on the forbidden artifact, that innate powerhouse had traversed the mortal realm to attain enlightenment. The path they walked was fraught with greater perils than that of true cultivators, without immense willpower and sagacity. Reaching this juncture was exceedingly arduous. Though Zhao Xiaoyao appeared domineering, he was in truth a figure of profound cunning. How fortuitous! In Fang Yue's eyes, brilliance ignited, akin to twin beacons illuminating the darkness. Any being that dared tread upon this land would be suppressed beneath the threshold of innate realms. Having recently attained a breakthrough, he was yet unacquainted with the full extent of his inner power. Thus, he could utilize Zhao Xiaoyao as a means to hone his skills and solidify his foundation. With a decisive step, Fang Yue shattered the rocks beneath him, a cloud of dust rising and enveloping the air. His iron fist surged forth, the blood and vitality within him swelling into a crimson tide that engulfed Zhao Xiaoyao's world. Though he was indeed a mortal body, devoid of any extraordinary gifts, the forces of death, life, and soul, the 3 most ancient and primordial powers, were ceaselessly purifying and tempering him day and night, propelling his strength to ever greater heights. Rendering him increasingly exceptional, as Fang Yue struck, he ensnared Zhao Xiaoyao in his grasp. In a contest of fists, he shattered his own hand, transforming it into a mist of blood. No! Zhao Xiaoyao roared in fury. Though his cultivation was suppressed, his physical form remained at the innate level, making it implausible for him to be outmatched by Fang Yue in direct combat. My body is as unyielding as stone. Zhao Xiaoyao's visage paled slightly. A layer of azure rock enveloped him entirely. A secret technique of his, an indestructible azure stone battle attire, impervious to blades and swords, with few capable of shattering it beneath the innate realm. With this alone, Zhao Xiaoyao had already secured an undefeated position among the innate. With a resounding thud, Fang Yue's fist struck the azure stone attire. It was no mere stone, but rather more formidable and weighty than diamond. Fang Yue's skin was lacerated, speckled with crimson stains. Zhao Xiaoyao guffawed. Merely a postnatal insect, you will never comprehend the might of the innate realm. Fang Yue remained silent, swinging his blade with intent. Recently, he had dispatched numerous martial generals, collecting a plethora of weapons, each a masterpiece of craftsmanship. 5 wave slash. Fang Yue initiated with a lethal move, realizing that without unleashing his full power, it would be arduous to reap victories against Zhao Xiaoyao. With a resonant crash, the battle blade shattered. Even a martial general's artifact proved insufficiently sturdy. The might of the 5 wave slash was barely unleashed, and although the Qingshi battle armor quivered slightly, it still bore no signs of fracture. Chapter 61. A sound beating that I have stated before? You, rooted in the postnatal realm, can scarcely fathom the strength of the innate domain. Even if we were to be suppressed to the same level, you would still stand no chance against me. Zhao Xiaoyao revealed a cruel smile, intent on delivering a profound blow to Fang Yue. Relishing the sight of him suffering in despair, he was not in haste to eliminate Fang Yue. Rather, he aimed first to shatter his confidence and humiliate his dignity. Bah! A bunch of worthless fools. Fang Yue spat disdainfully, and without further ado, produced a small iron pot. Upon witnessing Fang Yue retrieve a large black pot, Zhao Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Have you lost your mind? The weapons of the martial general realm cannot breach my defenses. What purpose does this black pot serve? Do you truly believe it is more formidable than a battle blade? In Fang Yue's hands, the small iron pot protested. I refuse to strike him. Uncle Newton has informed me that action equals reaction. Look how sturdy he is. The counterforce will undoubtedly cause me great pain. Fang Yue was at a loss for words, astonished that his weapon was bartering with him. Damn it. Had he known, he wouldn't have imparted any knowledge of physics to it. Now, even Newton was being invoked. This iron pot has grasped the concept of physics. Who knows, it might even summon Uncle Einstein in the future. Fang Yue's spirit was on the verge of collapse that he truly did not know what to say. How about this? I can offer you some benefits. I possess numerous weapons, both martial and martial general grade. If you assist me in bringing down Zhao Xiaoyao, I shall grant you 1 martial general weapon along with 3 martial grade weapons. Fang Yue rubbed his hands together, negotiating with the small iron pot, feeling as though others now perceived him as a peculiar figure, akin to a man luring unsuspecting young girls with a lollipop. Add 1 more martial grade weapon. The small iron pot countered, no problem. It's a deal. Fang Yue agreed with enthusiasm. Ha, old buddy, here I come. Before Fang Yue could grasp the handle of the small iron pot, he saw it dart toward Zhao Xiaoyao like an arrow released from a bow. Wait, I haven't made my move yet. Fang Yue called out urgently to the rushing small iron pot, and no need for you. I can handle him myself. The small iron pot's little legs moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Xiaoyao rubbed his eyes. He beheld a long-legged small iron pot charging towards him. What in the world is happening? Can someone tell me if this small iron pot has come alive? Zhao Xiaoyao felt his understanding of reality crumbling down the brink of collapse. He stood dazed while the small iron pot reached his feet. With a jubilant cheer, it propelled itself off the ground, launching towards Zhao Xiaoyao's body. Crack, crack, crack! The small iron pot began gnawing frantically at the Qingshi battle armor on Zhao Xiaoyao, its teeth sharp and appetite voracious. In the blink of an eye, the small iron pot had devoured the Qingshi battle armor clean off Zhao Xiaoyao's body. A chill enveloped Zhao Xiaoyao as he looked down, only to discover not only was the Qingshi battle armor gone, but his clothes had also been consumed by the small iron pot. Now he stands bare and exposed in the wind, alone and vulnerable. You wretched iron pot, I shall end you. Zhao Xiaoyao's eyes blazed with fury. As a formidable being of innate strength, he has never felt such humiliation. With a clang, the little iron pot flicks its tail, knocking Zhao Xiaoyao's head, leaving him utterly disoriented. Crack! Fang Yue appears behind Zhao Xiaoyao, delivering a swift and skillful blow. Zhao Xiaoyao's vision darkens as he collapses to the ground. The onlookers are left in stunned disbelief. This once mighty cultivator of innate strength has been felled by a mere man and his pot. Fang Yue gazes at the fallen Zhao Xiaoyao, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoes in Fang Yue's ears. Turning his head, he discovers the little iron pot inexplicably spewing forth chunks of stone from its hollow handle. The little pot's face turns green. Damn it, I shall never eat recklessly again. Indigestion has expelled all this blue stone. Can a frying pan truly have diarrhea? Fang Yue nearly bursts into laughter. He finds the little creature he inadvertently created to be quite amusing, with astonishing potential for evolution. From its humble beginnings as an ordinary iron pot, it has continuously evolved by devouring various materials, now even defeating someone as esteemed as Zhao Xiaoyao, a venerable elder. Although it was somewhat unexpected, with the little pot's current strength, vanquishing an average martial general is hardly a challenge. Here, this is your reward. Go and enjoy. Fang Yue tosses the promised weapons to it. The little pot, clutching the items, dashes away at an astonishing speed, its short legs moving swiftly as it disappears in a flash. Fearful of others snatching its treasures, the onlookers regard Fang Yue with green faces. Their protector has fallen. Zhao Xiaoyao is now a captive, and their fates hang in the balance. Second young master, this truly is not our fault. The situation has turned against us. I have elders above and youngsters below. We were left with no choice. A middle-aged man is the first to kneel in repentance, tears streaming down his face in despair. Others quickly follow suit, for the sake of our past contributions to the Fang family. Please spare us. Yes, yes, we shall never err again. In an instant, the once iron-willed apprentices are reduced to a pitiful sight, weeping profusely. Fang Yue regards the first soldier to kneel, a faint smile playing on his lips. Are you genuinely remorseful? Fang Yue inquires that I vow to dedicate my life to the Fang family henceforth, never again harboring a trace of treachery. The middle-aged man raises his head to meet Fang Yue's gaze, speaking with fervent conviction. Yet, I perceive a deeply concealed malice in your eyes. I cannot trust your words. Fang Yue's expression darkens abruptly. It is not as it seems. Please believe me. The middle-aged man suddenly lunges, grasping Fang Yue's leg, a flicker of eerie blue light flashing from his sleeve. The blade is sharp, akin to the fangs of a beast. He thrusts downward, seeking to rend Fang Yue's thigh. Since you do not trust me, then perish. The dagger in the middle-aged man's hand descends. However, before Fang Yue could make contact, his palm had already struck the crown of the middle-aged man's head. Blood erupted, staining his vision crimson. The man's gaze gradually lost its focus, and his body slowly slumped down, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Fang Yue's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional ripples. Having emerged from the bustling streets, he was accustomed to the myriad of human dispositions, hypocrisy, sincerity, resentment, and hatred, each vividly perceptible even with his eyes closed. The man's performance was woefully inept. Perhaps it could deceive his kind-hearted brother, but it was utterly juvenile in its attempt to sway him. Please, do not kill us. We are genuinely surrendering. Upon witnessing the fate of the middle-aged man, a chill coursed through all onlookers. Fang Yue replied with indifference. If one can betray once, they can betray again. Your promises are not to be trusted. No. A piercing roar echoed, reverberating through the mountains and forests. In mere moments, Fang Yue dispatched one person every 10 steps, leaving no survivors, their bodies sprawled grotesquely upon the ground. Unscathed by blood, he walked through the carnage, trusting neither heaven nor earth. He relied solely upon himself. This solitary nature stemmed from his experiences on earth, who would willingly become a stubborn nail, subject to the disdain of others. If not compelled by dire circumstances, behind every laugh and nonchalance lay bitter tears of sorrow and humility, unseen by anyone. Fang Yue collected the weapons and corpses of these individuals, sensing that they might prove useful in the future. It was an inexplicable intuition, devoid of reason, that he meticulously harvested the myriad of spiritual fruits and exotic flora that blanketed the mountains, with the least of them being a century-old herb. Among them was a slanting moon grass, boasting an astonishing age of 3,600 years, worthy of the title king of herbs, capable of fetching an astronomical price. This place was ill-suited for Fang Lingxiao. The atmosphere was rife with peril. The true terror not from ferocious beasts, but from the human heart. Fang Lingxiao's benevolence was a double-edged sword. Fang Yue remained ambivalent towards such goodness, in an age where humans devour one another. Kindness often equates to folly that it seldom invites benevolence in return, instead provoking harsher oppression and humiliation. Fang Lingxiao remained silent, profoundly affected by the recent events. He had taken away those who did not side with Zhao Xiaoyao. As for the whereabouts of Zhao Xiaoyao and the soldiers of the Phantom Legion who had rallied to him, Fang Lingxiao refrained from inquiring, yet within he had already begun to grasp the implications. These 3 precious herbs required a skilled alchemist for proper refinement. Only through the crafting of pills could their true efficacy be realized. They would provide ample vital energy, and with enlightenment, breaking through to the innate realm should pose no challenge. Before departing, Fang Yue imparted his final instructions with care. The reason for bestowing 300-year-old herbs upon Fang Lingxiao stemmed from Fang Yue's meticulous consideration. The potency was too great for Fang Lingxiao to endure. Furthermore, their immense value could easily incite the envy of others. In fact, in the Yin Kingdom, the highest quality herbs available in the market were merely a century-old, 150-year-old herb commanded an exorbitant price. Often unattainable, 300-year-old herbs were the stuff of legend. The 300-year-old herbs were sufficient to meet Fang Lingxiao's needs during his breakthrough. Anything more precious could, paradoxically, become a source of harm. Fang Lingxiao remained silent. Departing without a word, he understood that even if he lingered in this dense forest realm, he would merely disrupt Fang Yue, offering no assistance whatsoever. As he watched Fang Lingxiao leave, Fang Yue exhaled in relief. He needed to concentrate on his breakthroughs within this world. Only by attaining the innate level could he possess the strength to contend with those from the Ziyue cave heaven. Fang Yue, what brings you here? I instructed you to wait for me at the original location. Before Fang Yue could calm the tumultuous emotions stirred by Fang Lingxiao's departure, Exener's voice rang in his ears. Huh! Turning around, he found a charmingly beautiful face perilously close to his own, a visage so exquisite it was nearly flawless, like the highest masterpiece of the heavens. Chapter 62. Teasing he had hardly held the girl's delicate hand. Ha ha! You're blushing. How delightful! Even your ears are turning red. Exener laughed unabashedly, nearly provoking Fang Yue into a fit of embarrassment. Cease your prattle, or I shall subdue you, Fang Yue threatened, brandishing his hands in mock ferocity. Yet, this elicited an even more melodious peal of laughter from Exener. Fang Yue felt vexed, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Exener waved her petite fists in a show of defiance, her wide, glistening eyes resembling 2 flawless jade stones set within her delicate features. Subdue me. Go ahead and try, Fang Yue faltered. As a man, how could he lay hands on a woman? Moreover, he suspected he could not overpower her. You placed me in a perilous location. I encountered a demonized giant ant and barely escaped with my life. Fang Yue hastily diverted the conversation from the true topic of who was really subduing whom, that he feared Exener might just retaliate. Observing her taut expression, he imagined that a single swing of her fist could dismantle his aging limbs. Perhaps the demons of yore had not all been refined. Instead, at their demise, they transformed into a demonic abyss. Within this abyss, malevolent energy could continuously manifest, reputedly capable of corrupting all forms of life. In those days, the emergence of a great demon who became the abyss had incited a cataclysmic upheaval, resulting in the annihilation of dozens of nearby nations, leaving them desolate. Lesser sects, such as Ziyue, Cave Heaven, had been obliterated in the hundreds. Ultimately, it took the intervention of a sage to seal that abyss. Exener appeared deeply concerned. In contrast, Fang Yue was unfazed. If the heavens were to collapse, someone would bear the burden. If a demonic abyss were to truly form, he could do naught but accept his fate. With his current strength, he would merely be his sacrifice, perhaps even becoming a demon himself, one step at a time. He declared, dismissing worry as fruitless. It was far better to seek opportunities within this forest realm, remnants of the sage who had severed this eternal world. Perhaps therein lay a means to counter the demon. Fang Yue remained optimistic and open-minded. Exener nodded. Fang Yue was right. Worrying would not change their situation. They could only take things as they came. This dense forest world was a fragment of the eternal realm severed by that sage long ago. It had once been an ancient battleground, where sages had fallen and their noble blood spilled, their corpses melding into the fabric of reality, ultimately establishing a rule of suppression. Unless one could surpass the sages, anyone who entered could display no more than the pinnacle of postnatal prowess. Exiner introduces this dense forest world, where the scriptures of the heavenly demon sect provide explicit records of this realm. The most precious treasures within this forest are the miraculous elixirs formed from the refinement of numerous great demons. Beyond these, there exists a plethora of mysteries that are utterly enchanting. For instance, the remains of saints and sages who fell long ago. Their corpses are invaluable, remaining impervious to decay and deterioration even after the passage of millennia. Additionally, there are the weapons left behind by these saints. Even a mere shard of such a relic can evoke awe throughout the universe. As Exiner speaks, her large, expressive eyes sparkle with a glimmering light. She yearns for the artifacts left by the saints. Acquiring even a single piece, even if it is but a fragment of a sacred instrument, would dramatically elevate her standing within the heavenly demon sect. The sect does not recognize her as the sole saintess. In truth, every 50 years, a new saintess is selected for intensive cultivation, while candidates for the position constantly covet the role of the saintess. Despite being a saintess, Exiner is perpetually plagued by anxiety and unease, uncertain of when she might be replaced, becoming just another stepping stone on the path to another success. She must continually strive to grow stronger, ensuring her survival in a realm governed by the unvarnished law of the jungle. In this domain, the weak face only sacrifice, with no alternative choices available. The 9 layers of terrain descend progressively, perfectly aligning with the ancient principles of layout. Exiner is invigorated, increasingly convinced of Fang Yue's insights. For her own readings of fragmented historical accounts corroborate much of what he has stated. In times past, more than one saint has traversed this land, reshaping its very nature and establishing the present topography, an enduring legacy left for future generations. To ensure fairness, specific rules were instituted, compelling all who enter to abide by the regulations of this realm, limiting their powers to that of the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Exiner speaks, casting her gaze over this territory. Her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. The 9 layers of terrain serve as a true test of a cultivator's combat prowess. High realms and strong powers are of little consequence. The crux lies in whether one can defy the odds within the same realm and exhibit strength that transcends their own level. Currently, as we stand on the 9th layer, all foreign beings can only unleash their peak acquired powers. Yet occasionally, some native beings comprehend the essence of creation, possessing innate levels of strength. Progressing further, the strength of the native beings encountered becomes increasingly formidable. On the 8th layer, the mightiest natives can reach the 2nd layer of innate strength, while the 7th layer sees those of the 3rd layer. To reach the core, one must possess the ability to shake the innate pinnacle with the power of an acquired peak, thus seizing the extraordinary opportunities hidden within. Exiner grows more animated as she speaks, her spirit alight with excitement. She senses the extraordinary nature of this world, crafted by ancient saints specifically to hone the next generation. Although fraught with peril, the potential rewards could yield lifelong benefits. Fang Yue, however, finds little allure in such a dangerous locale. Despite possessing 3 volumes of celestial scriptures, he cannot harness their formidable powers without first attaining the innate realm. The Night King is undeniably formidable, yet its demands for the environment are excessively stringent. It can only reveal its might against the backdrop of an eternal night, without the contrast of darkness. It becomes an utterly ordinary martial art. After much contemplation, Fang Yue concluded that it would be prudent to refrain from wading into these treacherous waters, content to meander about the 9th level instead. The preceding 8 levels were clearly not intended for him. Are you truly not planning to venture deeper with me? There may be extraordinary opportunities within, so enticing that even sages would be tempted. If you could seize even a fraction of them, the advantages in your future path as a cultivator would be immense, placing you far ahead of others from the very beginning. That IT could be likened to a leap to the heavens. And that is no exaggeration. Fang Yue shook his head. I shall not involve myself. This path leads to certain death. I am but a mere mortal, fully aware of my limitations. Having arrived at this juncture, I should be satisfied with harvesting a few ancient herbs to break through once more, reaching the innate realm, unafraid of the Ziyue cave. That is my utmost aspiration. Very well, every individual has their own choices. Your decision to stay behind may not be such a bad thing after all. Delving into the depths of the dense territory is fraught with peril, a journey that could lead to either unparalleled fortune or a tragic demise. Exiner shook her head, preparing to set forth. Fang Yue gazed into the distance and beheld a graceful figure, momentarily rendered speechless. Chu Minjing, he gasped at. Exiner followed Fang Yue's gaze and witnessed a band of individuals, 3 men and 2 women, accompanied by an elderly servant and an aged matron, all exuding an aura of decay and death, likely servants of some sort. Among them stood a young woman clad in purple, her demeanor serene and ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her striking presence was reminiscent of a fairy, her eyes as dark as obsidian. She was none other than Fang Yue's fiancée, Chu Minjing, with whom he had long established a betrothal. To his astonishment, she had also appeared here, flanked by 2 imposing men, both exuding an extraordinary air of distinction. Chu Minjing and her companions sensed something as well. Beside her, a man in white spoke in a low voice, a chilling aura of murderous intent coalescing around him. Humph, a mere toad desires to feast upon swan flesh. I shall make him aware of his true insignificance. Some individuals are destined to remain out of reach for a lifetime. Before the man in white could finish his words, he raised his hand, and a streak of sword light sliced through the air towards Fang Yue's throat, the cold malice piercing through the atmosphere. Fang Yue's body froze, immobilized in fear. Humph! How bold of you, Lu Jiuzhou, to attempt to kill me in Exiner's presence! Exiner exclaimed coldly, shattering the sword light into a myriad of sparks, akin to countless fireflies dispersing into the ether. Chapter 63. Lu Jiuzhou Fang Yue was drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting from the encounter. Although this realm suppressed everyone's cultivation to beneath the innate level, disparities in strength persisted among individuals. Even within the same realm that moment, he truly felt as if he were but a step away from an eternal descent into hell. His surroundings turned pitch black, as if he had fallen into a world of death. Had it not been for Exiner's intervention, he would have met his demise right there. Tion Exiner, when did a mere ant from the mortal realm become your possession? The man scoffed, offering no respect to Exiner whatsoever. This concerns our Tai Sword sect. As a rogue and heretic, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling, should you choose to interfere. Do not blame me for employing ruthless measures to eradicate demons. The murderous intent in Lu Jiuzhou's gaze was palpable, as if a multitude of blades sought to sever every sinew and shred every muscle on Fang Yue's body. Tion Exiner giggled. Oh, the Tai Sword sect, the pinnacle of righteousness, truly exudes an imposing presence. To think that a mere disciple dares to threaten the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Her voice rang clear, yet her eyes glimmered with a piercing coldness, devoid of any semblance of joy, instead harboring an endless, simmering malice. Since time immemorial, righteousness and evil have been irreconcilable. The deep-seated enmity between the Tai Sword sect and the heavenly demon sect can only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if the waters of the world were poured forth, they could never wash it clean. Chu Minjing, what do you mean by this? Why do you consort with these Tai Sword sect individuals after our engagement? Do you wish to call off the betrothal? Fang Yue gradually regained his composure, retreating a step into an ancient formation. His gaze was icy as he questioned Chu Minjing, why engagement to you was merely the whim of certain individuals in the Chu family. Lacking my consent, that I share no connection with you. Hence my company with anyone is none of your concern. Senior brother Jiuzhou, Fang Yue is but a mortal. Why trouble yourself with him? Our purpose in entering this forest realm is to seek opportunities, and it is hardly worthwhile to squander time on someone like him. Chu Minjing maintained an aloof tone, as if stating irrefutable facts. To her, Fang Yue was merely a passerby, and his life or death elicited no significant concern. Seeing Chu Minjing's demeanor, a smile gradually crept onto Lu Jiuzhou's face. Ha! Minjing, you speak truly. My obsession in this matter was unwarranted. With that, Lu Jiuzhou cast a provocative glance at Fang Yue. Fang Yue gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping him. What kind of farcical engagement is this? We've barely met twice, and already I find myself betrayed. I shall ensure that you too regret this. Fang Yue was not a magnanimous individual. On the contrary, he harbored a petty spirit, always seeking vengeance for perceived slights. While others might assist an elderly lady, he knew all too well the perils of benevolence. One must be a touch selfish to endure in this world. Lu Jiuzhou and the others did not linger, turning to leave, partially out of respect for Tian Exa, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. One could never know what hidden card she held. As they watched the figures recede, Tian Exa turned to Fang Yue. "Are you unscathed? That woman is utterly blind. With your innate talent for formations, should you truly develop, you would undoubtedly surpass that disciple of the Tai Sword sect. She will regret abandoning you in the end." Fang Yue remained silent, standing steadfastly in place. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I have changed my mind. I shall delve deeper into this forest realm." It was not Chu Minjing's indifference that prompted his decision, but rather the moment Lu Jiuzhou made his move, plunging him into a hellish abyss where his life hung by a thread. All under the control of others, a sensation that left him profoundly unsettled. He harbored no desire to endure such feelings once more. Thus, he aspired to grow stronger, yearning for the power to safeguard himself. However, entering the 8th level of this realm with your current capabilities is fraught with peril. Some creatures within are formidable beyond your wildest imagination. Beasts of the innate realm can easily reduce you to mere pulp with a single strike. Without sufficient strength for protection, venturing forth is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Fang Yue remained silent, merely producing 9 formation flags. Each of these flags was meticulously forged by him, crafted from refined copper, their quality rivaling that of century-old bronze. More precious still, each flag had been imbued with spiritual energy. The intricate inscriptions upon them exuded an indescribable antiquity. Each flag was comparable to a peak postnatal weapon, and when united, they could rival an innate grade artifact. Where did you procure these 9 flags? While each flag alone might seem insignificant, a complete set is a rarity in the world of practitioners. Tian Xer's eyes sparkled. She sensed the extraordinary nature of the 9 flags, particularly the spirit infusion, which is a rare feat indeed. All things in the world can be imbued with spirit, and once successful, a wondrous power emerges from within. You need not concern yourself with that. I am confident that these 9 flags, when united, can ensnare a beast of the first layer of the innate realm. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. Fang Yue withheld the origins of the flags, wishing to retain a few reliable trump cards for himself. Since you are so insistent, then follow me into the 8th layer of this forest realm. However, I cannot guarantee your safety. You must exercise utmost caution. The forest realm is vast and seemingly endless. Each layer is abundant with spiritual herbs and treasures. The 9th layer of the forest realm is exceptionally expansive. According to Tian Xener, it may be the most extensive and magnificent area throughout the entire forest realm. Fang Yue observed that the ground was adorned with formations, some laid out by human hands, while others formed naturally. The topography was steeped in latent danger within every inch of soil. Due to the passage of time, most formations lay in a dormant state. Once activated, they could unleash boundless power. As Fang Yue walked and observed, his understanding of formation techniques gradually deepened. Not proceed. He exclaimed, "I believe this colorful lotus can be harvested." Fang Yue urged Tian Xener to halt, his eyes gleaming with great interest at a lotus blooming by the roadside. Typically, lotuses grow in pools, yet this one had 9 petals, thriving at the edge of the path. Each petal displayed a distinct hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, making up the 7 colors, with the remaining 2 being black and white. Tian Xener furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, there are numerous spiritual herbs and treasures within this forest realm, but every one of them is accompanied by lurking dangers. It is not worth the risk to venture here. Such places seldom harbor truly worthwhile spiritual flowers and exotic grasses. You may harvest them after reaching the 8th layer. It will not be too late. Time is of the essence. I believe we should not linger here for too long. The 7-colored lotus is an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, each petal brimming with astonishing vitality. As long as one draws breath, a single petal can resurrect the deceased, restoring flesh to bones. The white and black petals intertwine the principles of life and death, offering boundless applications. Fang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a marvel grow in this place? The seven-colored lotus is a treasure of the celestial realm, meticulously documented in the old turtle's blue book, which even the turtle, a civil servant of the heavenly court, extolled with fervent praise. However, Tianxer was evidently skeptical of Fang Yue's assessment. As a mere mortal, his comprehension of the array's intricacies was already miraculous. In terms of experience, he could not possibly compare to the saints of the cultivation world. Nonetheless, since Fang Yue was resolute, she did not wish to dismiss him outright. "I shall grant you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to retrieve this lotus," she declared. Fang Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. He began to decipher the array patterns, and within the span of a mere moment, he successfully unraveled the intricate design, plucking the seven-petaled lotus with ease. It was not that the array was simple. Rather, the passage of time had eroded much of its complexity, and the energy source that once sustained it had vanished, facilitating Fang Yue's acquisition of the lotus. "Ah, what is that bald figure carved behind the lotus?" Tianxer murmured to herself. Fang Yue looked up and beheld an exquisite sculpture on the tree behind the lotus. Shakyamuni thought, his heart a tumult of emotions upon recognizing the so-called bald figure. This was the saint he had venerated on earth, the founder of Buddhism. To his astonishment, he encountered the same figure in a different realm. Fang Yue was enveloped in a complex mixture of feelings. In his past life on earth, he was not a devout Buddhist. However, due to familial beliefs and daily recitations, he had a rudimentary understanding of Buddhist texts. Now, in this new world, the sight of Shakyamuni's carving evoked an inexplicable sense of kinship within him. This was a Bodhi tree. Shakyamuni was seated upon a lotus throne of 12 petals. It dawned upon him that all of this was a legacy left by Shakyamuni for posterity. Fang Yue felt a profound sense of karma. Ultimately, he uprooted the 6-zhang tall Bodhi tree and placed it within his stone pendant, which possessed an expansive interior where time stood still. Even living things would neither decay nor wither within its confines. Fang Yue smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate. The origins of this stone pendant were enigmatic, and he found it difficult to discern its level of power. However, one thing was certain: its capabilities extended beyond that of a mere spatial artifact, for it bore the imprint of a mysterious and ancient legacy. The mantra of all spirits that Fang Yue had recently acquired stemmed from this enigmatic stone pendant. Seeing that Fang Yue was unwilling to divulge more, Tianxer refrained from pressing him further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she was not the type to indulge in gossip. Take tea that moment. A sinister voice echoed, "Indeed, you possess a treasure. No wonder my treasure-seeking rat has been incessantly squeaking since it laid eyes on you." From around the corner, a figure emerged, aged and unrecognizable. Chapter 64. The return of the self-destructive. Having cultivated for a century, he possessed an abundance of experience. Although he found himself ensnared in a formidable bottleneck, making progress an arduous task, and even faced the specter of imminent demise. When suppressed to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, he would hardly be weaker than those so-called holy sons and daughters. The old servant, of course, was here to claim your life. Miss Chu Minjing, with her magnanimous heart, does not dwell on past grievances, granting you a reprieve. However, the reputation of the Tai Sword sect cannot afford to be sullied by your presence. Miss Chu Minjing cannot allow the so-called fiancé to linger in the mundane world. Since the young master of Jiuzhou and Miss Minjing are unwilling to taint their hands with excessive bloodshed, it falls upon this old servant to act, sending you to the netherworld and embracing the role of the villain. The old servant's voice was chilling, evoking the essence of a vengeful spirit. Surrender your treasures, kneel, and meet your end. I can grant you a swift release. His tone was somber yet resolute, and in his eyes, Fang Yue had already become a dead man, devoid of any chance for resurrection. You have crossed the line. I have made it clear that Fang Yue is under my protection. Should you take his life, it would be tantamount to erasing my dignity. Tianxer snorted coldly, her threat palpable. She had not anticipated that an old servant under Lu Jiuzhou would return to attempt to assassinate Fang Yue. Miss Tianxer, your delicate constitution is best kept away from such violent affairs. I harbor no desire to harm you. Yet I cannot allow Fang Yue to escape. The old servant was undeterred, facing Tianxiner without an ounce of trepidation. His hunched figure seemed entirely engulfed in the aura of death, resembling a corpse that had just clawed its way out of coffin. But I shall protect him, and what can you do about it? Tianxiner remained undaunted. After all, he was merely an aging servant. Did he truly dare to challenge her? Tianxiner possessed her own formidable background. Even deep within the heart of the dense forest, she could assure her own safe retreat. The old servant grinned, revealing two large, yellowed fangs. In that case, I must take my leave. In his hand, a finely crafted pagoda, no thicker than a finger, suddenly soared into the air, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a towering edifice. This 7-story tower featured eaves that curled upwards at each of its 4 corners, adorned with sculptures of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, guarding the sacred 4 directions. Tianxiner, caught off guard, found herself suppressed beneath the tower. Release me at once, you old fool. Trapped within the tower, she was astonished to discover that, for the moment, she was utterly unable to extricate herself. Miss Sheener, there is no need to struggle. This is a forbidden artifact, capable of 3 uses. With each activation, a crack will form within the tower, and once those 3 uses are exhausted, the artifact will become inert. Nevertheless, this forbidden item was crafted at great expense by the Tai Sword sect. Unless, within this forest realm, Miss Sheener can transcend the constraints of the rules and unleash powers surpassing the innate, this tower is virtually indestructible. The old servant's voice dripped with malice, tinged with a hint of triumph. What, the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect? He chuckled. Fang Yue, without the holy maiden to serve as your support, I wonder how you shall survive. The old servant gazed at Fang Yue, like a wolf eyeing a lost lamb. His eyes gleamed with an emerald light, and he was deeply intrigued by the artifact capable of accommodating a 6-zhong ancient tree that Fang Yue had just demonstrated. In truth, the suggestion I previously put forth remains valid. If you surrender now and kneel to accept your fate, I might consider granting you a dignified demise, the old servant declared, lifting his chin slightly, as if this were a tremendous favor, the greatest reward he could bestow upon Fang Yue. You, old cur, if you possess the ability, come and slay me. Spare me your empty threats. Do you know what? The person I loathe the most is one like you. All talk and no action. Fang Yue exhibited not the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, he was extraordinarily exhilarated, as if preparing for a grand showdown. Youngster, you are refusing the wine offered and instead inviting punishment. The old servant's expression darkened, for no one had ever dared to mock him in such a manner that, I'm allergic to alcohol and never partake. Your offerings of wine, be they celebratory or punitive, are utterly unwelcome. Fang Yue's defiance only grew bolder, a blatant provocation, drawing forth animosity. The old servant's face turned as dark as night. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward, intending to subdue Fang Yue with a single hand, teaching him the consequences of offending himself and the Tai sect. The elder's palm moved, rapidly enlarging in the sky, in an instant. That aged hand appeared as large as a grinding wheel, descending upon Fang Yue with overwhelming force. Fang Yue stood his ground, and a mocking smile suddenly curled at the corner of his lips. With a wave of his hand, 9 array flags descended, each settling into 9 distinct positions. A surge of flames erupted. Ethereal blue flames surged skyward. The earth's fire summoned forth, incinerating all in its path. The elder's hand was instantly reduced to ash. Regardless of his unparalleled abilities, it was impossible for him to unleash formidable power at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Conversely, the earth's fire summoned by the array flags was unrestrained, roaring freely and consuming all. This was the might of heaven, utterly unassailable. No! The elder's eyes widened in horror as he watched his hand being consumed by flames. His divine technique, the Great Seal of Hands, was utterly shattered, signifying that he would never again wield such power. You brat, I shall slay you. The elder's dark blue robe shimmered with light. This robe's radiance temporarily staved off the raging earth fire, which could have lasted for another century or so without issue. Yet, under the constraints of the forest rules, he could only utilize it 2 more times at best. This was a life-saving treasure of immeasurable worth. The elder's heart bled. If he did not eliminate Fang Yue today, it would be a disservice to the precious garment he wore. The elder drew forth the long sword from his waist, its blade icy cold, casting shadows as if a shooting star were plummeting from the heavens. The Tai sword sect, a celestial being from beyond. The elder's murderous intent surged, forcibly igniting the vitality within him. He was determined to deliver a lethal strike, to take Fang Yue's life. Unfazed, Fang Yue stepped back slightly. Beneath his feet, a multitude of array patterns activated, a layer of azure light shielded him from the elder's sword energy. With a resonant clang, the light flickered slightly, successfully blocking the elder's celestial assault. This realm was saturated with array patterns, every inch a land of Feng Shui's ultimate domains, each grain of soil imbued with astonishing lethal intent. Even activating a fraction of its power could effortlessly annihilate a congenital realm expert. This is my battlefield. Since your old stick has arrived, you shan't depart. Fang Yue let out a cold laugh. Remarking on the audacity of the Tai sword sect, which had attempted to take his life on multiple occasions. Did they truly believe him to be as easily manipulated as a soft persimmon? The elder bellowed in fury. If you have the courage, let's duel in martial arts. What merit is there in relying on formations? You old fool. Do you have no shame? You have practiced for countless years. While I have merely trained for a few days, give me 10 years, and I shall suppress you with a single finger. Fang Yue retorted vehemently. He was not one to shy away from a war of words. Inside the pagoda, Tian Xner fell silent. She realized that Fang Yue was capable of contending with the elder of the Tai sword sect. Observing the situation, it appeared that Fang Yue held the upper hand. This unexpected turn of events surprised her, as she had thought highly of Fang Yue, only to discover she had underestimated him. Indeed, the realm of formation masters was unfathomable. Even with insufficient cultivation, when placed in a specific circumstance, they could face any adversary without fear, be they venerable ancestors or unparalleled prodigies, and vanquish them entirely, leaving them to lament their fate. Ding, ding, dong. Countless sword lights fell like a rain of needles upon the azure barrier. Each time the silvery sword light struck, the azure shield trembled slightly. However, despite the relentless assault of myriad sword lights, no cracks appeared on the barrier. As the rain of swords dissipated, the elder coughed up blood, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. The formation had its flaws. It could only defend passively and could not launch an active attack. Fang Yue intended to exhaust the elder's strength through this method. Achieving victory without combat, Tian Xner in the pagoda murmured to herself, her words falling distinctly upon the elder's ears. Truly, as expected of the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, she was astute. Fang Yue raised his thumb in praise. The elder was nearly driven to madness. No wonder Fang Yue was so infuriating. It turned out he was deliberately stoking animosity, compelling the elder to act. The elder's vision darkened, lamenting his misfortune. How could a cunning lifetime of experience lead him to fall to a mere child like Fang Yue? Wait for me, for one day I shall flay you alive. The elder turned to leave, having noticed the edges of his exquisite pagoda beginning to crack. After all, Tian Xner was the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Even a forbidden artifact could not contain her. Once she was free, escaping would be nearly impossible. Chapter 65. Too late at this moment. Do you not think it is too late to run? Fang Yue stood behind the azure barrier, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 9 formation flags moved in unison, drawing down bolts of lightning. The formation of the 9 flags could endlessly transform, capable not only of summoning the earth's fire, but also of invoking heavenly thunder. With a resounding boom, a thunderbolt the width of a basin struck down, scorching the elder thoroughly. The deathly aura surrounding him intensified. The might of the heavenly thunder was unparalleled. Even the elder's robust protective garments could not withstand all of its power. Smoke billowed from his 7 orifices, and he appeared utterly wretched, his vital essence nearly depleted, leaving his skin wrinkled and as black as charno. The elder's shrill cry echoed, witnessing the fissures marred across his protective garments. His lifeline, his treasured possession, which had withstood countless battles unscathed, was now on the brink of destruction at the hands of a mortal he deemed insignificant. it seemed to be the moment for my grand entrance. Fang Yue stroked his chin, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he approached the old servant. An inexplicable chill radiated from his countenance. The old servant, sensing an unsettling dread, thought to himself, "You brat, you're going to meet your demise." Seizing the initiative, the old servant resolved to strike first. Since Fang Yue had ventured beyond the protective confines of the formation, his demise should prove an easy task. "You are pathetically weak. Your blows barely register upon me. This feels akin to a mere cat scratch. Is this what you refer to as celestial magic?" Fang Yue chuckled darkly, bracing himself against the old servant's punch. The old servant, now depleted of vitality and severely wounded, found his true strength reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. "You have crossed the line." The old servant had never encountered such scornful ridicule. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he aimed to unleash a strike reminiscent of his peak, determined to drag Fang Yue down with him, even if it meant his own demise. However, before he could muster the attack, a bolt of lightning struck him, disrupting the flow of his vital energy. Instead of delivering a powerful blow, he only succeeded in inflicting upon himself a fierce backlash. His meridians felt as though they were ablaze. Fang Yue regarded the old servant with a glint in his eye, stroking his chin as he remarked, "What sort of nefarious deeds have you committed to attract such divine retribution?" "I had a hunch. Those who flaunt their power often find themselves punished by the heavens. Had you known better, a more humble demeanor would have served you well." Fang Yue exuded an air of reckless defiance. The old servant, his insides aflame with fury, felt as though smoke were billowing from his ears. Fang Yue was truly despicable. Even a virtuous soul would be driven to madness by his antics. Tian Xer, observing the spectacle, felt no urgency. A playful smile revealed her two pearly canines, adorning her face with sweet dimples. Ultimately, the old servant collapsed backward, having been rendered unconscious by sheer indignation. Such a feeble mental fortitude. It truly requires fortification. Fang Yue feigned a tone of regret. Tian Xer finally grasped the essence of calamity. He was the epitome of a troublemaker, a paragon among rogues. With a thunderous crash, the seven-tiered pagoda shattered. Tian Xer emerged from her confinement, her form radiant as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, adorned in resplendent light that enveloped her being. Pure and unblemished, she bore no trace of worldly taint. "What do you intend to do with this fellow?" she inquired, directing her gaze at Fang Yue. This was a vexing dilemma. In the realm of cultivators, the Tai Sword sect reigned supreme. This sect was prideful and tyrannical, allowing no blemishes or stains to tarnish its reputation. Should Fang Yue dare to slay the old servant, it would be tantamount to declaring enmity with the Tai Sword sect, a feud to the death. Should anyone dare to lay hands upon me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Regardless of the Tai Sword sect's backing, I fear them not. Fang Yue straightened his posture, his tone brimming with audacity. He had resolved to go all in. Since conflict was inevitable, why not make it more definitive? This forest, rife with formations, was, in a sense, his domain. He intended to see the demise of every member of the Tai Sword sect here. Such a course of action would ensure that no one would speak of these events. Fang Yue's resolve hardened. He planned to silence them permanently, to eradicate the roots of this threat and enact a thorough reckoning. Tian Xer gasped in astonishment. "Do you comprehend what the Tai Sword sect signifies in the world of cultivators? Even the 10 directions of demonic paths dare not provoke them." Fang Yue exuded an overwhelming air of defiance. What if the Tai Sword sect boasts immense prestige? The moment Lu Jiuzhou conspired against me, it was already determined that our feud would be one of relentless vendetta. To kill one would yield no loss, and to slay two would merely balance the scales. I am but a minor figure, unversed in the complexities of grand sect rivalries. Yet I am acutely aware that another's blade is poised at my throat. It is only through such means that I can safeguard my existence. Fang Yue's tone was resolute, imbued with a poignant sense of tragic valor reminiscent of the chilling winds at the banks of the Yishui River. Tian Xer perceived that, in a certain light, Fang Yue epitomized the essence of a demonic practitioner more than herself. His words held truth. The knife of another was indeed at his neck, and whether one extends their head or withdraws it, The outcome remains the same. In such circumstances, it would be preferable to resist with all one's might, for perhaps that would carve out a vibrant new world, a brilliant dawn. Old fool. Rise. Slap. Slap. Fang Yue, with deft hands, delivered resounding slaps to the old servant, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could scarcely comprehend how such audacity existed in this world, daring even to strike a member of the Tai Chi sword sect. Slap. Slap. Once more, Fang Yue seemed to relish the act, exclaiming, "This is for threatening me. This is for threatening me." The old servant's cheeks were swollen, his mind thoroughly confounded. He found himself questioning the nature of existence. For in his understanding, the world should not be this way. Ultimately, the old servant succumbed to despair, unable to endure such humiliation, choosing the most lamentable of ends to conclude his long and unremarkable life. Thus, a servant of the Tai Chi sword sect met his demise. Tian Xer stared in a trance at the old servant, now so battered that even his mother would scarcely recognize him. Fang Yue's audacity was staggering. He dared to slay even those of the Tai Chi sword sect. Did he not fear the repercussions of being hunted down by them? Rest assured, each must bear the consequences of their own actions. None among the Tai Chi sword sect shall escape. When they come seeking retribution, we shall simply claim they were devoured by savage beasts. A quick push, and the evidence vanishes. Fang Yue exhaled heavily, feeling an immediate lightness in both spirit and body. For those who cultivate, what they seek is decisiveness in their actions, a life of unrestrained exhilaration. With every thought crystal clear and unobstructed, Tito hesitate only squanders countless opportunities. Tian Xer was a loss for words. Perhaps it was the audacity of youth that emboldened him. The notion of annihilating the Tai Chi sword sect seemed, to her, utterly implausible. Quick, help me ascertain what treasures this old wretch possesses that grant him such arrogance. While Tian Xer remained lost in contemplation of Fang Yue's earlier bravado, he was already crouched slyly beside the old servant's corpse, plundering the various rare and valuable items adorning him. Looting was a favored pastime of Fang Yue. He swiftly rummaged through the old servant's belongings, stripping away garments and footwear without hesitation. Tian Xer couldn't help but frown. Was there truly such disregard for the deceased? She felt that Fang Yue exhibited a more pronounced demonic aura than herself. At the very least, in the art of murder and theft, this so-called holy maiden of the demonic sect could only bow her head in shame, feeling woefully inadequate. Come now, do hurry. Unable to withstand the incessant pleas from the Fang family, Tian Xer ultimately found herself embroiled, becoming an accomplice to Fang Yue. The outcome was startling. Upon inspection, one would be astonished. This storage pouch contained an astonishing 100 cubic meters. My goodness, in the realm of cultivators. Such privileges are typically reserved for the inner disciples of prominent sections, so what is this vial? 100 flower dew. This old wretch possesses such a treasure. 100 flower dew is renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties and its ability to slightly extend one's lifespan. Whenever it appears, it is quickly snatched up, despite its high value. Just how affluent is this Tai Chi sword sect, that even a mere servant possesses such items? What good is eternal youth to this old dog? This treasure is now mine. Rest assured, Fang Yue, I shall never treat you unfairly. And what of this 7-star grass? Consuming it can bestow one with a 7-star physique for an ordinary person. It is a miraculous item capable of transformative rebirth. In our heavenly demon sect, after millennia of establishment, we scarcely possess 100 stalks of 7-star grass in our treasury. What remarkable capability does this old fellow possess to acquire such rarity? Tian Xer bore a murderous expression that it was not due to her lack of experience, but rather the staggering wealth of this old servant. She felt envy merely at the sight of the precious treasures. Having identified 3 distinct kinds, along with some elixirs and materials that she deemed commonplace, yet in Fang Yue's eyes, they were all priceless gems. So, dear sister, pray tell, what items might enhance my strength in this dense forest realm? Without the aid of formations, I reckon I could scarcely contend with even a first-tier innate beast, which would only serve to hinder your progress. Fang Yue shamelessly leaned closer to Tian Xer. She found herself at a loss for words. Before her, any male would either exude elegance and charm or display an overwhelming dominance filled with the desire to conquer. Chapter 66. The Discourse on Physiques. Moreover, this gathering chi pill is a commonly utilized elixir for innate realm cultivators. However, elixirs vary in quality. The most ordinary gathering chi pill possesses merely 70% efficacy. The one I offer you is of slightly better caliber, boasting 75% efficacy. This old servant possesses a total of 1,000 gathering chi pills, of which 500 are of the standard 70% efficacy, deemed average in value. Remarkably, among them, there are 300 pills achieving 75% efficacy, and 150 pills reaching 80%, with 50 pills astonishingly attaining 85% efficacy. Do not underestimate this half measure. The cumulative effect of this enhanced potency is significant. It indicates the purity of the gathering chi pills and their potential to elevate a cultivator's realm. The 70% pills are the least effective, serving merely to replenish vitality for innate realm cultivators and are exceedingly mediocre. In contrast, the 75% pills can enhance the strength of cultivators from the first to the third tier of the innate realm. They prove ineffective for those above the fourth tier. The 80% pills can elevate the strength of cultivators below the seventh tier of the innate realm, classifying them as fine wares. The 80% efficacy pills possess miraculous effect for cultivators of all tiers within the innate realm, capable of augmenting their speed. Thus, the chi-gathering pills, with each incremental enhancement in potency, see their prices soar exponentially. This old servant, capable of carrying such an abundance of high-quality chi-gathering pills, likely harbors intentions of nurturing innate talents within the secular realm for his own use. Yet in the end, it all turns to your advantage. Young lad. Tian Xner cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yue. Her obsidian eyes sparkled like jade, her lashes fluttering delicately in that moment. The myriad charm she exuded caused Fang Yue's heart to skip a beat unexpectedly. What then of the chi-gathering pills with over 80% efficacy? Could it be that they are effective even for those surpassing the innate realm? Fang Yue hastily inquired, attempting to mask the embarrassment that had momentarily seized him. Tian Xner giggled. Silly brother, have you never heard that gold has no perfect sheen and man is not without flaws? The so-called perfect quality of chi-gathering pills simply does not exist, in my experience. The finest chi-gathering pills possess only 90% efficacy. Such pills, crafted by master alchemists, resemble exquisite jade rather than mere medicinal concoctions. They are akin to masterpieces. Their effects extend beyond mere enhancement of a practitioner's strength, offering benefits such as longevity and the cleansing of one's essence. Pills with 85% efficacy theoretically exist. However, to forge such a creation, one must be in the hands of a master, alchemists of that caliber. Who among them is not lofty and reclusive? Should they choose to refine pills, they would not waste their efforts on such rudimentary concoctions as chi-gathering pills. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue fell into contemplation. While these pills could augment strength, their refinement required time. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Was there perhaps something available to elevate his power instantly? As he spoke, his heart raced dramatically. He felt that his demands were indeed somewhat excessive. After a brief pause, Tian Xner replied, Well, that is there truly a method? Fang Yue, taken aback, turned to Tian Xner, his heart fluttering like a cat's pawing. In this world, numerous factors influence a person's combat prowess. The inheritance of techniques, the secrets of practical combat, the elevation of realms, and the strength of battle awareness. Each of these elements plays a role in determining one's martial capabilities. Yet, these are not the entirety of the equation. Magical artifacts, physique, and bloodline are also significant determinants of a warrior's strength. While magical artifacts are relatively easy to acquire, bloodlines and physiques are innate, resistant to alteration through postnatal means. Nevertheless, some individuals refuse to resign themselves to their fated circumstances dictated by innate factors. Hence, they have discovered methods to alter their physiques, claiming to defy destiny. The more Tian Xner spoke, the more animated she became. The ancestors of humankind were undeniably formidable, contending against heaven, earth, and myriad races to carve out the present environment for humanity. Although humanity has yet to ascend to the pinnacle among the myriad races, it has undeniably entered the ranks of the top 10. For an ordinary person, To change one's fate and cultivate a special physique is an exceedingly arduous task. Yet, this old servant happens to possess a 7-star grass, which could benefit you. Physiques are categorized into 4 major tiers based on strength: heaven, earth, xian, and huang, each further subdivided into 10 smaller ranks. Innately, humanity, being relatively weak, does not hold an advantage among the myriad races. The average human physique merely hovers around the 2nd level of the huang tier. Among the myriad of races, one could say it is exceedingly feeble. However, should you successfully refine the Qixing grass, you could ascend to unparalleled heights, becoming a special physique known as the Qixing body of the 8th tier in the Huang grade. This physique allows one to resonate with the celestial stars, harnessing the power of the 7 stars for cultivation and restoration. If one could align it with the techniques left by the sages, they would find themselves unmatched among peers, effortlessly vanquishing foes of higher ranks as easily as one consumes food and drink. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue felt a surge of excitement. The Qixing body, while not the most formidable, certainly ranks among the special physiques. More importantly, it promises an immediate enhancement of strength, eliminating the need for tedious incremental progression. Yet, the transformation of one's physique entails immense agony, akin to altering one's fate, affecting the very fabric of the DAO. In this process, some individuals may experience a seamless metamorphosis, achieving ascendance in the blink of an eye, while others may struggle desperately, even facing untimely demise. At this juncture, the decision to utilize the Qixing grass ultimately resides within your hands. Even if you choose not to partake, its auction could yield a handsome profit, sufficient for you to join a sect, securing your sustenance and alleviating your cultivation worries. Could this still lead to death? Fang Yue widened his eyes, beginning to grapple with his thoughts. The prospect of enhancing his physique indeed seemed beneficial. Yet, risking his life might not be worth it. He believed his current state was quite satisfactory, possessing 3 formidable strengths: a powerful spirit, an exceptional memory, and an extraordinary comprehension ability, allowing him to master any technique or secret with a mere glance. Furthermore, the vitality within him only grew stronger with each battle, his self-healing abilities rendering him akin to an indestructible cockroach. As for the power of death, he had yet to reveal its utility. Nevertheless, these 3 celestial arts had already bestowed him with immeasurable benefits. As for martial prowess, he deemed himself adequately equipped. After all, an abundance of power is not necessarily better. Gradually, he began to reconsider his stance. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. He felt quite content with his current state, confident that, with his formations, even the fiercest beast would be no match for him in his dense forest realm. Fang Yue puffed out his chest, as slender as it was that a smile reminiscent of a sorceress began to bloom at the corners of Tianshiner's lips. Fang Yue possessed many admirable qualities. His talent in martial arts was commendable, and he exhibited extraordinary skill in formations. Faced with life-threatening dangers, he displayed a daring tenacity, willing to risk everything to topple an emperor. Yet, it was in his character that some minor flaws resided. He was somewhat mercenary, greedy, and now it seemed he would add a fear of death to the list. Initially, I had no intention of pressing the matter. However, after your reminder, I have indeed realized that your current strength leaves much to be desired. The 9th tier is manageable, primarily inhabited by beasts of the acquired realm, but what if we venture deeper? What if you hinder my retreat? I believe it would be prudent for you to take some risks, refine the Qixing grass, and bolster your physique. In doing so, I would also gain an additional ally, ensuring that in times of peril, I would not be left without someone to assist in my escape or send word. Tianshiner's smile grew ever more radiant, akin to a blossoming rose. Fang Yue instinctively recoiled. He had little fondness for roses, for though they are beautiful, their thorns inflict pain. No need, no need. I feel quite well as I am. What did the ancients say? Fang Yue found himself at a loss, lamenting the irony of having effortlessly recited ancient texts during his school days, yet now struggling to recall even a single useful phrase. The education system, focused solely on examinations, truly feels like a pitfall. The ancients offered no guidance, simply insisting that one should obediently consume the 7-star grass, having witnessed countless phenomena within the Tianma sect. He had never encountered anyone refining the seven-star grass. Tian Xner approached Fang Yue with a playful smile, perhaps in a moment of inspiration, just as she was less than an inch away from him. A sudden clarity illuminated Fang Yue's mind. He finally recalled the wisdom of the ancients. Things that are hastily achieved are swiftly lost. Those that mature slowly endure well. The morning dew upon the grass fades by evening. The resilience of the pine and cypress endures through the cold. Thus, the noble gentleman detests hasty accomplishments. Fang Yue recited the lines rapidly, feeling a surge of pride at how talented he was during his language examinations. He had relied on these few lines of ancient text, whose meaning he scarcely understood, to bamboozle the examiners. Upon hearing his words, Tian Xner indeed halted her actions, her keen black eyes sparkling with curiosity. This phrase, rich with profound meaning, embodied the principle of natural law, surely echoing the sentiments of wise sages. Yet she also knew the ancients proclaimed, "Heaven rewards not those who do not accept. If one has obtained the seven-star grass, it ought to be refined. To waste it would be a pity. The heavens would surely hold you accountable." Tian Xner countered, gazing at Fang Yue with triumph. Fang Yue, filled with frustration, cursed the sages for their verbose musings. He recalled further sage words. What was the point of such ramblings? Quickly, let me consume this grass. With a swift motion, Tian Xner thrust the seven-star grass into Fang Yue's mouth. Fang Yue mumbled, inadvertently swallowing the seven-star grass. After consuming it, he felt as though he had lost a father, anxiously pacing in circles. It's over, it's over. This truly spells my doom. I have ingested the seven-star grass. My demise must be imminent. Hurry, give me that piece of paper and a pen. I must pen my last farewell to my father, my brother, my mother, and my grandfather. Brother, you seem quite fearful of death. Tian Xner remarked, the seven-star grass is not poison. Consuming it does not guarantee death. In truth, throughout history, only a mere handful have perished from ingesting it. She regarded him with a hint of disdain. Having encountered many fearful souls, yet never one so paralyzed by terror. Chapter 67. A gambler's misfortune. This unfortunate soul consuming the seven-star grass is surely doomed. Tian Xner expressed sympathy and guilt. I'm so sorry. I truly did not foresee your misfortune. Had I known, I would not have pushed you. However, what is this lottery business? What do 2 coins signify? Fang Yue inadvertently let slip a secret. Just as he attempted to explain, a thunderous crash resounded, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating all around. The lightning flickered, casting light across the sky. The grandeur was akin to a silver waterfall cascading from the celestial realm. In an instant, Fang Yue was engulfed by the waterfall of lightning. Tian Xner was left stunned. Although she prided herself on her worldly experience, she had never encountered such a spectacle. This was not simply a trial of tribulation. It was as though the heavens sought to obliterate someone. This was a certain death scenario, utterly unbreakable. Fang Yue was engulfed by the tempest of thunder, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness in a hazy state. He perceived the approach of footsteps. Before him stood a towering figure, rooted at the heart of the dense thicket, its limbs and neck ensnared by dark iron chains like a grim reaper. At this moment, Fang Yue found an unexpected calmness within himself as he glanced downward, only to behold his own charred, lifeless body, devoid of breath. He comprehended that his current consciousness resided within his soul, such a powerful bolt of lightning. Even a peak innate powerhouse would be unable to withstand it. Without any surprise, he had heroically perished amidst the tribulation of thunder, his string of misfortunes, so severe that even a sip of cool water would be fraught with calamity, had followed him from earth to this new realm with relentless tenacity. You are dead. Follow me to the underworld and be reincarnated. The voice of the Grim Reaper was chilling and devoid of empathy, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing a person's spirit. Fang Yue hesitated. He had not yet exhausted his time in the mortal realm. Having barely traversed a few days in this new world, he might well be deemed the shortest-lived of all transmigrators. This is my domain. Begone, a reaper of profound and inscrutable cultivation, its essence woven with a myriad of soul force and deathly energy, both abundant and exceptionally pure. The three energies circulated, refining and redistributing. Beneath Fang Yue, the body that had turned to cinder emitted a series of crackling sounds, as a surge of vibrant life nurtured a new shell. This was a rebirth from destruction, a miraculous emergence of life founded upon boundless vitality. Fang Yue's soul was drawn into this new form. His astonishment. He had indeed been reborn. A warm sensation coursed through every corner of his being, and he found himself resurrected, his physical form even stronger, elevated beyond mere levels. Peak postnatal. Fang Yue clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality within, akin to that of a dragon or an elephant. Never before had he felt such formidable strength. He even entertained the notion that he could single-handedly confront a ferocious beast of the first layer of innate power solely with his physical might. Resurrected, Fang Yue swiftly retrieved a set of garments from the stone and donned them. It was not modesty that compelled him, but rather concern that Tian Shiner might witness something inappropriate. Should this tempestuous sorceress, with her capricious temperament, misconstrue his intentions as lewd, he might find himself in peril. Such a predicament was not to be taken lightly. These days, there were many impulsive girls capable of unpredictable actions. "Fang Yue, you're alive?" Tian Shiner exclaimed, her eyes widening to the size of lychees upon seeing Fang Yue standing before her unharmed. Fang Yue chose to ignore her, his professional instincts kicking in. What a waste it would be. Lowering his gaze, he began to collect the possessions of the Grim Reaper left in the wake of death. Such items belonged to a Reaper. Even wealth could not procure them outside. Fang Yue cherished these objects dearly, intending to dedicate time to study them thoroughly. Tian Shiner playfully tapped the back of Fang Yue's head. "What are you pretending for? I see nothing on the ground." Had he truly lost his wits after dying once? "You are the one who has lost your wits." Fang Yue silently scoffed, though he dared not voice such thoughts. The belongings of the Reaper should be invisible to ordinary people. This was hardly beyond his expectations. Having tidied up his belongings, Fang Yue instinctively cast a glance at the towering figure. That presence still loomed, standing tall and upright, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through the cosmos and the heavens, as if he were privy to the endless mysteries of existence. "Hey, why are you silent? What are you staring at? The blue sky and white clouds are quite ordinary." Tian Xner observed Fang Yue's gaze with a hint of suspicion, finding nothing unusual. Could it be that this fellow had truly been struck senseless by lightning? "Fang Yue, are you all right? This time, I genuinely regret it. I should not have forced that 7-star grass in your mouth." Tian Xner looked at Fang Yue, her beautiful eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. Fang Yue chuckled. "It's nothing that I've narrowly escaped a calamity, emerging even stronger. I feel invigorated." He casually waved his hand, slicing through the air as if wielding a blade, and with a whoosh the air blade descended, cleaving a rock as solid as iron in two, as if it were mere tofu. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly a body of postnatal caliber, even some innate beings? In terms of pure physicality, would scarcely compare. Emerging from destruction, reborn anew, this was an extraordinary transformation, a rarity beyond the reach of common folk, as the saying goes. Those who survive great calamities shall surely receive blessings. Perhaps this was the recompense bestowed upon you by the heavens. Tian Xner found herself at a loss for words to explain the situation before her. She had witnessed the thunder cascading down like a waterfall, seeing with her own eyes as Fang Yue's body was reduced to charred remnants. Yet he had risen from the ashes, metamorphosing into a new form that was nothing short of miraculous, defying ordinary comprehension. "By the way, having survived the tribulation, you must have refined the 7-star grass, right? Come, let me see if your physique has undergone a transformation." Tian Xner began to prod and poke at Fang Yue, as if inspecting an extraordinary treasure. Fang Yue was left with a headache. This enchanting which truly had no sense of propriety. What could be discerned from such scrutiny? He was not a watermelon. After all, the sounds of ripeness and rawness were distinctly different. I feel a resonance with the stars beyond the sky. Yet regarding my physique, I haven't sensed any significant change. Fang Yue shook his head. Even under the bright daylight and clear skies, He could feel the presence of 7 celestial bodies beyond the clouds, constantly radiating their resplendent starlight, nurturing his essence and marrow. However, this sensation was far from that of the 7-star body. No accompanying phenomena manifested. Tian Xer was disappointed, having not anticipated such an outcome. She had endured the tribulation without reaping all the benefits. I am content. At the very least, I did not perish beneath the heavenly tribulation, and emerging anew has elevated my strength. Even if I were to face an initial innate powerhouse one-on-one, I would not feel the slightest fear. Fang Yue reassured Tian Xer. He harbored a belief that his physique was extraordinary. Not transforming into the 7-star body this time might not be a misfortune. He had acquired certain abilities of the 7-star body without revealing the corresponding physique, allowing him to play the role of a hidden tiger. A deeply concealed trump card. Rest assured, I shall make it up to you. The formidable figure unexpectedly spoke at that moment. Fang Yue stood in a daze, gazing at that majestic figure. The silhouette continued to stare into the boundless starry river. Yet Fang Yue was certain that the voice emanated from that very imposing presence. Fang Yue, what is the matter with you? Have you lost your wits? Why are you silent again? Tian Xer waved her delicate hand before Fang Yue. After a brief moment of distraction, he regained his composure and cheerfully replied, nothing at all. Fang Yue understood that Tian Xer was utterly oblivious to the existence of that towering figure. The sound from that magnificent silhouette could only be perceived and understood by him alone. Who was that figure, after all? And what did he mean by the 10,000 devouring demon body? Fang Yue scratched his head. The more he interacted with the awe-inspiring figure, the more certain matters became too profound for him to ponder. If you have nothing else to address, let us proceed, Tian Xer urged. Others have already gained a considerable lead over us. If we do not enter soon, it is likely that all the benefits will be seized by others. Fang Yue nodded in agreement. However, I am not familiar with the path from the 9th floor to the 8th. Ancient texts record that in the world of dense forests, the layers are intricately intertwined. If one merely attempts to traverse, even a lifetime would be insufficient to penetrate the layer below to advance to the next level. One must undergo a trial. Slaying a guardian beast shall suffice to pass. Tian Xer elucidated. Chapter 68. You are too naive, Fang Yue scratched his head. Guardian beast? What is that? I haven't even seen one. The guardian beast is the king among beasts, if one does not encounter it by chance. Only a special incantation can summon it, Tian Xer patiently explained, feeling that her demeanor had shifted before Fang Yue. Perhaps out of guilt, in the past, she would have offered no such explanations, regardless of his understanding. The incantation is Kamerahasa. Tian Xer first recited the spell. Indeed, a purple radiance descended. The figure of a fierce tiger emerged from the void, surveying its surroundings with an air of dominance, exuding a sense of disdain for all living beings. Kamerahasa. Fang Yue echoed the incantation. The purple light shattered the heavens, instantly revealing a colossal python, as thick as a water barrel, that lashed its tail directly at Fang Yue. The enormous shadow loomed, and a chilling wind swept by, sending a shiver down Fang Yue's spine. Goodness, he didn't even offer a greeting before attacking. This fellow is utterly uncouth. Fang Yue hastily dodged. Were it not for his improved cultivation, he might not have evaded in time. The python's tail struck down, shattering the rocks beneath, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. This giant python, if unleashed in the Yin Kingdom, would undoubtedly wreak havoc, with few capable of restraining it. Earth, fire, burn! Fang Yue did not hesitate, his foot landing upon a slumbering array. The spirit stones in his hand fell one after another, their spiritual energy swiftly absorbed by the formation, reducing them to mere powder. With a thunderous roar, a meteor, trailing a crimson tail, plummeted from the sky. The scarlet flames, with an exceedingly high temperature, warped the surrounding space. As the meteor struck the ground, the earth trembled, flames surged, consuming the heavens. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, so terrifying that it instilled fear in the hearts of all. The gigantic python narrowly evaded a fatal blow, yet was still seared by the onslaught of roaring flames. Leaving its scales charred and blackened, the IT glared furiously at Fang Yue, expelling crimson venom. Fang Yue seemed to discern the anguished roar within the serpent's heart. Where has the trust between man and serpent vanished? Wasn't it promised that the earthly fire would scorch the heavens? How could you drop a meteorite from the sky instead? Are you jesting with me? Beside them, Tian Xner and the formidable tiger were also taken aback by the grandeur of this tumultuous battle scene. In a silent agreement, they shifted slightly to avoid the peril of collateral damage. Beneath Fang Yue's feet, the power of the formation was unfathomable. A mere flick could unleash cataclysmic devastation, though Fang Yue could only wield a fraction of its might. Their cultivation was suppressed, limited to the pinnacle of postnatal realms. Even a slight injury could result in grievous wounds. The python flicked its tongue, questioning Fang Yue. Its massive form belied a heart that was simple and fragile. It sought an explanation from Fang Yue. In response, Fang Yue boasted, "Worship me. Ever since I learned to speak, I've been spinning tales. It's not that I'm too cunning, but rather that you are too naive," he brazenly declared. Tian Xner, witnessing his shamelessness, felt an urge to cover her face, yearning to distance herself as far as possible, pretending not to know this scoundrel. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but none had displayed such unabashed audacity, leaving her to feel as though the world was teeming with curious oddities. After hearing Fang Yue's explanation, the python's discontent deepened, its inner fury igniting anew. Lowering its head, it lunged to bite Fang Yue, intent on devouring this shameless wretch, allowing him to suffer in its belly, corroded by gastric acid, and succumb to endless agony. Only then could it assuage its deep-seated resentment. Earthly fire scorches the heavens. Fang Yue bellowed once more, casting down spirit stones that were absorbed by the formation, transforming into an unceasing source of energy. As the formation activated, each intricate pattern began to illuminate progressively. Instinctively, the python raised its head towards the sky. Yet this time, the earth cracked open, resembling an intricate web of countless threads, layers of fiery earth surging forth in a brilliant azure hue. The python was seared by the terrestrial flames, soon becoming charred on the outside, yet tender within. Exuding a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh, the python writhed and shrieked, its large eyes filled with doubt and distrust towards life itself. Ultimately, the serpent ceased its struggles. Its body gradually succumbed to weakness and fatigue. After a few breaths, the python lay still, its corpse sprawled before Fang Yue, yet every inch of its skin and flesh pulsed with a palpable sense of resentment. Alas, though I may not cherish the truth, not every word I utter is a fabrication. I had clearly warned you of the earthly fire scorching the heavens, yet you chose to disbelieve. Where has the trust between man and serpent gone? This world, I find increasingly incomprehensible. May you journey well, and may the place you go be free of deceit and doubt. Amen. Fang Yue, with a visage of compassion, offered a prayer for the python. The charred body of the serpent suddenly twitched violently. Startling Fang Yue, good heavens, is it rising from the dead? Do not thank me. I merely wish for your safe passage. Fang Yue leapt back 3 feet. Only after the resounding silence followed the python's lifeless form did it finally cease to move. This individual is exceedingly audacious. Even a deceased python is deemed worthy of revival. Eliminate him. On another battlefield, the fierce tiger, witnessing the fate of the python, is engulfed in uncertainty and trepidation. Ultimately, after exchanging several blows, Tian Xner discerns a flaw and strikes with lethal precision. Alas, the lamentation ensues that a beam of azure light descends, enveloping Tian Xner within its embrace. Her figure vanishes in an instant. Your fortune has sufficed. There is no need for further perilous ventures. Absorb all that you have acquired. Delving deeper into this realm may forever wait. A voice of gravitas resonates, emanating from the imposing figure. It serves as a benevolent admonition to Fang Yue, urging him against insatiable greed. It is him. Fang Yue stands in a daze, pondering the identity of this majestic figure, whose origins must be extraordinary, bound by chains woven from the fabric of laws and order. A gaze from those eyes seems capable of piercing through the ages. With a mere gesture, even the reapers of the underworld could be subdued. I must enter the 8th tier of the world to obtain greater fortunes. Currently, I have made too many enemies, and without sufficient strength, self-preservation will be arduous. Fang Yue engages in dialogue with the grand figure. The figure remains silent. Are you aware of what the 10,000 devouring demon body signifies? Once exposed, you shall become an enemy to all. After a protracted silence, the grand voice resumes, seemingly harboring particular interest in Fang Yue. In distant epic, the 10,000 devouring demon body birthed 9 entities, for perished in their infancy, never to fully mature. The remaining 5 ascended as sovereigns among heaven and earth. They nearly consumed all unique constitutions of their contemporaries, amalgamating all opportunities and talents into one. It was an era of profound solitude. Amidst the mortal realm, there existed only one supreme being. For the 10,000 devouring demon body to flourish, it requires an immense bounty of resources, devouring an endless array of unique constitutions. It transitions from the mundane to the celestial, harboring secrets that are ineffable. The majestic figure continues to speak, his voice imbued with nostalgia and profound sentiment. You may endeavor to transcend the innate. Your cultivation method is celestial. By conventional standards, your postnatal realm has reached its zenith. You may attempt to take that pivotal step. The voice of the grand figure resonates with unending lament. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue is momentarily taken aback, but promptly acquiesces to the grand figure's request. The transition from postnatal to innate is but a single step, yet it spans a vast chasm. Crossing that threshold delineates the line between the celestial and the mortal. The Buddhist doctrine emphasizes the emptiness of all things, advocating for the abandonment of inverted dreams, culminating in nirvana. Fang Yue closes his eyes, emptying the 5 aggregates of delusion in an ephemeral moment. He enters a state of pristine clarity and emptiness. A single thought attains stillness. His level of mental cultivation is remarkably elevated. The grand figure reveals a hint of astonishment. While techniques may be easy to cultivate, attaining a profound state of mind is arduous. Fang Yue's mental acuity far surpasses his own realm, a rarity among cultivators. Most cultivators possess high realms, yet lack the corresponding mental cultivation, leading to heart demons that arise during breakthroughs, resulting in the untimely demise of many prodigies. Within Fang Yue, a noxious black substance begins to expel, remnants of the postnatal detritus accumulated within his body, akin to malignant tumors festering in various parts. Now, in a state of unity between heaven and man, impurities are ejected, returning to the condition of an innate infant. As these impurities are expelled, Fang Yue undergoes a cleansing of his essence, paving the way for rebirth. At this moment, dark clouds gather in the sky. Slender electric serpents meandered through the at last. It has arrived. For ordinary individuals, transcending the innate realm is fraught with difficulties. Their minds are often unsettled, besieged by inner demons that lead them astray, causing them to falter on their path. The formidable demonic devourer physique, evolving from mortal to celestial, defies the celestial order, and the great Tao does not permit such transgressions. When attempting to break through with this physique, one not only faces the torment of inner demons, but is also susceptible to divine retribution, facing catastrophic thunderous tribulations that could obliterate them entirely. A majestic figure murmured to himself, a silver bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, finally descended. It struck towards Fang Yue's Baihui acupoint like a spear piercing downward. Sensing an imminent threat, Fang Yue's hair stood on end. With a furious roar, Fang Yue shattered the descending bolt of lightning with sheer force. The silver lightning fragmented into countless sparkling electric motes, cascading into Fang Yue's body, saturating every part of him with vitality, and gradually transforming the very essence of his being. Chapter 69. The vastness of heavenly tribulation, the majestic figure gazed solemnly at the heavens. An ineffable gravity etched upon his countenance. He had anticipated that with the demonic devourer physique, the celestial order would not acquiesce, and Fang Yue would inevitably face the baptism of heavenly tribulation to ascend to the innate realm. However, he did not foresee that Fang Yue would confront the perilous 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Typically, only those of formidable strength transcending the ordinary realm would encounter such tribulations, and the 4-9 tribulation was reserved for those of the highest echelons. Although Fang Yue's version of the 4-9 tribulation was a weakened form, it remained a life-and-death ordeal for him at his current strength. I sense this heavenly tribulation is extraordinary. I am brimming with power. As the tribulation descended, Fang Yue felt his physical strength surge by at least 50%. Rising to his full height, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, his fists clenched slightly, and the sound of air fracturing echoed around him. He felt his blood and qi swirling within him, his physical form unprecedentedly potent. The majestic figure was taken aback. Indeed, the master of the demonic devourer physique exhibited an abnormal demeanor. This was the 4-9 tribulation. And yet this individual still had the composure to regard the minute fluctuations of his physical strength. With a thunderous crash, the dark clouds erupted. The heavenly tribulation seemed to respond to Fang Yue's provocation. And another bolt of lightning descended, this one 3 times thicker than the last. It struck directly at Fang Yue's head, piercing downwards through his bi-wheat acupoint. Fang Yue's body was charred black, resembling a piece of burnt charcoal. However, he exhaled smoke rings, exclaiming in exhilaration. Soon after, the life force within him surged wildly, coursing through every corner of his being. Old skin shed away, and new flesh emerged. His physique grew even more robust, approximately 10% stronger than before. Storm of tribulation, come at me with greater ferocity. Fang Yue spread his arms wide, embracing the sky. He felt the metamorphosis of his body beneath the thunder, the transcendence of his life essence bringing forth an unparalleled sensation of exhilaration. Within Fang Yue, the blood surged, ready to erupt, casting a resplendent crimson glow. This was the manifestation of postnatal blood essence, reaching an unprecedented concentration. Such a phenomenon was rare among humanity. Typically, only the scions of ancient powerful clans or the progeny of legendary beasts could exhibit such a spectacle. The majestic figure was left astounded. What origin does Fang Yue truly possess? The demonic devourer physique, evolving from mortal to celestial, necessitates a lengthy journey. It requires the consumption of myriad races, amalgamating diverse attributes and advantages, ultimately forging an invincible constitution. The onset of his cultivation journey. The Wansher MOT and an ordinary physique appear to bear no significant distinction. However, the scene unfolding before him prompted the majestic figure to question whether the ancient texts he had perused were indeed authentic. This youth was utterly terrifying, boldly defying the tribulations of the 4th 9 heavens, growing ever stronger with each confrontation. In that moment, the 3rd bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the air with an astonishing swiftness. Even Fang Yue did not catch a glimpse of the flash before it surged through him. At this juncture, Fang Yue's bones resonated in harmony, producing a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger or leopard. The crimson light, reflecting his vitality, shone ever brighter and more blinding. From flesh to bone, he was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, a complete rebirth. Was this 4th 9 heavens tribulation a harrowing trial of extermination or a fortuitous opportunity? If he were to endure this, his innate physique would likely defy the heavens. The imposing silhouette gradually regained composure as he murmured to himself, "The Wansher MOT has never been that of an ordinary person. It is only natural for them to manifest extraordinary miracles." Fang Yue's eyes widened, devoid of any joyous emotion, as a faint bitterness unexpectedly curled at the corners of his mouth. This is utterly infuriating. Panic surged within him. He had yet to surpass this wave of tribulations. With 6 more trials remaining, each bolt of lightning more formidable than the last, he still possessed enough life force to withstand one more strike. But how would he contend with the remaining 5? Was surrender an option? His mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. Bolts of lightning intertwined, colliding with the golden bell shield, sending sparks flying in a dazzling display. Fang Yue gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the integrity of the golden bell shield. "Brother, let us fight to the end." Within the confines of the shield, he drew forth the battle blade at his waist, layers of light cascading from the edge of his sword. This was a new technique born from the fusion of the Qianlang slash and the Blade Light River. Chapter 70. Overcoming tribulations with medicinal elixirs. Drip, drip. Fang Yue repeatedly swung his blade, the light flowing like an unceasing river. This marked his 10th execution of the Blade Light River combined with Qian Lang's slash. His inner vital energy was nearly depleted. His complexion as pale as parchment. Drops of sweat cascaded down, almost saturating the ground beneath him. The silver lightning net gradually dissipated, its former intensity fading into obscurity. Yet, Fang Yue too was struggling. The brilliance of his blade grew ever weaker. His vital energy almost entirely drained. The golden bell shield bore numerous cracks, splintering incessantly. Could this truly be my limit? Fang Yue gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and filled with crimson veins. I did not falter due to absolute strength, but rather from the inadequacy of my inner vital energy. Wait, I can replenish my vital energy. A spark ignited in Fang Yue's eyes as he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the use of medicinal elixirs. By heavens, have I truly grown foolish since arriving in this world? In the realm of online games, when faced with insurmountable odds, one must resort to elixirs to persevere. It is a fundamental principle. Without further ado, Fang Yue tilted his head back and gulped down half a bottle of the herbal essence. His meridians, akin to parched earth, absorbed the nourishing elixir, instantly becoming vibrant and robust. Streams of vital energy surged forth from his dantian, causing the golden bell shield to shatter explosively, birthing a new layer. Let him perish. Fang Yue once more brandished his blade, a burst of silver light erupting as waves of energy rolled back into the heavens. The already waning thunder net shattered with a resounding crash. Flecks of silver lightning danced like fireflies in the night, entering Fang Yue's body and enhancing his physical prowess. He had successfully navigated the fourth thunder tribulation. Fang Yue took a deep breath. Without waiting for the next bolt of lightning to descend, he frantically began consuming elixirs. Century-old ginseng, 300-year-old spiritual herbs, were devoured with reckless abandon, as if they were mere cabbages. He gnawed at them, saliva flowing, nearly choking on the bounty. Gulping down several mouthfuls of herbal essence while lying on his back, he narrowly avoided asphyxiation. The majestic figure gazed on in astonishment. Is it truly possible to endure tribulations in such a manner? Fang Yue's internal energy surged rapidly, and he sensed the faintest hint of a breakthrough. The vitality within him, after absorbing a wealth of spiritual herbs, had returned to its prior state. Fang Yue realized that ordinary elixirs could only replenish his internal energy. Only aged herbs could swiftly restore the vitality he had expended. Is this truly a bolt of lightning? This is a veritable storm of lightning. Fang Yue's eyes glimmered with envy. It was evident that there was no mercy to be found. Without hesitation, he summoned the golden bell shield, and finding one insufficient, he encased himself in 9 layers. This was a desperate gamble. The 9 golden bell shields rose, and from afar, Fang Yue resembled a golden turtle, shining brilliantly, easily visible from a distance. How terrified must one be to resort to such measures? The majestic figure stood frozen. They had witnessed fear before, but never such profound dread. With a resounding thud, a bolt of thunder struck the golden bell shield, which remained utterly unyielding as weak. Fang Yue peered through the 9 layers of protection, revealing a hint of suspicion on his face. The power of this lightning seemed even less than before, lacking even a tenth of the first tribulation's might. Crackling and booming, an endless torrent of thunder cascaded down, causing Fang Yue's golden bell shield to shake violently, the first layer shattering under the onslaught. One cannot withstand a barrage. In an instant, the layers of the golden bell shield on his back were struck by hundreds of bolts of lightning, and no matter how sturdy the shield, it was obliterated in an instant. Fang Yue's expression darkened. One bolt posed minimal threat, but the cumulative force of countless strikes could flatten a small mountain. The golden bell shield crumbled, yet beneath it lay 8 more layers. Fang Yue quickly gulped down another mouthful of herbal essence to replenish his internal energy, managing to form another layer of the golden bell shield. The sheer magnitude of this calamity was enough to terrify anyone. Fang Yue patted his racing heart and muttered to himself. He continued to bolster his energy, steadfastly enduring the heavenly tribulation. How insidiously cunning. Moments later, the storm of tribulation subsided, and more flecks of lightning entered Fang Yue's body, nourishing his vitality and reinforcing his strength. The greater the tribulation, the more substantial the rewards. This is a principle of balance within the heavenly order. Fang Yue had become fully twice as powerful as he had been before the tribulation. Among his peers, he faced no rivals. Even a practitioner at the first level of the innate realm would find themselves at the mercy of his fists. This is not a case of heavenly injustice. Rather, the ordinary innate realm practitioners would never encounter such a grotesque trial. This is Fang Yue, who, had another person taken his place, would have been struck down by lightning in no time. Even a formidable innate realm expert would be no match. Chapter 70. The Thunder's Transformation of Life. The sixth heavenly tribulation brewed for a longer duration. Seizing this interval, Fang Yue conjured a 10-layer golden bell shield. He realized that with each heavenly tribulation he endured, his internal energy limit increased slightly. Previously, summoning and maintaining a 9-layer golden bell shield had been his utmost limit. Now, he was capable of controlling a 10-layer shield. Subsequently, Fang Yue laid down a pile of herbal paste beneath his feet. Once considered a precious commodity, it now seemed as trivial as plain water. He had engaged in violent acts, eliminating numerous high-ranking martial generals, along with 2 innate realm experts who also met their demise at his hands. The wealth possessed by these individuals was considerable, and the herbal paste they carried was as abundant as water. He surmised that the power of this heavenly tribulation was surely escalating with each occurrence. To withstand it, he needed to make further preparations. His imposing figure was adorned with dark lines of worry upon his forehead. In his prime, he had been extraordinarily magnificent and extraordinary, reaching for the stars and shattering the sun and moon with a single fist. A roar from him could evaporate an entire ocean. He left behind a poignant silhouette that compelled countless individuals to kneel in reverence. Yet, what of the chosen one? There was not a trace of his former grandeur. Like a clown, he appeared utterly desolate. After what felt like the brief span of a tea session, the 7th heavenly tribulation finally descended. Once again, thunder rained down, enveloping the world in darkness, with only the brilliant lightning illuminating all directions, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The resonating sounds of the layered golden bell shields behind Fang Yue echoed like percussion instruments. This time, Fang Yue found himself pondering. Was the heavenly tribulation daft? Why did the power and scale of the 6th lightning tribulation seem almost identical to the 5th? Had it mistakenly activated the wrong mode, conjuring a farce? Or had the celestial officials responsible for the thunder grown complacent? As a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Fang Yue's mind, a colossal bird composed of silver lightning soared from the horizon. It spread its wings 10 zhang wide and dove down from the clouds. Its silver beak, sharp as a spear, glimmered like a cold-starred. It was a harbinger of death, unstoppable. Oh my! This was what? Fang Yue nearly leaped from his spot. The torrential thunder had merely become a backdrop. The true protagonist was a bird of thunder. This time, even his majestic silhouette displayed a grave expression, a thunder tribulation transforming into life. Was this truly a calamity intended for innate beings? It was clearly a cataclysm of annihilation. With death assured, no life could remain. As the great bird descended, Fang Yue stood his ground. He understood that the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be evaded. Even if one fled to the ends of the earth, the tribulation would pursue relentlessly. This was the immutable law of heaven, eternal and unyielding. The bird swooped down. Fang Yue braced himself with a resounding crash. It reverberated across the vast expanse, shaking the very earth. Layer upon layer of golden bell shields shattered, scattering through the heavens and earth. The 6th lightning tribulation was extraordinary. Its single strike was forceful and insurmountable. All of Fang Yue's preparations were rendered futile. This time, the heavenly tribulation had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition. With a single blow, the lightning bird dissipated. Its emergence has already contravened certain fundamental understandings. Though it possesses but a singular strike, it nonetheless instills a profound sense of dread and helplessness. Fang Yue was momentarily dazed by the impact. The might of this lightning bird is utterly astonishing. The 10-layer golden bell barrier seemed as fragile as mere paper. This is not a trial or a test. It is evidently a lethal intent. With a splatter, Fang Yue spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crimson mist filled the air, dissipating incessantly. Fang Yue's complexion was as pale as parchment, his internal organs suffering extremely severe injuries. The life force circulated relentlessly. It was only through the expenditure of all his life energy that he managed to mend the wounds afflicting his body. However, Fang Yue's visage remained ashen, yet he ultimately persevered. Crack, crack, thud, thud. Fang Yue hastily consumed aged medicine and drank herbal concoctions, striving to restore all the strength within him. Survived. The magnificent figure mused, slightly taken aback. Initially, upon witnessing the thunder transformed into the great bird soaring across the heavens, he had deemed Fang Yue's tribulation to be hopeless. Yet, in the end, Fang Yue truly endured the seventh thunder tribulation through his tortoise-shell strategy. The grand figure's impression of Fang Yue shifted ever so slightly. Huh, what is this fellow doing? The imposing figure's gaze suddenly froze. He observed Fang Yue crouching on the ground, engaging in self-dialogue. Though no sound emerged, the grand figure could discern his lip movements. Fighting against my brother? I'll exhaust you with medicine. The heavenly tribulation is unrelenting, and neither shall I cease my consumption of remedies. Crack, crack. This ginseng is remarkably brittle. The majestic figure once more became rigid as a grave reminder echoed in Fang Yue's ears from the imposing figure. The heavenly tribulation. Upon encountering three, must transform. Layer upon layer, a step towards paradise, a step towards hell. Take heed of your actions. What? What does encountering three must transform mean? Speak plainly, will you? My classical Chinese is lacking. Do not deceive me. Fang Yue bellowed at the towering voice. Yet his roar paled in comparison to the rumbling thunder. The thunderous deluge raged on. The night turned as bright as day. Fang Yue's tribulation extended far into the night. Having transitioned from dusk to darkness, in the distant horizon, three silhouettes gradually materialized. Three ferocious beasts approached step by step, their bodies gleaming with silver, composed entirely of lightning. With each step they took, the earth trembled. They appeared as the very center of the world, with all other beings merely serving as their backdrop. Three, the magnificent figure murmured, having lost sight of any hope for Fang Yue's victory. Although he had long known that Fang Yue, being the 10,000 devouring demon body, faced a formidable tribulation, he had not anticipated such a lethal predicament. This was not due to any disdain towards Fang Yue. In truth, the grand figure held Fang Yue in high regard. Yet, the issue at hand was that this heavenly tribulation was far too terrifying. Even if Fang Yue were at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, what hope did he have against such overwhelming odds? He would surely turn to ash, unable to withstand. Fang Yue's prowess was indeed remarkable, but ultimately he could not withstand such a terrifying tribulation. The grand figure pondered whether to intervene and prevent the unfolding calamity. However, in the fleeting moment of his hesitation, a streak of heavenly lightning cleaved through the firmament. The fourth bolt of thunder manifested into a ferocious beast, a dragon capable of wielding clouds, rain, and thunder. The four fearsome beasts each dominate their respective territories, sharing an unspoken connection, and almost simultaneously, they unleash their assaults. Fang Yue stands resolutely at the center, unperturbed, enveloped in a layer of obsidian battle attire that has mysteriously draped itself upon him. Night Monarch. Under the cloak of darkness, he commands all beings. The dark garment, activated by Fang Yue's current pinnacle of postnatal strength, transforms into an ancient and eternal armor. This armor is remarkably resilient, nearly impervious to destruction. It is forged from the essence of night itself, embodying a form of immortality. One of the thunderous beasts approaches, its feet striking the ground like a tempest. From its massive nostrils, it expels twin torrents of thunderous magma, as if two great rivers seek to engulf Fang Yue. Rather than bracing himself against the onslaught, Fang Yue allows the twin streams to collide with his dark garment, which silently consumes them. Akin to stones sinking into the ocean, stirring not a ripple. The majestic figure before him is awe-inspiring. He has indeed inherited the legacy of the Night Monarch. The impulse to strike has quietly dissipated within him. The dark garment proves its extraordinary nature, capable of resisting celestial tribulations, even devouring lightning. The thunder beast does not exhibit anger. Instead, Fang Yue discerns a flicker of uncertainty in its gaze. Having evolved from the thunder, It has developed its own instincts and intelligence, one of which is to seek advantage and avoid harm. The creature instinctively takes a few steps back, waiting for the other three thunderous beasts to join in a coordinated assault. However, Fang Yue does not wait for it to strike again. With a sudden leap, he swings his battle blade .5 wave slash. The light and shadow sweep through the air as Fang Yue unleashes a lethal attack. His tiger's mouth shattering, blood staining the sky. Yet he remains unfazed. With unwavering determination, he brings down his weapon. Alas, the thunder beast emits a mournful cry, unable to withstand the might of the blade. It is cleaved in two by Fang Yue's 5-wave slash. His strike is decisive and fierce. He has never felt such strength before. With the dark armor at its peak, he is imbued with a 5-fold increase in power. With one thunder beast vanquished, the once unflappable figure falters. This is an extraordinary reversal of fate. Fang Yue should have been overwhelmed by the assault of the 4 thunderous beasts. Who could have imagined that before they could even reveal their prowess, one of their own would be slain? The remaining 3 thunder beasts roar in outrage. They are astonished that one of their comrades has fallen. Now, the 3 beasts charge together, attacking Fang Yue from different directions. Golden Bell Shield. Fang Yue bellows, and layers of golden shields form around his body once more, resembling a protective shell. In the heavens above, a dragon writhes, and a claw descends, shattering the 10 layers of golden shields completely. Fragments of gold scatter through the air like stars. Yet, Fang Yue remains steadfast, akin to a statue carved from stone. His eyes narrow, awaiting the perfect moment. Another thunder beast roars forth, its twin cries rising as it lunges toward Fang Yue. Now bereft of golden protection, its hooves descend, aiming to crush Fang Yue's chest. Suddenly, he ducks, evading the onslaught, but the beast unleashes twin jets of flame from its nostrils, scorching past his back. The dark garment instantly cracks. Fang Yue's back is seared, leaving a charred layer of skin. Pain surges through him. There is no time for concern. His gaze ignites with determination. Now is the moment. The blade glimmers like a river, unceasing and relentless. The final beast roared, momentarily stunned, that I believe that Fang Yue was injured and thus an easy target, preparing to unleash a devastating strike to eliminate him. However, in that moment of gathering strength, Fang Yue's blade radiated forth like a river of light. The waves of his blade surged, suddenly roaring with intensity, and a colossal wave crashed down, ruthlessly striking, shattering the thunder beast into pieces. As for the second beast, Fang Yue, gravely wounded and coughing blood, still wore a radiant smile. He braved the onslaught to create an opportunity for himself, determined to slay another thunder beast. The remaining 2 beasts, enraged and astonished, could hardly fathom being outmaneuvered by a foolish human. The deaths of their companions deeply provoked them, and they joined forces, seeking vengeance for their fallen brethren. Yet at that moment, the starlight shimmered brilliantly, rendering even the thickest storm clouds powerless. Chapter 71. The cross-night 7 stars hung in the sky, with beams of starlight swiftly replenishing Fang Yue's depleting vital energy. Life force circulated within him, peeling away the charred layers of skin to reveal new flesh, more resilient and lustrous, akin to perfect jade. The 7-star physique, though still in its formative stage, Fang Yue had already begun to exhibit certain powers of this extraordinary constitution. Beneath the stars, his energy was boundless, and no matter how recklessly he expended it, the celestial light would continuously provide sustenance. The thunder beast possessed no blood, yet a fatal blow meant only one path: death. The dragon-like creature fell, its eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. Fang Yue re-emerged, clad in black, transformed into the grim reaper of the night. The last thunder beast, without hesitation, turned to flee, its resolve shattered. The demise of its 3 comrades, each more bizarre than the last, instilled a plethora of emotions within it, including fear. How could a beast birthed from a thunderstorm flee? Its majestic form stood agape, struggling to comprehend the absurdity. To escape seemed impossible. Fang Yue's countenance was stern, his attire blending seamlessly with the night. As if his very essence had been influenced, in an instant, he vanished, dissolving into tendrils of black smoke. 0.5 waves slash. Fang Yue's voice resonated through the void ahead. With a swift motion, he struck down, cleaving the thunder beast in two. Amidst the tempest, Fang Yue stood alone, momentarily transformed into an invincible warrior. How formidable could the thunder beast be? What of the inevitable calamity beneath the cover of night? He reigned as king. All beings bowed before him. Even the thunder beasts could not escape their fate. The corpses of the four thunder beasts coalesced into small orbs of light, each the size of a mung bean, which swiftly merged with Fang Yue's limbs, vanishing from sight. These four luminous orbs fused with him, each brimming with life force. Fang Yue absorbed this vitality rapidly, causing the three energies within him to surge, at least doubling in power. He could almost hear the sound of shackles snapping within him, the potential for life erupting like a geyser. The pinnacle of postnatal cultivation could grant one a lifespan of a century. Yet he could now live for at least 150 years. Half an eight, the magnificent figure remained silent. Such a realm is only fleetingly glimpsed when certain extraordinarily gifted prodigies manage to transcend it. This represents a transitional state, delicately poised. Once they genuinely break through the innate barriers, their life essence typically surpasses that of ordinary beings by a considerable margin. The eighth and ninth lightning tribulations coalesce in the sky, as if preparing to unleash a breathtakingly astonishing strike. Having navigated through the seventh layer of tribulations, Fang Yue grows increasingly formidable in battle, an act that the heavenly Tao perceives as a subtle provocation to its intangible authority. Fang Yue arranges the formation. Flags of the formation descend, stirring the cosmos. During the tribulation, one cannot rely on external forces. However, the magical artifacts and formations crafted by the tribulation bearer are exempt from this rule. These artifacts and formations have become intrinsically linked to the tribulation bearer, acknowledged as one by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, some individuals embark on unconventional paths to enlightenment, utilizing artifacts or formations as their means of proving their worth. If they are not permitted to employ external objects during their tribulation, it would be akin to a death sentence. Fang Yue boldly engages in combat. The torrent of celestial thunder cascades down. This is the eighth level of the heavenly tribulation, even more ferocious than before, devoid of any metamorphosis of living beings. It is a sheer outpouring of thunderous might, a deluge of lightning. This is an apocalyptic calamity. The tempest of thunder roars, overwhelming mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, reducing everything to ashes. This tempestuous thunder is wild and violent, lacking any embellishments or finesse. Yet it is precisely this unrestrained ferocity that makes it difficult to withstand. Fang Yue finds himself momentarily daunted. Utilizing the formation flags around him as conduits, he invokes the forces of the universe. The dense earth energy transforms into clouds of ochre, swirling and churning to resist the onslaught of thunder. As countless bolts descend, the formation flags tremble. With a cacophony, all the flags are utterly shattered. 12 copper pillars materialize. This represents Fang Yue's second layer of formation. He is a cautious individual, never leaving a single trump card in reserve. This formation creates an independent space, impervious to all forms of intrusion. Despite the external thunder roaring and shattering the heavens, within the formation, peace reigns undisturbed, not even a ripple to disrupt the tranquility. This is truly terrifying. Does this generation's 10,000 devouring demon body require not only unparalleled combat prowess, but also the overwhelming power of formations? That majestic silhouette appeared astonished, for the first time revealing a grave expression. He sensed an inkling of foreboding. This time, the 10,000 devouring demon body might forge a uniquely distinct path to awakening. With a resounding boom, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down. This lightning was black. Broader than a water barrel, it contained unfathomable power, unmatched and impossible to control. Crack, crack, crack. The independent space above Fang Yue's head began to fracture, resembling a shattering glass pane, with countless intricate spiderweb-like fissures intersecting deeply. Yet another. Fang Yue remained unperturbed. Beneath his feet, a formation glowed. This was one he had inscribed moments earlier, woven with golden threads and silver strands, interlaced intricately. The ethereal energy drifting through the cosmos converged, cascading like a torrential river into the formation below. This time, the formation, while siphoning and absorbing the wandering energies of heaven and earth, transformed into more than a mere protective shield. It became a towering sword silhouette, poised to cleave the very heavens apart. With a single sweep of the sword, all existence dims. The heavens and the earth, the mountains and rivers, seem to have become mere shadows cast by this singular sword. Beyond this, no other entity can dazzle or shine with brilliance. The calamity clouds tore asunder. The sky remained tranquil, in Fang Yue's grasp. The spiritual stone struck the array patterns with the ferocity of one who pays no heed to cost. This time, he was truly investing heavily, defying the heavens with sheer strength. The dark clouds were severed, leaving no trace of swirling mists. All the forces of tribulation were transformed into a tempest of violent lightning, cleansing the entire land. The tribulation thunder fell like rain, appearing grand in scale, yet the sheer number diminished the potency of each individual strike. It enveloped vast expanses of land, covering dozens of acres. When averaged out, the thunder that rained down upon each region was not overwhelmingly powerful. Even when a few sporadic bolts struck Fang Yue, they left no deep scars. Instead, they acted as a stimulant, igniting the blood and energy within him, surging with unrelenting vigor, growing stronger with each battle. He boldly defied the heavenly tribulation. Fang Yue accomplished an unprecedented feat. With audacity that transcended the ages, he disrupted the sequence of the tribulations, ultimately transforming the initially ferocious eighth tribulation into an intangible phenomenon. This moment, even the majestic figure gasped in astonishment. Did this young man possess the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? To dare to challenge the heavenly tribulation. It had been years since he had heard of anyone brave enough to oppose the heavenly trials. This was an act against fate, inviting retribution to in the past. Only extraordinarily gifted beings dare to undertake such actions. Yet, these prodigies seldom met with a favorable fate. The words, "Heaven S will is hard to defy," resonate most aptly here. As the skies cleared, the ninth tribulation also dissipated entirely. The calamity clouds scattered, and the forces of tribulation had been thoroughly released from the realms. The deep blue night reemerged, adorned with twinkling stars, dazzling like diamonds, ever more resplendent. Fang Yue's vitality surged like a tide, embodying an invincible warrior of the heavens and the earth. Having endured the baptism of the tribulation, intertwined with fortune and calamity, he was immeasurably stronger than before. Fang Yue sensed his life essence ascending through the thunderous tribulations, transcending into a mysterious realm that he was not yet a congenital being, for 27 more tribulations awaited him. However, he had already surpassed the pinnacle of the acquired ninth level, in comparison to the power of an ordinary acquired level. He was as different as day is from night. The 10th level of the acquired realm. The majestic figure was momentarily taken aback that he had not anticipated that Fang Yue would ultimately reach this stage. Wasn't the acquired realm capped at 9 levels? Why had it seemingly expanded to 10 in his presence? Fang Yue, perplexed, could not fully grasp the majestic figure's assertion. Since ancient times, 9 has been regarded as the ultimate. While 10 signifies perfection, all realms originally possessed 10 levels. Yet due to the potential for excessive perfection inciting the jealousy of the heavens, the ancients reduced it to 9 to ensure the safety of future generations. Thus, while the combat prowess of successors may not rival that of ancient beings of the same realm, the dangers they faced were significantly diminished. However, within certain truly ancient lineages, there exist corresponding cultivation methods for a 10-level realm. Chapter 72. Breaking Limits, a Mere Mortal Rises, rivaling the top disciples of ancient sects. The majestic figure was somewhat dazed, sensing that Fang Yue's future was boundless, perhaps more expansive than he had ever imagined. As I ponder the 9 heavenly tribulations, which possess the potential to elevate one's life level to the 10th tier of the acquired realm, I wonder if the remaining 27 tribulations might further enhance my strength. Fang Yue deduced, his imposing figure rendered utterly motionless. Is it truly possible for anyone to transcend beyond the 10th tier? Such thoughts. You venture too far. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations unfold over a span of 7 days in a cycle. Each successive tribulation intensifies in ferocity. You have merely endured the first round, and a considerable distance remains before you can genuinely overcome it. In a span of 7 days, regardless of the methods employed, you must ascend your strength to a significant new height. Otherwise, even with your extraordinary talents, you shall inevitably be reduced to ashes beneath the wrath of the heavenly tribulations, a mere handful of ashes, devoid of any worth. The magnificent figure spoke, delivering a solemn and grave warning to Fang Yue. Fang Yue nodded, fully grasping the inherent dangers. In truth, the once feared 10,000 devouring demonic body was not intrinsically malevolent. It was merely the heavenly retribution that proved insurmountable, compelling them to act out of self-preservation. The majestic voice resumed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Fang Yue suddenly comprehended the intricate mechanisms at play. The 10,000 devouring demonic body sought to enhance its power in the simplest manner by consuming the bloodlines of myriad clans, amalgamating them to fortify itself. To survive the heavenly tribulations, they were forced to make such choices. Yet, in doing so, they incurred a notorious reputation among the world, becoming the common enemy of all prodigies and aberrations. All of this, merely a matter of necessity. The 10,000 devouring demonic body once dominated the world. It also faced relentless attacks, feared by all like a tiger. When one attains enlightenment, the world falls silent. For a 10,000 devouring demonic body to survive, it must tread upon the corpses of countless prodigies. 7 days. Fang Yue mused, calculating what could be altered in that time. I believe, with my current strength, I should be able to delve deeper. My cultivation method is unique. If I have access to a substantial amount of spiritual herbs that provide an unending source of vitality, perhaps I could continuously break through without the need to consume various bloodlines and physiques, thereby enduring the heavenly tribulations. Fang Yue truly did not wish to become a pariah, reviled by all. The mere thought of such a scenario was terrifying. He yearned to carve his own path, shattering the curses of physique and fate. Very well. This time, the majestic figure did not impede him again. He cleared the path ahead, allowing Fang Yue to enter the world of the 8th tier. Fang Yue recited the incantation once more, summoning a beast king of the first layer of the innate realm. Yet this time, he did not employ any formations. With a single hand, he subdued and crushed the beast king. In the realm of mortals, it was a being to be revered. Its combat prowess surpassed that of many so-called venerable elders in the kingdom of Yen. However, under Fang Yue's command, it proved utterly powerless. Fang Yue stored away the beast king's corpse, and then a beam of light descended, enveloping him and transporting him to the world of the 8th tier. The world of the 9th tier cannot be measured by mere physical distance. Each tier constitutes an independent and complete world. Traversing on foot, one could walk until the end of time without ever reaching the conclusion. It was a moment of astonishment that in the heart of the 8th layer world, that majestic figure still looms, casting a watchful gaze over the myriad of beings. Bound by iron chains, it seems as though he remains impervious to the constraints of the world's rules. Perpetually endowed with unmatched combat prowess. How are you still here? Fang Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The grand silhouette responded. In the 9-layer world, every layer bears my shadow. A chill ran through Fang Yue. Merely a shadow could resonate across the 9 layers of the world. His aura surged mightily, evoking reverence, akin to a towering peak. Yet this was not his true form. Merely a silhouette. One could only fathom how immensely powerful his actual being must be. Fang Yue scarcely dared to speculate. The 9-layer world is a prison for all. It is an intricate arrangement, imperceptible to your current cultivation. The mightier the being, the more arduous it becomes to traverse the 9-layer world. Fate is a lock, and the heavens are shackles. Each layer descends deeper. Each layer lures with temptation. The deeper one ventures into the 9-layer world, the greater the opportunities concealed within. Should you seize them well, you might truly create astonishing miracles. For reasons unknown, this figure exhibited an unusually benevolent demeanor towards Fang Yue. He began to impart guidance, seemingly casual, yet imbued with an undercurrent of care, even anxiety, the dense forest of the 8th layer. with its myriad hills and valleys, unfolded as a landscape of undulating terrain. Some low mounds were vibrant with greenery, bursting with vitality, while towering peaks soared into the clouds, imparting an aura of inaccessibility. There were also areas that appeared low-lying, devoid of any opportunities, yet Fang Yue sensed that they might harbor unimaginable fortunes. Truly, a remarkable masterpiece. Fang Yue marveled, discerning the peculiar topography. Some regions appeared naturally formed, while others bore the unmistakable marks of human craftsmanship. There were no formations cloaking this place, yet the peaks served as the foundation for a geomantic layout of unparalleled significance. Even an ordinary person, utterly oblivious to the principles of geomancy, would find themselves instinctively narrowing their eyes in fear upon glimpsing certain locales. For some areas were intractable, evidently crafted through the powers of heaven and earth into relentless killing grounds. Conversely, there existed realms of creation, where human effort had forged a sanctuary of blessings. "Aha! I have discovered it!" A voice exclaimed nearby, filled with delight. It belonged to a disheveled, middle-aged man clad in a tattered dark blue robe, caked with mud and dust. His hair hung loose around him, and his bloodshot eyes sparkled with joy. In his left hand, he wielded a whisk, while his right gripped a dragon-headed scepter. As the scepter touched the ground, intricate formations emanated from beneath it, radiating outward in all directions. Lines of formations intertwined and illuminated, their brilliance soaring to the heavens, filling the cosmos with light. Fang Yue inhaled sharply, hastily retreating. This individual was also adept in the art of formation, and his mastery was extraordinary. This scepter seemed almost capable of transmuting stone into gold. Without any prelude, the dragon-headed scepter gently descends to the ground, conjuring an endless array of intricate patterns that in midair. The rich spiritual energy coalesces, manifesting as delicate azure snowflakes that flutter gracefully, cascading down to the earth. Each of these azure snowflakes is a crystallization of the abundant spiritual essence found in the world, with every flake embodying the quintessence of spiritual energy, rivaling the potency of a drop of herbal elixir. Even more precious is the fact that these snowflakes are devoid of any impurities, making them completely safe for consumption in the outside world. Such ethereal snowflakes of spiritual energy are a rare treasure, sought after yet seldom attained. Only those masters with extraordinary prowess in the art of formations can conjure them. The snowflakes swirl most densely around the disheveled Taoist. With a mere wave of his hand, thousands of snowflakes descend into his grasp. The few remaining, scattered in the hundreds, he pays no heed to, leaving them on the ground. With a flick of his sleeve, his figure vanishes from sight. After a considerable time had passed since the disheveled Taoist departure, Fang Yue stepped onto this land. He began to gather the spiritual snowflakes strewn across the ground. For to him, they represented a significant fortune. In the depths of the mountains lie hidden tigers and leopards. In the fields, buried are unicorns. The opening of this dense forest world unveils boundless opportunities and transformations, attracting countless extraordinary individuals, each with their own unique abilities, and every one of them is not to be underestimated. Fang Yue sighed in wonder and began to scrutinize the area once occupied by the disheveled Taoist. Indeed, this realm was extraordinary, a mere hillock, yet the concentration of spiritual energy within it exceeded that of the outside world by more than threefold. To cultivate in such a place would yield results that far surpass effort, and transporting this energy elsewhere would create a veritable paradise. The disheveled Taoist utilized the rich spiritual energy in this location to condense the spiritual snowflakes, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Fang Yue also discovered that the summit of the hillock was missing a stone. This stone, it seemed, was the true source of excitement for the disheveled Taoist, for it marked a fire vein. Initially, Fang Yue held little hope of uncovering treasures that would captivate his heart, as the Taoist's level of cultivation and insight far exceeded his own. If there were truly valuable items, the Taoist would have surely claimed them first. However, upon witnessing this fire vein, Fang Yue felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing with increasing fervor. Thump, thump. This fire vein was, in fact, a genuine first-grade fire vein. The weapons forged from it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Nurturing and refining weapons are key subjects documented in the Manual of All Spirits. Crafting high-end weapons and magical artifacts not only requires exceptional materials, but also flames of sufficient quality for proper refinement. The earth fire he had previously summoned through his formations was merely the most ordinary kind, rife with impurities and lacking in spiritual essence, rendering it unworthy in the eyes of weaponsmiths. A first-grade fire vein is 10 times more potent than the previous earth fire. Even a piece of mundane iron, once purged of all impurities, could become a divine weapon of innate caliber. During his tribulation, Fang Yue's array flags, copper pillars, and virtually all of his array artifacts have been rendered useless to survive the next heavenly tribulation. He needed to refine materials of a higher grade as the foundation for his formation. This first-grade fire vein was precisely the land he had longed for. One after another, Fang Yue extracted materials for weapon crafting from the stone's depths. Then he placed the materials into the first-grade earth fire vein for refinement, seeking to distill them into an embryo. However, the flames of the first-grade earth fire vein were exceedingly fierce. Even aged copper, having endured for a century, would be evaporated to mere wisps, leaving only a scant essence behind. The materials collected by Fang Yue resembled a small mountain. Yet under the relentless refinement of the first-grade earth fire vein, they quickly turned to ash and dissipated. Ultimately, only a small amount of essence, no larger than a human head, remained. Although of high quality, it was woefully insufficient for Fang Yue to forge the formation flags. Despair engulfed him. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the first-grade earth fire vein. Surely, even a powerful innate realm practitioner would be reduced to ashes upon mere contact. Fang Yue furrowed his brow, unwilling to enter a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. Chapter 73. Then, I still possess that treasury I pilfered from the barbarian tribe. Previously, my cultivation was too low to access it, but now that I have 1 foot firmly planted in the innate realm, perhaps I stand a chance of unlocking it. Fang Yue smacked his forehead, recalling the treasury in that instance. He had been thorough. While others merely snatched a few precious items, he had audaciously relocated the entire treasury. He had hefted the treasury from its stony resting place, and with a thunderous crash, it landed on the ground. The imposing figure, who had been observing Fang Yue, was astonished at his identity as a weaponsmith just moments ago. Now, however, his jaw was agape in disbelief. What on earth was this fellow planning? Had he truly moved a house? Surely he did not intend to settle in the dense forest world. Had it been anyone else, such speculation would seem ludicrous. Yet, Fang Yue's unpredictable nature rendered him capable of any whim. Fang Yue positioned the treasury before himself and delivered a powerful kick. It was reminiscent of a brazen bandit, forcibly entering a private dwelling. With a single kick, the door of the treasury flew open without the slightest hint of resistance. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary innate realm being, rendering the door utterly incapable of withstanding his might. As the treasury opened, a dazzling array of materials greeted him, a cornucopia of various supplies. Inside, spiritual grains were piled high, and hundreds of bottles of herbal essence were haphazardly stacked, alongside weapons unique to the barbarian tribe, such as the brutal wolf-tooth club, crude and violent, yet devoid of any finesse. While these suited the barbarian's rough-hewn style, they appeared cumbersome and rudimentary to the human race. The treasury also housed an assortment of refining materials, all of considerable quality. Yet, the most precious items were the formation flags and copper pillars, astonishingly all prepared and ready for use. Now I understand. This treasury was specifically tailored for the barbarians to delve deeper into the forest world, with its various supplies meticulously curated for their needs. The formation flags and copper pillars, once arranged into a formation, would not be overly suppressed by the stringent rules, unleashing potential far more formidable than individual combat prowess. Fang Yue also discovered copious amounts of spiritual liquid and spiritual stones. Not just a drop or two, but vast quantities. 3 large vats of spiritual liquid were available, ample enough for a luxurious bath. Spiritual stones were piled into 9 small hills, 8 of which were comprised of inferior-grade stones, while the last was entirely composed of medium-grade stones. The barbarian tribe had truly exerted themselves for this expedition into the forest world. Undoubtedly, the The most precious treasures are the 3 small vials containing the essence of ferocious beasts, each one a distillation of the lifeblood harvested from countless slayings. The barbarian tribe can utilize this essence for sacrificial rites, thereby enhancing the physical prowess of their warriors. Now, however, all of it has fallen into the hands of Fang Yue, whose devouring demonic body is in dire need of such bloodlines and extraordinary enhancements. In a corner, a heap of forbidden artifacts lay, each capable of unleashing astonishing power, yet consumed after just 1 or 2 uses, rendering them ephemeral and unsustainable. Fang Yue felt an exhilarating rush of fortune. His eyes sparkled with countless twinkling stars. Never had he imagined that this treasure trove concealed such an abundance of riches. With these acquisitions, he felt invincible, at least against beings of the early stages of innate realms. Fang Yue emptied the vault. Guarding the first-grade earth-fire vein, he extracted all the various refining materials from the treasury, commencing the process of tempering and distillation that a multitude of array flags emerged, each on par with innate-grade artifacts. The materials were extraordinary, each a quintessence of various substances, and every inscription meticulously chosen by Fang Yue himself. He crafted a staggering 108 array flags in one breath, arranging them across the entire low hill. The impending second round of heavenly tribulation loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, but he needed to muster all his strength to confront it. Striving for self-preservation, he prepared for a siege, transforming the low hill into an unparalleled grand formation to withstand the tribulation. After he had thoroughly emptied the treasury, all resources and materials were stored within the space of the stone pendant. He then redecorated the vault, infusing it with vitality. Above the treasury, Fang Yue hung a large sign, inscribed with crooked characters that read home of Fang Yue. He had truly settled in. The majestic figure witnessing this scene felt a pang of envy. Utterly at a loss for words to express his thoughts, Fang Yue was indeed a singular individual. While others sought treasures and left upon acquiring benefits, he had taken residence in the secret realm. Resolute in his decision, Fang Yue began to gather timber to craft beds, tables, and benches, prioritizing quality in his living arrangements. How could one sleep on a hard floor every day? He also prepared pots, bowls, and utensils, ensuring that everything was in place. His intentions clearly indicated a long-term stay. This fellow was truly a peculiar anomaly. And he had also stocked up on essentials such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt, all to prevent any inconvenience during his travels and to ensure a sumptuous dinner could be prepared. Fang Yue spoke earnestly to himself, reflecting on life as transience while aspiring for beauty and splendor. Even during his direst moments on earth, he strived to live exquisitely and vibrantly. He began to roast the flesh of the innate level beast he had slain, the higher the level of life. The more essence is contained within its blood and flesh than a portion of meat from an innate level beast, when exquisitely cooked, could rival a spiritual elixir, granting mortals enhanced vitality and improved health. Fang Yue prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Utilizing spiritual grains, ethereal vegetables, and the beast's flesh, Xiao Tai also contributed significantly. The already spiritually resonant food, under Xiao Tai's culinary expertise, was elevated to new heights, culminating in a fragrant lunch. Just as Fang Yue was about to dig in, a disheveled figure appeared. His stomach began to grumble. The owner of this figure was none other than the slovenly Taoist from before. Come, let us partake together. With so much food, I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. Fang Yue smiled lightly, finding the slovenly Taoist to be genuinely sincere. The Taoist wasted no time and began to devour the food voraciously. Oh, I've never tasted such delectable dishes before, the slovenly Taoist exclaimed, as he swept the food from the table into his mouth with the ferocity of a storm, nearly swallowing his own tongue in the process. If it's delicious, then one must indulge even more. Fang Yue, perceptive to his needs, turned and prepared a plate of Kung Pao chicken for him. Of course, the meat within was not chicken, but rather the flesh and blood of fearsome beasts, possessing a delightful chewiness and rich flavor. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. With this splendid feast, you could easily thrive in the realm of cultivators. The slovenly Taoist feasted heartily, while Fang Yue hardly touched his own meal. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, He praised Fang Yue. The ingredients for this banquet are quite valuable. Spiritual grains, mystical vegetables, and the flesh of fierce beasts, all incredibly nourishing. And your culinary skills are undoubtedly those of a master chef, seldom matched by others. Each endeavor of yours must command a handsome fee. I, the slovenly Taoist, would never partake of your generosity without recompense. Thus, I am willing to offer 10 mid-grade spirit stones as payment for this meal. The slovenly Taoist displayed his generosity, for mid-grade spirit stones are nearly unseen in the mundane world, and even in the realm of cultivators, it is a significant expenditure. He placed 10 mid-grade spirit stones upon the table with great flair and lavishness. Our meeting is fated. Since we have crossed paths, it is undoubtedly due to karmic ties. Preparing a meal for you is an honor. I could never allow you to incur expenses on my behalf. Fang Yue spoke sweetly, lowering his stance. Yet, the more he did so, the more the slovenly Taoist felt compelled to offer compensation. In all things, there are causes and effects. Today, I have dined on your offerings, which establishes a connection that if you refuse my spirit stones, I shall inevitably feel unsettled in my heart due to an unfulfilled debt. Therefore, let us negotiate. Tell me what you require, and I shall provide it. The slovenly Taoist spoke, invoking the very essence of karmic ties. Fang Yue understood that his intentions had misfired. This slovenly Taoist was clearly unwilling to owe him a favor. If you insist, then I would appreciate some materials for artifact forging. Fang Yue, possessing no shortage of spirit stones, sought to establish this low hill as a sanctuary point. 108 innate grade formation flags were far from sufficient. Very well, the slovenly Taoist replied without hesitation, producing dozens of materials for artifact forging. Although the quantity of each type was modest, they were all of innate quality. Their collective worth was nearly equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The slovenly Taoist appeared indifferent. Yet within, he harbored a unique sense of dedication. Fang Yue remained silent. Quietly gathering the materials, he proceeded to wash the dishes and prepare another feast for himself, as the previous meal had been entirely consumed by the slovenly Taoist. He had only taken a few bites, leaving him still hungry. After a brief interval, another lavish spread was prepared by him. At this moment, the disheveled Taoist had already reclined on a bed within the treasure vault. Fast asleep, his snores echoed throughout the chamber, giving the impression that he had truly made this place his home. Fang Yue could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he had unwittingly transformed his establishment into a restaurant, complete with accommodation services. Just as he finished preparing the second table of dishes, another individual burst in. This was an elderly gentleman with a kind visage and an affable demeanor, emanating an aura that invoked a sense of intimacy. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed capable of dispelling any lingering hostility or wariness within one's heart. The old man, catching a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting through the air, politely inquired if he might partake in a morsel. His words were imbued with courtesy, and as he gazed at the table laden with food, he appeared almost rooted to the spot. Fang Yue was taken aback, just as he had begun to eat. Yet another had arrived to snatch away the food. Frustration welled within him as he discerned that this elder was no ordinary figure. To refuse him might very well lead to misfortune befalling himself. Did everyone in this world possess a nose akin to that of a dog? Just moments ago, he had scanned his surroundings and spotted not a single mouse. Yet, the moment he prepared a sumptuous feast, guests arrived in droves, each seemingly more distinguished than the last. Please, esteemed elder, make yourself at home. Fang Yue resumed his respectful and deferential demeanor, though the underlying reason for his politeness was not one of cultivated manners, but rather a keen awareness of his own inadequacy in confrontation. Unlike the disheveled Taoist, who devoured his food with little regard for decorum, this elder displayed a refined appreciation for the culinary offerings. The dishes were exquisite, rich in flavor and nutrition, capable of nourishing one's qi and blood, thereby enhancing one's physical constitution and cultivation. The old Taoist, enjoying the sumptuous feast provided by the benefactor, felt compelled to express his gratitude. In return, I offer you this ancient Buddhist scripture, he declared, bringing forth a scroll, his palms pressed together in reverence, a radiant glow emanating from behind him. However, rather than a Taoist text, The elder bestowed upon him a Buddhist scripture. This was clearly not something that belonged to him. It must have been acquired from some obscure corner through dubious means, just as Fang Yue was pondering the implications of this. The elder's figure had vanished. He had come and gone like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. Fang Yue ground his teeth in irritation. This was a troublesome rogue that a glance at the Buddhist scripture revealed a spine label that left him utterly speechless. Daju Temple. Veda Sutra. Although Fang Yue resided in the Yin Kingdom and his experiences were rather limited, he was still aware of Daju Temple and the renown of the Veda Sutra. The IT was one of the 4 ancient temples of Buddhism, each steeped in profound depth. The waters of enlightenment ran deep in the West, where few dared to tread. The Veda Sutra was a foundational scripture of Daju Temple. Despite many practicing their cultivation, it remained exceedingly rare for it to be disseminated. Should any Buddhist monastery discover that the Veda Sutra had fallen into his hands, they would surely wield a demon-slaying staff to strike his head until it bloomed with flowers. I truly do not lack for scriptures, Fang Yue lamented, clutching the Veda Sutra in his hands. Should anyone overhear such a statement, they would undoubtedly be incensed. For in the mundane realm, countless individuals yearned for a single scripture, but found none. To achieve the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation was akin to possessing a treasure of the highest order. As for the techniques to break through to the innate level, they were held exclusively by a few prominent families. Although the Veda Sutra was fundamental, it was nonetheless one of the scriptures passed down by the Buddha, exalted and unparalleled, rivaling even the celestial texts. Its completion could lead one to attain the status of a bodhisattva or Buddha. What Fang Yue presently required most were materials for a ray formation, Huangquan stone, star sand, each of which would be invaluable. Regarding the scriptures, he is unable to transcend the tribulations of heaven, and all will become void. In his possession are 3 celestial texts and an extraordinary tome, which are sufficient for him to ponder throughout his life. As for the other scriptures, he has no immediate need for them. Occasionally perusing them, Fang Yue gradually becomes captivated. The practices elucidated in the Vedas are surprisingly distinct from conventional cultivation methods. The primary focus lies in the divine consciousness, which, while it does include methods for refining the physical body, remains rather rudimentary. IT emphasizes that life is a turbulent sea, the physical form merely a vessel. Once one reaches the other shore, it can be cast aside. Among countless beings, the divine consciousness is fundamental. A single thought can manifest the universe. A single thought can embody the Buddha. The path of Buddhism advocates for the realization of one's true nature to attain Buddhahood, emphasizing comprehension. Among its teachings are not lacking methods for cultivating the heart. An elevated state of mind is essential for transcendence. Through the trials of myriad epochs, the divine consciousness is tempered, eternal and indestructible, akin to the pure fire of the sun. Fang Yue murmured to himself, somewhat entranced. His foundation lies within the 3 celestial texts, making it impossible for him to solely cultivate Buddhist teachings. However, some of their essence can serve as a reference. All paths converge into one, ultimately leading to the great Tao. The original text of the Vedas, that majestic figure suddenly trembled, speaking to himself, though his voice was inaudible to Fang Yue. While Fang Yue remained oblivious, that magnificent silhouette detected subtle hints. The volume of Buddhist scriptures was extraordinary, crafted from the finest materials. In ancient times, the Buddha expounded teachings, guiding sentient beings, leaving behind a total of 100 scrolls, each containing 1,000 copies, amounting to 100,000. Yet now, time has flown by, and after a millennium, those once abundant scriptures have scattered far and wide, with few remaining intact. Most disciples of Buddhism study copies, some of which are conveyed orally, inevitably bearing slight imperfections and incompleteness. A solitary volume of Buddhist scripture, if found in the Western lands, would be revered and enshrined, becoming a rare treasure, imbued with a trace of the Buddha's essence. It is unimaginable how many would rush to seize it. Fang Yue was entranced. The more he read the Vedas, the more he found himself enchanted and enthralled. All phenomena are empty, and all beings are free. With a heart shackled, one finds it difficult to attain Buddhahood. All cultivation leads to one's true nature. To behold the Tathagata is to attain transformation. Fang Yue glowed radiantly, his body resembling crystal, clear inside and out, though he does not cultivate Buddhist teachings. He comprehends the scriptures, and certain contents resonate with what he had encountered on earth, granting him a sensation of sudden enlightenment. Various impurities were expelled, and his physical body and soul emanated a layer of pure, sacred, milky light. This is documented in the scriptures, representing the great radiant state. Ordinary individuals, when closing their eyes, perceive darkness. Yet those in the great radiant state dwell perpetually in light, their eyes shut, surrounded by brilliance. Their entire being shines, devoid of doubt, worry, or fear. They exist in serene freedom, birthing divinity. Is this indeed possible? The disheveled Taoist is stirred from his slumber, not due to a restless sleep, but rather because Fang Yue's commotion was too great. He radiated brilliance, like a sun illuminating the sky, dispersing myriad shadows. This already manifests partial qualities of the Buddha's enlightenment. If in the Western lands, he would surely be regarded as a child of the Buddha, merely a volume of the Vedas. Yet in the West, it has traversed far and wide, unknown to how many have laid eyes upon it. Yet only Fang Yue could instantaneously attain enlightenment, achieving the state of radiance and shaping a crystal-like form. Moments later, the light dissipated. Fang Yue opened his eyes, his gaze gentle and serene, akin to the rippling surface of a spring lake, that he stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds reminiscent of popping beans. As impurities were expelled, his physical form ascended to a new level. Indestructible and immortal, his strength had at least doubled compared to before. After putting away the Vedas, Fang Yue meticulously savored the transformations occurring within his body. Previously, certain meridians had been obstructed, the flow stagnant. Now, however, they felt like vast, open plains, remarkably smooth and unimpeded. Tidying up, he resolved to continue his practice. This epiphany in cultivation was indeed commendable, yet the necessities of everyday life must persist. This time, he was clever. Given the insatiable appetites of the denizens of this world, he anticipated that even after preparing 800 meals, there would inevitably be those who would come to devour his creations. Thus, he decided to erect a sign outside his abode. A modest enterprise, no credit extended, only accepting refining materials, no spiritual stones. Fang Yue was preparing to embark on a commercial venture. In any case, the various materials at his disposal were not particularly abundant. It would be more beneficial to leverage his culinary skills to acquire some resources and further arrange his formations. The scruffy Taoist's lips curled into a faint smile. Following Fang Yue's opening, he quickly became a regular patron, as he brought an endless supply of materials, lacking neither variety nor quality. Fang Yue even suspected that this fellow was perhaps a middleman. Who else would be so idle as to carry such an assortment of trinkets when venturing out? After the launch of Fang Yue's business, it flourished remarkably. Some elderly patrons with noses as keen as hounds could scent the tantalizing aroma of rice from leagues away. Though their realms were suppressed within the dense forest world, their wealth remained intact. The price of those materials was but a trifling sum to them. Easily exchanged for a delightful culinary experience, IT was undoubtedly a most advantageous transaction. Many found happiness in their meals. Tears streaming down their faces, some shattered their mental barriers, rejuvenated in spirit, while others took significant strides forward in their cultivation. Within 3 days, a steady stream of customers flowed in and out, with some even bringing their own ingredients, spiritual grains, mystical vegetables, and ferocious beasts, merely requiring Fang Yue to prepare the meals. The remaining ingredients belonged entirely to Fang Yue. During these 3 days, he had fulfilled at least 100 orders, accumulating wealth to the point where his hands began to tremble from the bounty. On the 4th day, Fang Yue felt he had gathered enough materials. He began to accept other items as well. Old medicines, spiritual stones, weapons, ancient tomes, anything offered he would gladly accept. 6 days passed, and Fang Yue found himself in possession of a windfall. Some even speculated that the wealth he amassed might surpass that of most adventurers who ventured into the dense forest world. On the evening of the 6th day, as Fang Yue closed his establishment, he prepared to tidy up, readying himself for the impending tribulation. However, before he could complete his preparations, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the void. The projection of an ancient tortoise appeared. "What on earth? Is that you?" Fang Yue was taken aback. This tortoise was none other than the one he had encountered during his previous traversal, a bureaucratic figure from the compensation office, with round spectacles perched on its small nose. It exuded an air of scholarly wisdom. The old tortoise regarded Fang Yue with a sense of exasperation. If it weren't truly necessary, it would have preferred to avoid engaging with this character altogether. Who else could it be but myself? Do not prepare any longer, the old tortoise remarked with a hint of exasperation, casting a sidelong glance at the trifles scattered beneath Fang Yue's feet. What? I am on the verge of facing a tribulation. That infernal heavenly tribulation is exceedingly formidable. If I do not prepare, I may very well be reduced to ashes under the lightning strikes. Are you suggesting that I should saunter over to your compensation office instead? Fang Yue found the old turtle's reliability questionable and expressed his discontent. If there is something to say, do so quickly. I am still young and do not wish to perish in vain. The old tortoise trembled with irritation. As a dignified immortal tortoise, a descendant of Xuanwu, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Nonetheless, recalling the mission at hand, he found himself reliant on this individual, and thus suppressed his anger. I have arranged matters concerning the lightning tribulation for you, he stated. The one overseeing the lightning tribulation is the cousin of the individual who struck you down back on Earth. His cousin has decided to offer you some compensation for the mistakes made by his elder. It is merely the 4-9 lightning tribulation. The strikes that have already occurred are done. You may opt for an installment plan for the remaining ones. What? This can be paid in installments? Fang Yue's mind faltered, having never encountered such a concept before. The notion of installments implied that the originally singular 9 bolts of lightning could now descend one by one. At your readiness. Then, you would signal us point 1 bolt would fall, and once you were prepared again, another could follow. The old tortoise patiently elaborated. With no one around, he felt no fear. The majestic figure before him appeared momentarily stunned, as if struggling to comprehend. The lightning tribulation was terrifying and formidable, embodying fairness and judgment. Never had he heard of anyone manipulating a heavenly tribulation. Who exactly did Fang Yue associate with? Even the heavenly tribulation could be negotiated. Fang Yue, too, was taken aback. Such a fortunate turn of events. Why did you not mention this earlier? Of course, with benefits come responsibilities. In the underworld, a fierce ghost has escaped capture by the ghostly emissaries. That emissary is my comrade. If he cannot locate the ghost within 7 days, he will face demotion and a pay cut. This realm is sealed off, and the emissaries cannot enter recklessly, lest they be easily dispatched. You must assist in subduing that fierce ghost within 7 days. After that, we can negotiate regarding the lightning tribulation and other matters. I can even compensate you with celestial energy from the immortal realm. Chapter 75. Relentlessly tormenting Yue, the old tortoise's small eyes darted around restlessly. Fang Yue struggled to suppress laughter, feeling a pang of frustration. Who would have thought such things could transpire? Even the celestial bureaucrats were entangled in such human affairs. What level of cultivation does that fierce ghost possess? If it is too formidable, I cannot capture it. Fang Yue preemptively voiced his concerns. The old tortoise chuckled. Rest assured, in this realm, regardless of whether one is human or ghost, as long as they do not exceed the realm of the sage, they will be suppressed, at most displaying only the level of acquired realm and abilities. And you, being a practitioner of Buddhist teachings, are particularly adept at countering fierce ghosts. At worst, you can signal down some lightning. Fierce ghosts are most terrified of such. It is preferable to have a live capture, but if it must come to it, killing them is acceptable too. At that point, you can simply declare a case of suicide under duress, and that will suffice. Fang Yue's mind was nearly overwhelmed. How could this individual be so utterly unreliable? However, this solitary transaction piqued his interest, as it could establish a connection with the celestial realm, promising a plethora of benefits in the future. The old turtle subsequently bestowed upon Fang Yue a silver pendant, which would illuminate whenever a malevolent spirit approached. This artifact was crafted by the celestial court, a guarantee of fairness for all. Thereafter, the old turtle's figure vanished entirely. This was but a projection of his descent into the mortal realm. A breach of protocol for the celestial court, the human world, and the underworld each govern their respective domains, and strictly speaking, He had overstepped his bounds. Fang Yue, do you have ties to the celestial court as well? After a prolonged silence, the imposing figure could no longer contain his bewilderment. This was all too astonishing. In a world devoid of immortals, how many have truly ascended to celestial heights? That has long been the aspiration. A lofty and magnificent dream. Typically, even the leaders of various sects, who wield ancient arcane arts, find it exceedingly difficult to establish contact with the celestial court. Yet here was a mere mortal, Fang Yue, capable of communing with the divine, a matter deserving of utmost gravity. I suppose so. Fang Yue feigned mystery, for some matters were indeed difficult to articulate, and oh wonder, I sensed the aura of celestial scriptures emanating from you. So that is it. The majestic figure seemed to grasp some understanding, appearing somewhat relieved. Throughout history, prodigies have abounded. Some possess innate abilities to transcend, enabling them to communicate with the three realms, while others are gifted in divine summoning, capable of invoking the long-dormant souls of ages past. Fang Yue's ability to connect with the celestial realm was not without precedent. Esteemed senior, where might this malevolent spirit be? Could you offer some guidance? Fang Yue recalled his mission and suddenly identified a lead. This imposing figure spanned the 9 realms. If he sought the malevolent spirit, it would surely be a trivial endeavor. IT resides within the 8th realm. To this day, it has not crossed over, but be cautious. In life, it was no ordinary being. Even if you are of the same realm, you may not stand a chance against it. The grand figure spoke, his tone grave and weighty. Fang Yue nodded, then, with a glint in his eye, turned to the majestic figure. Why not, esteemed senior, assist me further and capture that malevolent spirit for me? The imposing figure fell silent, lifting his gaze to the starry sky, his eyes hollow, as if reflecting 3,000 worlds. Fang Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. He understood that his request was rather excessive. It was already commendable that this grand figure could provide him with the location. The notion of capturing the malevolent spirit was beneath his dignity. Fang Yue, step forth, kneel, and offer your apologies. We can spare your relatives in Yen country, granting them a path to survival. A sharp, piercing voice broke through Fang Yue's thoughts. He opened the door to find 3 individuals at his threshold, roaring and clamoring. All 3 were clad in Taoist robes, hailing from the Purple Moon Cave heaven. The leader appeared to be of innate caliber, suppressed at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, while the other 2 were also at the peak of the acquired realm. What nonsense are you buffoons spouting? Care to repeat that? Fang Yue's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from this group, using his family as leverage. Could it be that all from the Purple Moon Cave heaven were of such ilk? We demand that you kneel and offer your apologies, severing ties with your kin. Otherwise, you shall find no path to survival. The individuals from the Purple Moon Cave, with their hands clasped behind their backs and long beards flowing, might exude an air of a Taoist practitioner, were it not for their single, quacking voice. My goodness, a murder! Fang Yue's expression suddenly shifted, turning pale as he let out a shrill cry, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Among these spectators, the vast majority were Fang Yue's clients. Although he had decided to close for the day, they were reluctant to depart. These were culinary delights of the mortal realm. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. They awaited Fang Yue's emergence to resume their patronage. However, before he could decide to reopen, he found himself being pursued. Who are you to act so brazenly, committing murder in public? A middle-aged man stepped forward, seeking to uphold justice for Fang Yue. He possessed fierce, tiger-like eyes that exuded authority without anger, casting an invisible pressure upon the 3 from the Purple Moon Cave. And who might you be to meddle in our affairs? Retorted a cold, sinister figure from the Purple Moon Cave, their demeanor unyielding. They were accustomed to wielding power in Yen country, having long since grown arrogant and dismissive of others. I am Sun Miao, the esteemed elder of the Purple Moon Cave. Those of you with any sense should depart at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and expelling you from Yen country entirely. Sun Miao raised his chin, embodying an air of unparalleled arrogance. In Yen country, they were the law, the supreme rulers, looking down upon all challengers. Even the strongest outsiders were expected to show them a modicum of respect, and they had become accustomed to this indulgence. Yet, Little did he anticipate that his brazen display would provoke the wrath of the crowd. When there were no disputes over interests, people were indeed reluctant to confront the Purple Moon Cave. After all, a strong dragon does not bully a local snake. They had tolerated the cave's hubris, but this time, the audacity of their threats, laced with arrogance, was intolerable. Each of these individuals had remarkable backgrounds and commanded respect in their own territories. They had never before been threatened in such a manner, so the Purple Moon Cave intends to show us no respect, queried a man clad in blue, his countenance as dark as water. After savoring a dish prepared by Fang Yue, he had grasped the true essence of happiness, achieving a breakthrough to a higher realm. Feeling indebted to Fang Yue, he was eager to find an opportunity to repay his kindness. Unexpectedly, an oblivious individual dared to provoke Fang Yue, prompting him to step in and defend his honor. "And who are you to demand respect?" Sun Miao sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. "The Purple Moon Cave, very well. I shall remember this name." In a fit of rage, the man in blue laughed mockingly and swiftly struck Sun Miao across the face. With a resounding crack, his hand moved like lightning, leaving 5 vivid red fingerprints on Sun Miao's cheek. Sun Miao's face swelled, and his heart sank in an instant. "You dare strike me? I am a member of the Purple Moon Cave." Sun Miao's voice grew sharper, piercing like a dagger, utterly grating to the ears. "The Purple Moon Cave? What is that to me? Merely a force in the mundane world. I hail from an immortal lineage. Have I uttered a single word of dissent?" The man in the green attire scoffed coldly, and with a sharp smack, delivered another resounding slap. Sun Miao's cheeks were swollen and crimson, and tears welled at the corners of his eyes. What audacity! How dare he flaunt himself in such a manner? The Purple Moon Cave had coddled too many, and now their wits seemed to have abandoned them. Fang Yue shook his head and stepped forward as he could hardly fathom the audacity of the Purple Moon Cave. However, since they were so oblivious to their own folly, he was more than willing to stoke the flames. "Everyone, charge! Let us vanquish them! It is solely because of them that I was forced to close my restaurant," Fang Yue proclaimed, uttering lies without so much as a flutter of an eyelash. Initially, the onlookers harbored little fondness for the individuals from the Purple Moon Cave, and upon hearing that they had driven Fang Yue to shutter his establishment, thus depriving them of delectable food, they surged forward in a frenzy, launching a fervent assault on the 3 representatives from the Purple Moon Cave. As for any subsequent inquiries from the Purple Moon Cave, the law does not punish the masses. Who could discern who struck the blow above and who delivered the kick below? Moreover, among these individuals, most hailed from notable backgrounds capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the Purple Moon Cave. A chaotic melee ensued. The members of the Purple Moon Cave cried out in despair, reduced to a pitiful state, and within moments, the 3 of them lay motionless. In gratitude, Fang Yue smiled and announced, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast, serving up some of my finest dishes." The crowd erupted in cheers. Some even murmured, "Fang Yue, do you have any enemies left in the Purple Moon Cave? How about we help you eliminate them all? Would you be so kind as to treat us to a couple more meals?" Fang Yue's smile faltered. Truly, these individuals were formidable. Previously, he had harbored concerns due to the enmity with the Purple Moon Cave. In the eyes of true experts, the lives of the Purple Moon Cave's members were merely a collection of long-legged meal tickets. Is this truly feasible? However, the Purple Moon Cave belonged to the mundane realm. In the mundane realm, those above the innate realm were not permitted to intervene. Were they? Fang Yue cautioned. The individual who had just spoken with disappointment replied, "Very well, let the Purple Moon Cave off the hook then." Indeed, those above the innate realm could not act within the mundane realm. Otherwise, they would attract the attention of the enforcement authorities, a group not to be trifled with, despite not fearing them personally. Ultimately, the formidable individual abandoned the thought. Little did the members of the Purple Moon Cave know that within this brief span of time, they had danced perilously close to annihilation. Fang Yue, disheartened, retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The tranquil days persisted only until the early hours of the following morning. A resplendent purple haze surged into the sky, sweeping across the horizon, in the heart of the 8th tier of the world. A celestial treasure had emerged, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. At last, the moment had arrived. The slovenly Taoist, who had always indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, finally awakened with vigor. His eyes flickered open, gleaming with brilliance. Other diners, too, eagerly rubbed their hands together, preparing to set forth. Chapter 76. Innate Spring Water. The innate spring water within, when consumed, could swiftly replenish the vitality of the flesh, even granting the gift of youth. Each drop was worth its weight in gold. As the slovenly Taoist spoke, his voice trembled involuntarily with excitement. Cultivation is a struggle against fate itself. The innate spring water sees the very essence of the heavens and the earth. So many individuals are congested on this eighth tier, all awaiting the emergence of this spring water, vying for a taste of its essence. Perhaps you might accompany me on this journey. This spring water is invaluable. To obtain even a single drop would be a tremendous fortune, for some opportunities are not dictated by one's cultivation, but are rather bestowed upon the fated. I have not yet had my fill of your culinary creations, and along the way, you could continue to prepare meals for me. The disheveled Taoist's ulterior motives have become evident. He is clearly seeking a personal chef in Fang Yue, amongst a multitude of skilled practitioners. What place is there for me? I would rather contentedly run my little eatery here. Although Fang Yue is tempted, he is bound by his celestial duties, should he cultivate a favorable relationship with the heavenly court. The distinctions between innate and acquired spring waters would merely seem like trivial mineral water in his eyes. Very well, then. Each has their own aspirations, and I shall not impose mine upon you, until we meet again, should fate allow. The disheveled Taoist bid farewell, and with a single step, he covered an impressive distance. As the performance concluded, the once bustling and vibrant low hill, enlivened by Fang Yue's humble restaurant, now lay desolate, devoid of any sign of life. Fang Yue, having closed his stall, prepared to depart, for he needed to seek the spectre's presence. Once captured, he could report back to the heavenly court. Infusing a thread of true energy into the silver pendant, its glow became dim and obscure. Fang Yue ventured eastward for several miles, but the pendant's light grew fainter. He then turned westward, and to his relief, the silver pendant's glow brightened slightly. The pendant's sensing range is extensive, yet in the hands of another, it would merely serve to indicate the proximity of the ghost. But who is Fang Yue? A scholar of profound knowledge in the sciences. With a bit of ingenuity, he transformed the pendant into a compass. Lo and behold, the malevolent spirit resides to the west. Fang Yue proceeded in the direction indicated by the pendant's illumination. Gradually, the glow intensified, affirming that his pursuit was indeed on the right path. Fang Yue pressed on, covering hundreds of miles in one breath. The brilliance of the silver pendant became increasingly dazzling and blinding. How much farther could this ghost be? My legs are nearly giving way. Feeling fatigued, despite his numerous transformations in life, the long trek of hundreds of miles in a single day still rendered his legs achingly heavy, as though laden with lead. Wait! Something is amiss. I have not moved, yet the pendant's light grows even more resplendent. Fang Yue stood astonished, observing the radiance of the silver pendant intensifying in his grasp. Suddenly, it erupted in a brilliant display, akin to a miniature sun rising, illuminating all directions with a blinding brilliance that made it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. In a rush, a dark claw of a ghost descended from the heavens. The shadow enveloped Fang Yue, plunging his surroundings into darkness. Good heavens! A specter! A formidable ghost materialized, its palm magnifying to the size of a grinding stone, black as ink and shrouded in an eerie aura of death. With a thunderous crash, the hand descended. Fang Yue crouched low, rolling and scrambling out of its reach. He had no time to glance up and ascertain the ghost's true form. The hand swept again, sending sand and stone flying, accompanied by chilling gusts that bore down upon Fang Yue. Die. Without hesitation, Fang Yue hurled a small box. This was a brocade box, square and no larger than a baby's hand. The box burst open, and a plume of eerie blue flames surged forth. This was the fire from a first-grade earth vein that Fang Yue had sealed within the box, originally intended for crafting artifacts. I never anticipated that my first encounter would be with a formidable malevolent spirit. The ghost, tainted by the inferno, was enveloped by a dense shroud of black mist that swiftly extinguished the flames. Even formidable beings of the innate realm would not dare to confront the fierce blaze. Yet before this ghost, it seemed almost like a child's plaything, effortlessly snuffed out. "Cursed old tortoise, you have betrayed me." Fang Yue roared, his eyes bulging with rage. The inferno surged, incinerating all in its path, leaving not a trace behind. Yet before this specter, it was extinguished as easily as mundane fire, disregarded entirely. Such a being was beyond his capacity to contend with. The ghost, devoid of mercy, remained silent, raising its hand once more to strike fiercely at Fang Yue. "Brother, let us discuss this calmly." Fang Yue retreated 3 paces, distancing himself from the specter, and finally beheld its visage. To speak candidly, the ghost was not unattractive. It possessed a square jaw, large eyes, and a robust physique, standing at an imposing height of 6 feet. Its athletic build could certainly appeal to young women. Yet the crimson glimmers floating in its eyes resembled droplets of blood aflame, evoking a profound sense of dread from the depths of one's heart. "Blood," the ghost murmured, elongating the sound, revealing an extreme yearning in its gaze. It was evident that this wretched soul had lost its mind to its undead existence, consumed solely by an insatiable thirst for blood, bereft of human emotion and reason. It advanced toward Fang Yue, each heavy step seemingly capable of shattering the ground beneath. "You force my hand." Fang Yue bit his lip, his expression resolute. "Come forth. Heavenly tribulation. Strike him down." Fang Yue bellowed, and dark cloud began to swirl ominously in the sky. He did not have to wait long. Torrents of lightning descended like a deluge. Fang Yue waved his hand, and arrays of flags descended, seizing the essence of heaven and earth to resist the thunder, ensuring his footing remained untouched by the tempest. The ghost was submerged beneath the storm-like lightning, with tendrils of black smoke rising from its form. Yet it did not scream. Instead, it continued to gaze at Fang Yue with unwavering intensity. Its heavy footsteps dragged on, accompanied by the clanking of black chains. How absurd! Who told me that ghosts fear thunder? This fellow appears unfazed. Fang Yue felt his youthful heart shatter. That accursed old tortoise had betrayed his trust. Indeed, lightning was the nemesis of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, but your tribulation is far too feeble to inflict any significant harm. The majestic figure reappeared, explaining to Fang Yue, "Based on my experience, this ghost harbors intense resentment, at least equivalent to a master of the 9th layer of the innate realm. Although it is constrained by the world's rules, its comprehension and application of power are far beyond your reach." The imposing figure continued to douse Fang Yue with cold water. Fang Yue was on the brink of tears. What am I to do now? The ghost approached the boundary of Fang Yue's formation, extending its hand, and with a resounding bang, it struck the transparent light membrane formed by the array. Each blow was heavy, leaving deep cracks upon the membrane. With every strike, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before this protective barrier would be rendered useless. "Flee!" The majestic figure moved with simplicity and grace, providing a decisive answer. Immediately after, the malevolent spirit's hand rose high, and with a thunderous roar, the radiant light summoned by the formation flags erupted violently. Countless transparent shards scattered chaotically throughout the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, the 9 formation flags burst apart, transforming into innumerable fragments. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yue summoned a 10-layer golden bell shield and fled with all his might. This time, the thunderous tribulation was drawing to a close, the booming sounds growing faint, no longer as intense. Specks of thunderous light entered Fang Yue's body, invigorating his essence. His life force gradually ascended, a moment that could have been marked by exuberance and bravado. Yet he was far too preoccupied with survival to indulge in such thoughts. Fang Yue sprinted with unparalleled speed, urging himself for another chance. Another chance, indeed. The sky resonated with his voice, the dense calamity clouds showing no sign of dissipating. A more formidable thunderstorm surged down. This time, the wrath of the thunder was even more ferocious, a single strike shattering 3 layers of Fang Yue's golden bell shield in an instant. Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended, further fracturing his shield by another 3 layers. By the heavens, How could it be so accurate this time, when it usually missed its mark? Spare me, strike that malevolent spirit instead. Fang Yue was on the verge of tears. At this rate, he would perish from the lightning long before the spirit could claim his life. As if sensing Fang Yue's desperate plea, a bolt of thunder finally struck true, landing squarely upon the malevolent spirit's head. The spirit, having endured the strike, let out a furious roar, howling towards the heavens. The thunder finally held dominion over all malevolent entities. Under the relentless tempest, the spirit found it increasingly challenging to navigate through this realm as if it were unopposed. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yue hurriedly repaired his golden bell shield, which radiated a dazzling brilliance amidst the obsidian landscape. The malevolent spirit grappled with the thunder above, its furious roars echoing as if it sought to tear apart the very firmament. A ghostly claw descended, shattering the second bolt of thunder that had appeared above its head. This sight sent shivers down Fang Yue's spine. This spirit was truly ruthless. It could even shatter lightning. And this was merely at the peak of the acquired realm. If it were unrestrained, it might very well rend the calamity clouds asunder with a single roar. Fang Yue, undeterred by the thunder overhead, silently gathered his energy. Taking advantage of its moment of weakness, he knew that facing the spirit without the interference of thunder would surely spell his doom. The blade light flickered, cascading through the air. The blade light reemerged in Fang Yue's hands, harmonizing with the bolts of thunder that continued to rain down. Layer upon layer of blade light intertwined, gradually dissipating the dark smoke enveloping the malevolent spirit. The thunder persisted. Although no longer as dense as before, when it did strike, it was sufficient to shatter rocks and sever dragons. After an extended battle, the spirit ultimately exhausted itself, pierced by a bolt of lightning descending from heavens. Its black smoke dissipating entirely, its form transformed into wisps of dark vapor, vanishing into the ether. Concurrently, the power of the calamity clouds waned as well, and after transcending yet another trial, Fang Yue's life force surged once more. The place where the spirit once stood was now devoid of any manifestation, leaving only a black stone, no larger than a baby's fist, square and with sharp edges. At last, it was vanquished. Fang Yue exhaled a sigh of relief. The power of this malevolent spirit is formidable. Under the constraints of peculiar rules, with the assistance of thunderous forces, his fate truly appears grim and difficult to confront. Nevertheless, I can finally fulfill my obligations. Following the method previously suggested by the old turtle, Fang Yue summoned the entity forth. The old turtle, resembling a university student, adjusted his glasses and cast a glance at the black stone. You insufferable turtle, do you have any idea how much effort I expended to vanquish this malevolent spirit? However, I am ultimately endowed with both wisdom and valor,